The city sprawled beneath a sky stained with the deep blues of twilight. Amidst the towering buildings, a profound sense of isolation took root. He hated the world. Tears welled in his eyes, a testament to the pain he carried. To him, Woojin Kim, abandoned at birth and treated like an animal, the world offered no solace. A memory surfaced, a group of figures looming over him as he lay on the ground. They were a reason to hate the world, but also, paradoxically, a reason to like it. The memory intensified, morphing into monstrous, grinning faces surrounding his prone form. Hope was nowhere to be found. That past betrayal fueled his present isolation, which is why Woojin Kim didn't trust anyone. No matter what he did, the memory of that abandonment haunted him. The scene shifts to the present, where Woojin Kim stands over a body, flanked by two men. A scream tore from someone's throat, followed by the sickening sound of a weapon striking flesh. The brutal assault continues, the men wielding makeshift weapons against their victim. Woojin Kim watches the scene unfold. Woojin Kim adjusts the hood of his jacket, his expression unreadable as he observes the violence. He had always been alone, even before the world changed. January 1st, 2020 marked the day the world began to resemble a game, with dungeons appearing across the globe. From these dungeons poured monsters, creatures of nightmare, given form. Cities were destroyed, and countless lives were lost in the wake of the monsters' rampage. With the appearance of the monsters, divine beings called the Nimbus also made an appearance. These Nimbus granted a select few special powers, bestowing upon them the title of authority. Those who received the authority could awaken as players, beings capable of destroying the dungeons. Special power could save the world, but the players took advantage of the chaos and used it to fulfill their desires. In a situation like this, people thought that the end had come. However, to Woojin Kim, it was the same world as before, where there wasn't a single person to trust, at least until the moment he met him. People believed that the ones who had the players took advantage of the chaos and used it to fulfill their desires. Sejun Lee, the first to become a player among 7 people. A knight, handpicked by the executioner of the Holy Light, the world's strongest player, stands ready. He protected the weak from monsters at no cost, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by chaos. His mission, to save the world. But to do so, he must first confront the darkness that threatens to consume everything. The knight's resolve hardens as he prepares for the coming battle. With a surge of power, Sejun Lee draws his sword, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He unsheathed his sword. The blade gleams, reflecting the light as Sejun Lee prepares to strike down his monstrous foe. The air crackles with energy as the battle begins. Having slain the final boss of this game, Sejun Lee reflects on his purpose. He vows to put an end to this game, whatever the cost. By doing so, Sejun Lee believes he shall save the world. He bore the fresh wounds of battle, a grim reminder of the challenges ahead, as the symbol of the Messiah Guild blazed beneath him. One by one, heroes began to rally around Sejun Lee, united by a common goal, to save the world. It all began with the first. Shinhai Park, with her bow drawn, prepared to strike. The Messiah Guild faced down monstrous orcs. It was the first time Sejun Lee met comrades he could trust and follow. The battlefield was littered with the fallen, both orc and human, a testament to the brutal war. The faces of the Messiah Guild reflected a mix of determination and grim resolve. The camaraderie between the members of the Messiah Guild was evident. If it was with them, Sejun Lee, clad in armor, stood resolute, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He thought he could change the world, but a voice echoed, calling him master. He and the red-haired knight approach a large, ornate doorway, the knight stating that only the last battle remains. The king of the undead, John George, acknowledges that this may very well be the last battle. The king of the undead thinks to himself that this will at least be the last battle for Woojin Kim. The king of the undead's eyes narrow as he prepares to strike. The king of the undead's sword pierces through Woojin Kim, who is praised for his efforts. The king of the undead continues to impale Woojin Kim with his sword. The king of the undead tells Woojin Kim that he wouldn't have made it this far without him. Woojin Kim has fallen under Balmung's curse, decreasing all resistance and defensive power by 90%. He realizes this was the plan from the start. The king of the undead wonders if this was what Woojin Kim was planning to do, questioning why he would do this. The red-haired knight asks why the king of the undead still doesn't understand. The red-haired knight explains that the game ends, along with all the authority, items, dungeons, and monsters they accumulated, adding that there will be no reason for people to obey them anymore. Shinhye Park realizes that they wouldn't be able to do something from the start. A disembodied voice echoes, posing a question of global dominion. The intensity of the moment is reflected in the widened eyes of the speaker, beads of sweat forming at his brow. Two figures stand side by side, their expressions a mix of determination and sinister satisfaction. A cloaked figure stands in the shadows, their face obscured, radiating an aura of power and mystery. The face of S.E. Jun Lee contorts in rage, his scream echoing with raw fury. The viper's poison spreads rapidly through the body, its effects taking hold. The poison seeps from the wound inflicted by Bomong, staining the ground. The female knight, ID, supporting. Female knight 1, observes the scene with a detached curiosity, noting that the poison is having the desired effect after being pierced by Bomong. Shinhai Park expresses her amazement at the unfolding events. Shinhai Park smirks, confident that the viper's poison alone would have been sufficient for the others. The dark-haired figure, W.O. Jin Kim, bleeds from his mouth, thinking of the others. A crowd of faces, a mix of races and expressions, looks on with anticipation. Woo Jin Kim, his face bloodied, expresses disbelief at the unfolding events. Below, he kneels before Shinhai Park and the female knight. A clenched fist trembles, a symbol of betrayal. They had trusted him and wanted to save the world, these comrades who risked their lives. Rage contorts his face as he accuses someone of eliminating others who stood in their way. The woman with long red hair acknowledges that someone noticed their actions quickly. She lists the Dragon Hunter, the Terrible, and John George, the King of the Undead. The man with dark hair acknowledges that since they dealt with them well, they should be able to control the world by will. The King of the Undead, John George, is being summoned. The dark-haired man continues to rage, demanding that someone make up any excuse with their shitty mouth. The King of the Undead, John George, stand with the red-haired knight and Shinhai Park as he is summoned. The dark-haired man spits out blood, cursing his situation. The fallen figure realizes that in the end, there was no one to trust. The dark-haired man realizes that this is how he died. The game is starting. The speaker notes that monsters have been appearing more frequently in Payu. Another voice tells him not to complain, as the monster appearances mean they're making money. He retorts that they are risking their lives. The speaker wishes they would get extra pay for risking their lives. A truck speeds down the road. Inside a building, the supervisor and his cadets are startled by the commotion. The supervisor wonders what is going on. The supervisor realizes he was definitely. He recalls being pierced by the Bomong and dying. The supervisor wonders if he is dreaming. He questions what he is seeing as a truck speeds down the road. The supervisor is shocked as he remembers being stabbed. He is jolted awake by the sudden, violent shaking of the vehicle. The supervisor's eyes snap open, confusion clouding his vision. The source of the disturbance becomes clear. The truck is surrounded by hulking orcs, their brute strength evident as they assault the vehicle. Inside the truck bed, the cadets are thrown about as the orcs outside begin tearing into the vehicle. One of the orcs roars, its tusks bared in a savage display of aggression. The orcs, a relentless horde, continue their assault on the truck. Their faces contorted in rage, the orcs press their attack, their eyes burning with a feral intensity. Inside the truck, one of the cadets cries out in terror as the supervisor shouts for everyone to listen up. The supervisor, his face grim, warns that they're short on ammunition and should only pull the trigger when certain. The cadets react with shock and fear to the supervisor's grim announcement. An orc is sent crashing to the ground, a figure standing over him in the distance. It's Woo Jin Kim, standing tall amidst the chaos. The orcs charge forward, their guttural roars echoing through the air. Reacting instantly, W.O. Jin Kim fires his weapon, the shots finding their mark. His boots dig into the ground as he prepares for close-quarters combat. With a burst of speed, the protagonist launches himself at the charging orc. Woo Jin Kim delivers a powerful blow, the force of the impact resonating through the air. The orc is sent crashing to the ground, blood splattering as it falls. He pivots, his boots kicking up dust as he sets his sights on the remaining orc. The protagonist advances, his weapon raised and ready to strike. The remaining orc roars in defiance, its face contorted in rage. Another shot rings out, and the orc collapses, defeated. The supervisor and cadets watch in stunned silence as W.O. Jin Kim stands victorious amidst the smoke and debris. One of the cadets voices the group's disbelief, questioning how it was possible for one person to defeat the orcs alone. The sensation of being back was undeniable, a stark contrast to the nightmare he had just escaped. It felt too real to be a dream. The weight of the gun in his hand, the grit of the sand under his boots, all screamed of a tangible reality. The supervisor's voice cut through the air, calling out to Woo Jin Kim as the cadets began to stir. Another voice, laced with anger and fear, erupted from the group, accusing him of trying to get them all killed. The supervisor's words echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of the present, as Woo Jin Kim realized he had indeed returned to the past. The supervisor's booming voice demanded an answer, his frustration palpable as he addressed Woo Jin Kim. The cadets, still shaken from the recent attack, watched with bated breath as the supervisor confronted him. He sat heavily on a crate, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as the sun beat down. Images of Shinhai Park and the female knight flashed through his mind, a reminder of what he was fighting for. A ringing sound filled his ears, a sign of the awakening to come. The system message appeared before his eyes, awakening as a player. That's right, It was this day when Woo Jin Kim awakened as a player, the day the world changed forever. He notes that something is different this time. The agent of the dark world considers his options. The agent of the dark world has the ability to control all sorts of curses and poison, and is allowed to use dead monsters as ingredients. Unlike other Nimbus, the agent of the dark world authority is fairly biased. The agent of the dark world's authority resulted in only one player monopolizing most of it. That player is John George, otherwise known as the King of the Undead. Being favored by the agent of the dark world, the strongest player seized all authority. If Sejun Lee was the hero, John George was a monster. The sound of footsteps echoes as the King of the Undead begins his pursuit. The King of the Undead thoroughly analyzed and researched the agent of the dark world. The King of the Undead declares that he will become that monster. The King of the Undead prepares to act. The King of the Undead sets off to chase after Woo Jin Kim, calling him a bastard. The chilling promise echoes, and hunt you down. The noble ideals of the Messiah Guild could shine even brighter in contrast to the actions of others. The Phoenix Guild's headquarters loomed large, a monument to their success. These were the terms and conditions of the Phoenix Guild, a binding contract for those who sought their power. The terms were generous. They would also pay extra whenever a dungeon was cleared. Woo Jin Kim knew he wouldn't be able to buy an item with this amount, but he had no choice. At Phoenix HQ, Woo Jin Kim wondered how he should prove his qualifications as a player. The supervisor smirked, musing that it was impossible for someone other than the player to view their status window. The supervisor continued, explaining that these were the exclusive skill pages of the agent of the dark world, and that he should pick any one of them and rip it if he really was a player. The supervisor examines the skill pages laid out before him, considering the implications of each. He adjusts his glasses, wondering if he can trust his own judgment. One of the pages catches his eye, the poison blood skill, a technique that changes one's blood to poison. The supervisor reflects on the unexpected nature of this skill appearing before him. The page details the skill's complexity, noting that while the skill itself is simple, changing the caster's blood to deadly poison is difficult to manage. The description continues, explaining that when linked to the Blood Golem skill, it can maximize its effectiveness, making it a very useful skill. With a decisive motion, the supervisor tears the Poison Blood skill page from the others. He declares that he will choose this skill page, accepting the challenge it presents. The skill page disintegrates in Woo Jin Kim's hands, the power of the skill surging through him. Elsewhere, a figure wonders why Woo Jin Kim was chosen as the Hound. Another figure remarks that his Nimbus isn't really suitable for the role, but the first figure explains that his temperament is the closest to a dog within the guild. The first figure assures the other that they will get to know if they stick around with him. Whispers spread among the armored figures, their voices laced with disdain as they spoke of someone's dog-like behavior, bracing themselves for an imminent attack. The call to arms rings out, the armored figures preparing for battle. Sitting alone, a man reflects on his recent brush with death, acknowledging the reality of his survival. The scene shifts to Guamin Sports Park, where armed guards stand watch. Inside the park, a man notes the early arrival of several individuals. The bald man with the gold chain confidently asserts that this is his fourth attack, urging his companions to trust him and follow his lead. The man with the gold chain then asks when the last member is arriving. The group waits, the sound of an approaching vehicle growing louder. The man in the red turtleneck observes that it's the newcomer's first time, but he is taking his time. The woman with the long dark hair agrees, adding that he should be grateful they're including him and questioning the state of his gear. Another man comments on the newcomer's appearance, noting that he hasn't even properly received the guild supplies, and predicts that his first attack will likely be focused on surviving. Ignoring the late arrival of Woo Jin Kim, the group is instructed to proceed. Having made up their minds, the group decides to proceed as if one member is missing. The speaker reflects on having made up their mind and acquired a good weapon. The briefing continues, focusing on the target condition, eliminating all goblins in the E-rank Goblin's Lair dungeon. The supervisor, on the phone, demands to be told immediately if anyone has a problem or wishes to give up, also requesting an inventory check. A cadet gasps, awestruck by the sight of a new world. The team stands at the edge of a forest, bathed in sunlight, ready to face whatever lies ahead. A hooded figure, revealed to be Woo Jin Kim, feels as though he has entered a game. The bald warrior, overhearing him, insists that this is reality, not a game. The warrior warns everyone to stay alert, emphasizing that they only have one life, even in this new world. Woo Jin Kim examines the traces on a tree, realizing there seems to be a lot of goblins around. Someone calls out to Woo Jin Kim, confirming that is indeed his name. As the group prepares to set up camp, the leader asks if someone can scout ahead. Woo Jin Kim agrees to scout the area, his expression unreadable. The protagonist, Woo Jin Kim, ventures into the forest alone. The bald man with the sword remarks that Woo Jin Kim's scouting was surprisingly easy. Nearby, the bald man with the sword reveals his true intentions, plotting to hunt and take everything for himself and his group. The bald man with the sword and his group are using Woo Jin Kim as bait. Woo Jin Kim anticipated this betrayal, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The Messiah Guild headquarters pierces the night sky. Inside, a woman with long, flowing pink hair addresses the assembled group, her voice echoing through the chamber. Now, since we're all gathered here, the assembled members of the Messiah Guild sit in a circle, bathed in an ethereal blue light. Suzuki Eiichi, a new face among them, wonders if he is the newest member. The Messiah Guild members remain seated, their silence broken only by the soft thud of footsteps approaching. Jihu Yang of the Messiah Guild scoffs at the newcomer, Eiichi, calling him an arrogant bastard. Suzuki Eiichi introduces himself, holding a small, ornate knife in his hand. Eiichi stands before the seated members. He notes the familiar faces and decides he doesn't need to introduce himself. One of the members thinks that he has guts. The Messiah Guild Master, Sejun Lee, smiles faintly. Nice to meet you. I am Sejun Lee, the Messiah Guild Master, formally introduces himself. Sejun Lee stands before the assembled members, wondering what his role will be from now on. A surge of power erupts from Jihu Yang's hand, the energy crackling ominously. The hulking figure behind, Jihu Yang bristles at the perceived disrespect. He thinks to himself that the man is talking to the master like this again. The hulking figure wonders why the master brought this jerk here. He notes the names of other members of the Messiah Guild, Noda Haijuro, Master Archer, and Sakahara Ken, Master Swordsman. The hulking figure, visibly agitated, contemplates silencing Jihu Yang permanently, wondering why he holds a grudge. Jihu Yang prepares to strike, wondering if his actions are offensive. The hulking figure wonders if Jihu Yang's actions are because of what happened last time. The hulking figure, revealed to be John George, the king of the undead, glares down at Jihu Yang, noting that he still has a grudge. John George explodes in anger, declaring that Jihu Yang will pay for his perceived insolence. Jihu Yang stands defiant amidst the Messiah Guild, as the king of the undead orders him to stop. The tension mounts as John George's eyes narrow, his anger palpable. John George seethes, lamenting that he cannot act due to past events. John George vows to crush Jihu Yang's arrogance in due time. He cuts to the chase, his disembodied voice declaring that he's had enough of the pleasantries. Shinhai Park, leader of the Messiah Guild, stands firm, inquiring about the price of the earlier proposal. The unseen speaker wonders how much longer they have to wait. The speaker muses that if it's just about finding the location of the material, it shouldn't take too long. The scene shifts to the interior of Bamong, where two figures stand before a glowing inscription. John George, his expression unreadable, listens intently. 3 days, comes the reply. The unseen speaker finds the time frame acceptable, deeming it not bad. The perspective shifts to a lush, vibrant landscape, viewed from a high vantage point. A hand with elongated claws digs into the bark of a tree, leaving deep gouges. Woo Jin Kim, clinging to the tree trunk, reflects that the rumors he heard about this dungeon seem to be true. The protagonist, Woo Jin Kim, smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He examines the markings on the tree, finding a dark humor in the situation. The protagonist, Woo Jin Kim, reflects that everything he knows about exploring and fighting was taught to him by another. He recalls the advice. Any traces can be information that will help in surviving this dungeon. Information is important to simply increase the survival rate. Woo Jin Kim remembers being told that he just has to get stronger. Suzuki Eiichi stands tall, clad in armor. Woo Jin Kim thought Suzuki Eiichi's word were meant to be a lesson for him, but now he thinks that it was for Messiah. He realizes that not only was Suzuki Eiichi a ruthless killer for Messiah, he was also a loyal dog to them. Woo Jin Kim understands that those teachings will now turn into a blade and stab him in the back. Suzuki Eiichi launches a projectile towards Woo Jin Kim. Goblins appear, and Woo Jin Kim finds the situation amusing. Woo Jin Kim prepares to use a skill. He activates the skill, creating a blade of energy. Woo Jin Kim's focus sharpens, his grip tightening on the energy blade. Goblins, he now considers, are merely targets. He leaps into action, eager to test his poison blood skill. The energy blade slices through the air, striking a goblin with deadly force. The goblin is sent flying, the impact of the blow evident in its contorted features. The goblin is now affected by the skill, but the effects are yet to be seen. The goblin's face contorts in a grotesque grimace, its teeth bared in a silent scream. Woo Jin Kim observes the goblin, judging that the skill, despite its initial impact, doesn't seem very effective. His eyes narrow, a flicker of calculation in their depths. He is sent flying backwards as multiple goblins attack. He quickly recovers, summoning the energy blade once more. The goblins continue their assault, undeterred by the previous attack. Woo Jin Kim realizes that knowing their attack pattern is easy to predict, it won't be difficult to deal with them. He realizes that if he continues to delay, more goblins will gather. A blue, glowing whip materializes in Woo Jin Kim's hand. The whip cracks through the air, striking several goblins. The goblins are sent flying by the force of the goblin chief's whip. The goblins are overcome with fear, their stats visibly decreasing. Woo Jin Kim thinks to himself that it's a good thing he prepared this beforehand. The system displays the stats of the goblin chief's whip, a unique item that can instill terrible fear in goblins, increasing strength, base attack damage, and damage against goblins. Deep within the forest, a group of adventurers cautiously makes their way through the dense undergrowth. The adventurers are unaware of the danger lurking above, the rustling leaves hinting at a predator's presence. Suddenly, a pair of eyes widen in alarm as the adventurers are ambushed. A horde of goblins descends upon the group, their crude weapons raised for the attack. One of the goblins lunges at a witch, who cries out in fear as the attack connects. Blood splatters as the witch is struck, the severity of the blow immediately apparent. The witch's eye reflects the horror of the moment, the attack having clearly landed a devastating blow. The witch stumbles backward, her legs failing her as she collapses from the goblin's assault. An armored figure stands over the fallen witch, berating the others for their fear of mere goblins. With tears streaming down her face, the witch, JUSCOB, calls out to her appa. Two figures call out to JUSCOB, trying to encourage him. A voice echoes, revealing a hidden preparation. The bald man with the sword's face is revealed, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he thinks about his long sword. The bald man with the sword is struck by a surprise attack. The bald man with the sword is shocked by the sudden attack. A goblin's blade slices through the bald man with the sword, drawing blood. The bald man with the sword is sent crashing to the ground. From a distance, the witch, Shin Hye Park, and the red-haired knight call out to the bald man with the sword, revealing his name, JUSCOB. Surrounded by goblins, JUSCOB lies prone, his sword cast aside. JUSCOB grits his teeth in pain and frustration. Desperate, JUSCOB cries out for help as the goblins close in. Shin Hye Park berates her companions for their inaction, frustration evident on her face. The goblins' attack continues, the sounds of the struggle echoing through the forest. Another goblin charges forward, brandishing a crude weapon, eager to join the fray. The first goblin falls, succumbing to the combined assault of Shin Hye Park and the red-haired knight. The remaining goblin's face contorts in a mix of rage and fear as he witnesses the demise of his comrade. Meanwhile, a sinister grin spreads across the face of Woo Jin Kim, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The goblin, undeterred by the fate of his ally, continues his charge, unaware of the figure now standing behind him, Woo Jin Kim. Woo Jin Kim unleashes a dark, swirling energy, preparing to strike the unsuspecting goblin. The goblin's scream is cut short as the dark energy envelopes him, the attack landing with brutal force. The goblin collapses, defeated, as Woo Jin Kim's dark energy dissipates, leaving the creature broken and weeping. A surge of power emanates from Woo Jin Kim, signaling a significant shift in his abilities. Woo Jin Kim is bathed in light as he levels up, his power growing exponentially. A system message appears, indicating that the agent of the Dark World is now interested in Woo Jin Kim, and he has obtained the achievement, the Noticed One. He surveys the aftermath of his battle, noting that the cut line is lower than he initially thought. Even a whip is enough to deal with goblins, so it's silly to waste his time in a place like this. The protagonist scoffs at the memory of the stupid fools who swung their heavy swords around, believing they were necessary. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers sits around a campfire, their mood somber. One of the adventurers wonders what happened to the newcomer. Another replies that, judging by the lack of news, he's probably dead. The remaining adventurers express their anger, realizing that following the protagonist turned out to be a bad decision. One of them shouts at the protagonist, calling him a bastard. The adventurers' expressions of shock and anger are palpable as they realize the gravity of their situation. The adventurers are confronted by a hulking figure wielding a massive, spiked club, their expressions turning to terror. The sound of the club echoes through the forest as it connects with its target. Back at the goblin camp, a level-up notification shines above Woo Jin Kim, who stands victorious over the fallen goblins. A system message appears, informing Woo Jin Kim that the agent of the Dark World admired his ability and granted him the skill Skeleton Soldier. He immediately opens his catalog. Woo Jin Kim examines the book containing the Skeleton Soldier skill. He expresses his desire to acquire the skill already, while a narration box reveals that John George, the king of the undead, can control an entire army of the dead as if they were his own limbs. It was one of the most powerful skills that Woo Jin Kim had ever used. However, the skill was critically flawed in a way that allowed others to capture him, specifically the fact that only monsters killed by the caster could be used as sacrifices. That limitation was the fatal flaw. Woo Jin Kim, now back in the real world, thinks to himself that the skill would still allow him to save some time at least. A system notification appears. Woo Jin Kim has acquired the skill Skeleton Soldier. The protagonist, walking through the forest, realizes that it will be easier to hunt if he can distract the enemy's eyes. He extends his hand, preparing to use his new skill. Blue mana crackles around his fingers. The corpse of a goblin, killed by Woojin Kim, is surrounded by blue energy. The protagonist watches as the skeleton of the goblin begins to rise. Woojin Kim observes the newly summoned skeleton soldier, thinking to himself. The skeleton soldier's eyes glow with blue energy. The skeleton soldier stands over the fallen goblin, its sword dripping with blood. Woojin Kim realizes his magic stat is lower than he expected. He wonders if the low magic stat is because of something. Turning away from the skeleton and the goblin, Woojin Kim contemplates his magic stat. He thinks the skeleton is a bit too weak to use as his main attack. Woojin Kim decides to move on, despite his disappointment. Woojin Kim wonders if the corpses hanging from the tree are the remains of other players. He realizes that from goblins to dragons, they all exist to inflict harm on people, and they would not go easy on a beginner. Woojin Kim, accompanied by the skeleton soldier, rationalizes his ruthless approach to the monsters as they approach a cave entrance. The sound of combat echoes from within the cave, a flurry of blows exchanged in the darkness. Elsewhere, around a campfire, the bald man with the sword curses the goblins that have caused them so much trouble. Ju Xiab, the witch, looks to the bald man with the sword for guidance, asking what they should do now. The bald man with the sword, injured and weary, sits by the fire, thinking that he can't die like this. His eyes narrow with rage as he thinks of the goblins that brought him to this state, vowing that he can't just die like this. Ju Xiab tries to encourage the bald man with the sword, reminding him that they struggled a lot, but they can do it. The bald man with the sword looks up, confused by Ju Xiab's words, and asks what she means by no. One of the other party members points upwards, telling him that it's above his head, as the others look on, wondering what he is talking about. The bald man with the sword looks up, questioning what they are saying, as the words level up appear above him. A system message explains that the only case when your level rises even though you're idle is when a party member is still in combat. The bald man with the sword looks up in shock as he realizes that his level increased because Woojin Kim is still fighting. Far away, someone wonders if the newcomer is still alive. A hand holds a torch, illuminating the path ahead. The torchlight reveals the feet of fallen goblins. The bald man with the sword stands amidst a pile of burning wood and dead goblins, with a skeleton soldier nearby. He thinks that the most effective method to kill a goblin is fire. Woojin Kim, holding a ball of fire, thinks that there is nothing like this. The fire engulfs the pile of wood, burning the goblins. The flames erupt, incinerating everything in their path, including the skeleton soldier. The fire blazes intensely, casting a fiery glow on the bald man with the sword. A goblin's face is shown. The goblin wonders who is killing them. More goblins emerge from the darkness, ready to attack. The goblins lie dead on the ground. A piercing shriek echoes through the cavern. The remaining goblins, alerted by the cries of their comrades, rush forward, their own shrieks filling the air. They scramble over the uneven ground, eager to avenge their fallen kin. Unmoved by the approaching horde, Woojin Kim stands before the burning pyre, the skeleton soldier silently observing beside him. The flames engulf the makeshift pyre, consuming the goblins trapped within. Driven by desperation, the goblins claw at the burning logs, their faces contorted in agony. The inferno intensifies, the goblin struggles becoming increasingly futile. One goblin, its face illuminated by the blaze, unleashes a final, desperate cry. Woojin Kim watches impassively as the goblins writhe in the flames, their forms silhouetted against the intense light. The fire continues to rage, consuming everything in its path. The cavern is now filled with the oppressive heat and the acrid smell of burning flesh. A system message appears, declaring that the agent of the dark world is satisfied with his cruelty. The skeleton soldiers stand guard as the remnants of the goblin camp smolder in the distance. Woojin Kim observes the scene, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He muses that something is amiss. The dark-haired protagonist reflects on his earlier actions, disappointed that he couldn't see his target's face. He finds the task of clearing out the area tiresome and wonders if the target has another hiding place. A skeleton soldier's foot crunches on the ground as it patrols the area. The camera pans out to show the scale of the forest, the skeleton soldiers standing guard around the perimeter. Suddenly, the ground trembles as something massive approaches, disturbing the bones scattered across the ground. A monstrous green face, belonging to the goblin champion, looms into view. Woojin Kim sighs in relief, admitting he was starting to tire of the place, just as the goblin champion reveals himself. The dark-haired protagonist's eyes narrow as he expresses his desire for the goblin champion to emerge on his own. The goblin champion, a hulking figure with glowing red eyes, stands ready for battle. The goblin champion's arrival is announced. The monstrous maw of an orc, teeth bared, fills the frame. Many rookies lost their lives in this dungeon before the Messiah Guild could intervene, all because of this guy. Meeting him is the same as meeting a Grim Reaper. However, from now onwards, there will be no more victims. The skeleton soldier stands before Wo Jin Kim, awaiting its fate. The skeleton soldier takes a step forward. Woo Jin's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. Woo Jin Kim stands ready, the skeleton soldier poised before him. He wonders if it is waiting for a chance. The skeleton soldier's glowing eyes intensify. Woo Jin Kim observes the skeleton soldier. He notes that its expression has changed. A monstrous presence looms, its massive form filling the space with an oppressive aura. Elsewhere, the skeleton soldier continues its relentless march, unaware of the goblin lurking below. The goblin lunges, claws extended, aiming to cripple the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier, however, anticipates the attack, sidestepping the goblin's clumsy assault. With blinding speed, the skeleton soldier retaliates, its blade slicing through the goblin's leg. Observing the skeleton soldier's efficiency, Woo Jin Kim realizes something. Far away, a monstrous beast emerges, wreathed in flames. Panic grips the crowd as they witness the fiery monster's arrival. One man cries out, questioning how they're expected to fight such a thing. A leader urges them to focus their attacks on the legs. The leader explains that lowering its stability will increase their chances of winning. His gaze hardens with determination. The monster retaliates, its massive claw swiping at the ground, followed by a devastating stomp. The skeleton soldier's sword clashes against the fiery monster's leg, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. Meanwhile, Woo Jin Kim recognizes the skeleton soldier's fighting style. The skeleton soldier continues his assault, his blade meeting the goblin's crude weapon. The goblin is sent flying backwards from the force of the skeleton soldier's attack. Woo Jin Kim realizes that the skeleton soldier's combat style is familiar. He recognizes it as his own. Woo Jin Kim realizes that while magic skill points would affect the skeleton soldier, he didn't expect it to copy his combat style as well. The skeleton soldier recalls that before returning to the past, he had used all kinds of weapons existing in this world, and that even in the Messiah Guild, there was no one who could go against him one-on-one. The skeleton soldier prepares to demonstrate his skill. The skeleton soldier realizes he will have to change his plan. The sound of something ringing out echoes. Woo Jin Kim is surprised by a notification congratulating him on his blinding achievement and sending him a legendary skill book as a gift. The legendary skill book in hand, Woo Jin Kim grins, realizing the opportunity that lies before him. Meanwhile, at the dungeon's exit, an announcement blares. The dungeon has been cleared. The supervisor outside the dungeon expresses his shock at the news. The supervisor's shock intensifies as he realizes the implications of this unprecedented event. Back at the dungeon entrance, the players emerge through a swirling portal of blue energy. The supervisor struggles to comprehend how the players could have cleared the dungeon so quickly, barely a day passing. The supervisor exclaims his relief that the players have returned safely, as medical personnel attend to the injured. The supervisor wonders why only 4 people are being brought out, and questions what happened to Woo Jin Kim. The 4 players are shown tied up, seemingly prisoners. The man with glasses realizes that Woo Jin Kim is responsible for the situation. The supervisor is shocked as someone else emerges from the dungeon. A figure emerges from a swirling, blue portal, stepping back into the world. From somewhere in the crowd, a voice calls out, questioning if it's Woo Jin Kim who has returned. The figure, indeed Woo Jin Kim, walks forward, bathed in the portal's light. An ambulance and a small crowd await him. The supervisor, watching from the sidelines, is shocked. He mutters that Woo Jin Kim was alive and wonders how he cleared the dungeon alone. The supervisor's face contorts in disbelief and anger as he realizes the implications of Woo Jin Kim's return. Headlines blare across the news, painting a grim picture of the world's economy and the growing demands of players. The world seems to be bending to the whims of the players, their desires growing ever more insatiable. The news reports a players' tyranny scandal, highlighting the privilege granted to those who can close the dungeons. The Messiah Guild's recent dungeon clear is making waves, especially since they haven't requested any reward for clearing the 5/4 floor. The news anchor reports that Se Jun Lee has saved the world once again, with the Messiah Guild being the first to clear the 5/4 floor dungeon. Watching the broadcast, someone fumes about the Messiah Guild, their frustration palpable. The only story on the news is about them, fueling the anger further. Elsewhere, 2 men discuss the Messiah Guild's actions, one of them declaring that they're going to seem like trash who only care about money. The man with the blonde hair dismisses the news, asking what was up with the dungeon this time. The blonde-haired man listens as his companion recounts their near-death experience. It was all because Woo Jin Kim, the newbie, rushed headfirst into a goblin horde for an item. The man with the bandage presses on his wound, clearly still feeling the effects of the encounter. He asks if the other man understands what he went through. The blonde-haired man confirms that he understands, blaming Woo Jin Kim's clumsiness for the situation. He then asks if the rumor about the incident is true. The injured man confirms the rumor, though he doesn't elaborate on what it is. The man with the bandage continues his story, explaining that he jumped in to save Woo Jin Kim, which is why he ended up injured. The blonde-haired man questions why they shouldn't ask the guild to punish Woo Jin Kim. The injured man sighs, deciding to believe that he was just unlucky and that the newbie must have been desperate for money. The injured man thinks to himself that even if Woo Jin Kim was desperate for money, he can't let this be. He resolves to spread the word about the incident so the protagonist can't act the same way elsewhere. Elsewhere, a figure examines a wall covered in photos and documents. He reflects that, unlike the past, he can't be in close contact with Woo Jin Kim. He must be strong enough before the protagonist places his interest on him. The figure, revealed to be protagonist Woo Jin Kim, walks away from the wall, his expression unreadable. Close up on the wall reveals a document with a photo of an orc hunter, marked with the word dead. The figure resolves to start from the very end point of the connection that reaches to Woo Jin Kim, the orc hunter, and the dungeon. Back in the office, the blonde-haired man sits across from Woo Jin Kim. He suggests that perhaps the protagonist is trying to redeem himself because of the rumors going around. Woo Jin Kim replies that he doesn't know about the rumors, he just needs the money. A man warns that Woo Jin Kim's life is precious and that he shouldn't only worry about money. The man offers a loan, but the offer is quickly refused. The man decides he will handle things himself, seeing the rumors about him as a good thing and a pretext to act. Elsewhere, it seems the rumors surrounding Woo Jin Kim are true. The man with glasses acknowledges the rumors, but notes that Woo Jin Kim doesn't know his place. He then inquires about the status of the dungeon that the protagonist is trying to enter. The man is reminded that Yeongyu Jeon, the rising star of Yeongwon Park's faction, was annihilated trying to conquer the dungeon. The question hangs in the air. What should they do? The man recalls that the dungeon is one that even the rising star of Yeongwon Park's faction couldn't handle. Elsewhere, Se-Jun Lee, looking at his phone, is deemed unlikely to die a natural death. The man looking at his phone is supported, but with the caveat that to kill a hero, one must first. The man is told to grab hands with the villain, as he looks at a picture of Woo Jin Kim on his phone. The camera pans to Yeongwon Park in Chuncheon City Hall. A man calls out to Woo Jin Kim, confirming his identity as the protagonist approaches. The man, observing Woo Jin Kim's approach, wonders aloud if he truly came alone. Inside, a man relays rumors about Woo Jin Kim's difficult personality and inability to find allies. He then directs him to enter the dungeon. The man with glasses watches Woo Jin Kim enter the dungeon, internally calling him a crazy bastard for planning to enter alone, but ultimately deciding it's none of his business. Inside the dungeon, an ominous energy crackles in the air. Woo Jin Kim stands ready, a glowing sword materialized in his hand. A screen displays the dungeon's details. The third floor, C-rank difficulty, a maximum of 3 entries, and an entry condition of being below level 13, with a target being an orc hunter. Woo Jin Kim realizes this could be too much for him to handle at his current level. However, Woo Jin Kim prepares for battle, his glowing sword at the ready. Woo Jin Kim thinks to himself that if he can use the orc as a sacrifice to summon a skeleton soldier, the situation will change as he faces down a hulking orc. The orc hunter prepares to strike, his eyes filled with rage. The orc hunter lunges forward, swinging his crude weapon down at Woo Jin Kim. Woo Jin Kim is sent flying backward from the force of the orc hunter's attack. The orc hunter's sudden appearance catches Woo Jin Kim off guard. He realizes that even for a normal orc, its hide is too thick to be easily damaged. The protagonist, Woo Jin Kim, knows that with the orc hunter's strength, he would die instantly if he were hit even once. His only hope is to kill it and summon a skeleton soldier. Woo Jin Kim knows that it won't be impossible to clear this dungeon on his own. The orc hunter roars, preparing to strike. The orc hunter lunges forward, its massive foot threatening to crush Woo Jin Kim. The orc hunter's foot slams into the ground where Woo Jin Kim was standing moments before. Woo Jin Kim narrowly dodges the attack, retaliating with a flurry of slashes. The orc hunter, surprised by the counterattack, stumbles back. The orc hunter stands, now missing both of its legs, blood spurting from the wounds. Woo Jin Kim observes the beast, now legless. Woo Jin Kim declares that the orc hunter is no longer a dirty creature. A skeleton soldier has been summoned. Inside a dimly lit office, 2 figures sit in silhouette, their conversation unheard. The scene shifts to a closer view as one man asks what the other has been looking at. The man being questioned clicks his tongue, seemingly annoyed by the inquiry. The man gestures toward the clipboard, inviting the other to look if he's so curious. A close-up reveals the man's sharp gaze, hinting at the intensity of the situation. The man is shocked by what he sees on the clipboard, exclaiming in disbelief. The document on the clipboard reveals that a newbie, who hasn't even awakened for long, cleared a dungeon by himself. The older man observes that the newbie entered his second dungeon and cleared alone right from the start, finding it cheeky for someone who just had his ability awakened. The younger man, still in disbelief, questions how this is possible, remembering how much he struggled at first. The woman in heels strides confidently into the office, her colleague's words echoing in her mind. He seemed too gullible. Elsewhere, Secretary Lee stands before his superior, a clipboard in hand. He asks if there is a problem with his report. A close-up reveals the report in question, filled with detailed information. The man with glasses exclaims that it was Secretary Lee who made the report, which explains its high quality. He thinks to himself that the report was too perfect, wondering where the secretary got such high-quality information. The bald man with the sword is told that the information is trustworthy because Secretary Lee collected it. The bald man takes a sip of instant coffee, a habit that clearly irritates his colleague. A speech bubble reveals that he was told not to buy instant coffee because the speaker doesn't like it. The orc hunter, enraged, confronts the woman with pink hair, demanding to know her excuse. The orc hunter's demand hangs in the air. What is her excuse? The woman with pink hair calmly takes another sip of her instant coffee, unfazed by the outburst. She explains that she brought the instant coffee from when they had a meeting with the Phoenix Guild, and that the report was made with reusable paper. She continues to observe the orc hunter as he enjoys his instant coffee, declaring it the best. Meanwhile, the man with glasses praises Secretary Lee, wondering who else they could trust if not him. He then mutters about the secretary being stingy. The man with glasses reflects on why Secretary Lee is the way he is. An empty coffee cup sits on the table. The camera pans out to show the group sitting around a table, several empty coffee cups scattered about. Jusiab informs them that there weren't many good dungeons, and the few that existed were too expensive, so she's looking into it. She wonders if she should purchase a dungeon. The man with glasses asks about the dungeon they saved before. The orc hunter, beaming, asks what he means, implying there wouldn't be enough if they entered that one. The man with glasses, visibly annoyed, asks to be excused, wondering what that means. He complains that he just came out of a dungeon yesterday and shouldn't be made to rest for a bit. The orc hunter explains that if a person is too rested, it's easy to become lazy. He adds that for a person who has always worked hard, they are prone to be sick, and he's doing all this with a man with glasses. Jusiab thinks to herself that the orc hunter is an old man. The orc hunter holds his coffee cup. She stares directly at the orc, her expression unreadable. The orc is sent flying backwards, crashing through the air. The skeleton soldier is shattered into pieces. The orc's head is sent flying. Sitting atop the orc's corpse, Wo Jin Kim notes the low durability of his summoned skeletons due to his skill level. However, the black-haired protagonist has another trick up his sleeve. Woo Jin Kim recalls John George, the king of the undead, who he fought in a previous life. He resolves to learn one thing from the king of the undead. The orc's corpse collapses. A skeleton soldier has been summoned. Woo Jin Kim summons the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier is sent flying towards the orc. With the orc defeated, Woo Jin Kim's skeleton soldier stands tall, its bony frame radiating an eerie power. He thinks to himself that he can continue summoning as long as his magic power allows. He recalls the skeleton soldiers that were given to him. The skeleton soldiers are the same number as the collected sacrifices on this battlefield. Two orcs look on in shock. The orcs are defeated. Woo Jin Kim realizes that leveling up in this dungeon will be a bit ineffective, and that he should stop going against normal orcs and look for the orc hunter instead. He clenches his fist. He thinks that as a creature who hunts down his own, he thought he would be reigning the pack as the leader. He realizes that the orc hunter doesn't seem to hang out in a group. He realizes that now, the only place left is... Woo Jin Kim surveys the area, a skeleton soldier looming behind him. The skeleton soldier seems to question the protagonist's intentions. The skeleton soldier wonders if Woo Jin Kim is looking at something because he knows something. The protagonist scratches his head, dismissing the possibility of finding the orc hunter in this location. Woo Jin Kim realizes that this place won't have any useful monsters to sacrifice, except for the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier is struck by the protagonist's words. Woo Jin Kim decides he has to think of some other plan, as the skeleton soldier stands behind him. A raven perches atop a pile of bones, observing the scene. Elsewhere, a monstrous maw filled with jagged teeth awaits. The monstrous maw is revealed to be part of a massive skull, illuminated by the moon. The orc hunter stands victorious over a fallen foe. The orc hunter is injured, blood dripping from his face. The orc hunter lies on the ground, defeated. Blood pools around him, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Woo Jin Kim surveys the dungeon, his expression unreadable. He knows that a dungeon's boss monster possesses a physical ability that exceeds other normal creatures. The protagonist, Woo Jin Kim, knows it would be stupid to fight the boss without a plan, but he believes he can pierce its body with an arrow stained with poison blood. The arrow, tipped with a deadly substance, awaits its moment. Nearby, a skeleton soldier stands guard, unaware of the impending battle. The orc hunter lurks, its red eyes gleaming with anticipation. The orc hunter bares its fangs, ready to strike. With a mighty leap, the orc hunter lunges forward. Reacting instantly, the skeleton soldier charges to intercept the orc hunter. The skeleton soldier swings its blade, a desperate attempt to defend against the Orc Hunter's assault. The Orc Hunter and the Skeleton Soldier clash, their battle joined in a burst of energy. The Orc Hunter's rage is palpable, his red eyes burning with a desire for battle. Nearby, the Skeleton Soldier stands ready, its bony frame a stark contrast to the Orc Hunter's muscular form. His bloody red eyes are a clear sign that he hunts down his own kind. Meanwhile, Woo Jin Kim prepares a shot, knowing he must aim precisely. He knows that the monster's thick skin is tough, and he must aim for its only weakness. The Orc Hunter and the Skeleton Soldier charge at each other, weapons raised, ready to strike. The Skeleton Soldier lunges, its sword aimed at the Orc Hunter. Time seems to slow as the Orc Hunter's eye focuses on the incoming attack. With a guttural roar, the Orc Hunter retaliates, swinging his own weapon. The clash of steel and bone echoes through the air as the two warriors collide. The Orc Hunter's face contorts in pain as the Skeleton Soldier's attack lands. Blood splatters as the arrow, fired by Woo Jin Kim, finds its mark. The Orc Hunter reels, the poison from the arrow coursing through his veins. Woo Jin Kim observes that the orc is affected by the poison blood. The weaker the area, the faster the poison spreads. The Orc Hunter stares in disbelief as he faces his attacker. The system informs that due to the poison blood skill, the Orc Hunter's health will continuously decrease. The poison visibly takes its toll, blood dripping from the Orc Hunter's face. The Skeleton Soldier advances, its bony footfalls echoing in the dungeon. The Orc Hunter realizes the poison is potent enough to produce a significant effect. The Skeleton Soldier raises its sword, preparing to strike the weakened Orc Hunter, while Woo Jin Kim watches from a distance. The Skeleton Soldier's sword cleaves through the air, landing a blow on the Orc Hunter as Woo Jin Kim observes. The system displays an alert. The Orc Hunter has defeated the Orc Hunger, cleared the dungeon, and leveled up. He can return after 1 hour. Woo Jin Kim, surrounded by the remains of his enemies, notes that the Orc Hunter seems to have consumed everything in his path and wonders if a member of Yeonwon Park's faction is inside. Woo Jin Kim realizes something is amiss. It becomes clear that the injury the Orc Hunter sustained was not inflicted by the orc. Judging by the scene, Woo Jin Kim realizes the victim was attacked from behind, a method employed by someone accustomed to murder. Whether it was intentional murder or not remains uncertain, but the symbol of the Phoenix Guild looms large over the scene. If they're part of Yeonwon Park's faction of the Phoenix Guild, it's not a far-fetched claim. He realizes there isn't enough time left in this dungeon, and wonders how he will be able to find that guy's traces. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting an eerie glow on the landscape. The entrance to a cave beckons. Woo Jin Kim notes that there's a cave in a place like this. He observes that the entrance is big enough to only let one person pass through. Inside, a Skeleton Soldier stands guard, its presence a silent warning. Woo Jin Kim notices the corpse is oddly clean and isn't that damaged like the other, which means while his comrades were getting eaten, he escaped by himself and counted the days until his death. He realizes this is an action worthy of the Phoenix Guild. A sinister smile spreads across someone's face, especially if it was the rising star of Yeonwon Park's faction, John. There's no place more suitable for this kind of person than here. He flips through the pages of a book, a puzzled expression on his face. He wonders what it could be. The man continues to examine the book, wondering if it's a diary. Flipping through the pages, he doesn't find anything that seems important. His eyes narrow, a realization dawning on him. The man realizes that this is the black list of Yeonwon Park's faction. John. YG smiles, thinking that his luck is good. He believes he will be able to make good use of this information. A system notification chimes, congratulating the agent of the Dark World for a blinding achievement and rewarding him with a legendary skill page. The notification declares a legendary rank. The agent of the Dark World smirks, never imagining he would obtain this. The agent of the Dark World holds up a glowing card, revealing it to be the Eye of Anubis, a skill that allows him to glimpse the memories of the dead. The agent of the Dark World, Woo Jin Kim, acknowledges the power he now holds, the ability to glimpse into the memories of the dead. Woo Jin Kim's arm bulges with newfound strength. He reflects that whatever luck he lacked in his previous life is finally catching up to him. Another alert confirms that Woo Jin Kim has acquired the Eye of Anubis and obtained the achievement, the legendary successor. They say that the dead cannot speak, but Woo Jin Kim is about to change that. However, Woo Jin Kim clutches a skull mask, his expression grim as he prepares to use the Eye of Anubis. Woo Jin Kim declares that the past is now in the past, his eyes glowing with newfound power. The Eye of Anubis activates, its power surging through Woo Jin Kim as he prepares to delve into the memories of the dead. As the Eye of Anubis begins to open, a surge of dark energy emanates from Woo Jin Kim. The system announces the opening of the Eye of Anubis. The power of the eye explodes outward, a torrent of blue energy. The energy coalesces into the form of a skeletal warrior, its eyes burning with blue light. The memories of the dead begin to surface, fragments of their final moments swirling around the battlefield. The memories reveal the brutal reality. Orcs are hunting humans, and Yongyu is calling for help before his demise. Another memory surfaces, showing a man in armor desperately trying to escape. The armored man's thoughts echo with desperation. He cannot die here. The memories paint a grim picture. This is a human hunt. The memories become more vivid, revealing the brutal truth. This is a crime. A final memory surfaces, showing a man's face, confident because he has someone behind him. The man's memory reveals his ambition, to become the owner of the Phoenix Guild one day. Seated in a plush chair, a figure sits in contemplation, bathed in the room's crimson light. The name Park Yongwon hangs in the air, a spectral echo of a life now past. His eyes blazing with newfound knowledge, the memories of the dead surge within him. The skull before him becomes a conduit, a gateway to the past, its empty sockets glowing with spectral energy. The skull lies broken on the ground, the weight of the memories it held now released. Clutching his head, the memories of the dead assault him, leaving him reeling from the experience. The memories flood his senses, the realization dawning on him. He has witnessed the final moments of another's life. He reflects on the unpleasantness of peering into a dead man's past, acknowledging that his magic power was more potent than he initially believed, and that his preparation is now complete. He resolves to use the information gleaned from the dead man's memories, combined with the list he found, to approach his target, no matter how careful they may be. The camera pans up to a modern building, its clean lines and stark architecture hinting at the secrets hidden within. A bloodied fist clenches, a silent promise of violence to come. He kneels on the ground, a bloody knife lying near his outstretched hand, as his superior berates him for allowing another player to conquer the dungeon. The subordinate's face is a mess of blood and bruises, a testament to the dressing down he's receiving. The superior declares that he will take care of the person who conquered the dungeon, and asks if he should take care of the subordinate as well. The superior, a bald man in a suit, stands over his subordinate, questioning how he could fail so spectacularly. He then asks his secretary, Secretary Kim, if there is a need for more words. Secretary Kim, a woman with short, reddish-blonde hair, apologizes and promises to act right away. The subordinate clutches a newspaper with a headline, "A plus rank one-story dungeon discovered," begging for his life. He continues to beg for another chance as the superior and Secretary Kim stand impassively by the door. The door opens, suggesting the subordinate's fate is sealed. The newspaper headline reads, "Korea's second A+ dungeon below level 20. Nothing too amazing, though," as someone comments that the dungeon conqueror is fairly competent. Secretary Kim confirms that the dungeon conqueror doesn't have a good reputation within the guild. The rumors surrounding the dungeon conqueror are that he left his party members alone in the first dungeon and kept all the rewards for himself, though it is not confirmed. The superior reads the newspaper, thinking that whether the rumors are true or not, the problem is the dungeon conqueror's reputation in the guild. It will be difficult for him to grow from here, since he can't always go around alone. The phone rings, and a voice informs the person on the other end that Kim Woo-jin has requested a meeting. The person receiving the call seems intrigued. The supervisor, holding a newspaper, muses that Kim Woo-jin walking into the lion's den is interesting. The report on the tablet shows the Phoenix Guild was assigned 20 slots after the bidding for the A+ rank dungeon. Despite the slots being well assigned, the supervisor knows there are still difficulties. 3 factions, including Park Yongwon's, are fiercely competing over the 20 empty slots. The supervisor stands by the window, contemplating the situation. The Phoenix Guild has 20 slots, but even if they divide it into 6 slots each for 3 factions, the question of who would take the extra 2 slots remains. The supervisor's subordinate confirms that there are 3 factions, but only 2 slots left, making it a difficult situation. He wonders why they haven't reached an agreement. Since it's an A+ dungeon, there's a higher chance for a rare item to appear. Furthermore, as it is a one-story dungeon, the efficacy is good as well, the supervisor thinks to himself. The subordinate believes that the factions probably won't yield to each other, as everyone is overflowing with confidence. He wonders if they even know what kind of things can happen. The supervisor loosens his tie, finding the situation with the dungeon to be a pain. The subordinate asks if there is anyone who isn't part of a faction applying for the remaining 2 slots. The supervisor responds negatively. The phone rings again, and the supervisor is informed that Mr. Park Yongwon has called. The supervisor wonders why Park Yongwon is calling, as the situation is already complicated enough. The supervisor's voice echoes clearly. Yes, this is him speaking. The support supervisor, leans forward, a look of surprise creasing his face as he listens intently to the other end of the line. What? The supervisor's subordinate stands nearby as he hears the name that has caused such a reaction. Kim Woo-jin. The supervisor's brow furrows, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. What are you suddenly talking about? The supervisor concludes the call, stating, "Yes, I see. I shall contact you again." The subordinate watches as the supervisor leans over his desk, deep in thought. The call has clearly unsettled him. The supervisor relays the information he has just received, explaining that Kim Woo-jin is requesting to be put into one of the 2 remaining dungeon slots, without the other factions knowing. The subordinate, processing the implications, asks if this means that Kim Woo-jin has become part of Park Yeon-won's faction. The supervisor explains that they don't know the full story, but it's possible that Woo-jin Kim is being used as a disposable card in this dungeon. The subordinate wonders if the other factions will fight over the remaining dungeon slot, if that's the case. The supervisor explains that the other factions wouldn't care too much, and that Park Yeon-won is willing to yield to them if Woo-jin Kim is placed in the dungeon, so they would just have to mediate between the 2 remaining factions. He realizes that Park Yeon-won is an amazing strategist to prepare a card called Kim Woo-jin behind everyone's backs. The supervisor concludes that Park Yeon-won could be pretending to give up this time in order to benefit from it next time. Anyways, the question hung in the air. What was the deal with Kim Woo-jin? How had he managed to get a meeting with Park Yeon-won? Meanwhile, in another location, a subordinate questioned the supervisor's decision. Why had he accepted Kim Woo-jin's proposal? The scene shifts to a close-up of a book, adorned with an ornate, winged emblem. It was brought in with something like that. Park Yeon-won dismissed the concerns. There were no useful guys left, and Kim Woo-jin was someone he could manipulate and discard when he was no longer needed. It was easier to throw away a guy like that after using him. 1 hour prior to this meeting, Park Yeon-won had already decided that they didn't need Kim Woo-jin anymore. Back in the present, Park Yeon-won held the book, questioning if Kim Woo-jin even knew what it was. The scene shifts again, revealing Kim Woo-jin sitting across from Park Yeon-won. He admitted to looking at the contents of the book. Park Yeon-won then questioned why he had come, if not to use the book as blackmail for money. Park Yeon-won smirked, thinking that Kim Woo-jin believed something like this, blackmail, could affect him. Park Yeon-won's face contorted in a sneer as he thought to himself, "Me? Park Yeon-won?" Kim Woo-jin, surrounded by intimidating figures, declared that he came with a proposal, not blackmail. Kim Woo-jin revealed that he wanted to enter the A+1 story dungeon, which was a hot topic these days. Park Yeon-won was taken aback, questioning what he meant. Park Yeon-won scoffed at the request. He laughs, calling Kim Woo-jin a funny bastard for his unexpected request. The supervisor questions if he is even aware of what kind of dungeon it is that he's asking about. Kim Woo-jin confirms that he knows it's the dungeon that guilds like the Messiah and the Phoenix are fighting over because there are a limited number of slots. The supervisor wonders aloud about a person who knows that and still wants to enter that battlefield. The sound of a hand slamming on the table punctuates the supervisor's thought, declaring that Kim Woo-jin is insane. Park Yeon-won says that he shall do what Kim Woo-jin wants, but Park Yeon-won states that it's on one condition. Gyeonggi University looms in the distance, a silent witness to the events unfolding. Inside a darkened room, a figure watches a broadcast detailing the Orc Champions colony, ranked A+. The speaker on the broadcast explains that the dungeon contains at least 1,000 orcs, information readily available in the dungeon report. The broadcast details the colony of the Orc Champion, specifying the dungeon floor and target conditions. Hunt down 1,000 orcs and the Orc Champion, with entry restricted to 150 people below level 20. The hooded figure reflects on a past attack, where the survivors numbered few. The speaker recalls that almost half of the participants had died in that past event, estimating around 70 people. The hooded figure acknowledges that only elite players from each guild have gathered. The figure muses that nearly half of the deaths couldn't have been caused by monsters alone, implying foul play. The scene shifts to a stage, bathed in bright lights, where the speaker addresses the gathered players, despite a lack of evidence. The hooded figure realizes there's a high likelihood that murder happened amongst the players, a chance to reduce competition and steal items. Also within this dungeon, the hooded figure continues his investigation. The reward for defeating the Orc Champion was the Orc Rod's Fong, but the Messiah Guild received it for their contribution. The scene shifts to a man in a suit handing the Orc Rod's Fong to a blonde woman. Reflecting on the event, she realizes that something about it was unnatural. The woman recalls that the man may have already been corrupted at that time. Back in the dungeon, the hooded figure approaches a door marked 1104. The hooded figure walks down a long hallway, his thoughts turning to the Messiah Guild. He suspects they planted a spy in other guilds instead of focusing on the dungeon. He considers that if he were to predict their next action based on his past memories, it would probably be. The scene shifts to a view of the city, with a glowing symbol hovering above. The symbol is seen again above a large crowd of people. The players are now entering the dungeon. A group of people are seen standing together, representing the Messiah Guild. Another group of people are seen standing together, representing the Phoenix Guild. The Lion and Skull Guilds stand in stark contrast, their leaders exuding an air of quiet menace. Elsewhere, Woo-jin Kim stands among a crowd, his expression unreadable. The Messiah Guild begins their advance, their formation precise and disciplined. Woo-jin Kim adjusts his hood, a predatory glint in his eyes, as he thinks about snatching the Orc Rod's Fong. Confusion ripples through the ranks as members of another guild struggle to locate their own group amidst the throng. A commanding voice booms out, ordering the Messiah Guild to the front lines. Awe and admiration ripple through the crowd as they witness the Messiah Guild's swift and efficient formation. Despite the Messiah Guild's initial advantage, a seasoned warrior recognizes that their early lead may not guarantee ultimate victory, especially with at least 1,000 orcs ahead. A shout rings out, declaring the presence of an orc. The hulking orc descends the cavern wall, its eyes set on the approaching party. The party members notice the orc, bracing themselves for a fight. A confident knight in shining armor smirks, certain that their messiah will easily defeat the orc. The skilled fighter of a tenacious life has been activated, preparing the knight for the upcoming battle. The knight charges forward, leaving a trail of displaced water in his wake. The orc and the knight clash, the force of their impact shaking the very ground beneath them. The knight's shield shatters under the orc's brutal assault. The force of the blow sends the knight flying backwards, his armor splintering. The orc continues its relentless assault, smashing the knight against the cavern wall. The knight's face is revealed as he's pinned against the wall, a look of shock and pain etched across his features. The messiah, Se-Jun Lee, raises his hand, preparing to unleash a powerful attack against the orc. The skill of the control restrain has been cast on the orc, binding him in place. With the orc restrained, Se-Jun Lee prepares to strike, a radiant aura enveloping him. The orc, now helpless, can only glower in impotent rage. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble, the forest blurring with the force of the unseen tremor. The tremors intensify, shaking the very foundations of the world. The source of the disturbance remains unseen, a silent threat looming. The ground cracks beneath their feet as the tremors grow stronger, the restrained orc now forgotten in the face of this new danger. A man in the distance, accompanied by another, cries out in alarm, wondering if it's an earthquake. Another man, armored and pointing towards the forest, insists it's not an earthquake, but something at the back of the forest. The forest floor glows with an eerie blue light, the source of the tremors drawing closer. A group of armored figures stand ready, their weapons drawn, facing the unseen threat emerging from the depths of the forest. The orc, still restrained, is now being consumed by a dark, purple energy, the source of the earthquake revealed. The orc hunter, now consumed by dark energy, is struck by the armored figures. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. Blood splatters across the ground as the impact reverberates. The armored figures continue their assault, striking down the remaining orcs. The orc hunter is sent flying through the air, a ragdoll amidst the chaos. The armored figures relentlessly pursue their targets, their attacks echoing through the battlefield. The sounds of battle intensify as the armored figures close in. Far above the fray, a group of mages prepares a counterattack, their hands glowing with arcane energy. Below, the armored figures hear the call to arms. It's time. The armored figures surge forward, their leaders shouting, "Let's go." The armored figures clash with the remaining orcs, a brutal melee erupting. High above, a hooded figure watches the battle unfold. As I expected, no one is going to notice if I disappear. A sinister smile plays on the hooded figure's lips, his eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. He realizes he should seize this chance to pinpoint the orc champion's location. The guilds, he knows, will attempt to reduce the number of orcs to minimize casualties, but the true objective is to eliminate the orc champion and all 1,000 orcs. After the 1,000 orcs are dealt with, the guilds will begin their search for the orc champion, but until that moment, he will act. He believes he should be able to acquire the orc champion's fong within the time limit. Below, the orc champion's lair is revealed, guarded by several orcs. The orc champion, a hulking figure, stands ready. The orc champion's fong drips with blood. The orc hunter is sent flying backwards by an unseen force. The force continues to send him crashing through the cavern. A horde of orcs stands ready, awaiting their champion's return. The orc champion's fist slams into the ground, creating a shockwave. The orc champion stands tall, his massive frame radiating power. The orc champion's eyes glow with menacing intent. The orc champion roars, his massive tusks bared in a fearsome display. The orc hunter is sent crashing into a wall, the impact leaving a deep fissure. The wall cracks further under the force of the blow. The orc champion surveys his horde, his presence commanding and absolute. From a distance, Woo Jin Kim observes the scene, realizing the wisdom of his retreat. It was a good thing to follow the orc that ran away from the battle. Woo Jin Kim's eyes widen as he recognizes the figure before him. Is that guy the orc champion? He assesses the orc champion, realizing the foe is stronger than he initially anticipated. Meanwhile, the hooded figure believes his luck is holding, thinking the enemy is sending underlings to fight. Elsewhere, the armored man is aware that others are fighting at the front. The hooded figure smirks, thinking he could head towards the orc champion, who would be left alone. The orc hunter decides he should target the orc champion first. The orc champion confidently declares that orcs aren't a big deal at all. The armored man asks how many orcs are approaching. The armored man urges his group to push on ahead, noting that there weren't as many orcs as he had expected, suggesting the main force is elsewhere. The armored man pauses, sword in hand, as he considers the situation. One of the armored man's subordinates informs him that a large number of orcs are heading towards them. The hooded figure asks how many orcs are approaching. The hooded figure learns that approximately 900 to 1,000 orcs are approaching, and decides to leave it for the day, realizing they need more equipment to face such a large force. The battlefield is littered with the bodies of fallen orcs, a testament to the brutal conflict that has just transpired. A group of armored figures stands amidst the carnage, their voices raised in defiance. The armored figures challenge the authority of those who dare to command them. They identify themselves as members of the Lion Guild, declaring their intent to press forward. A member of the Lion Guild relays urgent news. A large army of orcs is rapidly approaching their location, threatening to overwhelm them. The armored man with silver hair acknowledges the importance of competition between guilds, but stresses the necessity of cooperation in the face of such a dire threat. Despite the impending danger, a lone figure in a red cape confidently declares that they will all die in this dungeon, seemingly unfazed by the approaching orc army. The silver-haired armored man stands alongside a bald figure wielding a massive axe, their expressions unreadable as they face an unseen threat. The bald figure with the axe coldly states that the others shouldn't have entered in the first place, hinting at a deeper understanding of the dungeon's dangers. The silver-haired armored man and the bald figure observe a group of people carrying another person, their destination unknown as they navigate the treacherous dungeon. A disembodied voice expresses disbelief at the others' actions, labeling them as crazy bastards. The silver-haired armored man remains stoic, his gaze fixed on an unseen point as the situation unfolds around him. The silver-haired armored man suggests moving to a safe location to rest and prepare for the next battle, prioritizing strategic retreat over reckless confrontation. The scene fades as the group prepares to move, the glowing symbol hinting at the magic or power that permeates this dangerous dungeon. The skeleton soldier's glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a silent signal. Above, the orc champion's fangs are bared in anticipation of the coming battle. Below, two skeleton soldiers patrol the cavern, their bony feet echoing in the vast space. The orc champion looms large, his massive form radiating a palpable sense of power. The orc champion stands ready, his crude armor a testament to his brutal strength. With a mighty stomp, the orc champion crushes the ground beneath him, a display of dominance. Emerging from the shadows, Woo Jin Kim stands defiant before a towering skeleton soldier. Woo Jin Kim unleashes a flurry of attacks, purple energy crackling as he targets the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldier is blasted apart by the force of the attack, its bones scattering. The orc champion activates the Orc Lord's Fong, a surge of power coursing through him. Empowered by the artifact, the orc champion unleashes a devastating attack, purple energy erupting around him as he targets Woo Jin Kim and the skeleton soldier. The orc champion roars, his power amplified by the Orc Lord's Fong. Fueled by the Orc Lord's Fong, the orc champion slams his weapon down, obliterating the remaining skeleton soldiers. Witnessing the display of power, Woo Jin Kim realizes the situation has become far more dire. "No way," he exclaims. The force of the orc champion's blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The orc champion, now unopposed, turns his attention towards Woo Jin Kim. The Orc Lord's Fong pulses with dark energy, its power now fully unleashed. The orc champion swings his weapon down with incredible speed, the force behind it amplified by the Fong's dark magic. The blow connects, sending dust and debris flying as the orc champion's attack lands. The remnants of the skeleton soldiers are swept away by the sheer force of the attack. The orc champion stands triumphant amidst the destruction. The dark energy continues to radiate from the Orc Lord's Fong, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Woo Jin Kim, observing the aftermath, realizes the skeleton soldiers were not as effective as he had hoped. The skeleton soldier isn't lasting as long as I expected. The tip of Woo Jin Kim's spear is stained with the blood of his enemies, a testament to the battles he has fought. He knew there was only one chance to strike. The last remaining skeleton soldier was distracting the orc champion, providing the perfect opportunity. The skeleton soldier lunged forward, attempting to strike the orc champion. A crimson spear hurtled through the air. The orc champion's eyes narrowed, focusing on the incoming threat. The spear pierced through the orc champion's defenses. The orc champion managed to dodge the brunt of the attack, but not before realizing that the spear wielder, Woo Jin Kim, was stronger than he had anticipated. The orc champion stumbled backward, momentarily thrown off balance. The skeleton soldier was sent flying from the force of the orc champion's counterattack. The orc champion's massive form crashed down, his foot connecting with the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier shattered upon impact. Woo Jin Kim's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the orc champion. The orc champion swings its massive shield, The force of the blow aimed directly at Woo Jin Kim. The shield connects, shattering the skeleton soldier that stood in the way. The remains of the skeleton soldier scatter across the ground. The orc champion's power undeniable. The orc champion roars, its glowing eyes fixed on Woo Jin Kim. Woo Jin Kim realizes the situation is more troublesome than he initially thought. The protagonist, now visible, assesses the situation with a grim expression. He realizes he needs to change his plan. A crude necklace, crafted from a massive tooth, hangs prominently on the orc champion's chest. The orc champion's orc lord's Fong makes him impossible to fight. Woo Jin Kim realizes, and his own magic power isn't enough to win this battle, so he decides to retreat. The orc champion towers over Woo Jin Kim, axe in hand, a truly fearsome sight. Woo Jin Kim wonders why the orc champion isn't pursuing him. The orc champion turns his head, a sign that he might actually give chase. The orc champion decides that chasing after an escaping enemy is too much of a bother. Indeed, the orc champion is behaving exactly as expected of an A+ dungeon boss, and Woo Jin Kim is grateful he can freely run away. However, Woo Jin Kim plummets downwards, vowing that when he returns, he'll make them regret letting him go. Woo Jin Kim continues to fall through the darkness. As Woo Jin Kim fell, a group of armored figures stood amidst the cavernous trees, one questioning the identity of the falling figure. The armored man, his face obscured by shadow, wondered if anyone else besides the Lion Guild had escaped the battle. One of the armored figures addressed their master, speculating that the falling figure might have discovered the orc champion before them. The master, his expression stern, cautioned against jumping to conclusions, unsure if the figure was returning or had simply found the orc champion. The master insisted that they shouldn't trust anyone before confirming it with their own eyes, adding that the item dropped from an A+ dungeon boss should be claimed by their Lion Guild no matter what. The armored figure, his face still obscured, remained silent, listening intently to his master's orders. The group of armored figures approached the bodies of fallen orcs, their expressions grim as they surveyed the scene. The master's eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene before him, realizing the gravity of the situation. The armored man stood over the body of a fallen orc, his sword drawn, his face a mask of disbelief. The armored man exclaimed, surprised that he hadn't heard anything about another monster besides the orcs appearing here, but then considered that this might not be a monster at all. The armored man realized that the figure was not a monster at all, as the camera panned up to reveal Woo Jin Kim falling. The camera focused on Woo Jin Kim as he fell, his cape billowing behind him, the scene a testament to his desperate retreat. An unknown man demands that someone reveal themselves. The figure, whose face is obscured, questions if his target believes they will be safe after everything that has happened. A scream echoes, accompanied by a splatter of blood. Elsewhere, Woo Jin Kim notes that no factions are present to take interest in him. The mood around the campfire is somber, making it feel like a funeral. Woo Jin Kim walks through a graveyard. He reflects on how many people have died right from the first day. Woo Jin Kim wonders if the fight between the guilds has already started as predicted. Someone calls out to Woo Jin Kim, commenting on his disheveled appearance, but he retorts that he could say the same for them. The man asks if Woo Jin Kim overdid himself despite his abilities, then proudly proclaims that their Haiti guild is still lively as ever. The conversation continues, with one of the armored figures inquiring about news from other guilds. The other armored man replies that the Lion Guild seems to have taken the most damage. The first man questions how it's possible for so many to go missing, wondering if it's more than just one or two. The armored man expresses his fear of becoming monster food, prompting an apology from his companion, who retracts his statement. A crackling campfire burns, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding landscape. The first armored man admits that the situation is bothering him due to its strangeness, noting that a normal case would have obvious explanations. The second armored man acknowledges the deaths and injuries, hoping there's at least one survivor among the missing. The first armored man emphasizes that a person's life should always be prioritized over items. Meanwhile, Woo Jin Kim walks through a desolate landscape, lost in thought. The armored man reflects on the unlikelihood of multiple parties being annihilated in a single day, even in an A+ ranked dungeon. The second armored man concludes that there's definitely something else behind the disappearances. Woo Jin Kim realizes that his plan is likely to fail if his soldiers become weaker, resolving to be busier starting tomorrow. Birds scatter across the sky, fleeing from the impending battle. The orcs advance, their crude weapons ready to strike. The sheer number of orcs becomes apparent as they surge forward through the forest. Sejun Lee grits his teeth, realizing the situation is even more dire than he anticipated. Damn it, isn't this a bit too much? An armored man shouts at the others to focus on the fight, acknowledging the endless nature of the battle. The horde of orcs continues its relentless advance, their numbers seemingly endless. The armored man and his companions stand ready, bracing themselves against the overwhelming force of the approaching orcs. An orc champion roars, his massive form dwarfing the others as he prepares to strike. The Orc Champion's attack obliterates the surrounding forest, showcasing his immense power. The force of the Orc Champion's attack sends shockwaves through the air. Sejun Lee observes the battlefield, realizing the gravity of the situation. He notes that he won't be able to inflict a fatal injury on the Orc Champion. Sejun Lee considers his options, knowing that using the skeleton soldiers as bait won't work because their durability is too low. He acknowledges that he has the necessary items. He pauses, a thought striking him. The strategy against the orcs is forming in Sejun Lee's mind. He wonders aloud if the newly summoned skeleton soldiers know how to use ranged weapons. High above, the armored man continues his ascent, seemingly oblivious to the battle brewing below. The armored figure scales the cliff face with practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise. Below, Sejun Lee draws his sword, preparing to face the ORC champion and his horde. The ORC champion, eyes glowing with power, declares that round 2 is about to begin. The Orc Lord's Fong is activated, bathing the ORC champion in an ethereal blue light. The ground erupts as the ORC champion's power surges, sending debris flying in all directions. The ORC champion, now fully empowered, roars with savage fury, ready to crush anyone who stands in his path. Sejun Lee stands firm against the onslaught, his sword gleaming as he prepares to meet the ORC champion's charge. The ORC champion's massive axe cleaves through the air, a testament to his raw strength and brutal intent. The axe connects, sending a shockwave through the battlefield as the ORC champion's attack lands. The Orc champion swings his crude axe, ready to cleave his foe in two. His eyes glow with savage intent as he focuses on the armored figure before him. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers continue their relentless pursuit, closing the distance. The Orc champion's axe slams into the ground, the force of the blow pulverizing the earth. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards, the skeleton soldiers unaffected as they continue their advance. The skeleton soldiers launch arrows, their trajectory aimed with deadly precision. The arrows descend like rain, each one a potential death sentence. The Orc champion roars, his frustration mounting as the skeleton soldiers relentlessly attack. High above, the hooded figure watches the unfolding events, noting that the skeleton soldiers are behaving exactly as predicted. The hooded figure smirks, confident that everything is proceeding according to plan. With a burst of speed, Wo-Jin Kim drops from above, his blade poised to strike. The descent is rapid, the ground rushing up to meet him as he closes in on his target. Below, the ORC champion, oblivious to the danger, remains unaware of the approaching threat. The ORC champion finally notices the glint of the blade, but it's too late to react. Wo-Jin Kim plunges his sword downwards, aiming for a swift and decisive strike against the ORC champion. Blood begins to drip from the ORC champion's side, a testament to the precision of the attack. The ORC champion roars in pain and surprise, finally registering the attack. The ORC champion clutches at the wound, his massive frame reeling from the sudden assault. With a final, desperate act, the ORC champion snaps off one of his own tusks, preparing to use it as a makeshift weapon. Having obtained the Orc Lord's Fong, a surge of power courses through Wo-Jin Kim. The Orc Lord's Fong immediately begins to weaken the ORC champion, diminishing his strength and attack power. The ORC champion's defenses are further compromised by the Fong's power. The ORC champion is sent crashing to the ground, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. The force of the ORC champion's fall sends Wo-Jin Kim flying backwards as well. Despite the weakening effects of the Fong, the ORC champion remains a formidable opponent. Adding to his woes, the ORC champion is now poisoned by blood toxin, further hindering his combat abilities. The ORC champion finds himself surrounded by skeleton soldiers. Their bony forms a stark contrast to his brute strength. Wo-Jin Kim, recovering from the blow, clings to the cliff face, observing the ORC champion's predicament. Wo-Jin Kim smirks, realizing that with the Orc Lord's Fong, his attacks will finally be effective. The Orc Lord's Fong glows with a faint light, its power resonating within Wo-Jin Kim. The Orc Lord's Fong, a legendary item, grants increased stamina, attack power, and physical defense, along with bonus damage against orcs. Now empowered by the Orc Lord's Fong, Wo-Jin Kim declares that only one thing remains for him to do. He needs to acquire a weapon. A confident smirk plays on Wo-Jin Kim's lips as he considers the possibilities. He draws a blade, its edge already stained with the blood of his enemies, a weapon capable of severing heads. The Orc champion roars in fury. The Orc champion, still beset by the skeleton soldiers, struggles to break free. One of the skeleton soldiers is sent flying by the Orc champion's desperate flailing. The Orc champion's rage intensifies, his glowing eyes burning with hatred. Despite his struggles, the Orc champion is overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the skeleton soldiers. The Orc champion's glowing eyes reflect his fury and desperation. Weakened by blood toxin, the orc champion can only grit his teeth in frustration. The ground erupts as the orc champion continues to struggle against his skeletal foes. He leaps toward the ORC champion, the skeleton soldiers still struggling to keep the massive foe at bay. The ORC champion, weakened by poison, struggles to lift his massive axe as Wo Jin Kim approaches. The axe swings wide, barely missing its target. The ORC champion attempts to recover, but his movements are sluggish. Woo Jin Kim uses the opportunity to close the distance, preparing to strike. He spins through the air, his sword a blur of motion. The blade connects, sending sparks flying as it glances off the ORC champion's armor. Wo Jin Kim's hand glows with power as he channels energy into his attack. The sword finds its mark, cleaving through the ORC champion's defenses. The text confirms the ORC champion has been poisoned by blood toxin. The ORC champion's eye glows with a malevolent light as he feels the effects of the poison. Despite the wound, the ORC champion manages to swing his axe again, forcing Wo Jin Kim to evade. Woo Jin Kim realizes something about the axe the ORC champion is wielding. The orc champion stands tall, his imposing figure dominating the battlefield. The orc champion's axe spins through the air, a deadly projectile aimed with surprising precision. A skeleton soldier, realizing the danger, prepares to intercept the incoming axe. If it's this, then... The axe hurtles towards the skeleton soldier, its trajectory unwavering. The skeleton soldier is struck, the force of the impact sending bone fragments scattering across the battlefield. The skeleton soldier, though damaged, prepares to retaliate, drawing back an arrow with grim determination. The arrow is loosed, striking its target with a resounding thud. The skeleton soldier watches his arrow strike true, hoping it will be enough to weaken the orc champion. He thinks it should be the right weapon to cut his head off. High above, a figure perched in the trees is startled by the orc champion's roar. The hooded figure, revealed to be Se-Jun Lee, recognizes the sound. It's not a roar that an ordinary orc can let out. Se-Jun Lee leaps from the tree, determined to investigate. He wonders, is someone nearby, fighting against the orc champion? The armored man curses, trying to understand the situation. He knows he needs to report to the guild as soon as he can make sense of what's happening. The orc champion leaps through the air, closing the distance. Landing on a rocky outcropping, the orc champion prepares to strike. The armored man's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the orc champion's power. The orc champion slams into the ground, scattering dust and debris as the skeleton soldier attempts to defend. The armored man observes the battlefield, realizing there are 2 summoned skeleton soldiers and only 1 player. The orc champion's attack connects, sending one of the skeleton soldiers flying. The armored man realizes he can't feel the presence of any other players at all. Elsewhere, Se-Jun Lee wonders if the armored man is going against the orc champion by himself. The armored man is shocked by the situation, questioning how this is even possible. The armored man knows he needs to report this to the guild right away as he runs away. The hooded figure watches from afar, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the armored man continues his desperate flight through the forest. He leaps over a fallen tree, pushing himself to move faster. Suddenly, the armored man's face contorts in pain as he realizes he's been hit. The arrow's trajectory came from deep within the forest. The force of the impact sends him tumbling to the ground. Struggling to his feet, the armored man clutches his shoulder, fear creeping into his voice as he wonders who attacked him. He pulls the arrow free, realizing he might have been noticed. The hooded figure, hidden in the shadows, reveals his motive, to silence the armored man before he can reveal who hunted down the orc champion. The archer's eyes narrow with deadly intent. Another arrow flies, imbued with magical energy. The magical arrow strikes its target. The figure in the skull mask stares intently, his expression unreadable. His eyes widen in recognition as he realizes who he's facing. As Skull Gill, a dark energy explodes outward, the force of it ripping through the surrounding forest. The armored man, now revealed to be wearing a similar skull mask, is bathed in a blinding light. The hooded figure stands over the armored man's fallen body, his sword drawn. The magical arrow that struck him lies embedded in his armor. The hooded figure, an arrow protruding from his cloak, surveys the scene with a calculating gaze. Nearby, a body lies prone on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around it. As the hooded figure writes in a notebook, he chuckles to himself, amused by the situation. The notebook reveals a list of targets, some crossed out, others circled. He muses that it's better to eliminate one more player. Elsewhere, a voice declares that half of the items taken from the fallen player belong to the guild. Perched high in a tree, the hooded figure overhears the conversation below. 2 figures stand near the fallen body, seemingly unaware of his presence above. The hooded figure wonders if they should kill the guy from earlier, the one who fought the orc champion. From his vantage point, the hooded figure decides that Se-Jun Lee isn't on the list, but but he'll eliminate him and steal the reward if an opportunity arises. The figure believes that getting rid of Sejun Lee, who is going against the orc champion, will be like taking candy from a baby, especially since he'll be tired from the fight. The maw of a monstrous creature looms, its teeth like jagged daggers. The hooded figure, standing amidst towering trees, instructs someone to follow him, musing if there is anything else for him to do. The hooded figure strides through the forest, a trail of blood marking his path, confident that the orcs will neatly finish the job if he throws the body to them. Kim Woo-jin remains silent, his expression unreadable. The aftermath of a battle is revealed, with orcs lying dead amidst a group of armored figures. The armored man observes the scene, noting that the progress is faster than he anticipated. The armored man agrees, stating that they will take it easy and move towards the rear when they get the chance. The armored man reveals that the small fries are almost done with hunting, so by tomorrow, everyone will be getting ready to target the orc champion, and they should start preparing. The system announces the start of the main event. A large group of players, illuminated by the arena's lights, prepare for battle. The armored man's expression shifts to disbelief as he receives a notification. Other players also receive the same notification, their attention diverted from the upcoming event. The system message blares, "You have defeated the orc champion." The armored man's eyes widen in shock. What? Confusion erupts among the players. One shouts, "What's this bullshit? Did I hear that correctly? Damn it. Just who on earth was it?" The armored man wonders how this could have happened, realizing that the main parties of each guild should have been occupied with fighting against the orcs. Another armored figure asks what is going on, wondering if this means the missing members of the Lion Guild are still alive. The armored man replies that he is not. The armored man realizes that the people from the Lion Guild were not bluffing. A massive blade drips with blood, hinting at the unseen battle that has just concluded. A skeleton soldier stands victorious, bathed in an eerie blue glow, revealing the true victor of the orc champion. Having defeated the orc champion, the skeleton soldier levels up, earning the achievement, the Orc Champion Hunter. A catalog will be given as a reward. Meanwhile, Sejun Lee wonders if the catalog will grant him a useful skill, perhaps one that allows him to store undead monsters. His eyes widen as he realizes what the reward is. It's the Book of the Grim Reaper, a skill book of E rank that contains the power of Osiris and can store 5 undead monsters. The deceased spirits sealed within can receive the power of Osiris, increasing all abilities by 5%. The protagonist, Sejun Lee, realizes that it is like an inventory that can store undead monsters. He holds the book aloft, a surge of power emanating from it. The skeleton soldier, now empowered by the book, stands tall. Dark energy swirls around the skeleton, a testament to the power of Osiris. Sejun Lee channels the power of the book, his form glowing with blue energy. The power intensifies, engulfing Sejun Lee in a blinding light. The energy explodes outward. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a trail of crackling energy. He surveys the scene, a hint of surprise in his expression. There will be no need for hand-to-hand combat anymore. Instead, the Book of the Grim Reaper has granted him the power to summon an orc skeleton. The protagonist, Sejun Lee, smirks, confident in his newfound abilities. With this new power, the biggest weakness of the skeleton soldier's summoning skill is gone. A rustling sound echoes through the forest. The sound grows louder, closer. His subordinates, plummeting from above, question where he is going, reminding him that the orc champion has already been defeated. Park Young-won, visibly enraged, retorts that he knows that already, questioning why they would ask such a thing. The man fumes, realizing he'll need to come up with an excuse for his actions. He demands to know what they're going to tell Mr. Park Young-won once they're out of this situation. Park Young-won's name is shouted as his subordinates continue to fall. The remaining members of Park Young-won's team flee through the forest. Park Young-won's subordinate curses, realizing that the orc champion fell much faster than they anticipated. The group moves through the forest, the trees looming large around them. The masked man declares that they will leave the one who defeated the orc champion alone, focusing on eliminating the remaining threats. The masked subordinate's expression is stern as he listens to the plan. Another member of the group recalls telling someone to follow them, planning to properly educate them later. The masked man emphasizes the importance of preventing their identities from being discovered, even if it means resorting to suicide. Time is running out. The masked leader urges his team to move as stealthily as possible. The team moves forward, their footsteps echoing slightly in the otherwise silent forest. One of the masked figures suddenly stops, exclaiming that someone is approaching. The sound of hurried footsteps grows louder as someone runs through the forest. The masked figures notice the newcomer approaching them noisily. 2 orc skeletons emerge from the forest, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness. He lands heavily, the force of his arrival cracking the ground beneath him as he prepares to face the approaching orc skeletons. One of the masked figures watches from afar, aghast. He can't believe Park Young-won would provoke such a powerful individual. The orc skeletons are sent flying backwards, their skeletal forms shattering against the trees. The masked figures are knocked off their feet by the shockwave, struggling to maintain their balance. One of the masked figures shouts at Park Yong-won, questioning his sanity for provoking such a powerful being. The masked figures panic, wondering what they should do if Park Yong-won leads the powerful individual to their location. One of them asks their master for guidance. The masked figure with the white hair realizes that their location has been compromised because of the newbie bastard. The masked figure contemplates the situation, realizing that the fact that they were attacked means that the attacker knows something. He also realizes that if the fight lasts any longer, other guilds' attention will be directed towards them, and that would be the end. The masked figure resolves to abandon the rest of his mission, deciding that he needs to get rid of the attacker and erase all traces of their presence. The masked figure grips the hilt of his sword, preparing to strike. The masked figure asks if everyone is ready, his eyes filled with determination. The masked figures launch themselves into the air, ready to attack. The masked figure's attack lands, sending one of the skeleton soldiers flying backward. The force of the blow is enough to make the skeleton soldier cry out. The remaining skeleton soldiers and the masked figures are caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, unsure of what just happened. One of the masked figures wonders aloud if the newbie bastard betrayed them. The hooded figure stands tall, his cape billowing behind him as he prepares to strike again. The hooded figure's face remains obscured, but his intentions are clear. Park Yong-won's eyes narrow as he recognizes the hooded figure, realizing who he is. A close-up reveals the intensity in the eyes of the hooded figure, a burning red that hints at the power within. The figure realizes that the reason for the low population is because of the Skull Guild. The hooded figure speaks with another person, their face obscured, as they discuss the past. The hooded figure recalls the memories of a newbie, but finds no information related to the Messiah Guild. The hooded figure's eyes narrow as he continues his investigation, now in a forest. The hooded figure realizes that even in the past, this guy was listed as a missing person. The hooded figure clenches his fist, realizing he has to meet the master of the Skull Guild. Since he was luckily able to find out the relationship between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild, the hooded figure continues his journey. The hooded figure thinks that before that, he needs to wrap up things with the orc champion. A masked figure wonders who the hooded figure is and where he came from. The masked figure lies defeated, a pool of blood forming around him as the hooded figure stands over him, sword raised. The hooded figure is suddenly beset by a group of skeleton soldiers, who rush to defend their fallen comrade, shouting for him to flee. The hooded figure, revealed to be W.O. Jin Kim, smirks, acknowledging that his luck is good, now that all the guys from the newbie's memories are gathered here. Woo Jin Kim strides forward, ignoring the fallen masked figure, his sword dragging against the ground as he advances towards the skeletons. One of the skeleton soldiers raises a massive axe, preparing to strike at the approaching W.O. Jin Kim. The skeleton soldiers surround the down masked figure, protecting him from further harm as they prepare to face W.O. Jin Kim. The masked figure, struggling to rise, shouts for them to wait. Woo Jin Kim continues his advance, ignoring the masked figure's plea, his expression grim as he thinks that the masked figure doesn't seem to have any hesitation about committing murder. The masked figure realizes that W.O. Jin Kim has definitely done this before. The masked figure thinks that he doesn't know who W.O. Jin Kim is, but he won't be able to find out anything from him, and that even if he comes out of this alive, he would only be a nuisance to the leader. Realizing there's only one way, the masked figure prepares to fight. The masked figure is engulfed in a violent explosion of red energy. The attack leaves Kim Woo Jin unscathed. Surveying the scene, Woo Jin sees the masked figure lying defeated on the ground, his skeleton soldiers standing guard. A voice declares that the masked figure's actions were useless. The masked figure, lying prone, wonders if he should be thankful to Woo Jin, since he proved something. The voice continues, stating that the masked figure has a lot of information to reveal as the Eye of Anubis activates. The voice explains that the change brought to the world will enable the Empire of Japan to take another leap forward, cooperating with Messiah Guild's Lee Sejun to build a foundation to expand their influence. The voice instructs someone named Hayato to go to Korea, revealing that the masked figure is actually Sejun. He is told to become a member of the Skull Guild and devote himself to his homeland. The voice continues, stating that if they can seize the dungeons and items in Japan, including whatever is being produced in Korea, they can once again build a much stronger empire than before. The voice declares that it will be called the Yamato State. Finally, the voice, presumably addressing the real Sejun Lee, tells him that he will be introduced to the people who will guide him on his path. Whispers of a new nation, the Yamato State, echo in the shadows, fueled by the celestial beings of Japan. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes someone before him. You are. The room is filled with tension as the man in the mask observes the scene, his intentions still unclear. A subordinate bows deeply, expressing his honor. It is an honor to meet you. The subordinate continues to express his admiration, To think that I would meet the Master Archer and the Master Swordsman here. A new, sinister plot is revealed. There's a Korean dungeon broker that needs to be eliminated when the A+ dungeon appears. The speaker elaborates, identifying the target as a Korean dungeon broker. Apparently, Suwon is getting in the way of their Japanese brokers, and they need to get rid of him no matter what. The masked figure wonders if there was a skilled broker in Korea as well, and what his name was. The answer comes, Osei-chan. Woo-jin Kim stands amidst a verdant landscape, a look of resignation on his face. I was hoping for it to be otherwise, but seems like it was just in vain. A surge of power erupts around him, as Woo-jin Kim feels something overwhelming. I feel very. A voice echoes, filled with determination. Even in the worst of times, we trusted each other and fought together. The force of the blow reverberated through his clenched teeth. He remembered his mentors, the Master Swordsman and Master Archer. They stood ready, their hands resting on their weapons. Before his regression, they had conquered many dungeons together, always taking the lead to save the world. He had wanted to be like them, always fighting on the front lines. They were not only his teachers, but also his mental support. They were his precious comrades, the ones he could trust his life with. Even in fierce battles, they stood strong. Or so Kim Woo-jin thought. But now, even those guys were no different from Lee Se-jun. Woo-jin Kim couldn't let them have their way this time. He overheard that the next target was Osei-chan. He considers the implications of hiring a dungeon broker, realizing that anyone high on the assassination list must possess considerable skill. The fact that the broker doesn't appear in his past memories confirms the success of the assassination. He knows that if the Yamato group were to fill the broker's spot, Se-jun Lee would somehow profit from it. As long as Osei-chan remains on the assassination list, constant attempts will be made on his life, like moths drawn to a flame. This gives the dark-haired knight an idea. He might be able to find a clue on how to weaken their group. The knight realizes he also needs a broker who can get him a dungeon, deciding this will be good. Elsewhere, someone asks if it's always this quiet around the gates. The other man explains that there's no chance of monsters coming out of the gate, so it can only be quiet. He adds that as soon as the dungeon is cleared, this place will become chaotic, so they should take some rest until then. One of the men exclaims that when the dungeon is cleared, everyone would be busy interviewing the players. The other retorts that's not the reason for the quiet. The man reveals that it's because the players will be fighting amongst themselves for the items. As the others prepared to rest, Kim Woo-jin knew that the Messiah Guild wasn't the only group aiming to grab extra items from the dungeon. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stares in disbelief, pointing towards something. The man in the suit, still in the car, exclaims in disbelief at the sight of the gate. The man's shock is evident on his face. The man in the suit is shocked to see a player emerge from the gate. A player emerges from the gate, glowing with blue energy. The announcement blares that the A+ dungeon has been cleared, and the staff are told to take care of the injured first. Woo-jin Kim lies on the ground, injured. The staff are alerted that the players are coming out of the gate and are told to bring the stretcher quickly. A staff member alerts his superior to a problem, as the situation seems dire. The news headlines blare of dungeon fatalities and guild infighting, all stemming from the question of who defeated the orc champion. The newspaper article highlights the missing dungeon reward and the escalating conflicts among guild members, all desperate to claim the glory. The newspaper is crushed in a fist, the sound of crumpling paper echoing the frustration. Park Yeon-won's face contorts in anger, his eyes narrowed as he fumes over the situation. The suited man's anger boils over, as he questions how it's impossible to find out who defeated the orc champion. A newspaper headline blares the question, who caught the orc champion? The unseen man wonders if he can trust the words he's hearing. Before a stern superior, a subordinate stammers an apology, claiming the incident happened suddenly. The superior, his face a mask of displeasure, vows to prevent a recurrence, demanding compensation for his time, resources, and disappointment. The man in the suit sits at his desk, listening to the woman standing before him. He declares that this isn't a charity, where he can give countless chances to insects. The superior demands that they bring him 5 times the investment money within a week, adding that it will be best if they do what he says while he's giving them a chance. The subordinate is shocked by the demand. 5 times the investment. Back in the office, the woman informs Park Yeon-won that the injured party received an injury from the dungeon. Park Yeon-won scoffs, lamenting that there are no useful guys left. He is frustrated that someone was injured merely from a dungeon. The woman explains that the injured party said the injury wasn't from a monster, leaving Park Yeon-won to wonder what caused it. The woman with the short blonde hair is asked if she's certain that the attack on Kim Woo-jin was perpetrated by other guild members. She believes it's best to hear Kim Woo-jin's story directly, before the truth can be obscured. With that, she suggests they head to the hospital. Park Yeon-won, walking alongside her, confirms that he's made sure Woo-jin won't foolishly reveal anything to others. The exterior of the hospital comes into view. Inside, Park Yeon-won bows his head slightly as he enters a room, a sign on the door requesting that anyone who remembers anything contact the guild. The man in the suit is concerned that Kim Woo-jin can't remember anything, wondering what he should tell the higher-ups. The elevator ascends to the 4th floor. The suited man wonders why Park Yeon-won's faction requested Kim Woo-jin be put on the team if things are going to turn out like this. Park Yeon-won and the woman are seen walking down the hallway. It's clear from the expression of the man who just passed by that Kim Woo-jin is definitely keeping his mouth shut. The sound of a door sliding open echoes. Kim Woo-jin, lying in bed, is asked how he's feeling. He was visited. The office worker and Park Yeon-won stand near the bed as the latter voices his suspicions, stating that he doesn't have much information on the Skull Guild, but hearing about this makes him suspicious. In his thoughts, Kim Woo-jin recalls managing to see them attack the Orc champion. The fact that they were all annihilated, he realizes, means that the items were stolen by another group. The last thing Kim Woo-jin saw was that they were using the Silent Hunter's covert skill. Park Yeon-won continues to speak, now certain, as he knows about the covert skill, stating that it's very useful in completely hiding the user. Kim Woo-jin thinks back, realizing that those guys were targeting the Orc champion and the players as well, and that if it weren't for the poison blood skill, he would have died right on the spot. The fact that the person who attacked him wasn't affected by the blood he spilt, Woo-jin realizes, means that he probably would be. Park Yeon-won finishes his thought, telling Kim Woo-jin that it's because he was lucky. Park Yeon-won continues, stating that since all of the Skull Guild guys were annihilated, there would be no one other than Kim Woo-jin who witnessed that. The conversation continues, with Kim Woo-jin suggesting caution for the time being. He then asks if the Phoenix Guild managed to acquire anything of value. Park Yeon-won stands over him, his expression unreadable. Park Yeon-won reflects on the recent events, thinking about the significant losses he has suffered due to the Skull Guild's demise. He can't simply let it go. The suited man clenches his fist, resolving to dig up more information on the Skull Guild to mitigate his losses. He realizes that the information Kim Woo-jin provided is proving more valuable than he initially thought. Frustration mounts as Park Yeon-won slams his fist against the wall. Back in the hospital room, Park Yeon-won stands over Kim Woo-jin, accompanied by the office worker. He questions what the patient wants and tells him to stop playing innocent. Park Yeon-won accuses Kim Woo-jin of potentially spying on the players, violating their agreement. The suited man reminds Kim Woo-jin that he was the one who initially sought him out, implying that he needed something. Park Yeon-won insists, stating that he needs to find someone. He asks if Kim Woo-jin knows a broker named Oh Se-chan, explaining that while the broker is skilled, he can't locate him with his limited connections. Kim Woo-jin, still in his hospital bed, asks how Park Yeon-won knows about Oh Se-chan. Park Yeon-won smirks, brushing aside the question. He advises Kim Woo-jin to heed his advice and answer his phone if he receives a call. The ringing of an incoming call pierces the silence, the caller ID displaying an unknown number. Elsewhere, Park Yeon-won exits a room, accompanied by an office worker. He reminds her to keep quiet about what happened, noting that the person they were discussing is arrogant but skilled. The suited man warns that spreading rumors will only endanger the patient in a hospital bed. The patient, Kim Woo-jin, acknowledges the warning, admitting that Park Yeon-won doesn't completely trust him. The man in the hospital bed states that they will meet again. As the door closes, a faint sound suggests someone is eavesdropping. Unseen, someone thinks to themselves that everything is going according to plan. The camera focuses on the feet of the person in the hospital bed. The narration reveals that Park Yeon-won is ignorant of the connection between the Messiah Guild and the Skull Guild, but once he starts investigating, Lee Se-jun and others will become targets. It is further revealed that Lee Se-jun, along with the Master Swordsman and Master Archer, will turn their attention towards Park Yeon-won. The person in the hospital bed thinks that Park Yeon-won, unaware that he inflicted these injuries upon himself, will suffer for a while. While Lee Se-jun and Park Yeon-won are engaged in a battle of nerves, the person in the hospital bed can focus on improving his strength. A sleek, dark car speeds down a road, its headlights cutting through the night. The lack of sponsors for the Skull Guild, despite its size, suggests a deeper, hidden agenda. Park Yeon-won, seated in the back of a car, checks his phone, deciding that he needs to investigate black markets outside of Korea. The arrows on the map highlight the global reach of the black market connections, suggesting that Park Yeon-won will soon meet with merchants who deal with the Skull Guild. Park Yeon-won's expression hardens as he considers the implications of these connections. He recognizes a shared ambition between himself and these merchants. Meanwhile, Lee Se-jun walks away from the hospital, expecting to have been contacted by now. Se-jun Lee notes the good timing of an incoming call. He answers the phone, ready to hear what the caller has to say. The caller wastes no time, asking if Se-jun Lee wants to strike a deal. Se-jun Lee confirms his need to find more dungeons, and the caller responds that the deal can be finalized after he sees his skills. Se-jun Lee agrees to the terms, promising to text the details later. He receives a notification on his phone. The phone vibrates. The message on the phone reveals that someone is selective about their clients. The message details a Kobold Sweep, Dungeon Floor 1, C+ rank, with a capacity of 4 people, entry condition of level 20 and below, clear condition to hunt 100 kobolds, and a location in Songpa-dong, Ilsangu, Goyang, Gyeonggi-do. The buildings outside are a reminder that the dungeon is being used as a test, which could be helpful if he can make a deal. The suited man receives the contact information for a new customer, an applicant. The man with the blonde hair questions why they are considering another applicant so soon after the last incident, information provided by Park Yong-won. The suited man wonders if the applicant is trying to kill him. The bald man in the suit doesn't care if the applicant is trying to kill him, as long as he is skilled, and he expresses his unease about the fact that the applicant is working under Park Yong-won. The bald man opens a drawer, stating that it's fine even if the applicant is trying to. The bald man emphasizes that if the applicant is skilled, he doesn't care if he's trying to kill him. The bald man believes that if they are skilled, they will be able to destroy all the dungeons one day and finish this game. He watches as a phone is crushed in a box full of other phones, remarking that they need that kind of guy. The blonde-haired man questions how Park Yong-won could say something like that. Park Yong-won, with a smug grin, gives a thumbs up, stating that if they're looking for that kind of guy, he's right here. The bald-suited man dismisses Park Yong-won's claim, telling him that he still has a long way to go. Park Yong-won is taken aback by the bald-suited man's words, questioning what's wrong with him, and pointing out that he can't even clear a dungeon by himself. The bald-suited man smirks, revealing that he sent Sejun Lee to the Kobold dungeon to see what happens. The blonde-haired man thinks to himself that it's not like he forced Sejun Lee or anything, and that he can give up if he wants to. The blonde-haired man continues to think to himself, remembering that he has a really high metabolism and is starving right now, but the bald-suited man questions him, pointing out that he just ordered and ate tons of food just a few moments ago. The scene shifts to a view of a city with strange, geometric buildings. The perspective shifts to inside the Kobold dungeon, where Sejun Lee is seen falling into a pit. Sejun Lee is seen standing, seemingly unharmed, in the Kobold dungeon. Sejun Lee kicks the side of a car, leaving a large dent. Kim Woo-jin, observing the dungeon's entrance, wonders if the Kobold dungeon is a sign that he isn't planning on making any money. The dungeon's design, however, suggests that he's not going to make this test easy by using a dungeon that is hard for normal players to pass. The man watching through binoculars knows that the dungeon only applies to people who don't know how to defeat kobolds, and that he is at the dungeon in Sompa, Ilsen. The woman with the short red hair reports that Kim Woo-jin is approaching the dungeon. The bald-suited man wonders if he should turn on the timer now, as Kim Woo-jin approaches. The man with the dark skin and sinister grin remarks on what a hasty guy Kim Woo-jin is. The bald-suited man wonders if Kim Woo-jin has prepared anything. The man with the dark skin observes that it doesn't seem like Kim Woo-jin has brought anything special with him, and he can't tell if he is being reckless or stupid. The man with the dark skin is asked if Kim Woo-jin isn't just crazy. The blonde-haired man responds with a but still, who knows? The bald-suited man thinks that maybe Kim Woo-jin didn't prepare anything because he was too overconfident, and if that confidence isn't a bluff. Seeing how they operate, the conversation continues inside. He still didn't understand the situation, believing the Messiah Guild wasn't that big of a deal. Another man, unseen, pleaded with him to calm down and not speak with such anger. The bald-suited man, Kim Jae-hoon of the Messiah Guild, questioned if there wasn't much damage. The man with blonde hair acknowledged that 5 of his disciples died, but the bald-suited man didn't want to hear it. Seeing how they were operating, the man with the ponytail considered that Sejun Lee probably knew about their relationship with the Skull Guild, wondering if that was why he offered them the work first. Regarding the A+ dungeon, the blonde-haired man cursed under his breath, realizing he said the wrong thing. The man with the ponytail stated that no one can know about the things that can happen inside a dungeon, but wondered if the blonde-haired man was perhaps telling him to believe that. The blonde-haired man denied, trying to imply anything, as he remembered that their people were annihilated by the likes of an orc, and that this wasn't something that could be ignored. The blonde-haired man apologized, saying he should have thought twice before saying improper things. He asked if he could have more time to investigate this once again. The man with the ponytail responded that there was no need for that, as they had already started investigating on their part, after all. The bald-suited man, attempting to ease the tension, suggests that they drink something. The blonde-haired man's expression betrays his unease. The bald-suited man pours a drink, questioning whether their alliance with Messiah still holds, given the current circumstances. The man with the ponytail narrows his eyes, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. The bald-suited man pours the drink, thinking that they were deeply insulted. The drink spills onto the table. The man with the ponytail suggests that sharing alcohol would help smooth over any friction between comrades. The cup trembles in the blonde-haired man's hand as he questions if they are truly comrades. The blonde-haired man takes the drink, agreeing that is right. Suddenly, the door bursts open with a loud crash. The man with the ponytail realizes he was too complacent about the master archer and the master swordsman, and now needs to quickly think of a counterplan. Outside, a woman asks if they've dealt with the situation and what the damage is on their side. The bald-suited man listens intently to the phone call, acknowledging the information he's receiving. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired man questions if events unfolded as they predicted. The bald-suited man confirms that the attack wasn't carried out by anyone on their assassination list, implying the culprit isn't particularly skilled. The blonde-haired man reveals their next target is the Phoenix Guild, the only ones left. The bald-suited man considers that if the attack wasn't from someone on their list, it could have been someone among their targets who hid their powers on purpose, suggesting the attacker acted alone. The bald-suited man concludes that the attack was done by another faction that they don't know about yet. The scene shifts to a skyscraper near the Kobold Dungeon in Sompadong, Ilsangu. Two men stand on a rooftop overlooking the city. One in a blue jacket mentions that since the player went in today, they should be able to rest for a couple of days. The other, the man with ponytail, questions why he went in by himself. The man with ponytail scoffs, saying he doesn't think he's ever seen any same players. The man in the blue jacket states that the guy will be dead pretty soon, which will probably activate the gate again, adding that it will be any moment now. The man with ponytail looks on with a concerned expression. The man in the blue jacket exclaims that the man with ponytail was right. The man with ponytail responds that that's not it. The two men look out over a large crater with a beam of light shooting into the sky, questioning what they are seeing. The man with the ponytail peers through binoculars, exclaiming that the dungeon is not one that can be cleared even with many people entering. His companion questions his actions, reminding him that they need to find the person who cleared the dungeon. The man with the ponytail believes they already have. He points into the distance, indicating their target is on the move. A car speeds down the road, its occupants seemingly aware of the danger they are in. Elsewhere, the bald-suited man is asked if he's saying that they lost him. The bald-suited man is on the phone, being told that if he received the payment, he should work for it. The bald-suited man remains silent as the person on the other end of the line continues to speak. The office worker female calls him boss. The bald-suited man explodes in anger. He claims he didn't give them their pay and questions if they were people from his hometown. The office worker female says that they came to help him out. She reminds him that he said he would take them out for a round of drinks. The bald-suited man says that's too bad because he stopped drinking starting from today. The bald-suited man's secretary, Lee, announces that she will take her leave, confident that Kim Woo-jin will contact them soon. He questions what she is talking about. The bald-suited man wonders how cold Kim Woo-jin is if he has any plans to work with them. He reflects that it was around this time when he first met her. A woman sits alone, hugging a pink object. Someone tells the bald-suited man that something is wrong with Secretary Lee. He was told to offer her a snack, but she ignored him and left. The bald-suited man tells the other to leave her alone, suggesting she might have somewhere to go today. The bald-suited man recalls that Kim Woo-jin cleared the dungeon, and that too. Someone accuses the bald-suited man of buying too much from the convenience store. Another tells him not to be like this. Someone threatens to kill the bald-suited man if he doesn't refund them all. Someone tells the bald-suited man not to be stingy about them eating food. A car drives down the road at night. The woman from earlier is shown to be in the back of a car, holding a bomb. The office worker female walks away from the car, seemingly unaware of the danger it holds. Inside the vehicle, a walkie-talkie sits on the passenger's seat, accompanied by a note. It seems someone is expecting a call. Kim Woo-jin picks up the walkie-talkie, his expression unreadable. He wonders if someone's going to make a deal with him or not. The note next to the walkie-talkie reads, "If you return from the dungeon, please contact us with the walkie-talkie." Another note nearby states, "Working hours, 9 a.m., stick to the time." The orange sports car speeds away, leaving a black sedan in its wake. Damn it, the suited man thinks. He can't face the master looking like this. The man in the suit wonders if he has to ask Yang Ji-hoo for help. A phone vibrates in its cradle. The man in the suit, Kim Jae-hoon, answers the call, asking what happened. The orange car speeds through a security gate. Kim Jae-hoon acknowledges the information, stating he'll be heading there now. The bald-suited man thinks it would be great if they could deal with this quietly as usual, stating that he doesn't have to explain why, right? Another man asks if it's to protect, but the bald-suited man says no, not yet, and that he'll be doing it. The bald-suited man states that he will soon finish talking to the man across from him, and then he will explain the situation to his subordinates. Elsewhere, a figure stands on a balcony overlooking the scene. Park Yong-won wonders what the bald-suited man is thinking and how much he knows about the Skull Guild. The bald-suited man's associate expresses curiosity about what Park Yong-won is thinking as well, acknowledging that Park Yong-won may be quite influential. Park Yong-won continues to muse, thinking that the bald-suited man thinks he knows about the Skull Guild and that he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild using his business as an excuse. The man with the ponytail thinks that the bald-suited man said something strange as well, and that it will be difficult for him to share information on the Skull Guild, even if it's for Park Yong-won. The bald-suited man is told that he is being more careful than usual. Park Yong-won asks what if he told the man with the ponytail that he knows the secret of the guys from the Skull Guild who died in that A+ rank dungeon. The bald-suited man's associate asks if he really said that. The man with the ponytail thinks that if that is true, this isn't something that he can solve on his own, and that he will get in trouble if he reports this to the master. The figure on the balcony is identified as Jong Hoon-young, someone who Park Yong-won does a lot of business with. Jong Hoon-young is described as a mercenary type of player who doesn't belong to a guild and will do anything you tell him to. Jong Hoon-young's contact walks away from the meeting, leaving him with Park Yeon-won. Park Yeon-won thanks someone for cooperating with Messiah Guild and sharing information, stating he is always indebted to Messiah. The scene shifts as a voice proposes, "Let's talk, shall we?" The man speaking is revealed to be Kim Jae-hoon of Messiah Guild, sitting across from an unknown person. Kim Jae-hoon states that he doesn't know what the other party heard from Park Yeon-won. The Messiah Guild member tells the unknown person that he has a proposition for them, something related to cooperating with the Messiah Guild. The unknown person asks what Kim Jae-hoon is talking about, requesting that he put it in simpler words. Kim Jae-hoon explains that he's talking about a business that is going to profit them greatly, but the other person still doesn't understand, realizing this is going to take longer than expected. Elsewhere, the man with the ponytail reports that he has managed to seize a public dungeon as instructed. His female companion questions if this method is unlike what he usually does. The man with the ponytail responds that intervening would complicate things. The woman questions if they should proceed directly. Meanwhile, Park Yeon-won muses that the Skull Guild will have to take action, albeit discreetly, since he made a lot of fuss. Now that the place and supporting actors have been acquired, the voice wonders if they should set up the stage for the main character. The phone displays an incoming call from Kim Woo-jin. Elsewhere, Sejun Lee sits alone in a booth. Someone meticulously files their nails. Since he has asked 5 of them, including himself, to guard that person, the man with the slick-back gray hair seems concerned. The voice notes that he seems to be an important guy, and his name is... The phone screen shows a list of participants, including Kim Woo-jin, level 16, Phoenix. The man with the slick-back gray hair thinks that there's no way Kim Woo-jin could have gone against the veterans of the Skull Guild all by himself. The voice thinks it's too much of an obvious bait that he doesn't know if he should fall for it or not. The scene shifts to a large, modern house with a yellow Volkswagen Beetle parked outside. The man in the car speaks into his walkie-talkie, remarking that the job ended sooner than expected and questioning if the other party was hiding their true abilities. He receives a response, the voice on the other end claiming they weren't hiding anything, just personally curious, and that they only showed their skills because they were asked to. The man on the walkie-talkie acknowledges the response, then mentions the dungeons the other party wanted to buy, stating he put the list of secured dungeons in the 19th locker at Ilsen Station. He instructs the other party to check the list and contact him if they need anything. The man, revealed to be protagonist, Sejun Lee, stands outside a modern house next to a yellow car, still holding the walkie-talkie. The man on the other end of the line says he will call again in a few days, to which the bald-suited man replies that he will wait. The younger man, presumably speaking to the bald-suited man, asks if he is really going to make a deal with him. The bald-suited man responds that he just has a gut feeling that the other party is a dangerous guy. The younger man questions if his gut feelings have ever been right, and if being a broker isn't a risky job anyway. The bald-suited man thinks that it might be a bit too dangerous, referring to Park Yeon-won. In a meeting room, protagonist, Sejun Lee sits across from Park Yeon-won and an office worker female. The protagonist asks if they're telling him to become bait, to which Park Yeon-won responds affirmatively. Park Yeon-won says he doesn't know how rumors about what they talked about spread, but it seems like the other party is scared now. The man with the swept-back hair muses that it's only a matter of time before events reach the Skull Guild, though he tries to convince himself it's none of his business. The man's associate questions if he wouldn't lose his life by just sitting around. Park Yeon-won assures him that he's especially recruited a couple of skilled guys for him, asking if he doesn't trust him. Kim Woo-jin states that his life is still on the line, questioning if there's a reason as to why they have to. Park Yeon-won apologizes, explaining that he has a couple of favors that he owes to those guys, and that he's a person who can't stand being indebted. Woo-jin Kim sighs, stating that he understands, and that there's no helping it if it's like that. Instead, he would like Park Yeon-won to increase his pay. Park Yeon-won smirks, realizing that Kim Woo-jin fell for it. A snap of the fingers echoes in the room. An office worker informs Kim Woo-jin that the boss has prepared something for him, adding that if he becomes stronger than he is now, his survival rate will increase. Kim Woo-jin is presented with a skill page. Elsewhere, Sejun Lee reflects on how ridiculous it is that Park Yeon-won said he's sorry, recalling that before his return to the past, Park Yeon-won met the Yamato faction. Sejun Lee ends up walking on the path of a traitor, an opportunistic result indeed, concluding that that's that. He considers the skill page he received, thinking Park Yeon-won is proving more helpful than he initially believed. Indeed, the man's actions are exceeding expectations. Elsewhere, frustration boils over as someone laments their pathetic state. The speaker, surrounded by his team, complains that he'll be stuck repaying debts at this rate. Another member of the group, clad in red armor, angrily tells him to shut up and keep moving. The armored man continues, remarking that Park Yeon-won went easy on them. Another member of the group fumes, insisting it's not their fault and they don't even know who is responsible for their predicament. The man in red armor, growing increasingly agitated, shouts that he doesn't know either and demands they kill more monsters if they have time to whine. The perspective shifts to a monstrous figure, its face obscured in shadow as it observes the group. Under the cloak of night, a clandestine meeting unfolds beneath the towering bridge. The preparations are complete. A voice confirms over the phone. The man on the other end of the line agrees to the terms. Park Yong-won receives a call. To put it simply, the deal is about to go down. The man with the slicked-back gray hair, Jong Hoon-young, smirks as he speaks to his associates. However, Jong Hoon-young feels that he's giving too little. Considering that they are losing, Jong Hoon-young is not happy with the current arrangement. The man with the ponytail assures him that if it's about money, he can always give him more after he is done with his work. Jong Hoon-young would rather strike a deal with Messiah than find another customer. The man with the ponytail explains that he can't do that as it is a personal request and not related to the guild at all, and the suited man understands. Under the cover of darkness, a car speeds along the highway, carrying Jong Hoon-young and his associates to their next destination. The vehicle screeches to a halt, the sudden stop jarring its occupants. Inside the car, the suited men express their excitement, believing they've struck gold and will be rich once everything is over. Park Yong-won, however, smirks, revealing his true thoughts about the situation. He knows they're dealing with humans. The man with the goatee continues to smirk, thinking that not everyone is like Lee Se-jun, but wonders what that has to do with them. One of the men expresses his desire to use this opportunity to enjoy life after getting the money. Elsewhere, a system message announces that the dungeon has been cleared. The dungeon's core glows with a brilliant light as the dungeon is cleared, leaving only 2 figures standing within. Back in the city, the man with the ponytail informs his group that everyone has survived from the Skull Guild. The group wonders what happened to their members of the Phoenix Guild, fearing they are all dead. The man with the ponytail, Jong Hoon-young, recognizes the people responsible for the Phoenix Guild's demise. The assembled crowd, all skilled members of Park Yong-won's faction, parts as someone urgently calls out. The man in glasses, face contorted in desperation, plead for them to wait. Elsewhere, a man stands over the bodies of fallen guild members, questioning what happened to them. The masked man in the car demands an explanation for the carnage. Back at the assembly, the crowd recognizes the voice. A sinister grin spreads across the face of Park Yong-won, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Park Yong-won boasts that he ripped them apart so badly they were unrecognizable. The man in glasses watches as a car speeds away. Elsewhere, the masked man is reminded of what Master said. The man with ponytail acknowledges that he has the target. Matsumoto complains about being given more work after just finishing a job, but confirms that he found the target. The man in the car is informed that the target will enter the dungeon at daybreak and is ordered to come immediately, though he questions why they have to listen. Voices rise in a tense discussion, the unseen speakers emphasizing the urgency of their mission. Failure, they fear, will have dire consequences when they face their master. A message is sent, the sender agreeing to discuss matters further upon arrival at their destination. The dungeon's entry requirements are clear. A maximum of 10 people, all below level 29, must defeat the lizard warriors to clear it. The exterior of the building where the dungeon is located is shown. Inside the building, Park Yong-won reflects on the presence of a foreign faction in Korea, seeing it as an opportunity to utilize the Skull Guild. The opportunity to work in Korea has always seemed like a waste to someone. The speaker continues, stating that even if things don't go according to plan and Kim Woo-jin dies, they would at least have information on the Skull Guild. Matsumoto checks his watch, a sinister smile spreading across his face. It's almost time. Elsewhere, a group waits outside the dungeon entrance. One of the waiting figures calls out to a newcomer, beckoning him forward. Jong Hoon-young introduces himself to the newcomer, who responds in kind, revealing himself as Kim Woo-jin. The group prepares to enter the dungeon, noting that one more team is expected but running late. They resolve to do their best to clear it. The group approaches their destination, unaware of the machinations already in motion. Matsumoto, observing the approaching figures, recognizes them. The group, faces obscured, strides forward with purpose. Matsumoto's gaze sharpens, his intentions hidden behind a veil of calculation. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin approaches the man with the light gray hair, asking for directions to the washroom. The man with the light gray hair, Park Yong-won, offers to accompany him, suggesting they go together. As they approach the toilet, Park Yong-won realizes that Kim Woo-jin is the person he has to escort. Park Yong-won smirks, recalling that Mr. Park Yong-won told him about Kim Woo-jin. He mentions that it's almost time for them to enter the dungeon. Park Yong-won suggests that they should avoid being seen together inside the dungeon, implying that Kim Woo-jin should move alone. Park Yong-won assures him that they won't be far and that someone will be following him, adding that an ambush might happen on the second floor. Park Yong-won warns that if they start killing each other right from the start, clearing the dungeon would become difficult, telling Kim Woo-jin to trust them. Park Yong-won states that Kim Woo-jin will be entering the dungeon first. As Kim Woo-jin walks into the dungeon alone, Matsumoto watches him, thinking that entering together would have been too suspicious. Matsumoto's sinister smile betrays his true intentions. He believes this will be easier than he initially thought. The dungeon's entrance shimmers with an ethereal light. The light intensifies as the dungeon's magic takes hold. Inside the first floor of the dungeon, the rest of the group waits. A system alert appears, warning them to eliminate the hidden goblin to proceed to the next floor and avoid larger groups of enemies. One of the armored figures states that clearing the first floor isn't difficult, suggesting they split up to explore. Matsumoto addresses someone off-panel, noting that they came alone and will be dealt with accordingly. Another man offers to accompany Kim Woo-jin, referring to Matsumoto as Hyungnim. Matsumoto urges everyone to quickly eliminate the goblin and move to the second floor, indicating they don't have much time to waste. The group begins to split up and explore the first floor of the dungeon. Woo-jin's expression hardens, a subtle shift betraying his growing unease. Meanwhile, Matsumoto leads his group deeper into the dungeon, a calculated look on his face as he considers the events about to unfold. Matsumoto's eyes narrow, his gaze sharp and focused. The suited man with Matsumoto confirms that the real fight will take place on the second floor. Nearby, the masked figure with purple hair questions the masked figure with blonde hair. The blonde masked figure dismisses the concern, stating that the hired escorts will ensure Kim Woo-jin's safety. The blonde masked figure expresses annoyance at the suggestion that Kim Woo-jin might die. The purple-haired masked figure questions the blonde masked figure's statement, wondering if Kim Woo-jin will run away. The purple-haired masked figure challenges the blonde masked figure, asking if he's implying a lack of trust in their skills. The blonde masked figure stares intently, his expression unreadable behind the mask. The blonde masked figure clarifies that his only goal is to eliminate Jong Hoon-young and his group. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a group observes Kim Woo-jin hunting orcs, noting his skill and use of blood poison. He contemplates the blood poison skill and wonders if there is anything else he needs to know. One of the armored figures questions if the other is worrying too much. The other responds that he doesn't think they won't be able to control him, but it's bothering him how things are. The armored figure states that it's all a bit too easy right now. He then mentions that Park Yeon-won and Kim Jae-hoon aren't people who would spend large amounts of money just like that, and asks if Jin-wook is still following him. The armored figure asks why they are going to them, implying that he doesn't trust them if they are there. The armored figure is bothered by how things are progressing. The group continued their trek through the desolate landscape, unaware of the danger that had befallen one of their own. The armored man paused, a sense of unease washing over him. He realized that someone had been here recently, but had moved on. His companion agreed, reasoning that if they had moved on, they must have left some kind of trace. The armored man, judging by the smell of blood, was certain that they were in the right place, but he couldn't understand why. Nearby, the monstrous figure lay injured, wondering if something had happened. The armored man surveyed the area, a growing sense of unease settling in. Something didn't feel right. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air as one of the group spotted something in the distance. Hyungnim, over there! The source of the blood became clear. Sejun Lee lay motionless on the ground. The camera zoomed in on the protagonist, revealing the extent of his injuries. The panel urged the audience to take a look at Jin-wook. As the red-armored man and a monstrous figure stand guard over the fallen Sejun Lee, the man with the ponytail barks orders, instructing the others to scout the surroundings while Min-shik heals Jin-wook. From above, the scattered group can be seen fanning out across the sandy terrain, searching for any sign of danger. A close-up reveals Min-shik's wide, panicked eyes as he assesses the severity of Jin-wook's injuries. Blood gurgles from Jin-wook's throat, a grim testament to the damage he has sustained. Min-shik's face contorts in horror as he realizes the extent of the damage. Jin-wook's neck is badly injured. Jin-wook coughs, struggling to breathe as Min-shik desperately tries to stop the bleeding. He urges him to stay still, warning that any movement could worsen his condition. Min-shik's hands press firmly against the wound, his brow furrowed in concentration as he fights to keep Jin-wook alive. The man with the ponytail looks back at the scene, his expression unreadable as Jin-wook lies motionless on the ground. The man with the ponytail spits out a callous remark, revealing that Jin-wook was someone they were supposed to hand over to Kim Jae-hoon anyway. He questions why anyone cares about the client, insisting that their priority is to survive. The man with the ponytail shouts, demanding to know what's wrong, his concerns seemingly feigned. Min-shik responds, his voice filled with urgency, that Jin-wook is in a serious state. Min-shik kneels beside Jin-wook, his hands glowing with a blue light as he desperately tries to heal him, fearing that he might die at this rate. The man with the ponytail is visibly disturbed, questioning how the others could have fought each other when they were supposed to be on the same side. A disembodied voice warns that this situation is related to the Messiah and urges extreme caution. Jong Hoon-young, in a flashback, orders someone to ensure that no one learns about this. The memory of Jong Hoon-young fades, his expression grim. The man with the ponytail wonders if Jong Hoon-young was planning on killing them off as well. Jong Hoon-young's face is contorted in rage as someone yells at him to snap out of it. The focus shifts to Jin-wook, who is bleeding profusely. Min-shik struggles to heal Jin-wook, realizing that his magic won't be enough. Jong Hoon-young's eyes are filled with a terrifying intensity. The monstrous figure raises its scythe, preparing to strike. The scythe cuts through the ground, narrowly missing its target. Blood splatters as Jin Wook is struck, his condition worsening. The bald man shouts Kim Min-shik's name, his face contorted in rage. Elsewhere, the man with the ponytail observes a fallen figure being healed. He realizes that their healer was intentionally eliminated by someone accustomed to player killing. The man with the ponytail suspects that Kim Jae-hoon tricked them. The masked man is told not to overdo it and to save his energy. The masked man stands on a pile of corpses, musing that the monsters keep coming at him because they know he's handsome. Someone off-panel retorts that it's probably because of his disgusting smell, not his looks. The masked man is asked to tone down the cologne next time he enters a dungeon. He bristles at the comment, asking how they could say that, and how much the cologne cost him. The masked man is told that there are a lot of monsters who are sensitive to smell, and is told to look as more are coming. The masked man is told that his fans are coming, and he replies that it's fine as long as he does the fan service properly, questioning what the problem is. A group of monsters descends upon the masked man. The monstrous hyena lunges forward, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The hyena's massive jaws clamp down on the masked figure, the force of the bite sending splinters of wood and dust flying. The masked figure, caught in the hyena's jaws, struggles against the beast's immense power. The hyena's eyes glow with a menacing red light as it prepares to crush its prey. With a burst of speed, the masked figure manages to evade the hyena's jaws, narrowly escaping a gruesome fate. The hyena, enraged by the near miss, prepares to strike again, its claws extended and ready to tear. The hyena's massive claws descend, poised to rip through flesh and bone. The attack connects, sending a spray of blood and energy particles into the air. The masked figure is sent flying backward, the force of the blow leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The masked figure, now revealed to be the blonde-haired man, crashes to the ground, leaving a trail of dust and debris. Close up on the blonde-haired man's face, revealing the extent of his injuries as blood trickles down his face. The hyena closes in for the kill, its jaws dripping with anticipation as it prepares to deliver the final blow. The monstrous hyena's jaws snap shut, saliva dripping from its fangs. Sunlight filters through the trees, illuminating a forest clearing. A man with short, light purple hair spits blood, his face contorted in rage. "You bastard." The man with short, light purple hair lies on the ground, defeated. Standing over him is a figure in a dark coat with red accents. "Betray, you say?" Elsewhere, a man with dark hair and a sharp gaze reflects on the situation. He thinks, "Person who is dying, you're still not being honest. It's not even surprising to me anymore when I see players who only use their power for their own benefits. But your greed crossed." Back at the forest clearing, the light purple-haired man, still on the ground, asks, "Didn't you say that each person's worth is valued differently?" The light purple-haired man continues, his voice strained. "You bastard. How did you? Why is someone from Messiah here?" In a dimly lit room, a hand rests on a table beside a lamp. A voice wonders, is there something special about that guy, Kim Woo-jin? Looking at how Park Young-won and even Kim Jae-hoon is interested in him, right? In another location, the light purple-haired man stands between two figures. One says, "He told me to keep Kim Woo-jin alive and that he wants to ask him something. If we can't kill him, then Hyung-nim won't be able to enjoy doing his hobby." The light purple-haired man smiles sinisterly, showing his arm covered in tally marks. Do you mean this?" The arm covered in tally marks is shown in detail. A voice says, "I could fill it out next time. There are plenty of people to hunt." Whoa dash. You really did kill a lot. This one's from last time when the three begged us to save their lives. Another man, reacting to the tally marks, says, "It would be nice if we had more requests like this coming in." The man in the suit reveals his twisted logic, stating that they've earned more by killing other players than completing dungeons. The hooded man asks if all lives are equal, his expression unreadable in the shadows. The man in the suit responds that everything is of different value, suggesting they simply need to kill in a way that fits the price. The hooded man, revealed to be masked figure blonde hair, listens intently to the conversation, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his hood. The masked figure remains silent, contemplating the implications of their words. Elsewhere, Se-jun Lee prepares for a fight, a blue glow emanating from his hands as he grips his weapon. The masked figure admits that even he is starting to get curious about the situation. The question of how much a life is worth hangs in the air, underscored by the image of blood. Se-jun Lee stands ready, his scarf billowing behind him as he prepares to strike. The question echoes, how much is it? Se-jun Lee lunges forward, his weapon a blur. The dungeon's entrance shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Se-jun Lee realized that the dungeon's layout was exactly as he remembered from his previous life. Sword in hand, Se-jun Lee prepared to move forward. The goblin knew it was time to move to the next floor, unaware of the danger approaching. The goblin barely had time to react before Se-jun Lee's blade pierced him, a spray of blood marking the swift end. A system message appeared, confirming that Se-jun Lee had cleared the first floor of the dungeon. A surge of blue light indicated the dungeon's shift. One of the masked figures, Jong-hoon-yong, expressed surprise that the first floor had been cleared so quickly. The masked figure, Jong-hoon-yong, wondered why he hadn't received a signal from the goblin. Judging by the masked figure's reaction, the rapid clearing of the first floor has thrown a wrench into his plans. The masked figure with blonde hair is surprised by how quickly the first floor was cleared. The masked figure realizes that the order to kill them is too obvious. The masked figure and his companions continue deeper into the dungeon, unaware of the betrayal brewing. Elsewhere, Se Jun Lee curses, realizing that his true plan has been discovered. The protagonist, Se Jun Lee, is shocked that he would be backstabbed by them first. A towering structure looms before the group, bathed in an ethereal light. The masked figure with blonde hair stands before a waterfall of light, his cape billowing behind him. The masked figure with blonde hair prepares to unleash a powerful attack, energy crackling around his hand. The masked figure with blonde hair focuses his energy. The masked figure with blonde hair raises his hands, ready to strike. A close-up reveals the intense determination in the eyes of the masked figure with blonde hair. The group is moving to the second floor. The sky is visible through the trees. The exterior of the building comes into view. Someone wonders why items are being purchased before entering a dungeon. Inside, a man in a suit sits at a desk, while a woman stands nearby holding a tablet. She explains that the item he purchased is a dungeon. Elsewhere, someone examines a collection socket, finding it strange. He knows that blood, body fluid, hide, and many more certain monsters are sold at high rates. The speaker is informed that there won't be any valuable items he would get from the dungeon that's worth selling, so the person is reporting this to him. Kim Woo-jin is buying a collection socket, even though his life is in danger. Someone wonders what he is thinking. A group of figures in dark robes stand in a brightly lit room. The masked figure with blonde hair notes that the others have reached the second floor first. The masked figure with blonde hair is warned that they may be waiting in ambush, so he should be aware of that fact when he goes up. He thinks he will be able to have more fun while hunting thanks to someone. The monstrous figure asks if he doesn't need to express his gratitude. Jong-hoon-yong, that son of a bitch, is going to pay for humiliating him. The monstrous figure prepares to attack. The monstrous figure and his companions continue their ascent, undeterred by any immediate resistance. Their objective is clear. They are moving to the second floor. The path to the next level is illuminated by an ethereal glow, beckoning them forward. Beneath the surface, unseen currents stir, hinting at the dangers that lie ahead. A malevolent eye opens, observing their progress with intense scrutiny. The air crackles with anticipation as unseen forces gather, ready to strike. The masked figure with blonde hair pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. He had anticipated an immediate assault, but their path remained surprisingly clear. What's this? I thought they would attack us right away, but it seems like I was wrong. The monstrous figure, towering over his masked companion, remains vigilant, his senses on high alert. The malevolent eye narrows, its gaze intensifying as it prepares to unleash its power. A barrage of projectiles hurtles towards the group, a sudden and deadly assault. The monstrous figure, reacting with lightning speed, unleashes a devastating counterattack. The masked figure with blonde hair is caught in the blast, the force of the impact threatening to overwhelm him. The aftermath of the blast reveals a gruesome scene, blood splattered across the ground. The masked figure with blonde hair, still reeling from the attack, hears a voice questioning the situation. He wonders what is happening. The speaker confirms that the substance is blood and identifies the location as a collection socket, further deepening the mystery. The monstrous figure, holding a vial of blood, expresses confusion that they weren't attacked, noting that the smell is similar to something else. Elsewhere, Jong-hoon-yong smirks, his eyes gleaming with a sinister intent. The light purple-haired man apologizes, claiming he thought the attack was appropriate for their level, while Jong-hoon-yong accuses him of fooling around. The light purple-haired man calls out, demanding to know where Jong-hoon-yong is, while Kim Woo-jin's name is also mentioned. He questions if they think they'll be safe after betraying them. Jong-hoon-yong reveals his true intentions, realizing that the light purple-haired man believes they are on the same side. The light purple-haired man is questioned about his intentions, specifically his plan to kill Jong-hoon-yong and his team. The light purple-haired man smirks, denying that he thought they would be so easily fooled. The light purple-haired man dismisses the conversation as useless chatter as the group continues forward. The monstrous figure and the masked figure with blonde hair are seen from a distance, standing on a snowy landscape. He senses something approaching rapidly. A monstrous shark-like creature bursts forth, surrounded by swirling water. The monstrous figure and his masked companions stand ready, the shark-like creature looming behind them. The masked figure with purple hair watches with anticipation. A surge of power emanates from below. The monstrous shark-like creature prepares to strike. The masked figure with purple hair and the masked figure with blonde hair are both shocked by the sudden turn of events. The shark-like creature is sent flying backwards. The man with ponytail is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The masked figure with purple hair is enraged, wondering what just happened. Someone prepares a vial of mysterious liquid. Jong Hunyang explains that the liquid is a favorite snack of the lizard warrior and belongs to the goblin. As he holds the vial of mysterious liquid, the masked figure with purple hair muses about having used it on many people, implying they will all become a meal for the lizard warrior. Enraged by the implication, the monstrous figure vows to kill the masked figure with purple hair. The monstrous figure lunges forward, a guttural roar escaping its throat. The masked figure with purple hair is sent flying backward from the force of the monstrous figure's attack. The monstrous figure looms over the fallen masked figure with purple hair, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing snarl. The masked figure with blonde hair and Jong Hunyang engage in a fierce sword fight, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. The masked figure with purple hair, recovering from the attack, threatens to claw out the monstrous figure's eyes. Meanwhile, the man with ponytail, presumably addressing the masked figure with blonde hair and Jong Hunyang, expresses his frustration at Matsumoto's departure, implying that he left them in a difficult situation. The man with ponytail continues to speak, his expression hardening. The focus shifts to a close-up of a sword, identified as the master's sword. The man with ponytail, now wielding the master's sword, remarks to the masked figure with blonde hair that he had underestimated him. The man with ponytail prepares to strike, drawing the master's sword. The masked figure with purple hair recognizes the master swordsman's disciple, a realization that seems to startle him. The masked figure with purple hair demands to know how his opponent discovered his identity. Elsewhere, the masked figure with blonde hair wonders about the whereabouts of Jong Hunyang's men, realizing that Kim Woo-jin isn't the real threat. The masked figure with blonde hair reflects on how clearing the dungeon should have been easy with just the four of them. The monstrous figure is attacked by Kim Jae-hoon, who is questioned for his actions. The monstrous figure commands the others not to stand idly by. Someone cries out for help, while another realizes that if Jong Hunyang and his men appear now, their forces will be spread too thin. The monstrous figure glares intensely. The monstrous figure, now revealed to be a blue-skinned humanoid with a finned head, stands ready for battle. The masked figure with blonde hair and a light purple-haired man stand before the monstrous figure, prepared to fight. A grim realization settles in. They're the ones who will end up getting killed. The clash of steel echoes as the swords meet, each strike carrying immense force. The masked figure with purple hair recoils, surprise etched on his face. How did you? Jong Hunyang scoffs, his expression condescending. He thinks that his master must be losing his touch. To think that someone like the masked figure is his disciple. He silences the masked figure's protest with a sharp command. Shut up. The masked figure with purple hair is sent hurtling backwards, but he is glad that Jong Hunyang is falling for his provocations. But he sure is skilled. Jong Hunyang realizes that it will be hard to beat the masked figure with only his sword. But the masked figure with purple hair continues to fly backwards. Jong Hunyang prepares to strike. Jong Hunyang slashes at the masked figure with purple hair. The masked figure with purple hair is revealed to be a monstrous hyena. The monstrous hyena spits a mouthful of blood. The blood splatters across the face of the masked figure, obscuring his features. Enraged, the monstrous hyena looms over his opponent. The masked figure is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The monstrous hyena, furious, demands to know how the masked figure dared spit blood at him. A system message appears, informing the masked figure that he has been intoxicated with hemotoxin, and his stamina will continuously decrease. The masked figure realizes that since the monstrous hyena works with poison, dragging the fight on puts him at a disadvantage. He resolves to end it quickly. The masked figure draws his sword, the blade gleaming with a cold light. The sword crackles with blue energy. The masked figure, now revealed to be Jong Hunyang, prepares to unleash a powerful attack. Jong Hunyang wonders if it's the attack skill exclusive to those chosen by the Nimbus. The panel shows two figures, one with blonde hair and the other with black hair and a ponytail, and text describing an attack skill that is only exclusive to those who have been chosen by the Nimbus, the executioner of the holy light. He prepares to strike, the blade glowing with an ominous light. The masked figure descends, the force of his attack creating a visible shockwave. The attack connects, sending debris flying as the monstrous hyena is struck by the Nimbus exclusive skill. The skill, Blade of Destruction, granted to those chosen by the executioner of the holy light, has been activated. The hyena is sent hurtling away from the force of the blow. The impact of the Blade of Destruction tears through the environment. Despite the devastating attack, the monstrous hyena remains standing, though it acknowledges the toll the attack is taking on its body. Jong Hunyang grips his sword tightly, preparing for another strike. The masked figure's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees the hyena survive his attack. The hyena, seemingly unharmed, wonders how it managed to dodge the Blade of Destruction. The masked figure is shocked that the hyena is still alive. Jong Hunyang prepares to unleash another barrage of attacks, the air crackling with energy. The monstrous hyena, bloodied but very much alive, glares down with furious intent. Meanwhile, high above, a figure practices the Blade of Destruction technique. He thinks to himself that he can finally use the Blade of Destruction like his teacher. The man with the ponytail acknowledges that he can only use it once. The man with the ponytail, revealed to be Matsumoto, tells his opponent that he is pretty good at copying him now. Matsumoto adds that it's still too much for his opponent to use in a real fight. He continues, noting that with his opponent's arm in that state after using the Blade of Destruction only once, he needs to refrain from using it on an enemy who knows about its weakness. Matsumoto's expression hardens, hinting at a dangerous condition. Matsumoto declares that his opponent happens to meet a monster who is unharmed even after using the Blade of Destruction. He ominously states that by that monster his opponent will be. The scene cuts to a training dummy, now caught and killed by the Blade of Destruction. The mysterious figure, revealed to be Seijun Lee, prepares to strike with the Blade of Destruction. The masked figure recalls his encounter with the monstrous hyena. Matsumoto, axe in hand, advances, leaving a trail of purple energy in his wake. The axe descends, crackling with destructive energy. Matsumoto is surrounded by a surge of power as he brings the axe down. The monstrous hyena cries out as the axe connects. Matsumoto reflects on the disciples of the master swordsman, deeming them useless. He notes that Zhang Hunyang has yet to arrive with his men and realizes that he has no chance of winning alone. The masked figure proposes a truce. He argues that they don't need to fight each other. The masked figure asks for a truce, suggesting they conquer the dungeon together, otherwise they'll become monster food. Matsumoto assures him that he doesn't need to worry about that, as he is suddenly attacked from behind. He declares that eliminating them will simplify his dungeon-clearing efforts. The masked figure with blonde hair questions his statement, a flicker of confusion in his visible eye. Suddenly, a skeletal hand erupts from the ground, an ominous sign of the power about to be unleashed. Skeleton soldiers emerge from the ground, ready to fight. More skeleton soldiers rise. Their bony forms a testament to the necromantic power at play. A system message confirms the summoning of skeleton soldiers, as the masked figure with blonde hair reveals his true intentions. He doesn't trust Matsumoto after the previous attempt on his life. The masked figure with blonde hair stands calmly as a skeleton soldier bows before him, acknowledging his command. The masked figure with blonde hair reveals that the skeleton soldiers were not the only trick up his sleeve. The words "the blood poison skill" appear, hinting at the deadly technique he's about to unleash. The masked figure with blonde hair prepares to strike, his sword glowing with the ominous red light of the blood poison skill. The masked figure with blonde hair moves with blinding speed, his shadow stretching long and menacing. A monstrous serpent erupts from the ground, jaws agape, ready to devour the masked figure with blonde hair. He barely dodges the serpent's snapping jaws, the force of the air displaced by the creature's maw enough to send him stumbling back. Reacting instantly, the masked figure leaps away from the monstrous serpent, narrowly avoiding another attack. The serpent's massive body crashes into the ground, the impact shaking the very earth. The masked figure lands gracefully, his sword already drawn and ready to strike. A close-up reveals the masked figure's determined expression, his eyes narrowed in focus. He prepares to unleash a powerful attack, energy crackling around his blade. The serpent unleashes a torrent of energy, blasting the masked figure backwards. The monstrous hyena, watches the fight unfold, sneering as he calls out to the masked figure, taunting him as Messiah's dog. The hyena's face contorts in rage as he continues his tirade, revealing the deep-seated resentment he harbors. The hyena continues to berate the masked figure, questioning why he is standing there and begging for your life. The masked figure cries out in pain as the serpent's attack lands, the force of the blow evident in his strained expression. The serpent looms over the masked figure, ready to deliver the final blow. The masked figure, dwarfed by the monstrous serpent, can only brace for the inevitable. The monstrous hyena, its face contorted in a sneer, demands that the masked figure move his stinky head away, clearly relishing the protagonist's predicament. Meanwhile, the serpent prepares to strike, its form crackling with ominous energy. Seeing the serpent's attack, the masked figure curses, realizing the direness of his situation. He realizes that if he wants to survive, he has only one option left. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the masked blonde-haired figure curses under his breath, acknowledging that this is beyond his capabilities. He knows that his immediate priority is escape. The masked blonde-haired figure decides he can figure out the rest later, as surviving is his top priority. He knows he can't die pathetically like this. Somebody just passed by him. A skeleton soldier, moving with unnatural speed, attacks a monstrous hyena, drawing blood. The monstrous hyena is surprised by the sudden assault of a skeleton soldier. The masked blonde-haired figure is shocked, not believing a skeleton soldier could move like that. The masked blonde-haired figure realizes that the skeleton soldier moves almost like a high-level player, and that there are 5 of them. Realizing the dire situation, the masked blonde-haired figure watches as the monstrous hyena and the skeleton soldiers close in. The monstrous hyena's presence sparks a realization. Could Kim Woo-jin have eliminated Jong Hoon-young's team? The masked figure wonders why the others haven't appeared yet. The skeleton soldiers' speed and ferocity provide an answer, explaining the confusion surrounding the Skull Guild's demise in the A+ dungeon. The masked figure realizes that the mystery has been solved by the hyena and the skeleton soldiers. Elsewhere, Jong Hoon-young, cornered and desperate, resolves to escape and report his findings. But why is the monstrous hyena suddenly glowing? Jong Hoon-young wonders why the skeleton soldiers are ignoring him and only following the masked blonde-haired figure. The monstrous hyena lunges, its massive form casting a shadow over the skeleton soldiers. The hyena's attack is swift and brutal. The monstrous hyena's eyes glow with predatory intensity. Due to the blood poison skill, the strength of the lizard warrior is continuously decreasing. The masked blonde-haired figure expresses his surprise, realizing the monstrous hyena is solely focused on him. The monstrous hyena looms over the battlefield, its skeletal soldiers standing ready. A close-up reveals the monstrous hyena's menacing, glowing eye. The masked blonde-haired figure realizes he's become the monster's primary target. The monstrous hyena stands tall, its red eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The masked blonde-haired figure wonders why the hyena is only following him, as if the skeleton soldiers are invisible. The monstrous hyena lunges, its massive form crashing through the environment as it closes in on its prey. Jong Hoon-young realizes that the masked figure is distracting the monstrous hyena, giving him an opportunity to escape. Jong Hoon-young, observing the situation, believes the masked figure doesn't understand the full scope of the danger. The narration reflects on a time when people relied heavily on their levels and items when clearing dungeons. A character, unseen, questions why they have to spread something on their body, perhaps as a means of camouflage or protection. The unseen character reveals that the lizard warrior, the monstrous hyena, doesn't have good eyesight, hinting at a strategy to exploit this weakness. He smirks, adjusting his collar. He wonders if they're not trying to camouflage themselves by putting on the disguise. Elsewhere, a man calls out, asking if he is right in identifying Kim Woo-jin. The man with ponytail's eyes narrow, realizing that is not him. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the light purple-haired man as he wonders if those guys are doing well. The monstrous hyena roars, its jaws wide open, ready to strike. The masked blonde-haired figure, realizing he cannot keep running away like this, prepares to fight. Far below, Jong Hoon-young notes that the lizard warrior seems to only target players. The masked blonde-haired figure is sent flying through the air by the monstrous hyena's attack. The light purple-haired man decides he shouldn't suffer by himself, thinking that the other guy is going to have to be a part of it too. Kim Woo-jin looks on with a serious expression. The masked blonde-haired figure is sent crashing through the trees. The masked blonde-haired figure crashes into a wall, leaving a skeleton-shaped imprint. The masked blonde-haired figure crashes through a wall, the force of the impact sending debris flying. Meanwhile, the monstrous figure, towering over a skeleton soldier, demands to know how it dares to block his path. The monstrous figure brings his foot down on the skeleton soldier, shattering it. The masked blonde-haired figure, regaining his senses, realizes there's one more enemy to face. The monstrous figure prepares to strike again, a blue energy blade forming in his hand. The energy blade cuts through the air, cleaving the skeleton soldier in two. The monstrous figure continues his descent, leaving the remains of the skeleton soldier behind. The masked blonde-haired figure's eyes narrow, a mixture of determination and apprehension in his gaze. The masked blonde-haired figure's mask shatters, revealing the face of Sejun Lee, bloodied but resolute. The monstrous figure lands heavily, the impact cratering the ground. Sejun Lee kneels on the ground, bracing himself for the coming battle. The monstrous figure looms over Sejun Lee, ready to strike. The monstrous hyena crashes through the environment, its immense size causing further destruction. Debris rains down as the monstrous hyena continues its rampage, the force of its movements shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Jong Hoon-young watches the chaos unfold, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the masked blonde-haired figure, Sejun Lee, clutches his leg in pain, cursing his injury. Sejun Lee grits his teeth, the pain evident in his narrowed eyes. A skeleton soldier stands ready, its glowing blue eyes fixed on an unseen target. The skeleton soldiers stand guard over a glowing symbol. Their skeletal forms a stark contrast to the vibrant energy surrounding them. The monstrous hyena looms over a figure cowering on the ground, its glowing red eyes promising violence. Park Yong-won, relieved at the hyena's demise, believes he can finally escape. The monstrous figure approaches Park Yong-won, its massive feet crushing the ground beneath it. The monstrous figure declares that it's time to wrap things up, leaving Park Yeonwon terrified and confused. Desperate, Park Yeonwon begs the monstrous figure to negotiate, offering to help it escape the dungeon. The monstrous figure decides that Park Yeonwon's request to be saved is granted. Elsewhere, Jang Hoonyeon believes that the monstrous figure should be targeting Sejun instead of Park Yeonwon. The skeleton soldiers, still active, pause, reacting to something. The monstrous figure, towering over Park Yeonwon, wonders if he is curious as to why Sejun is the one being chased. The monstrous figure's eyes glow with an ominous light. The heat sensor shows Sejun's location, confirming that the monstrous figure wouldn't be interested in anyone else. Sejun is sent flying backwards by an unseen force. The monstrous figure's attack sends Sejun hurtling through the air. The news reports that the dungeon boss monster is a needle snake, a monster that every player in the world has given up on capturing. The news continues to report on the dungeon situation, stating that the Mir Guild has abandoned the dungeon. The Phoenix Guild releases an official statement, declaring that they refuse to enter the dungeon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman watches the Phoenix Guild press conference on television. The woman, Park Yeonwon, thinks to herself that the timing of this issue couldn't be any worse, especially when they're planning on conquering a 6th-floor dungeon. Park Yeonwon continues to observe the public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild, noting that it is horrible. The man with ponytail scoffs, declaring that it's a waste of time to listen to weaklings. The news then breaks that the Messiah Guild has declared a reservation on the 6th-floor dungeon, instructing everyone to concentrate solely on it for now. An official statement from the Messiah Guild is broadcast, announcing the postponement of their dungeon entry to allow for adequate preparation. Online, the public overwhelmingly supports the Messiah Guild's decision, expressing trust and admiration. So, even the Messiah Guild has delayed their entry. It's obvious, there's a reason why it's also called the Snake of Death. The man with the ponytail chews thoughtfully as he considers the implications. France, America, Japan. It's been 2 years since it first appeared in those countries, but there isn't much that is known. And there hasn't been a player who has come back alive from hunting that monster. It's useless to even have a... To think that such a dangerous monster has appeared in the country. There's no information on it as well. The people have accepted Messiah Guild's decision without any doubts, but did Messiah Guild really just announce that without any ulterior motives? Wait, no way. Look at these. What do you think will happen if all these guilds delay entering the dungeon? Isn't it obvious? Only those without fear would gather together. Although, it may be hard to clear the dungeon. And as time passes, the government would also want to get rid of the dungeon. He considered the implications of the Messiah Guild's actions. The man with the ponytail knew that if they delayed much longer, other countries would also open the dungeon. That was right, a voice confirmed, adding that to put it simply, the dungeon would be conquered on a wider scale. Another voice chimed in, speculating that the Messiah Guild would become quite famous. Wait, Hyungnim, are you saying? The first voice confirmed the suspicion. The Messiah Guild was trying to buy more time on purpose. The man with the ponytail considered the information. He wasn't certain, but if one thought about their skills, there had to be a reason why they were delaying entering the dungeon. The Messiah Guild's records analysis showed a delay, and as it got delayed further, along with increasing fear, there would also be a lot of items that didn't have an owner in the dungeon. The voice speculated that when those guys defeated the Needle Snake, they would be able to obtain both fame and wealth. The skill rank of the Blood Poison skill had risen. Elsewhere, the skill rank of the Skeleton Soldier had risen. The emissary of the underworld had given some of their authority to him. It ended quicker than expected, thanks to the fact that skeleton soldiers don't have a body temperature, the protagonist, Sejun Lee, realized. Since getting involved with those connected to the Messiah Guild, things have become complicated for Sejun Lee. The skeleton soldier finds it difficult to move freely. Sejun Lee assesses the sword made from an ironclad turtle shell, noting its unique rank and level requirement. The sword boasts a physical attack power of 109, a strength reduction of 11 when equipped, and a 20% damage increase when used. The option isn't too bad, he thinks. The protagonist, Sejun Lee, instructs the skeleton soldier to use the sword from now on. The skeleton soldier, now armed, looks back at Sejun Lee. The skeleton soldier's glowing blue eyes focus intently. Then, Sejun Lee looks down at the fallen foe, demanding if they can have a conversation now. A system message declares that the dungeon has been cleared. A lone figure stands on a platform, bathed in the light emanating from the cleared dungeon. A man in a suit approaches another, congratulating him on a job well done, but questioning what happened to the others. The other man responds that everyone has been killed, except for him. The man on the phone, clearly agitated, demands clarification. The man on the other end of the line, revealed to be Kim Woo-jin, is instructed to downplay the strength of the lizard warrior in his report. Inside, Kim Woo-jin confirms that he handled the situation as instructed. The man on the phone, Park Yeonwon, acknowledges that the events unfolded as he predicted. He notes that one of the attackers used a unique sword that once belonged to the master swordsman. Park Yong-won is reminded that the Master is an important member of the Messiah Guild and the head of the Yamato faction, which is the main branch of the Skull Guild in Japan. Kim Woo-jin's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion flickering within. Park Yong-won continues, stating that there was nothing else he could find out. Park Yong-won ends the call, promising to contact Kim Woo-jin again. Elsewhere, a security camera monitors Kim Woo-jin's movements. Kim Woo-jin walks away from the building, seemingly unaware of the surveillance. His expression hardens, a silent determination settling over his features. In a different location, a man questions Park Yong-won's trustworthiness, suggesting that he might be compromised. He assures his contact that special precautions have been taken, given that he will be in contact with someone the guild is watching. He also mentions that he has installed something behind the TV. The man on the other end of the line clicks his tongue in acknowledgement. He knows the Skull Bastards will fall for their own trap. Elsewhere, Sejun wonders how the Skull Guild will handle Park Yong-won. The phone rings, and the caller ID shows it's Park Yong-won. Sejun answers the call. The man on the other end asks if he has something to give him, since his luck was good and everyone else was killed. Sejun replies that he couldn't find out anything else, as he was busy. He then states that he thinks he knows where the main branch of the Skull Guild is located. Park Yong-won is pleased with this information, and tells him to come to his house tomorrow, so he can hear it in detail. The camera focuses on a sign for Ilsen Station, revealing that the Skull Guild's main branch is located at the 19th locker of Ilsen Station. The protagonist, Se Jun Lee, reflects on the cautious nature of Oh Se-chan, the broker. He opens locker number 19. Inside, he finds a file labeled Dungeon List. He hopes the contents are satisfactory. The protagonist considers the extent of Oh Se-chan's involvement. He realizes why the Messiah Guild considers Oh Se-chan a nuisance. The content and quality of the list are impressive. Looking back at the dungeons he conquered when he was in the Messiah Guild, Sejun finally understands where the source was from. Sejun realizes that Oh Se-chan didn't become a target for nothing. The list details an albino lizard's egg, including dungeon floors, difficulty, capacity, entry conditions, clear conditions, and rewards. He didn't think that Oh Se-chan would have this too. There isn't much information on the albino lizard's egg. Even Sejun couldn't find out the source or the option. Sitting in his car, the protagonist wonders what's inside that egg. Sejun decides he can only find out directly. This is information that only Sejun Lee knows, a secret he intends to use to his advantage. A walkie-talkie is clutched tightly, a tool that will help him get closer to the hidden truth. In this dungeon, Sejun Lee vows to be the one to clear it, no matter what. The walkie-talkie sits silently, waiting to relay its secrets. The walkie-talkie belongs to Kim Woo-jin, who is about to make his presence known. Kim Woo-jin wonders if it's finally time for their first deal. A yellow car sits parked outside a modern building. Inside, a man in a suit relays information. Jong Hunyang's party and the Skull Guild died fighting each other. Judging by their sword fighting skills and equipment, the man in the suit continues, there is no doubt that they have a connection to Japan. Elsewhere, Park Yong-won reads the same report, musing to himself about the influential factions in Japan. A hand flips through the newspaper, the headline proclaiming that Phoenix Guild's Park Yong-won challenges the 6th dungeon. The newspaper article states that the president is to have a talk with Park Yong-won, as he's going to have to look into this issue. Park Yong-won is informed that, as he's the only one who has survived from 2 dungeons continuously with all members of the Skull Guild annihilated, they will start keeping watch over him. The man in the suit asks for Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim confirms that the money has been deposited into Kim Woo-jin's bank account, stating that it's his compensation. The man in the dark blue jacket informs the others that he will contact them again after clearing the dungeon. Elsewhere, Jong Hunyang anticipates Kim Woo-jin's return from the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin smirks, knowing that Park Yong-won's support will draw attention away from him. He looks forward to seeing Park Yong-won's reaction when they meet again. Now that he's finished all the urgent things, Kim Woo-jin prepares to leave. Jong Hunyang contemplates whether to go against Park Yong-won's warning not to act alone. A shipping container sits in a desolate location. A woman reports to her superior that the preparations are complete, but she is unsure if Kim Woo-jin will accept the situation. She relays the message, accept this situation. Someone taps their finger impatiently on a desk. On the phone, Jong Hunyang assures his contact that any potential problems will be handled. The person on the other end acknowledges the instructions. At the Phoenix Guild, Secretary Lee opens the door to Lee Jina's office, informing him that the boss wants him to prepare. She internally fumes, reminding herself that she dislikes being called Mr. Lee Jina because it sounds like Ajusi and worries people will think she's a female. Lee Jina, standing by the window, wonders if they are referring to the Lee Jina from the Phoenix Guild. He is shocked, realizing that they are indeed talking about him. Inside the Phoenix Guild's meeting room, the secretary walks in, followed by Lee Jina. The secretary's eyes narrow, a hint of annoyance flickering across her face. The secretary explains that an examiner will accompany him, as he hasn't chosen a dungeon suitable for his level. She continues, stating that if he agrees, he should sign the contract and can ask any questions he has. The narration box reveals that Lee Jina is known as the Immortal, a player who is unable to be killed. A flashback reveals that when someone used to hunt Lee Jina for the Messiah Guild, he escaped twice, but there wouldn't be a third chance. He seemed lost in thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he considered the news. He would be accompanied by someone related to Osei-chan. The examiner was a surprise to the silver-haired man, as was the fact that they would be entering the dungeon together. The examiner's words cut through the air, demanding attention. Startled, Lee Jina apologized, having been too preoccupied to hear what was being said about Secretary Lee. The examiner, clearly overhearing the conversation, erupted in anger, accusing the silver-haired man of looking down on him. Lee Jina, unfazed by the outburst, wondered if he could speak with Mr. Osei-chan. Secretary Lee, standing near a whiteboard, informed someone that they could use the walkie-talkie. A voice crackled over the walkie-talkie, testing the connection. Another voice responded, asking what the problem was. The voice on the walkie-talkie questioned if Lee Jina disliked the examiner who was going to enter with him. The examiner wondered aloud what would happen if he died while clearing the dungeon, realizing that the silver-haired man didn't know what awaited him. Lee Jina, overhearing the transmission, realized the examiner was threatening him. He understood the implications of the examiner's words. Meanwhile, the examiner and Secretary Lee stood together, the tension between them palpable. Elsewhere, a hand slammed a walkie-talkie down, cutting off communication. The man with the gray hair, Jong Hoon-young, spoke urgently into another walkie-talkie, declaring that their new client was a crazy bastard. An unseen character responded to the statement, saying that if the guild's new member wasn't what they expected, they would get rid of him. The monstrous figure with sharp teeth, seemingly on the other end of the walkie-talkie, angrily reminded the speaker not to eat so much at the service station. The monstrous figure continued his rant, suggesting they buy cooking oil instead, as it has around 9,000 calories per liter, and demanded the walkie-talkie be turned off before the battery ran out. Jong Hoon-young looked exasperated as he listened to the ranting coming through the walkie-talkie. Secretary Lee, with a thoughtful expression, stated that the discussion was finished and offered to guide the examiner to the dungeon entrance. The examiner agreed, but warned them not to try to be cunning or anything. The examiner, his face shadowed, declared that he was not merciful towards people who bared their fangs at him inside dungeons. The examiner thought to himself that he never let any of them off the hook, judging by his memories of the past. The examiner, with a sinister grin, muses about how fortunate he is to have met the immortal Lee Jina, believing he will be of good use. Meanwhile, Secretary Lee speaks on the phone, her expression unreadable as she peers through the blinds. She wonders if everything will truly be all right, as two figures walk away in the distance. Elsewhere, Jong Hoon-young speaks on his phone, mentioning Kim Woo-jin and stating that they would have to think of him as their enemy. The scene shifts to a view of the dungeon floor, bathed in an eerie blue light. An alert flashes on a screen, indicating that in order to go to the next floor, 111 direwolves must be defeated. The examiner asks Lee Jina if he isn't glad that he pissed him off before. Lee Jina retorts that he'll do his best to ignore him, while internally noting the need to defeat 111 direwolves. Jong Hoon-young, back in his office, smirks, stating that he's just going to sit here and watch. Back in the dungeon, Lee Jina sits on a rock, telling himself to get going. Jong Hoon-young's face is shown in a close-up, with a blank speech bubble. The examiner, looking at Lee Jina, says that he's starting to feel bad now that he looks at him. The monstrous figure chews thoughtfully, considering the situation. He wonders aloud why it would be too hard to do it alone. Elsewhere, the armored figure sits perched on a rock, offering a conditional hand. He states that if they kneel and ask for forgiveness, he could maybe lend a hand, and they would become an immortal who can never die. It's said that he has probably received the blessing of the River Styx. It is also said that only people who have the fighter of a tenacious life, as their nimbus, can obtain that legendary skill. Even if your head gets chopped off, or your heart gets ripped out, you become an immortal. Someone thinks that he's probably thinking that he's extremely lucky to have an immortal body, but that is not the case. Jong Hoon-young stands ready, a skeleton soldier materializing behind him, ready to fight. If you've met him, the skeleton soldier has been summoned. Lee Jina watches the events unfold. Jong Hoon-young stands tall, prepared for battle. The skeleton soldier stands ready, awaiting Jong Hoon-young's command. Jong Hoon-young vows to make him realize that it was his delusion. The skeleton's glowing eyes pierce the dungeon's gloom, a stark contrast to its otherwise comical appearance. The skeleton warrior cleaves through a monstrous hyena with surprising force, its blade leaving a trail of blue energy. From a distance, Jong Hoon-young observes the skeleton's unexpected prowess. He remarks, calling it skeletony. A smirk plays on Jong Hoon-young's lips as he watches the unlikely warrior in action. Jong Hoon-young realizes how Sejun Lee was able to clear the dungeon by himself, understanding the skeleton's true potential. The skeleton stands amidst the fallen monstrous hyenas, a testament to its surprising strength and skill. One of the monstrous hyenas lies defeated, a pool of blood forming beneath it, the blue energy of the skeleton's attack still visible. Jong Hoon-young is still in disbelief at the skeleton's power, admitting he thought it would be a hindrance. The skeleton continues to totter, yet it swings its sword with the skill of a high-level player, defying all expectations. He watches as the skeletons multiply, realizing that the higher the rank, the more skeletons can be summoned. Jong Hoon-young knows this bastard is dangerous. As expected, the man with gray hair realizes that Sejun Lee is not an ordinary person. The man with gray hair thinks to himself that he should tell Hyung Nim after he's done here. The man with gray hair states that it was great and that he doesn't think he needs any more help. The man with gray hair says that he'll tell Sejun Hyung Nim about him after they finish here. The man with gray hair narrows his eyes. The man with gray hair wonders if he was mistaken and if the skeleton suddenly talked informally. The skeleton soldiers are summoned. The man with gray hair is shocked. The skeleton soldier has been summoned. The man with gray hair thinks that the skeletons are getting a little rough all of a sudden and wonders what Sejun Lee did. He realizes that there are 5 skeletons. The man with gray hair contemplates, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considers the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the man with the ponytail, Park Yong-won, questions the intentions behind the seemingly harmless words. With a disarming smile, the blonde-haired knight, Sejun Lee, apologizes, claiming no offense was intended. But Sejun Lee's words are a prelude to a swift and brutal attack. Park Yong-won, now enraged, shouts that Sejun Lee's apology is not accepted. The knight's foot connects with Park Yong-won's face. The force of the kick sends Park Yong-won flying through the air. Sejun Lee follows through, grabbing the airborne Park Yong-won. The impact of the throw is devastating. Park Yong-won's face contorts in agony as he crashes. The force of the impact creates a blinding explosion of energy. Jong Hoon-young's eyes widen in disbelief at the display of power. From the shadows, a figure mocks the attempt to target the summoner directly, rather than dealing with the summoned skeletons first. Below, the figure observes that the blonde-haired man moves as if he had foreseen every outcome, realizing that he has been concealing his true abilities until now. The blonde-haired man, Sejun Lee, wonders if the figure's goal is to approach him or Sejun Hyung. The blonde-haired man declares that he doesn't know what the figure wants, but he won't get anything from him, boasting that he is good at keeping secrets. The figure wonders if the blonde-haired man is truly who he seems to be. The figure decides that it doesn't matter anyway, as he prepares to attack. The blonde-haired man, now revealed to be tied up, grits his teeth in frustration. A close-up reveals the blonde-haired man's hands bound tightly with rope. The blonde-haired man is shown suspended from a tree, with the figure standing below, watching him. The blonde-haired man wonders how long he's been hanging there. The blonde-haired man, desperate, demands food and accuses his captor of trying to starve him to death. Still suspended, Sejun Lee prepares himself for whatever his captor has planned. The rope suddenly gives way, sending the blonde-haired man crashing to the ground. The dark-haired figure, Woo-jin Kim, gives him a chance to prepare himself. The blonde-haired man, still on the ground, questions why he's suddenly being given a chance to fight, recalling that he was previously used as bait. Woo-jin Kim states that he will let him go after he shows his skills. The blonde-haired man scoffs, not believing a word. Woo-jin Kim tightens his grip on the rope, asking if that's so. He wonders aloud if he should just hang him up again. The dark-haired man holds the rope, looking down at Sejun Lee. Sejun Lee, realizing the dark-haired man is completely unhinged, curses under his breath. Woo-jin Kim smiles, agreeing that he has no objection to being used as bait, since he is the best tank. The sound of something being cut echoes. Having cut down Sejun Lee, Kim Woo-jin is immediately set upon by a pack of monstrous hyenas. The armored figure throws a punch, the force of it creating a shockwave. One of the monstrous hyenas lunges forward, jaws agape. The pack descends upon him, a flurry of claws and teeth. The armored man grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. Damn it! The hyenas swarm him, an overwhelming mass of fur and fury. His armored hands reach up, desperately trying to fend off the attack. One of the hyenas breaks away from the pack, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Suddenly, a skeletal figure rises, its bones emitting an eerie creaking sound. The skeletal figure raises a massive sword, the blade gleaming in the light. The skeletal warrior unleashes a devastating attack, cleaving through the hyenas with ease. The remaining hyenas scatter, fleeing from the sudden and overwhelming power of the undead warrior. The skeletal warrior's sword cleaves through the air, a whirlwind of bone and steel. The force of the blow sends blood spraying outwards. More blood splatters against the ground. The skeletal warrior continues his assault, his blade a blur as he cuts down the monstrous hyenas that threaten Kim Woo-jin. Far away, a figure with light purple hair observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. The light purple-haired man stands atop a massive tree, his gaze fixed on the distant battle. Back at the fight, one of the monstrous hyenas is sent flying through the air, defeated. The hyena crashes to the ground with a sickening thud. The skeletal warrior continues his relentless assault, his movements swift and deadly. Blood drips from the skeletal warrior's gauntlet, evidence of the brutal efficiency of his attacks. The skeletal warrior stands triumphant over the remaining hyenas, his presence a stark warning. The monstrous hyenas lie defeated, their bodies a testament to the skeletal warrior's power. The skeletal warrior roars, blood splattered across its face. The warrior has leveled up. Meanwhile, the light purple-haired man watches from high in a tree, observing the battle's outcome. The skeletal warrior thinks to himself that things are not the same as in the past. From his perch, the light purple-haired man notes that the warrior still doesn't die easily. The light purple-haired man smirks, thinking that the skeletal warrior would be pretty useful in the future. The monstrous hyena's paw strikes the ground with tremendous force. The skeletal warrior, bloodied and battered, can only exclaim, "This is crazy." The monstrous hyena lunges forward, its jaws snapping shut. The skeletal warrior is surrounded by the monstrous hyena and its pack. The monstrous hyena's jaws clamp down on the skeletal warrior's head. With a burst of speed, the skeletal warrior dodges the monstrous hyena's attack. The skeletal warrior retaliates, swinging its sword at the monstrous hyena. The monstrous hyena reels back from the skeletal warrior's attack. The skeletal warrior prepares to strike the final blow. The skeletal warrior's battle against the monstrous hyena has left only one enemy standing, prompting Sejun to question if there are any more foes remaining. Suddenly, the monstrous hyena lunges forward, teeth bared in a desperate attack. However, Sejun is unfazed, casually tossing the skeletal warrior a command to finish off the beast. The skeletal warrior, obeying its master's command, prepares to strike the final blow. A system message appears, announcing that the first floor of the dungeon has been cleared. Sejun, addressing the skeletal warrior, suggests that the skeletons are being overworked due to having the wrong master. The skeletal warrior lies prone on the ground, seemingly ignoring Sejun's comment. Sejun, frustrated by the lack of response, sarcastically suggests a high five. The skeletal warrior remains silent, its glowing eyes fixed forward. Sejun's frustration grows as the skeletal warrior continues to ignore him. His anger flares, and Sejun explodes, demanding how the skeletal warrior dares to ignore him when it's merely a bone puppet. Sejun reaches out to grab the skeletal warrior, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief at the continued defiance. The skeletal warrior ignores the taunts of protagonist Sejun Lee, who demands they settle their ranks. Elsewhere, Kim Wo-jin reflects on how different Lee Jin-ah is now. Kim Wo-jin recalls that Lee Jin-ah was a powerful man who fought against the Messiah Guild with an immortal body, but is now refusing to be touched. The narrator acknowledges that Lee Jin-ah was one of the strongest men at that time, utilizing his immortality by sacrificing his flesh for bone. Protagonist Sejun Lee, eyes glowing with anger, realizes he couldn't approach Lee Jin-ah hastily because of his destructive methods. Kim Wo-jin notes that Lee Jin-ah's malice from that time is nowhere to be found. It's obvious that a trigger changed Lee Jin-ah. The narrator recalls having no memories of Oh-se-chan from the past, but it seems like the two of them were really close back then, and perhaps Oh-se-chan's death was what awakened Lee Jin-ah. The narrator realizes that if Oh-se-chan keeps on living, protagonist Sejun Lee believes there's a high probability that the Messiah Guild will be left out from the blueprint of the future. Kim Wo-jin admits he doesn't know Lee Jin-ah's intention, but Lee Jin-ah has lured them with the exact numbers so that he could catch him without dying. The narrator realizes that it's not just a coincidence, but continuously at the right time of his recovery. The hooded figure's analysis extended beyond mere monster and dungeon assessments, delving into realms accessible only to those with a comprehensive understanding. This level of insight wasn't just a simple, high-level ability, it was something far more profound. The silver-haired man refused to acknowledge the truth, a truth that gnawed at him. He knew, deep down, that the hooded figure was superior in every aspect. The hooded figure stated that they should move to the second floor. Kim Wo-jin smirked, a knowing glint in his eyes. The second floor, he thought, would be much better than their current location. They were moving to the second floor. The group ascended, their silhouettes dwarfed by the glowing portal before them. The silver-haired man, now revealed to be Lee Jin-ah, slumped exhausted. He was so tired he thought he could die. Lee Jin-ah complained, wondering if he could at least take a break after working hard all day. A hand, clad in a dark glove, pressed several cylindrical objects against the glowing surface, activating some kind of mechanism. The hooded figure, standing over Lee Jin-ah, questioned if he was confident in running. The question hangs in the air as Lee Jin-ah wonders why someone would suddenly choose to flee. The reason becomes brutally clear. An unseen force obliterates the ground, sending shards of earth and sprays of blood skyward. Kim Wo-jin, caught in the blast, shouts in disbelief, questioning what is happening. A sinister smile spreads across the face of an unseen character, as he suggests it would be good if they started running now. The sound of the attack echoes through the forest. Li Jin-h's eyes widen, sensing the imminent danger. The force of the unseen attack shatters the very earth around them. The attacker, a monstrous hyena, reveals its terrifying visage. Kim Woo-jin grits his teeth, frustrated that he can't even relax in this situation. The unseen character ominously declares that things are about to get much busier. Elsewhere, a bald man in a suit sits at a table, a newspaper with a headline about foreign guild participation lying before him. A man wonders aloud how far the foreign guild list will rise. Elsewhere, Secretary Lee seems satisfied. She realizes that there is still time before Li Jin-h returns, so they must hurry. Meanwhile, the monstrous hyena continues its relentless pursuit, its massive paw crushing the ground with each stride. Li Jin-h grits his teeth, his expression a mix of determination and frustration. He wonders how they ended up in this situation. The monstrous hyena lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut, narrowly missing Li Jin-h. He realizes that he ended up being the only one hunted down. Skeletal warriors fall from above, their descent a chaotic dance of bone and shattered ground. The silver-haired man resigns himself to acting as bait this time. With renewed resolve, Li Jin-h braces himself, ready to face whatever comes next. The monstrous hyena growls, its red eyes gleaming in the dim light of the dungeon. The hyena lunges forward, its massive paws pounding against the stone floor. The silver-haired man curses under his breath, frustrated by the dungeon's difficulty. He wonders how it could be harder than the first floor. The hyena's target clenches his fist, muttering about the damn bastard. The hyena vows to kill him once they're out of the dungeon. The hyena's claws tear through the air, leaving trails of displaced energy in their wake. The hyena strikes, sending Li Jin-h flying through the air. Protagonist Essie Jun Lee watches as Li Jin-h is sent hurtling away by the monstrous hyena. The protagonist, his expression grim, prepares to intervene. Dust explodes outwards. A massive foot descends, crushing the earth. The ground continues to crumble under the immense pressure. The monstrous hyena claws at the cliff face, struggling to maintain its grip. The skeletal warrior grins, anticipating the final blow. The skeletal warrior declares that he will stop dragging this out any longer. His red eyes gleaming, the skeletal warrior prepares to strike. The warrior commands to finish it. The skeletal warrior raises his sword high, ready to deliver the final blow to the monstrous hyena. The skeletal warrior's blade finds its mark, drawing blood from the albino lizard. The force of the blow sends tremors through the air. The skeletal warrior and his brethren stand atop the monstrous albino lizard, prepared to strike again. The blood poison skill is activated to its maximum potential. The summoner observes the skeletal soldiers, realizing that they are individually trained, unlike typical summoned skeletons used for support or to buy time. Due to the blood poison skill, the albino lizard's health will continuously decrease. The albino lizard roars in pain as the poison takes hold. The skeletal warrior prepares another strike. The monstrous albino lizard thrashes in agony, its massive form dwarfing the skeletal warriors. The albino lizard's eyes glow with a menacing red light as it struggles against the poison. The skeletal warrior's glowing blue eyes pierce the gloom as he advances. The albino lizard's red eyes lock onto the skeletal warrior, a silent challenge before the final blow. The blonde-haired man wonders aloud if his opponent is unable to see the skeletal soldiers. He then wonders if that's the reason Kim Woo-jin is only following him. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin wonders what kind of magic his opponent possesses, thinking it would be good if he started running now. Suddenly, the blonde-haired man begins to unleash his magic. The magic explodes outward, striking Kim Woo-jin. The force of the blow causes Kim Woo-jin to cough up blood. The attack continues to pummel him. The magic tears through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The landscape is warped and twisted by the sheer power of the magic. The forest floor is obliterated, leaving a crater in its place. Dust and debris fill the air as the magic continues to wreak havoc. Finally, the blonde-haired man lands, his attack complete. The blonde-haired man staggers, blood trickling from his mouth as he absorbs the force of the blow. The skill Styx River's blessing activates, enveloping the blonde-haired man in a surge of power. A disembodied voice notes that the blonde-haired man will recover immediately from the damage he sustained. The monstrous hyena looms behind the blonde-haired man, ready to strike. The monstrous hyena's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a menacing red eye. The blonde-haired man expresses his frustration, deeming the previous attack a waste of his energy. The blonde-haired man's gauntlet glows with power as he prepares another attack. The blonde-haired man stands ready, his body radiating with the energy of Styx River's blessing. The force of the blonde-haired man's attack explodes outward, devastating the landscape. The monstrous hyena is engulfed in the blast, its red eyes glowing ominously through the smoke. The blonde-haired man stands over the monstrous hyena, the aftermath of his attack visible all around. The blonde-haired man's fist clenches, ready to deliver another devastating blow. He lands a devastating blow on the monstrous hyena, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The beast's red eyes widen in pain and surprise as the attack connects. The monstrous hyena crashes to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Skeletal warriors descend from above, their movements swift and deadly. The monstrous hyena struggles to rise, its massive form dwarfed by the approaching skeletal warriors. The light purple-haired man watches the scene unfold, muttering about being treated as bait. The skeletal warriors strike, their blades finding purchase in the monstrous hyena's flesh. The monstrous hyena roars in agony as the skeletal warriors continue their assault. The blood poison skill spreads rapidly through the monstrous hyena's body, weakening it further. One of the skeletal warriors raises its sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow. The sword plunges into the monstrous hyena, ending its struggle. The monstrous hyena's massive jaws fall open in a final, silent scream. The skeletal warrior stands tall, dwarfed by the monstrous hyena it faces. The light purple-haired man wipes sweat from his brow, the battle having clearly taken a toll. The monstrous hyena roars in pain, its defeat imminent. A skeletal warrior delivers a final, crushing blow. The monstrous hyena is overwhelmed by the skeletal warriors, their combined assault proving too much. Another skeletal warrior strikes, further weakening the monstrous hyena. The monstrous hyena collapses, defeated. The skeletal warriors stand victorious over the remains of the monstrous hyena. From within the depths of his hood, the emissary remains silent. The system informs him that 50 trolls have been defeated, but he realizes he needs to summon more. The system notifies the emissary that he has leveled up and obtained the achievement Troll Hunter, but it also informs him that he is still inadequate to receive the attention of the emissary of the underworld. The hooded figure remains stoic, his glowing eyes betraying nothing of his thoughts. The emissary wonders aloud if killing 50 trolls on his own will finally get the attention he craves. Elsewhere, someone fumes about the guy favored by the Nimbus, wondering what kind of person he is. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin stands with his sword drawn, accompanied by another knight. Elsewhere, Sejun Lee curses the favored bastard, lamenting his starvation and wondering what he is doing now. Someone calls out to Kim Woo-jin, suggesting they leave if they are finished, but the knight wonders if there is something left to do. The knight's back is turned as he contemplates their next move. Kim Woo-jin considers the situation. He decides that the most important thing remains. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, towards an unseen object. Far below, the armored figure of Sejun Lee stands near a massive, prone form. The armored figure wonders if the item is nearby. With a burst of speed, the protagonist, Sejun Lee, dashes forward, his sword gleaming. A beam of light pierces the darkness. Sejun Lee, now holding a glowing orb, remarks that he finally got his hands on it. A notification appears, stating that he has found the albino lizard's egg and cleared the dungeon. Holding the egg, Sejun Lee realizes the Messiah Guild went to great lengths to hide whatever is inside. He vows to find out what it is. The armored figure realizes that the dungeon's clear condition was to secure the item. He admits he had forgotten about something due to his recent troubles. The albino lizard's egg shatters as a sword pierces it, much to the surprise of the man who ordered it destroyed. The man who destroyed the egg questions why it was destroyed, as they don't know what it does yet. Fragments of the egg scatter across the ground. The one who destroyed the egg realizes what he has done. A skill page emerges from the shattered remains of the egg. The man who ordered the egg destroyed can't believe there was a skill page inside. The one who destroyed the egg curses his actions. The skill page reveals the power of Apophis, which requires the user to be the emissary of the underworld and above level 1, granting resistance to all kinds of poison. The narrator wonders how the skill of the king of the deadly poison could be here. An image of the king of the deadly poison appears, a figure who dealt with all kinds of poison but suffered no damage due to the power of Apophis. The narrator describes the king of the deadly poison as a villain who uses force to take what he needs and kills people brutally using his poison, showing a scene of his victims. At the peak of his atrocities, the king of the deadly poison stood defiant. The Messiah Guild declared their intent to judge the king of the deadly poison. Many members, including the king himself, joined forces to defeat him, though many lost their lives in the process. Many of them lost their lives in the process, a grim reminder of the king of the deadly poison's power. Even now, the king of the deadly poison remembers every single one of his comrades killed by that bastard's poison. He admits he didn't know anything about the albino lizard's egg other than what the Messiah Guild owned. The king of the deadly poison had never heard about the power of Apophis skill before, but he believes the king of the deadly poison couldn't have stolen it. The only answer, he realizes, is that the Messiah Guild gave this to the king of the deadly poison. They deliberately made the king of the deadly poison the villain so that they can be seen as a savior. The king of the deadly poison clenches his fist, realizing that Sejun Lee made him realize again that the death of their comrades were in vain. If he obtained this skill, their meaningless death won't be repeated. The king of the deadly poison crushes the albino lizard's egg in his hand, the shell cracking under the pressure. The king of the deadly poison acquires the power of Apophis, granting him resistance to all kinds of poison. However, Lee Sejun, the king of the deadly poison, vows he will absolutely. The light purple-haired man wonders why the king of the deadly poison is in a bad mood, even though he kept the rewards himself. He suggests they get out of here, stating that they're not a match at all. The king of the deadly poison unleashes a burst of power. The tower stands tall against the night sky, its lights piercing the darkness. Inside, a man with light purple hair enters a room, 2 paper bags sitting on the table. The light purple-haired man hands one of the bags to Sejun Lee. Sejun Lee thinks to himself that he was very hungry. But upon looking inside, Sejun Lee is shocked to find 2 bottles of mineral water. He curses the light purple-haired man under his breath. Sejun Lee wonders why the light purple-haired man put bottles inside the paper bag. Meanwhile, a man scratches his ear. The man, revealed to be Jong Hoon-young, wonders who is talking about him, as his ears are itchy. Jong Hoon-young hums to himself. Speaking into a walkie-talkie, Jong Hoon-young notes that it's faster than he thought. He relays that Park Yong-won's side finished the dungeon in less than 3 days, even though it wasn't a low-level difficulty, and asks how the dungeon was. Jong Hoon-young is told that it wasn't bad, and he asks if there is anything happening outside. He is informed that there isn't any news about Park Yong-won's side that went into the dungeon yet. Word spreads quickly. The dragon hunter has captured another golden dragon in the 5-floor dungeon. Jong Hoon-young listens intently through his device, his expression unreadable. He recalls the first golden dragon's appearance. The golden dragon's skin, though valuable, was only sought after by those interested in its unique properties. The skin was incredibly solid and resistant to high temperatures, leading many to believe that armor made from it would open new worlds to players. However, it was the golden dragon's gastric juice that truly changed history, not its skin. A vial of the substance glows ominously. The speaker admits uncertainty about its special use, as he was shunned away. But it was later discovered that the material was used to remove seals and curses, as seen with Lee Sejun's Balmung. The image of Lee Sejun's Balmung being unsealed using the gastric juice flashes before the listener. The value of the golden dragon's gastric juice is beyond expectations, as it can even revive the dead. A sword glows with an ethereal blue light, hinting at its immense power. Someone, unseen, realizes they need to obtain the gastric juice before others discover its true potential. Back in the office, the light purple-haired man asks if those are the only big events in the last few days, inquiring if there is anything else he should know. The man with the silver hair replies that it is enough. He will hear about the details from their examiner and will give the light purple-haired man a feature phone to contact him in the future. The burner phone rests on the table, next to 2 bottles of water. It's a much safer method of communication, since their conversations can't be tracked. Meanwhile, at the office, Jong Hoon-young barks orders into the phone. He tells Gina not to sneak out anywhere and to get back to the office immediately. Gina protests, wanting to rest first. The older man continues to speak into the walkie-talkie, saying that since he is Gina's superior, he will give him 1 bowl of food, so he should come right away. He wonders whose fault it was that he worked so hard. Gina retorts that Jong Hoon-young really pushes people around. He asks how 1 bowl is enough and demands at least 10 bowls. Annoyed, Gina slams the door open. The silver-haired man thinks to himself that he needs to stick around with that bastard in the future too. A close-up shows Gina's face, his expression unreadable. Gina slams the door shut, the sound echoing through the room. Elsewhere, Jong Hoon-young is on the phone with the light purple-haired man. He complains about being called so early in the morning, asking why he was called when he already submitted the report yesterday. The light purple-haired man sits at a desk, holding tablet. He tells Jong Hoon-young to read what's on the tablet, saying that it is so important that he had to call him before. He stares intently, his expression unreadable. The light purple-haired man presents a document detailing the Needle Snake Hunt, a 2-floor dungeon with an A+ difficulty rating, requiring participants to be below level 35. He asks if this means he will have to enter alone. Jong Hoon-young questions who would send him there alone. The light purple-haired man continues to press, wondering if it's someone skillful, perhaps Lee Sejun. Jong Hoon-young explains that Sejun's level is too high to enter the 2-floor dungeon. The older man then asks why Kim Woo-jin is being left out. Visibly agitated, the light purple-haired man exclaims his refusal to work with Kim Woo-jin anymore. Jong Hoon-young reminds him that, aside from his skills, Woo-jin is a crazy bastard, and people need a sense of comradeship. The light purple-haired man insists that Woo-jin has personality issues and even set him up as prey for the monster. He declares that if he has to work with that human again, he'll go on a hunger strike, to which Jong Hoon-young responds that he'll be grateful if he does. The light purple-haired man states that the comrade he wants is someone who won't get in his way while they fight together, as he holds up a recording device. He continues, saying he doesn't care about personalities and that skills are the only important thing, prompting Jong Hoon-young to call out to him. Holding up a small recording device, the light purple-haired man asks if Jong Hoon-young remembers it. Jong Hoon-young winces, seemingly in pain or discomfort. The light purple-haired man reveals that he has already registered both of them. The man with light purple hair recalls giving them really good bait, while Jong Hoon-young looks shocked. Jong Hoon-young demands to know when the light purple-haired man registered them, and what he means by bait. The scene shifts to the deserted outskirts of Seoul. Inside a dimly lit workshop, the protagonist, Se-jun Lee, examines his blade. Close up, the damage to the blade is evident. The protagonist notes that the blade has been badly damaged and realizes he needs a proper workshop. Before he can address the blade, Se-jun prepares for something else. He opens a large, metallic case. Se-jun is excited to use the item within to kill the Skull Guild members, realizing that Se-chan even possesses this kind of item. He wants to try this once he meets them. The scene cuts to the exterior of a building. Inside, Jong Hoon-young asks if there are any positions left in the Needle Snake dungeon, implying that Kim Woo-jin knows something about it. Footsteps echo through the hallway as someone approaches. Jong Hoon-young reclines, unconcerned. He assures his companion that he has prepared everything in advance with Secretary Lee. He then wonders if it will be difficult for him and Kim Woo-jin to participate for the remaining positions. A door creaks open, and a voice questions if someone is spending a lot of money these days. The man responds with a sly smile, asking why he would need to. The man from the previous panel is asked if he's back already and if he has finished all the work. He confirms that the Moscow Guild belonging to the Russian side has finished bidding. The woman states that she has also delivered the item prepared for Mr. Kim Woo-jin. The woman slams a briefcase onto the table, exclaiming about Russia. She also mentions bringing the masks that were requested. The man smirks, seemingly pleased with the news. A news article reports the participation of 41 foreign players has been confirmed and that the recruitment of 99 people leading force is completed. Another news headline asks if the needle snake hunt will succeed. A glowing portal sits in Sinpung-ri, Nansan. A door labeled Russia Moscow Guild is shown, with the woman from panel 6 standing nearby. She struggles with the mask, finding it too uncomfortable to even eat with. Across the room, Kim Woo-jin is asked if he's alright, though he's also referred to as Isaac. Another man observes that Kim Woo-jin has been swallowing anything and everything for a while now, and asks if he is nervous. The man denies being nervous, but the narration reveals that nobody ever came back alive after entering the Needle Snake dungeon, and wonders why Kim Woo-jin is so calm. The man from across the room continues to press Kim Woo-jin, asking if he is scared. The man with the mask tells Kim Woo-jin not to be too nervous and to just believe in him, thinking to himself that he never thought he would get his hands on this thing. The man with the mask reminds the others to buy him meat for the last attack, and after they finish this one. The man with the mask states that they need to fight together in this dungeon, and tells Kim Woo-jin that he can't do that weird thing again like last time. A screen displays the item Grim Reaper's Mask, which is of legendary rank and can be used for level 1 or higher, allowing the user to control and connect themselves to the undead monsters. The man with the mask thinks to himself that he didn't know Se-chan would have this kind of item. Jong Hoon-young states that he has prepared a suitable item for Kim Woo-jin. The item is revealed to be of legendary rank. The king of the undead desired the item, but wasn't able to obtain it, but now the man with the mask has it in his hands. The woman delivering the item is not present, but the conversation continues, with someone noting that they've never seen the Grim Reaper's mask used before and are unsure of its effects. The speaker then tries to get Kim Woo-jin's attention, mistakenly calling him Isaac. However, someone is thinking that their plan to destroy Messiah would be much sooner. Elsewhere, Jong Hoon-young opens a door and instructs the Moscow Guild's players to prepare themselves. A hand slams down on a surface, the sound echoing. The man with light purple hair thinks to himself that he needs to test the Grim Reaper's mask on the first floor. A notice appears, stating that the players must survive for 5 days to move on to the next floor. The players are faced with a survival quest, and someone exclaims in frustration that this is the survival quest. The gravity of the situation dawns on the players as they realize the challenge ahead. The weight of the survival quest bears down on one of the players. One of the players expresses his disbelief at the survival quest, thinking that it might. Another player realizes that surviving alone would be pretty hard here, and that there might. With the survival quest looming, he wonders aloud what they should do, given the countless monsters that await them. The light purple-haired man suggests they carry on. The light purple-haired man's face contorts in anger, his teeth bared in a snarl. The test he speaks of is brutal. Se-jun Lee is being mauled by monstrous hyenas. The hyenas continue their assault, and the knight clad in white and gold armor wonders if he has to endure this trial again. The monstrous hyenas drag the knight further into the depths of the forest. The light purple-haired man questions if Se-jun Lee didn't listen to what he said in the waiting room, implying that he will have to repeat the test. The knight, Jong Hoon-young, explains to Se-jun Lee that he just obtained a new item and wants to check its performance. Sejun Lee realizes that Jong Hoon Yong has acquired an item and agrees that he should test it. Jong Hoon Yong's expression hardens, his face set with determination. He suggests that they move to a quiet place to conduct the test. A skeleton soldier has been summoned. He watches as the summoned skeleton warrior stands ready, a faint circle of energy swirling around its feet. Nearby, the light purple-haired man grins, amused by the display. The light purple-haired man taunts, asking if Jong Hoon Yong intends to avoid him, adding that the real fun is only just beginning. A hand manipulates a glowing blue interface, channeling power. The source of the power is revealed to be the Grim Reaper's mask, a legendary item that increases magical power and allows the wearer to control undead monsters. A notification appears, indicating that Jong Hoon Yong has obtained the achievement Grim Reaper's Master. The man in the mask acknowledges the increase in magical power, finding it to his liking. The skeleton warrior's glowing blue eyes widen, sensing something amiss. A beam of blue energy shoots down from above. The skeleton warrior wonders about the source of the energy, identifying it as a string. Jong Hoon Yong, now wearing the Grim Reaper's mask, wonders how to control the energy. A hand reaches out, seemingly to grasp the beam of energy. He focuses his energy, the air around Jong Hoon Yong crackling with power. The energy coalesces, forming intricate patterns around his hand. The light purple-haired man descends, observing Jong Hoon Yong's progress with a keen eye. A disembodied voice declares that they are connected. The source of the voice is revealed to be the skeletal warrior, its single eye glowing with an eerie light. A beam of pure energy erupts from the ground, reaching towards the heavens. A voice shouts, accusing someone of being caught. The light purple-haired man smirks, his expression suggesting he's the one who has done the catching. The skeletal warrior, looking up at the light purple-haired man, questions his strange behavior with a mocking laugh. The light purple-haired man pats the skeletal warrior on the head, a gesture that seems both condescending and sinister. The skeletal warrior, its glowing eye now narrowed, demands that he remove his hand. The skeletal warrior's sudden declaration surprises Lee Jin-H. The skeletal warrior's head whips around, its empty sockets somehow conveying a sense of urgency. The skeletal warrior's gaze is fixed on a large, metallic sphere. The skeletal warrior is sent flying backwards by the metallic sphere, and it wonders why it is moving like that. The metallic sphere crashes into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Lee Jin-H's face contorts in a grimace of pain and frustration. The metallic sphere continues its relentless assault, slamming into the ground with tremendous force. Lee Jin-H demands that the metallic sphere move its foot away from the skeletal warrior. The metallic sphere, controlled by Sejun Lee, realizes that controlling the skeleton soldier is harder than he thought. He and his group stand in a clearing, discussing their next move. Some suggest scouting the area, while others propose staying put. On Young-Jun of the Haiti Guild advises caution. He believes they should avoid hasty movements, as they don't know what kind of monsters might appear. Young-Jun suggests they observe the situation for a few days. He notes that others have gathered here as well, and it would be advantageous to combine their forces if the situation demands it. The group stands together, the Messiah Guild's presence looming over them. Young-Jun believes that no other group has as much influence as the Messiah Guild in this dungeon, and it would be advantageous to be with a lot of people in this situation. Suddenly, a monstrous figure unleashes a powerful punch, declaring it an etiquette injection punch. The punch sends one of Young-Jun's companions flying through the air. The monstrous figure, now revealed to be the light purple-haired man, expresses concern about the survival quest, but dismisses the monsters as weak due to their numbers. He wonders if he has become stronger. The air crackles with energy as the light purple-haired man prepares his next move. Meanwhile, the summoned skeleton soldiers continue their assault on the ogre. One of the skeletal warriors moves with surprising speed. The skeleton's attack lands with a resounding impact. Jong Hoon Yong observes the battle, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes the true threat. He knows that the summoned skeleton soldiers are already a force to be reckoned with, but the light purple-haired man is the real monster. The skeletal warrior continues to move with surprising agility, despite its initial difficulty in walking. The ogre struggles to maintain its footing, often falling down. The skeletal warrior moves around the ogre with ease. Jong Hoon Yong realizes that the light purple-haired man can directly control the summoned skeletons, making him an even greater threat. Frustration mounts as Jong Hoon Yong realizes the unfairness of the situation, knowing that someone else is fighting dangerously as a tanker while Sejun Lee hides in a safe place wearing a mask. The focus shifts to Sejun Lee, still hidden and observing. The light purple-haired man stands amidst the skeletal warriors he commands. Meanwhile, Sejun Lee is shocked that a skeleton soldier has been summoned, realizing the purple-haired man's power. The light purple-haired man wonders how Sejun Lee can even use a summoning skill in his current condition. The skeleton soldier moves forward. Sejun Lee realizes he could use a summoning skill while connected with the skeleton soldier, but it would consume his magical power threefold. He also doesn't think he can use the blood poison skill. The skeleton soldier asks how the light purple-haired man's condition is. The light purple-haired man tells the skeleton soldier that it's proper manners to look at someone's face if you're talking to them. The skeleton soldier feels weird that even mere bones seem to ignore him. The light purple-haired man is frustrated that he can't use the blood poison skill. Sejun Lee wonders if that's so. The light purple-haired man asks the skeleton soldier why. The skeleton soldier and Sejun Lee are in the same panel. The light purple-haired man is caught off guard by the sudden attack. He curses, then quickly regains his composure, inquiring about the condition of Jonghoon Yong. The man in the fur-lined armor responds that he feels much better after teaching those monsters a lesson in manners. The light purple-haired man laughs, attributing the attack to the monster's lack of manners. He then declares that they should move on. Jonghoon Yong, unseen, wonders if the light purple-haired man is going all out now. The man in the fur-lined armor exclaims that he's been fighting like crazy the entire time, questioning what's happening. The light purple-haired man asks about the orcs from before, implying there are more enemies to face. The light purple-haired man's skeletal warriors stand ready, poised to attack. The light purple-haired man, wearing a mask resembling a skull, stares intently. The man in the fur-lined armor, looking shocked, claims that the previous fight was just a warm-up. The man in the fur-lined armor claims he got that thing, and thinks he might have anemia. The man in the fur-lined armor looks down, sweat dripping from his face, as he realizes the severity of his injury. A blade pierces through the man in the fur-lined armor's abdomen, revealing the source of his anemia. The man in the fur-lined armor, still reeling from the stab wound, demands to know what the skeletal warrior is doing. The skeletal warrior retorts that the man in the fur-lined armor claimed to have anemia. The light purple-haired man declares that he will inject iron into him. The man in the fur-lined armor questions the logic, pointing out that he is being stabbed with a sword, not injected with iron. The light purple-haired man insists that the iron will flow into him. Enraged, the man in the fur-lined armor curses and demands to know how the light purple-haired man could say such a thing. The light purple-haired man, unfazed by the outburst, tells the man in the fur-lined armor that they have a lot to prepare. The man in the fur-lined armor, now alone, curses the light purple-haired man, lamenting his inability to do anything to him. The man in the fur-lined armor's fur collar is shown. Suddenly, a tree in the forest is struck with a powerful force. The tree splinters and cracks under the unseen assault. The tree is completely uprooted, the surrounding forest floor torn apart by the impact. The man in the fur-lined armor stands guard, his back to the unseen threat that destroyed the tree. Meanwhile, the light purple-haired man wonders why Kim Woo-jin has been cutting down trees instead of fighting monsters since they entered the dungeon. The scene shifts to Dungeon Day 2. A goblin snarls, its sharp teeth bared. Sejun Lee shouts to focus on the center. An adventurer slides forward, his sword leaving a trail of blue energy. The adventurer's sword cuts through the air, striking a goblin as another leaps toward him. The scene shifts again, now to Dungeon Day 3. The forest is still standing, but the air shimmers with distortions. A heavily armored warrior stands his ground, shield raised against unseen enemies. The light purple-haired man wonders why the survival quest has become so boring. Something felt off about this quest. Even a number of monsters seemed too low. The man in fur-lined armor, overhearing this, remained silent. He knew that this wouldn't work, and they needed to scout around the area, even if it was risky. The wooden barricade stood tall, a testament to their recent efforts. A system message appeared, informing the emissary of the underworld that because of his remarkable nature, he would be given a catalog as a reward. The emissary of the underworld, kneeling on the rocky precipice, examined the message. The system message detailed the skeleton warrior mastery skill, explaining that it requires the emissary of the underworld and level 20 or above to use. It strengthens the skills of skeleton soldiers and increases the number of summoned skeleton soldiers, with the effects increasing as the skill rank levels up. The emissary of the underworld clenched his teeth, a sign of his growing frustration. A surge of dark energy crackled around him. The emissary of the underworld declared, "Let's move." The man in fur-lined armor, standing below him, questioned the sudden change of plans. Why now? The man in fur-lined armor continued, frustrated that their hard work would be abandoned. "We can still use all of this, so why do we need to move on? We worked so hard to make this yesterday." The emissary of the underworld explained that the situation had changed, forcing him to revise their plan. Below, the skeletal warriors questioned the change. What kind of situation? Is it because the monsters increased? The light purple-haired man holds a mask, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he examines it. Nearby, the man in fur-lined armor stands guard as several skeletal warriors materialize around him. One of the skeletal warriors places a hand on the ground, bracing itself. The air crackles with energy as more skeleton soldiers are summoned. The man in fur-lined armor's eyes widen as he realizes something is amiss. The skeletal warriors are sent flying backwards, the force of an unseen attack scattering them. The man in fur-lined armor cries out in disbelief as the summoned skeletons are obliterated. He questions how so many skeletons were summoned, as he was only able to summon 5 previously. A flashback shows the man in fur-lined armor standing among only a few skeletal warriors. The light purple-haired man smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The light purple-haired man declares that things are different now. The skeletal warriors are obliterated by an unseen force. The light purple-haired man's actions have not gone unnoticed as someone watches from above. The observer calls out to the others, telling them to take a look at the scene below. Below, one of the monstrous orcs lies dead, blood dripping from its fangs. The man in fur-lined armor calls out, asking if someone is there amidst the carnage. The perspective shifts to the ground, showing the scale of the massacre. The light purple-haired man adjusts his glasses, thinking to himself that he thought he had gathered all the skillful guys. A voice booms out, tauntingly asking if they miss someone. The man in fur-lined armor shouts to Yongjun, telling him to look at that side. The light purple-haired man's expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Another man, the one who spoke, swings down from a tree, revealing himself to be the one responsible for the massacre. The light purple-haired man's glasses reflect the newcomer, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. The newcomer lands gracefully, ready to face the light purple-haired man and his remaining forces. He stands amidst the strange, wooden landscape, the scale of the labyrinth becoming apparent. The man in fur-lined armor, his face etched with concern, wonders aloud. Is this a labyrinth? A foot clad in sturdy footwear crushes down on the wooden surface, testing its strength. The exclamation marks hanging in the air betray the surprise of the group as they navigate the wooden maze. Below, the bodies of monstrous creatures litter the ground, a testament to the dangers of this place. The man in fur-lined armor realizes the truth, his brow furrowed with worry. This is a labyrinth made of wood, designed to lure monsters and trap them. The man in fur-lined armor continues onward, noting that there are more corpses ahead. The wooden labyrinth stretches out before them, a seemingly endless maze of platforms and pathways. The scale of the labyrinth is immense, the wooden structures towering high above. The man in fur-lined armor wonders what the planner of this labyrinth was thinking, realizing this is unlike any battle he's seen before. The man in fur-lined armor realizes that this labyrinth is the reason they were able to relax, even though it was a survival quest. A voice, belonging to Yongjun, admits to a misjudgment and declares the need to gather all the remaining players. The man in fur-lined armor admits that using traps isn't his preferred method for catching monsters, but he concedes that it depends on the situation. He then questions why they're moving around when they worked so hard to make the traps. The light purple-haired man assures him that they won't be making that kind of thing again, and that they don't need it anymore. The light purple-haired man pats the head of the skeletal warrior, stating that now that their manpower has increased, traps and mazes are just a waste of time. He declares that it's faster to hunt them right away, as the skeletal warriors move out. The skeletal warriors descend from the trees. The man in fur-lined armor asks if that's better, and the light purple-haired man, Yongjun, says that this time he'll show him his skills. Yongjun summons a glowing blue sword. The man in fur-lined armor is surprised, asking why he's shoving that sword at him, claiming he's recovered from his anemia. The sword is pointed directly at the man in fur-lined armor. Yongjun looks down, his expression grim. He declares that he will give it his all. Yongjun, his eyes glowing, says that he doesn't care about anything else, but he can't stand a clumsy guy running around in front. The landscape stretches out, a seemingly endless expanse of sand and sky. He grits his teeth, his face contorted in frustration as he continues his pursuit. The man in fur-lined armor struggles to keep pace, calling out, "Hey, please wait." He pleads for a moment's respite, asking, "Can we rest a bit?" The skeletal warrior continues its relentless march, its bony legs kicking up dust with each step. The man in fur-lined armor's eyes reflect his desperation as he struggles to keep up. The skeletal warrior turns its skull towards the man in fur-lined armor, its empty sockets seeming to mock his exhaustion. The man in fur-lined armor is dwarfed by the skeletal warrior, who towers over him. The man in fur-lined armor's face contorts in rage as he shouts, "Come here, you bastard!" His teeth bared, the man in fur-lined armor prepares to fight, his earlier exhaustion forgotten in his fury. The skeletal warrior taunts him, saying, "Are you making fun of me, huh? Why don't you come here?" Yongjun curses under his breath, realizing Kim Woo-jin's stamina is immense. He mutters that it's not just stamina, but his fighting spirit that's driving him. The man in fur-lined armor watches the fight unfold, realizing the skeletal warrior's fighting style is completely different from his own. He notes that he quickly runs out of stamina when fighting with his bare hands. Meanwhile, the man in fur-lined armor observes that the skeletal warrior can attack one-sidedly and easily escape. The light purple-haired man watches with narrowed eyes, recognizing that it's an efficient fighting style. The man in fur-lined armor finds it frustrating, but he wants to learn that kind of fighting style too. The light purple-haired man stands silently, his expression unreadable. The light purple-haired man questions what's the matter, reminding the man in fur-lined armor that he said he was going to show him his skills. The man in fur-lined armor is shocked that the light purple-haired man still remembers that. The light purple-haired man scoffs, declaring that he was about to show him. The man in fur-lined armor thinks to himself that he'll be all right. The man in fur-lined armor shouts that he'll do it even if he dies once more. The light purple-haired man observes that the man in fur-lined armor will definitely do the moves that he showed him before. The light purple-haired man realizes that there wasn't anyone that could guide the man in fur-lined armor until now. The man in fur-lined armor charges forward, relying solely on his physical resilience and attacking without strategy. It's a reckless, inefficient style, but one that seems to be working for him. The skeletal warrior, unfazed by the brute force, intercepts the attack. The clash of bone and metal echoes through the arena. Meanwhile, the light purple-haired man watches the fight with a calculating gaze. He muses to himself that the man in fur-lined armor will become more useful after some time. The hyena-like creature, observing the fight, growls a negative response to the light purple-haired man's statement. The light purple-haired man, unfazed by the hyena-like creature's disagreement, thinks to himself that he will have to make him useful. The sun filters through the dense canopy of the dungeon forest on day 5 of the survival quest. A hyena-like monster lies defeated, its blood staining the ground. With only 24 hours remaining in the survival quest, the light purple-haired man, unknown light purple-haired man, grits his teeth, wondering why he is pushing himself so hard. Having leveled up, the skeletal warrior wonders if unknown light purple-haired man lost something to the monsters. A system message appears, declaring that because the emissary of the underworld has taken a liking to unknown light purple-haired man's fast-paced nature, he will be given a catalog as a reward. The man in fur-lined armor questions Woo Jin Kim's relentless drive, asking if this isn't too much for a human being. The speech bubble reveals that Woo Jin Kim has been working straight for 8 hours and declares that he is not a machine, demanding a break. With a wide, relieved grin, Woo Jin Kim asks where they should sit. The man in fur-lined armor's mouth is open wide as he prepares to eat. The skeletal warrior tilts his head, and Woo Jin Kim offers him a sausage, asking if he wants to eat it. The skeletal warrior is offered a sausage by the man in fur-lined armor, who insists he take his hand. The skeletal warrior pauses, tilting his head in confusion at the offer. The man in fur-lined armor holds out the sausage, waiting for the skeletal warrior to take it. The man in fur-lined armor taunts the skeletal warrior, calling him Skeletoni, and accusing him of opening himself up. Kim Woo Jin is called out by the man in fur-lined armor, who asks if he sees what he calls comradeship. The man in fur-lined armor reflects on the inexplicable nature of comrades. Kim Woo Jin is asked if he is hungry by the man in fur-lined armor. The man in fur-lined armor stands over the skeletal warrior, who is now holding the sausage. The man in fur-lined armor is accused of controlling the skeletal warrior earlier. The man in fur-lined armor is told that he is making fun of people, but he dismisses the comment. The man in fur-lined armor expresses his desire to know what this so-called comradeship tastes like, complaining that he worked hard but was stolen from instead of being bought food. The man in fur-lined armor stands with the skeletal warrior and Kim Woo Jin, with a speech bubble indicating that if you like free stuff, you should pay attention. The man in fur-lined armor listens to the skeletal warrior's comment about someone named Seichon Hyung going bald. A red light flashes, signaling something is happening. The man in fur-lined armor and the skeletal warrior look up, startled by the sudden alert. The man in fur-lined armor wonders if it's a rescue signal. He notes that there isn't much time left until the survival quest is over. The man in fur-lined armor acknowledges that they've eliminated many monsters, but some still remain. He declares that the signal isn't a rescue. He then asks what the signal could be. The skeletal warrior explains that they're calling up players to decide the order since they're going up to the second floor after the survival quest on the first floor. The man in fur-lined armor expresses disbelief, finding the situation arrogant. From above, Sejun Lee and Lee Jin-age are seen standing over a group of fallen enemies. The man in fur-lined armor realizes that they've made the enemies feel comfortable and relaxed for the past 5 days, which is why they're so confident. Sejun Lee says to catalog and move over there. Lee Jin-age is surprised by this. The man in fur-lined armor holds out a glowing orb as the skeletal warrior questions if it's a catalog. The orb pulses with light, revealing that it contains the main skill that John George used. The skill, Explosion of Corpse, requires the user to be the emissary of the underworld and at least level 30. It allows the user to inject mana into a monster's body, causing it to explode. A massive crowd has gathered, their murmurs echoing through the area. Someone shouts for everyone's attention. The speaker announces that almost all the survivors have gathered and that he will speak now. The man in fur-lined armor declares that the survival quest will be over in a few minutes, and they will move to the next floor. The speaker continues, stating that the alliance, including the Haiti Guild, is... The man in fur-lined armor states that they are going to try to hunt the needle snake first. Someone asks if there are any objections, while another questions if they are really going to decide the order now, calling it crazy. An unseen character speaks, their words obscured by the panel's edge. Since there were no objections to the plan, the man in fur-lined armor warned everyone to be careful. The warning was clear: do not interfere with their hunting. The man with glasses seemed to take the warning personally. The man in fur-lined armor threatened to kill anyone who interfered, a warning that was not lost on the blonde-haired knight. The skeletal warrior asked Sejun Lee what they should do now, hoping he had a plan. One of the knights asked if the others understood what the man in fur-lined armor had said. Someone wondered if the man with glasses was crazy and why he couldn't speak Korean. The man in fur-lined armor grabbed the arm of the dark-skinned man with dreadlocks, stopping him. The man with dreadlocks glared, clearly furious at being restrained. The blonde-haired knight wished them good luck. The man in fur-lined armor simply said, "Good." The man with dreadlocks questioned why he was being stopped, arguing that the man with glasses wasn't even that far away. The man with dreadlocks is questioned about his intentions to face the entire group. The speaker focuses on the man with dreadlocks, noticing the red band tied around his arm, a detail shared by the others. The group stands together, united by the red bands that signify they are one team. The red bands are visible on each member of the group, marking them as a unified force. One of the armored figures remarks that he wouldn't have missed the red bands, realizing that's why everyone stayed quiet. Another member of the group points out that everyone is wearing a red band. The man with dreadlocks' opponent wonders if the unified front means they have no chance against them. The man with dreadlocks responds, questioning if his opponent really thinks so. A system notification appears, indicating that the survival quest has been cleared and they are moving to the 2nd floor. He stands amidst the chaos, the battle against the red armband group seemingly concluded. Suddenly, a colossal serpent descends, its massive head eclipsing the sky. The serpent strikes with incredible speed, its movements accompanied by a sharp shayu sound. A hooded figure watches the scene unfold, seemingly unfazed by the monstrous serpent. The hooded figure, revealed to be Lee Jin-H, remains calm as the serpent looms closer, the air crackling with energy. The serpent's skeletal body rises from the ground, an imposing figure against the twilight sky. The serpent's attack connects, sending the man with dreadlocks flying through the air with a resounding kuong. The path ahead is revealed, lined with trees and shrouded in an eerie blue light. Suddenly, a man with glasses shouts, "Launch now!" his face contorted with urgency. The man in fur-lined armor prepares to unleash a powerful attack, his eyes focused on the serpent. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the attack is launched, obliterating everything in its path. The man with dreadlocks lies defeated, the remnants of the energy attack swirling around him. The air crackles with unseen energy as the battle intensifies. The massive serpent unleashes another devastating attack, its jaws agape, ready to strike. The skeletal warrior's counterattack explodes with blinding force, a desperate attempt to halt the serpent's advance. The light purple-haired man and the man in fur-lined armor watch from a distance as the serpent's attack collides with the skeletal warriors. The light purple-haired man questions why they are standing idly by, suggesting that at this rate, things will not go as planned. The man in fur-lined armor, his expression unreadable, remains silent. A voice declares that a certain outcome would be impossible, though the speaker remains unseen. The light purple-haired man states that something is impossible. The man in fur-lined armor questions why it's impossible. The light purple-haired man wonders if any number of people would be enough. He then asks the man in fur-lined armor what he would do if he encountered a monster, to which the armored man replies that he would try to run into them and give them something. The light purple-haired man thinks to himself that he will use a jab, since he doesn't know what they would do. He continues, realizing it's hard to deal with unexpected developments if he goes all out from start. The light purple-haired man gestures, mentioning the thing over there. An explosion erupts. A massive worm-like creature emerges from the explosion. The man in fur-lined armor asks if the light purple-haired man is going to give a jab too. The man in fur-lined armor looks shocked. The man in fur-lined armor exclaims that it would be better if they could get rid of it quickly with that manpower. The light purple-haired man simply says, the light purple-haired man wonders why nobody has conquered this dungeon, yet if it was such an easy task. The light purple-haired man's thoughts raced, wondering if the previous attempts to defeat the worm-like creature had failed due to a lack of manpower. The worm-like creature, now fully emerged, towered over the landscape. Glasses Man, with a determined shout, urged everyone to proceed. The worm-like creature continued its rampage. The needle snake plowed through the landscape, crushing the remaining soldiers under its massive form. One of the soldiers shouted that the needle snake was retreating. Glasses Man, adjusting his glasses, muttered that it was only a matter of time before they caught it, vowing to be the first player to kill the needle snake. The needle snake continued its escape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The needle snake's head, A crimson monstrosity filled the field of view. Its single, massive eye glowed with malevolent intent. The needle snake burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. The skill of the master of the fountain of knowledge, Rupture, had been activated. The needle snake erupted from the ground, its initial assault a flurry of raw power. The creature's attack intensifies, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The assault continues, the force of the needle snakes strikes, creating visible shockwaves. The landscape bears the brunt of the needle snake's fury, the ground torn asunder. The needle snake rears back, preparing for another devastating attack. From the shadows, the man in fur-lined armor observes the unfolding battle. The light purple-haired man remarks on the preparations of his adversaries, noting their foresight. Nearby, the man in fur-lined armor realizes the true battle is only just beginning. An unseen observer notes that the needle snake has yet to attack with its full potential. Another voice points out the unusual needle-like thorns on the creature's body, urging continued assault. He, Glasses Man, focuses intently, his expression a mask of determination as he prepares to strike. The needle snake unleashes its true form, revealing a body covered in deadly spikes. The needle snake, now fully revealed, snaps its jaws shut with terrifying force. The creature's massive body whips through the air, a blur of red and purple. The two hunters brace themselves, ready to face the monstrous snake. One of the hunters looks up in disbelief as the needle snake's tail descends from above. The needle snake slams its tail down, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. The tail continues its descent, poised to crush anything beneath it. The needle snake's attack obliterates the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The massive head of the needle snake looms closer, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Amidst the chaos, Glasses Man is sent flying backward from the force of the blast. A commanding voice urges them to keep attacking, reminding them of their mission. Close up on Glasses Man's face, his eyes filled with a mix of determination and fear. Sent flying by the needle snake's attack, the Glasses Man watches as the armored figure continues to channel energy, preparing another attack. The needle snake's massive hand slams down, shaking the ground. The man in fur-lined armor, emboldened, shouts to his comrades, urging them to finish the fight. The needle snake is struck by a powerful blast, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. Glasses Man, still airborne, shouts a warning, relaying that the needle snake's movements have slowed and ordering the battle line to charge. The hunters, hearing the order, charge forward with a unified cry. The needle snake, momentarily stunned, is engulfed in smoke and dust from the previous attack. Through the dissipating smoke, the needle snake's glowing red eyes pierce through, a sign of its growing rage. The needle snake rises to its full height, revealing its immense size and the deadly spikes covering its body. Glasses Man's eyes widen in horror as he sees the true scale of the needle snake. A close-up reveals the needle snake's spiked body, each spike a potential killing weapon. The needle snake lunges forward, its spiked body a blur of motion as it prepares to strike. He shouts for everyone to cease their attacks and stay on guard, sensing the true danger of the needle snake. The needle snake's attack isn't just a simple strike. It unleashes a barrage of thorn-like projectiles. The hunters brace themselves as the needle snake's thorns rain down upon them. One of the armored hunters is sent flying backward by the sheer force of the needle snake's attack. The thorns strike the ground with explosive force, scattering debris and creating a chaotic scene. The needle snake's head looms large, its red eyes glowing menacingly as it prepares for another attack. Another hunter is struck by the thorns, the force of the impact sending him spiraling through the air. The hunter is sent crashing to the ground, the needle snake's attack proving far more devastating than anticipated. The man with dreadlocks realizes the thorns weren't coated with poison as he initially thought, adding another layer of complexity to the fight. He reflects on his misjudgment, realizing they were just simple thorns, a fact that doesn't diminish their lethality. The man in fur-lined armor is shocked by the sheer scale of the needle snake's attack, realizing the danger they are in. The needle snake towers over the landscape, a colossal threat that dwarfs the hunters and their efforts. The needle snake's severed tail rides in the air, a testament to the hunter's desperate struggle. The Glasses Man, observing the aftermath, wonders if that was the full extent of the snake's power. He had expected the needle snake to have more tricks up its sleeve. The man with dreadlocks, standing atop a rocky outcropping, dismisses the previous attack as merely a wide-ranged one, not a significant threat. The skeletal warrior and the man in fur-lined armor cautiously advance, wary of counterattack. The man in fur-lined armor examines the broken thorns embedded in his armor, a look of concern on his face. He wonders aloud if these thorns, which came from the needle snake's body, are breaking down too easily. The realization dawns on them. The inside of the thorns is empty as well. The thorns crumble into dust upon impact with the ground. The needle snake, now seemingly defenseless, hovers in the air. The glasses man shouts that the needle snake is now without its thorns. The man with dreadlocks urges the others to attack before it recovers. The needle snake's severed thorns fall away, revealing the creature's vulnerability. The massive needle snake thrashes, its exposed flesh now open to attack. Below, the man with dreadlocks watches the hunters advance, wondering if they're truly going to kill the snake. The glasses man realizes that the needle snake wasn't as big of a threat as they initially thought. The armored figure cries out as he is struck by an unseen force. The armored man yells at his unseen attacker to stop fooling around. The armored man continues to yell at his attacker, demanding to know what they are doing. The armored man's face contorts in pain as the attack continues. Another blow lands, sending the armored man stumbling. Close up on the armored man's face, sweat dripping down as he grits his teeth in pain. The armored man is sent crashing to the ground. The armored man lies on the ground, defeated. The armored man's attacker stands over him, ready to deliver the final blow. The armored man looks up at his attacker, confused and wondering what is happening. The system alerts the warriors. They have been poisoned by the needle snake. Panic sets in as one of the armored men realizes the gravity of the situation. It's poison. On Yongjun's ally shouts to him, reporting the severity of the damage. The poison takes hold, rendering most of the tank units unable to continue the battle. Glasses man, observing the chaos, wonders if the thorns were coated in poison. The man with glasses is shocked, realizing that there were no signs of the poison affecting them until now. He wonders how this could have happened, suspecting the thorns. The situation grows dire as the man with glasses realizes that if all the tanks have fallen, their plan is in jeopardy. A cloaked figure watches as the warriors retreat, confirming that the poison was indeed deadly. A skeletal warrior is overwhelmed by the poison, screaming for help as it takes hold. The skeletal warrior continues to suffer, the poison's effects proving gruesome. The man in fur-lined armor demands answers, questioning what is happening. He realizes their plan has failed because of the needle snake's poison. The man in fur-lined armor, realizing they are retreating, questions the nature of the poison. The man in fur-lined armor questions how poison became involved, considering the snake's attack was supposed to be thorns. He wonders if the thorns were stained with poison all along, a possibility that clearly frustrates him. Another voice points out that even before the wide-range attack, the damage dealers in the rear had already suffered damage. The skeletal warrior considers that if the thorns were poisoned, the damage dealers should have been the first to fall, not the tanks. The man in fur-lined armor questions how the tanks, who have high health, were poisoned at that moment. Frustration mounts as he realizes their attack was going too smoothly, and something was bound to go wrong. The camera focuses on the needle snake's tail as it descends the cliff face. The skeletal warrior curses, reminding everyone that the needle snake isn't called the deadliest snake for nothing. The skeletal warrior turns to see someone descending the cliff face, clearly displeased. He states that now they've found the hidden card of their prey, implying a shift in strategy. Glasses man questions what the protagonist, Sejun Lee, is doing as he descends the cliff. Another soldier questions if Sejun is trying to go down there, asking if he has lost his mind. As the skeletal warrior strides forward, he declares that he alone will face the needle snake, ordering the others to remain behind and prepare themselves. The man in fur-lined armor, taken aback by the order, stammers a response, quickly correcting himself and angrily asserting that he is not there to be ordered around. The skeletal warrior, his skull-like face betraying nothing, responds with a simple, almost mocking, "Oh, is that so?" The man in fur-lined armor, flustered, backpedals, insisting that he meant he would stay and follow the skeletal warrior's orders, though his tone suggests otherwise. The man in fur-lined armor's face contorts into a wide, unsettling grin, his eyes wide and unfocused. He continues to stammer, clarifying that he intends to remain and carry out the skeletal warrior's commands, while below, small bubbles rise from the ground. Unseen by the others, the needle snake strikes with deadly speed. The massive needle snake looms over the battlefield, its presence casting a long shadow over the landscape. The needle snake's attack is swift and silent, its venomous strike leaving no trace, as the narrator notes that the poison is colorless and odorless, making it difficult to detect. The skeletal warrior realizes that the players must have lowered their guard, finally understanding why all previous attack parties have failed. The narrator explains that the victims would have already suffered irreversible damage by the time they notice the poison, as the skeletal warrior stands over the fallen bodies. The skeletal warrior surveys the scene, declaring that he is different from the fallen, implying he is immune to the poison. He narrows his gaze, preparing for the next stage of his plan. The power of Apophis activates, surging through him. The system informs the skeletal warrior that he is resistant to the needle snake's poison, and that the poison has enhanced his blood poison skill. The skeletal warrior realizes that when the power of Apophis is activated, even the blood poison skill is being amplified by it. The skeletal warrior's eyes glow with power as he considers his next move. He examines a spear, contemplating its use. The skeletal warrior is surrounded by a blue aura as he prepares to use the spear. He wonders if a spear would be effective, consulting his inventory. The skeletal warrior decides that rather than cutting them down one by one, he will try a different approach. He believes dealing with the situation in this way would be more. The skeletal warrior slams his fist down, channeling his power. Frustration boils over as the skeletal warrior exclaims in anger. Glasses Man slams his fist down, berating himself for letting his guard down and blaming himself for the current situation. The man in fur-lined armor demands to know how many people escaped. The man in fur-lined armor struggles to recall the number of escapees. He estimates that around 30 people fled, but they are now scattered. He then orders Yangjun to search for them. The man in fur-lined armor insists that there could still be survivors. Glasses Man argues that they need to stay and gather the remaining people, but believes the ones still out there are probably dead. The man in fur-lined armor refuses to stand by, questioning if Glasses Man thinks it's impossible to attack again with the remaining people. Glasses Man counters that they will only lose more people if they search for the dead ones, preferring to reorganize the attack squad and challenge again. The man in fur-lined armor admits that he has already given up on winning, adding that going back there would just be suicide. Glasses Man slams his fist down in frustration, cursing the situation. The man in fur-lined armor insists that some of them are still alive. Glasses Man questions if they have no choice but to abandon their comrades, asking if it makes any sense. The man in fur-lined armor roars in frustration, knowing that regrouping will only delay the inevitable. He clenches his fist, realizing that fighting without tankers is like jumping in a battle without a shield. Despite his anger, he knows he needs to keep a cool head. Elsewhere, the soldiers acknowledge the sound of something breaking the silence. The soldiers wonder what that sound could be. The hooded figure's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he hears the commotion. He demands that they quickly confirm the location of the needle snake. The needle snake leaps from a tree branch, heading towards the source of the disturbance. The hooded figure's eyes narrow in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and anger. He demands to know what they are doing and to tell him the needle snake's location immediately. The hooded figure's face is contorted in rage. He can't believe it, but the needle snake is currently fighting a player. He stares intently, his glasses reflecting the gravity of the situation. An enraged voice demands, "Are you serious?" The armored figure looms, pressing for information. "Give us more details. Come on." The voice continues, explaining the unbelievable situation. "It's just like what I said. Someone is fighting the needle snake now. If you don't believe it, just..." The speaker challenges them to witness the impossible. "Come up here and see for yourself." Glasses Man, Yung Jun, struggles to comprehend the situation. He thinks, this doesn't make sense. There's someone who can breathe. The voice expresses disbelief at the turn of events. "In that kind of hell?" One of the men wonders aloud if it is really him. The man with glasses looks up, sweat dripping down his face. It would be impossible to approach the needle snake because of its poison. The needle snake's poison is no longer a threat, as Sejun leaps from the tree. One of the men is shocked, wondering how Sejun did it. The man with glasses wonders if the poison has disappeared. The man with glasses continues to wonder if the poison has disappeared, but he knows there's no way it could have. The man's fist clenches, still alive right now. One of the men says they should go as well. The man with the orange hair asks if they are asking him to go over there again. As the needle snake's poison vanishes, the man with glasses questions the wisdom of their plan, recalling that it was considered suicidal. The glasses man's companion, orange-haired man, shouts in disbelief, pointing out that the needle snake's poison has disappeared. The man in fur-lined armor sees this as a perfect chance to redeem themselves for their previous failure. He emphasizes the importance of seizing this opportunity, as they may not get another chance to capture the needle snake. The needle snake, its red eyes gleaming menacingly, looms large. An arrow strikes the needle snake, but it appears to have little effect. The skeletal warriors, dwarfed by the massive snake, continue their assault. The skeletal warriors leap through the air, spears extended, ready to strike the needle snake. One of the skeletal warriors realizes that their arrows are unable to pierce the needle snake's thick skin. The needle snake seems unfazed by the attacks, as it considers how to avoid its thick skin, by poisoning it. The skeletal warrior prepares to strike the needle snake with his spear. The needle snake is struck by multiple spears, but it remains standing, seemingly unaffected. They continue their assault on the needle snake, their skeletal forms undeterred by the creature's immense size. The needle snake, unfazed by the attacks, opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. One of the skeletal warriors cries out, perhaps sensing the impending danger. The needle snake unleashes a devastating attack, the force of which is palpable. The skeletal warriors are sent flying as the needle snake strikes with incredible speed and power. The needle snake's tail whips through the air, continuing its relentless assault. The force of the needle snake's attack sends one of the skeletal warriors crashing into a wall. The needle snake continues its rampage, its massive form dominating the battlefield. The needle snake's eyes glow ominously as it surveys the battlefield, its power undeniable. Suddenly, a figure leaps into the fray, spear in hand, ready to confront the monstrous needle snake. The figure strikes, their spear aimed directly at the needle snake, hoping to pierce its thick hide. The attacker is revealed to be a skeletal warrior, now imbued with a strange, glowing power. He stands firm, the empowered skeletal warrior bracing himself against the needle snake's assault. The needle snake has been poisoned, its movements becoming sluggish. The skeletal warrior, unfazed, continues his advance along the snake's back. The skeletal warrior realizes that with the thorns gone, the needle snake has many open holes. He prepares to strike at these holes. The skeletal warrior knows that these holes are like pores to humans, and that striking them will be extremely painful. The needle snake's claws extend, dripping with poison. The skeletal warrior taunts the needle snake, recalling how it pretended to run away when in a pinch and promising to poison it. The needle snake writhes in agony, the poison taking its toll. The skeletal warrior mocks the needle snake, saying that it didn't even realize it was being fooled. The skeletal warrior explains that the insignificant thorns were purposely thrown out of the needle snake's body. The thorns left behind holes that let out a huge amount of poisonous gas. The needle snake's eye twitches, a sign of the poison's insidious creep. The poison takes hold, causing the needle snake to lash out blindly with its energy beam. The snake thrashes, its scales shimmering with a sickly purple hue as the poison spreads. The system announces the grim news. The needle snake has been poisoned. Writhing in agony, the needle snake thrashes wildly, its body contorting as the poison ravages its system. The ground erupts as the needle snake's struggles intensify, the force of its convulsions tearing apart the earth. The needle snake's erratic energy beams cut jagged lines across the landscape, a testament to its failing control. From a hidden vantage point, the glasses man observes the chaos, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. The skeletal warrior, his skull gleaming, mocks the dying needle snake, reveling in its suffering. How does it feel like to be the one being poisoned? The needle snake collapses, its massive body crashing to the ground with earth-shattering force. Nearby, the man in fur-lined armor watches the spectacle, recalling the glasses man's instructions. He told me to lay low as much as possible, but he's the one making himself stand. The glasses man's face contorts in a sneer, his eyes narrowed with disdain. Who would even want to gather dead monsters here? Isn't he treating a... The man in fur-lined armor expresses his frustration at being underestimated, ordering the skeletal warrior to report the situation. Suddenly, a voice erupts from below. The man in fur-lined armor is caught off guard by the sudden outburst. The glasses man confirms that the preparations are complete. The man in fur-lined armor, visibly annoyed, demands to know how long the glasses man has been there. The skeletal warrior questions if the needle snake will really come, and how the glasses man knows it will move this way. The glasses man disconnects from the conversation, leaving the man in fur-lined armor frustrated and unheard. The skeletal warrior's eyes glow with an eerie light as he declares that the preparation is complete and it's time to begin. A path of energy stretches out before them. The skeletal warrior stands within a barrier of energy. The skeletal warrior's glowing eyes intensify. A surge of energy erupts. The skeletal warrior takes a step forward, his bony feet crunching on the frozen ground. Before him, several spears stand embedded in the ice, awaiting his command. He grips one of the spears, the weapon stained with what appears to be blood. With a swift motion, he hurls the spear forward. The spear pierces through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The skeletal warrior launches another spear, following the path of the first. The first spear strikes its target, creating a massive explosion of energy. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling across the landscape. The second spear follows close behind, aimed at the same point. The skeletal warrior plummets from the sky, spear in hand, ready to deliver the final blow. The force of the impact is immense, shaking the very ground. The skeletal warrior lands, unleashing a final surge of power. The skeletal warrior's final spear pierces through the air, aimed directly at the massive needle snake. Suddenly, a system message appears. The needle snake has been poisoned. Despite the poison, the skeletal warrior continues his assault, undeterred. A new message flashes. You have disconnected. The skeletal warrior's skull-like face looms closer, its empty sockets seemingly staring directly ahead. The needle snake, now visibly affected by the poison, opens its massive jaws, ready to strike back. The spear makes contact, creating a shockwave as it hits its mark. The skeletal warrior is sent flying backward from the force of the snake's counterattack. The spears, knocked from the skeletal warrior's grasp, plummet downwards. The impact of the snake's attack sends the skeletal warrior crashing through the air. The needle snake's massive body twists and coils, its scales shimmering ominously. The skeletal warrior is completely engulfed by the needle snake, its fate hanging in the balance. The voice promises retribution, its source unseen. The skeletal warrior's glowing eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. A voice demands that the needle snake's name be revealed. The skeletal warrior's attack shatters against an unseen barrier. The force of the impact sends the skeletal warrior staggering backward. A system message indicates that the needle snake's stats have decreased. The needle snake looms, its massive form dwarfing the skeletal warrior. The needle snake continues to weaken, its silhouette fading slightly. The skeletal warrior stands his ground, surrounded by spears. The skeletal warrior's glowing eyes burn with determination. Since it has a big frame, the poison's effect took longer than he thought. The system confirms that the connection has been made. The skeletal warrior is sent flying backwards from the force of the needle snake's attack. Below, the needle snake prepares to strike again, its form a dark silhouette against the blue. Despite the impact, the skeletal warrior manages to right himself mid-air, preparing for another attack. He grips his staff tightly, ready to counter the serpent's assault. The skeletal warrior descends rapidly, staff poised to strike the needle snake. He brings the staff down with considerable force. The staff connects, creating a massive spray of water as it slams into the needle snake. A system notification confirms the needle snake has been poisoned and its stats have decreased. Another notification indicates the needle snake's resistance has also decreased. The needle snake, now visibly weakened, opens its maw in a furious roar. The skeletal warrior is caught in the needle snake's massive jaws. The needle snake thrashes wildly, the skeletal warrior struggling within its grasp. Still caught in the needle snake's jaws, the skeletal warrior struggles against its constricting grip. With a burst of strength, the skeletal figure manages to partially free itself, but the snake's hold remains firm. He uses the environment to his advantage, grabbing onto a nearby tree branch to gain leverage. The needle snake, feeling the effects of the poison, realizes it can no longer handle the toxin and attempts to flee. The massive serpent thrashes wildly, its body contorting as it tries to escape the lingering poison. The needle snake's desperate retreat leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Its head slams against the ground, the impact shaking the earth. The goblins who are unfortunate enough to be in its path are crushed beneath its immense weight. The skill, Emissary of the Underworld, Explosion of the Dead, activates, causing a massive explosion. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, the skeletal warrior stands firm, seemingly unaffected by the devastation around him, as the needle snake is engulfed in flames. The needle snake, now burning, lets out a final, agonizing cry. The needle snake, now ablaze, writhes in agony. From within the inferno, the needle snake's voice echoes, taunting its foe. It claims that running is futile. The massive snake thrashes violently, its movements creating gusts of wind. The needle snake's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The skeletal warrior stands amidst a pile of fallen goblins, their lifeless bodies impaled by his sword. The needle snake's eye glows with a malevolent intensity. A notification sound rings out. The flames continue to engulf the needle snake, its silhouette barely visible within the inferno. A system message appears, indicating that the needle snake has been poisoned and its resistance has decreased. Another system message confirms that the needle snake's stats have decreased. A sharp click sound pierces the air. A newspaper headline declares the failure of the Phoenix Guild's attack on the 4-4 dungeon. The man in the suit declares that this marks the end of the elite force park Yeonwon raised. Secretary Lee is instructed to rent a car and send it to the needle snake dungeon, but the secretary questions the urgency, noting there's still a week until they emerge. The man in the suit retorts that he didn't spend a lot of money for nothing, and that he told him to focus on showing his skills and not to mind his surroundings. Secretary Lee counters that if they're going to rent a car, it shouldn't be just any car like usual in the junkyard. Since they're disguised as Russians, Secretary Lee will prepare a diplomatic car to get them out of any commotion right away. The man in the suit is shocked by the idea of a diplomatic car and wonders how much that would cost. Secretary Lee is called out by the man in the suit. Secretary Lee questions if there is any diplomat who rides a compact car. The answer comes back, no, there's none. The man in glasses realizes that the explosion wasn't a mistake. It was a calculated move to corner the needle snake. The needle snake thrashes wildly, its massive body unable to escape the trap. The skeletal warrior and the blonde-haired knight stand ready, observing the snake's futile struggle. The needle snake's face contorts in pain as the poison spreads through its system. The poison needles embedded in the snake's body begin to take their toll, weakening the massive beast. The narrator confirms that the poison has spread throughout the needle snake's body. The skeletal warrior smirks, confident in his assessment of the situation. The needle snake is told that it should be panicking, but it's already too late for that. The skeletal warrior advances, ready to strike the final blow against the weakened needle snake. The needle snake, now fully poisoned, roars in agony and frustration. The skeletal warrior and the blonde-haired knight watch as the needle snake writhes in its death throes. With a final shudder, the needle snake collapses, defeated by the poison. The skeletal warrior towers over the fallen needle snake, its massive form now still. The skeletal warrior observes the corpse, noting that there's no need to attack further, as the poison is already spread and will continue to drain its health. The sound of something being disposed of echoes through the dungeon. Far away, figures rush through the dungeon's depths. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Glasses Man remarks that he's been hearing screams for a while and believes he's recruited most of the players who entered. The man with glasses moves with purpose. He wonders who could have disposed of the needle snake. The man with glasses is shocked by the news. The message spreads. The needle snake has been disposed of. One of the recruited players realizes that they can now leave the dungeon alive. The man with glasses is in disbelief. He finds it impossible that someone could have killed the needle snake and orders on Yangjun to move out. The armored figure strides forward, his determination unwavering despite the shadows of his fallen comrades looming behind him. He reminds himself that they cannot leave the dungeon empty-handed, not after all they've sacrificed. The armored figure, obscured until now, is revealed to be on Yangjun, who vows to at least see the face of the one who defeated the needle snake. On Yangjun's face contorts with rage, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses as he grits his teeth. A system notification appears, informing someone that they have obtained the achievement, the first needle snake hunter, and that the emissary of the underworld has granted them some of their authority. The notification details the rewards for the achievement, noting that all stats have increased by 20 due to the unique grade, and an additional 3 stats due to the rare grade. Another system notification indicates that the rank of the blood poison skill has risen. The system rewards the user with a mastery stone, C, as the protagonist, Sejun Lee, stands before the skeletal warriors. The system announces that someone has leveled up. The system notification details the quest to retrieve the magic pearl of the yellow dragon inside the needle snake's body. The needle snake's corpse is shown, coiled tightly, as Sejun Lee expresses how troublesome this is. Sejun Lee and his skeletal warriors fly away from the needle snake's corpse. He takes a step forward, his armored boots crunching on the frozen ground. Suddenly, a figure slides down the icy slope, shouting, "Stay back!" The man in fur-lined armor, accompanied by another armored figure, expresses confusion. He wonders why the newcomer is blocking their path, noting that he doesn't seem to speak Korean and asking if anyone speaks English. Glasses Man raises his hands in a gesture of peace, attempting to defuse the situation. He assures them that they're just there to look around. Glasses Man continues to try and reason with the unseen figure, insisting that they are not bad people. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracks open. The skeletal warriors emerge from the fissure, their presence announced by a resounding whoosh. The skeletal warriors surround Glasses Man and the man in fur-lined armor, their swords raised menacingly. The man in fur-lined armor exclaims in disbelief, realizing they are facing skeleton soldiers. The skeletons consider the situation. Since they were unaffected by the poisonous gas and are effective against the needle snake, something doesn't make sense to them. Meanwhile, the Glasses Man is still trying to figure something out. He thinks to himself that he needs to confirm the needle snake's corpse first. The man in fur-lined armor looks on with a concerned expression. The Glasses Man is shocked by what he sees. The man in fur-lined armor is also surprised by the sight. Below, the skeletal remains of a needle snake rise from the ground. The skeletal needle snake towers over the battlefield. The Glasses Man's eyes widen in horror as he realizes what's happening. He realizes that it is the needle snake, and that someone is trying to summon it as a skeletal soldier. He watches as the man in fur-lined armor approaches a figure in the distance. The man in fur-lined armor thinks to himself that he needs to at least see his face. The Glasses Man is sent flying backwards. The Glasses Man grits his teeth as he flies through the air. The force of the blow sends him crashing through the ground. The man in fur-lined armor's foot connects with the ground, the impact creating a shockwave. The Glasses Man is sent reeling from the attack. The skeletal warriors continue their advance as the Glasses Man is sent crashing through the ground. The Glasses Man, clearly in pain, shouts at the man in fur-lined armor, questioning what is wrong with him. The man in fur-lined armor says something, his expression grim. The Glasses Man, along with the man in fur-lined armor and the skeletal warriors, are still inside the dungeon, and he reminds everyone to remember to get out. The skeletal needle snake continues to rise. The skeletal needle snake towers over the man in fur-lined armor and the Glasses Man, its immense size dwarfing them both. A surge of energy emanates from the skeletal needle snake, a bright light pulsing from within its form. The man with light purple hair smirks, pleased with the unfolding events. Good, it gives me less trouble finding it. A system notification appears. You have failed to summon the skeleton soldier. Another notification clarifies the reason for the failure. The skill rank is too low. You are not able to turn it into a skeleton soldier. The skeletal needle snake's form begins to break apart, its bone structure cracking and fragmenting. The fragments of bone plummet downwards, a rain of shattered remains falling towards the ground. The man with light purple hair stands amidst the falling debris, seemingly unaffected by the destruction around him. A powerful explosion erupts, sending shockwaves outwards from the point of impact. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the aftermath of the explosion in a thick cloud. A system notification appears. You have obtained the Yellow Dragon's magic orb. The man with light purple hair holds the Yellow Dragon's magic orb in his hand, its power radiating outwards. The orb is described as a legendary item that carries powerful mana, increasing mana by 50 and mana recovery speed by 200%. A white van sits parked on the side of the road, its occupants seemingly waiting for something to happen. Inside the van, a laptop displays a message. Did the needle snake dungeon attack fail? The glasses man leans back in his seat, listening to the man in fur-lined armor. He explains that they have been waiting for a week without any news, and that nobody expected the attack to succeed. Still, he admits it would be shocking if they actually did succeed. The man in fur-lined armor sighs, wishing it would all end quickly, as he can't stay there forever. He even contemplates quitting being a reporter. Suddenly, a system message flashes. The dungeon has been cleared. The glasses man bursts out of the van, propelled by the sudden news. The man in fur-lined armor, still inside the van, is shocked by the sudden turn of events, wondering what is happening. Outside, a crowd of reporters gathers, one of them shouting, demanding to know who is responsible for clearing the dungeon and if there is a person in charge. Nearby, a member of the Haiti Guild support team shouts, asking where the rest of the team is. Another member of the Haiti Guild, wearing glasses, yells to stop all the Russians. The first Haiti Guild member points towards someone in the crowd, exclaiming that they are over there. The crowd clamors for interviews, their excitement buzzing around the recent defeat of the needle snake. The light purple-haired man, flanked by his associate, strides confidently through the throng. He is asked how he is feeling. The crowd is told to stop, but they are ignored as the pair make their way to a waiting black car. A man in glasses shouts at the crowd to move, trying to clear a path. The black car speeds away. A man in the crowd is surprised by the car's license plate. The man is shocked to see that the car has diplomatic plates, realizing they can't interfere with it. Inside the car, the man in fur-lined armor remarks on how much money Seichon must have spent on the vehicle. Kim Jae-hoon relaxes in the soft seat, thinking about the item he received after defeating the needle snake. The antagonist realizes that the item must be something truly special. The man in fur-lined armor asks Kim Jae-hoon to tell him what the item is, since he has worked so hard for him. Kim Jae-hoon, on the phone, confirms that he just got out of the car. Kim Jae-hoon, on the phone, hears the mocking question. How does it feel to be a hero, Mr. Isaac Ivanov? He wonders how the media is portraying him. The news is ablaze with the clearing of the Needle Snake Dungeon and the emergence of Isaac Ivanov. The person on the other end of the line suggests that throwing away his current reputation would be a waste, and that raising Isaac Ivanov's name value would allow him to play actively on a bigger stage. Kim Jae-hoon smirks, offering a deal if the other party is amenable. He thinks to himself that the name Isaac Ivanov will certainly be useful in order to gain the authority to enter a certain dungeon, and that he was going to propose this idea first, but it's easier now since he has asked for it. He states that he looks forward to their cooperation. The man in fur-lined armor hands Kim Jae-hoon a document as he asks if he knows Park Yong-won's. A flashback shows Jin Haimi leading a team into the 4-floor dungeon, but everyone was wiped out. It's not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it doesn't seem like anything special happened. However, Kim Jae-hoon states that he's analyzed some data on his own, and it looks, as you might expect, a bank statement is shown. He questions why he's being told about his connection to Park Yong-won and the Skull Guild, already aware of the relationship. The man in the fur-lined armor is being wiretapped, but Kim Jae-hoon already suspected that Seichon was no ordinary person. The man in the fur-lined armor asks if they should move now. The man in the fur-lined armor wonders aloud if Seichon will treat them to a meal since they've worked hard. Kim Jae-hoon says he's been craving fried tofu udon at the rest stop and suggests they move to his car. The man in the fur-lined armor is shocked. He realizes that even though Kim Jae-hoon said he would lend them an expensive car, it doesn't matter. The man in the fur-lined armor complains about riding in such a dirty car that doesn't even look like it's from a junkyard, wondering who drives it around these days. Kim Jae-hoon reveals that it's his car. The man in the fur-lined armor laughs, saying that compact cars are the best in their country since they don't use up a lot of oil. Kim Jae-hoon reminds him that there's a meal allowance inside the glove box. As Kim Jae-hoon drives, he tells his passenger that he can eat if he's hungry. The passenger, On Young-jun, looks at his phone with stars in his eyes, clearly pleased. A hand reaches out to receive a small pile of coins. The coins amount to 2,501, or about $2.20. On Young-jun glances at Kim Jae-hoon, a strange look on his face. Young-jun thinks about Seichon. The media buzz surrounding Isaac Ivanov continued to swirl, with headlines questioning his motives and origins. A news report detailed the controversy, highlighting the growing unease surrounding the foreign hunter. Online forums buzzed with speculation and criticism, with many questioning why foreigners were allowed access to Korean dungeons and demanding that the Messiah Guild be given priority. The flow of press coverage had shifted from curiosity to negativity, especially after On Young-jun's interview worsened public sentiment. The man in fur-lined armor confirmed that he was ready to carry out the task he'd been ordered to do. The order was clear. They needed to issue a response to the growing controversy. An exclusive interview with Isaac Ivanov was published, highlighting his admiration for the Messiah Guild. The article featured a portrait of Isaac Ivanov, his expression unreadable. The interview quoted Isaac Ivanov as saying that Lee Se-jun was his role model and that he wanted to accomplish an unachievable thing, just like the Messiah Guild. Online reactions to the interview were mixed, with some acknowledging Lee Se-jun as a well-respected Korean and others questioning why he hadn't been given a choco pie. He reads the message on his phone, noting that Se-chan's influence is impressive, capable of swaying public opinion. The Messiah Guild can't remain idle now that this statement is out. He muses that they might try to recruit him, or at the very least, try to show off for him. It never occurred to Kim Jae-hoon that he'd be used in this way. The swords rest on a rack, waiting. He anticipates how the Messiah Guild will respond, hoping they take the bait. He realizes he needs to make thorough preparations until they approach him. Se-jun Lee looks at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A breaking news alert flashes on the screen. Park Yeon-won cleared the 6th floor dungeon. Se-jun continues to look at his phone, his expression unreadable. A message bubble appears, stating that something finally showed up. The camera pans down to reveal Se-jun standing on a stage, bathed in blue light. The lights shine brightly as he stands tall, ready to address the crowd. A hand reaches up from below, seemingly in support. Se-jun stands on the stage, a microphone in front of him. An aide approaches, saying he has something to report. Se-jun asks if it can wait if it's not urgent. The aide urgently whispers to Kim Jae-hoon that Jin Haime's party, which entered the dungeon, has been completely annihilated. The news clearly displeases Kim Jae-hoon, who strides away with his entourage. The press conference abruptly ends. Amidst the chaos, someone urgently announces the need to take Mr. Park Yeon-won to the hospital for a medical checkup. The press release, it is announced, will be arranged and issued by the Phoenix Guild. Kim Jae-hoon, now in a car, demands the details. A car speeds away. Inside the car, the aide reports that an anonymous informant sent an account statement to the office. The aide expresses concern about the unknown source, questioning whether they can be trusted, but acknowledges that the information doesn't seem entirely false. According to the investigation team's report, most of the party members died from stab wounds, suggesting they might not have been killed by monsters. It's revealed that Jin Haime's party was the only one that went into the dungeon, so the incident can't be attributed to any other guild. Kim Jae-hoon, enraged, demands to know if there was a rat among his royal guards. He crushes the tablet in his hands, the screen displaying a message about the Skull Guild. The message is clear. The Skull Guild had betrayed them. Elsewhere, the Messiah Guild's headquarters pierce the sky. Inside, members of the Messiah Guild discuss how to deal with Park Yeon-won in the future. A woman with long red hair states that she will leave him to public opinion, adding that he has been acting up too much lately. Back in a room with the purple lighting, Kim Jae-hoon says he's trying to get rid of this mess. The red-haired woman questions what he said, warning him that this isn't the time to act recklessly. Another voice demands to know what happened to the last Lizard Warrior dungeon. The woman continues, telling him to do his job properly, adding that even Kim Jae-hoon from their side is probably dead because he was caught up in his mess, and asks if he intends to expose the Skull Guild. Another man thinks to himself that it's not his business to intervene in how he's doing his job, but he can't let this one go, as Kim Jae-hoon has been mentioned in almost every subject, which is angering him. The red-haired woman states that they can't work with the Skull Guild any longer. Kim Jae-hoon orders them to stop any business that's related to the Skull Guild from now on. An underling vehemently objects to a decision, reminding the person in charge that the guildmaster is absent. The red-haired woman responds coolly, implying the objector doesn't understand the situation. Leaning forward, the red-haired woman declares that this is the master's decision. The camera focuses on the face of the man in fur-lined armor, his expression unreadable. The perspective shifts to Kim Jae-hoon, who appears to be listening to the conversation, his expression grim. Footsteps echo as Kim Jae-hoon and the man in fur-lined armor walk together. From above, the man in fur-lined armor asks Kim Jae-hoon what he thinks about the situation. The man in fur-lined armor states that they can't tolerate the situation any longer. Kim Jae-hoon agrees, revealing that the time has come for them to part ways with the Messiah. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a modern building, perhaps the location where this decision is being made. He reflects on Jin Haime's party, surprised by its high level of skill. Something like that could happen, he thinks, admitting he was trying to form a business with the Skull Bastards to benefit himself. His expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. But things have changed, he declares, deciding it will be better to annihilate them now. The conversation continues in the office, though the details remain unspoken. Then, the narrative shifts to Park Yeon-won. The focus sharpens on Park Yeon-won, his name emblazoned in a stark circle. He was more ambitious than anybody else, the narration reveals, adding that a few years from now, he would sell all sorts of items to Japan. The map shows Japan and Korea, with an arrow pointing toward Japan, indicating Park Yeon-won's exile. People who didn't know the truth had cursed him. Park Yeon-won is branded as a traitor, a radiant symbol behind him. The real reason he moved to Japan was that he was afraid everything he had built would be taken over by the Messiah Guild. He's willing to turn his back on his own country just to protect his life and wealth. That's why he obviously wouldn't let go of the current situation, the narration concludes, as Park Yeon-won's face is shown with a determined expression. He lies on the floor, declaring that he has no intention of being discarded after being used to hunt others down. The proposition to become his guard surprises Park Yeon-won, who questions the request. The light purple-haired man slams his hand on the table, revealing he had planned to bring Park Yeon-won to his side, even if he had to threaten him. He decides that it doesn't matter what Park Yeon-won's intentions are, as long as he can get rid of the Skull Guild for him. The light purple-haired man finds the situation interesting. The man in the tuxedo states that Park Yeon-won will hunt. The light purple-haired man says that Park Yeon-won should do that much if he needs him, adding that the timing is perfect. The man in the tuxedo grins, thinking that he has something to repay the Skull Guild for as well, finding the answer to be what he expected. Park Yeon-won walks out of building, thinking that from now on, all the responsibilities for what he's planning to do shall be carried out by him. The light purple-haired man declares that all responsibilities shall be carried out by Park Yeon-won. The light purple-haired man smirks. The light purple-haired man expresses that he is truly grateful. The towering skyscraper, a monument to ambition and power, pierces the sky. Inside, the terms of a contract are being finalized, with the promise that they will be upgraded to the highest rate. The agreement reached, the man in the hoodie confirms that he understands and will be in their care. The sound of a door closing echoes in the office as the man leaves. The man with glasses, overhearing the news, wonders how Kim Woo-jin managed to become one of Park Yeon-won's royal guards. The question lingers in the air. It hasn't even been half a year since he joined the guild, right? The bespectacled man admits he's made a pretty good record working there so far, but he doesn't think he's not sure, but it must be related to something they don't know about. Whispers spread about the traitor, one of Park Yeon-won's royal guards. The hooded man, surrounded by others, seems to be at the center of the rumors. He acknowledges that he's lucky enough to get a rare item, though he's honestly a bit jealous of him. The speaker questions what others could possibly be jealous of, stating that Kim Woo-jin is just someone who has to suck up to get where he is. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hoon acknowledges that his luck has been pretty good. He dismisses the thought, deciding it doesn't matter, as the hunting has just begun. The phone displays the name Kim Woo-jin. The bald man answers the phone, wondering who could be calling him. He speculates if it might be Mr. Isaac. The man on the phone is told that it must be something urgent for him to be contacted during his busy schedule. Someone questions the validity of a fake ID. The man with light purple hair sighs, wondering what kind of plot Kim Jae-hoon is scheming this time. Park Yeon-won acknowledges that manipulating people in charge of the guild and the dungeon is difficult, but not impossible. He agrees to prepare it immediately. The bald man realizes that Kim Jae-hoon wants to use the fake ID to enter a dungeon, and he anticipates finding out more about it soon. Someone questions why the light purple-haired man is helping Kim Jae-hoon, since he doesn't even know the details. The bald man scoffs, stating he doesn't believe in people and is only trying to find out where Kim Jae-hoon's sword points to. The man in the suit explains that the purpose of their meeting is to assess whether the individual in question is a suitable ally, and understanding his goals is crucial. The sentiment echoes, human desires do not lie. A white car speeds down the road. The man with the goatee asks if Kim Woo-jin is after the Skull Guild. Another man agrees that it is likely. It seems that Park Yeon-won is also determined to have an all-out war with the Skull Guild. The man with the goatee thinks that most of the Skull Guild members are entering the dungeon today, so it will be a good chance for Park Yeon-won and Kim Woo-jin. However, it is considered that Kim Woo-jin might have formed a party or created a fake ID. The man smoking a cigarette declares that he doesn't care about any of that. The man smoking a cigarette only cares that Kim Woo-jin will enter the dungeon. Two white cars drive down a long road. The cars are headed to Yangjiang Island, Incheon. A man asks another what his name is, and he responds that it's Lee Jong-hyun. The man behind the table tells Mr. Lee Jong-hyun that he came alone and asks him to sign there. Instead of a proper briefing, the group is given a document to review, which notes that the dungeon, though only D rank, has a capacity of 61 people. The document details the dungeon, named Two-Headed Dog, specifying 2 floors, a D rank difficulty, and an entry condition of being below level 40. The clear condition is to eliminate the Two-Headed Dog, with no clear reward. The dungeon's sloppy management makes it a perfect place to deceive people. Inside a car, Kim Jae-hoon anticipates the events to come, recognizing that this dungeon is an obvious trap to lure him out. His eyes narrow, a glint of anticipation in them. The parking lot outside the dungeon entrance is nearly empty. Several figures emerge from the parked cars, heading towards the dungeon entrance. Kim Jae-hoon observes the scene, noting that he expected some skillful people, but is surprised by who he sees. The name Yang Ji-hoo is exclaimed in disbelief. Park Yeon-won, upon seeing the name, questions why it's there. The glasses man stands beside Park Yeon-won, while another man sits with his arms behind his head, listening to the conversation. The man sitting wonders if it's the same Yongjong Island dungeon as Kim Woo-jin, and questions who Yang Ji-hoo is. Park Yeon-won, frustrated, explains that there's a troublesome guy amongst the rookies below level 50, who is a member of the Knights of the Round Table. The silence hangs heavy. Park Yeon-won's face is etched with concern as he contemplates the troublesome rookie, Yang Ji-hoo. Meanwhile, inside a car, Lee Jong-hyun reflects on the situation. He didn't expect the Messiah Guild to send Yang Ji-hoo so soon. The Knights of the Round Table, a group of players with legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur, also consist of those who follow under them. The Knights of the Round Table took up arms on behalf of a fallen government dedicated to protecting those who were suffering, just like the Messiah Guild. It is revealed that everything was only scenarios schemed by them. The weakening of the Knights of the Round Table was caused by none other than the king of the deadly poison. There were definitely many Knights of the Round Table among his victims. Lee Jong-hyun realizes that if it's those guys, they're likely to do something like that. He notes that they're also the ones who stayed. The Mastery Stone has been used to enhance the Skeleton Warrior Mastery skill, increasing the summoned skeleton soldier's abilities and the number that can be summoned. Someone shouts that they are entering the dungeon, and everyone should prepare themselves. He was notified that he must eliminate 3,000 monsters to advance to the next floor. Elsewhere, the man in fur-lined armor and his group are confronted with a daunting task. One of them sighs, finding the prospect tiresome and preferring to hunt down a single individual instead. The man in fur-lined armor assesses the situation, acknowledging that while the number of monsters is high, they don't pose a significant threat, but the task will still consume a considerable amount of time. Another armored figure, standing with a sheathed sword, sees an opportunity amidst the chaos. He believes it would be easier to target Kim Jae-hoon and disguise it as an accident. The armored figure plants his sword into the ground. Elsewhere, a hooded figure expresses his frustration, preferring to eliminate Kim Jae-hoon rather than waste time on the monsters. The hooded figure observes the Skull Guild entering the dungeon, questioning if they truly understand the gravity of their situation. The Skull Guild members are seen from behind, their black coats with white fur trim obscuring their faces as one points forward. One of the Skull Guild members scoffs at the incompetence of others, noting that they can't even handle the situation themselves and are only making things worse. He is sure they've been warned not to involve themselves. A stern-faced man, flanked by two others, expresses his anger at those who dared disobey his master, vowing to kill them after leaving the dungeon. One of the Skull Guild members dismisses the concerns about their group, stating that they only need to do their job, no matter what. Another member of the Skull Guild declares that whatever happens, they need to take care of Kim Jae-hoon with their own hands. The ground erupts as someone makes a powerful entrance. The leader of the Skull Guild, Park Yeon-won, his face contorted with rage, orders his men to report the moment they find Kim Jae-hoon. He authorizes them to kill anyone who gets in their way, promising to take responsibility. The scene shifts to the dungeon's entrance, where the Skull Guild's forces have already begun their assault. One of the Skull Guild members expresses surprise at attacking the guild right from the first floor. Another member of the Skull Guild, tied to a tree, laments their current predicament, questioning their determination. The perspective shifts to one of Park Yeon-won's royal guards, who wonders if the royal guards have entered the dungeon as well. The guard's eyes widen in alarm, sensing an imminent threat. He sees skeleton soldiers approaching. A voice notes that one of the party members brought a necromancer, commenting on their cunning. The royal guard wonders why he hasn't seen Kim Jae-hoon yet. Fear grips the royal guard as the skeleton soldiers close in. Lee Jong-hyun draws his sword, ready to face the approaching skeletal horde. He looks up, catching a glimpse of the attacker's weapon. A flurry of slashes tears through the air. Park Yeon-won, wounded and bleeding, cries out in disbelief at the sudden betrayal. "Stop! Why did you suddenly do this?" The man in fur-lined armor raises a gloved hand, dismissing the question. He reveals that he was told that Park Yeon-won is one of the Skull Guild. Park Yeon-won can only manage a confused, huh? High above, a small, winged creature observes the scene. The man in fur-lined armor stands over the wounded Park Yeon-won, his expression unreadable. The attacker's face is finally revealed, a grotesque skull-like mask. Elsewhere, two figures discuss the situation. One states that Matsumoto has failed, and even in danger, they should never step in. They must survive and report everything in the dungeon to the master. The faceless voice emphasizes that survival and reporting are a priority over their lives. Park Yeon-won, now bandaged, vehemently denies knowing the masked attacker. "What are you talking about? I've never seen that guy before." The air crackles with unseen energy. The armored figure stands over his fallen target, the impact of his blow sending tremors through the ground. Weakly, Park Yeon-won insists he doesn't know anything. The man in fur-lined armor declares that they are more trustworthy dead than alive. The Eye of Anubis opens. Even as he delves into the memories of the fallen, there's no trace of information related to Yang Jihu or his people. The implications of this discovery dawn on him. Did the Messiah Guild not send Yang Jihu and the Skull Guild together? He hadn't expected the Skull Guild to move without the Messiah Guild's orders. The question hangs in the air. Is there a crack in their alliance? Elsewhere, the group finds the dungeon floor easier than expected. One of them admits he was looking forward to the 3,000 monsters. Another agrees, saying his fingers are itching to move since it's way too easy. Despite the ease, one of the group reminds the others that it's still an A2 floor dungeon. He cautions them not to lower their guards and to save their strength as they move safely to the second floor. The hooded man wonders why they haven't bumped into Kim Woo-jin yet. He suspects that Woo-jin must have sensed something was wrong and fled. Another man states that at least they know what to do if they find that coward who hides in fear. The man in the brown shoulder armor expresses his concern about the Skull Guild members' whereabouts, hoping to encounter them soon. The dungeon's entrance glows with an ominous orange light, hinting at the dangers that lie ahead. The party rushes through the forest, heading deeper into the dungeon. From above, the man in the brown shoulder armor wonders why Kim Jae-hoon hasn't been seen yet, despite also being on the second floor, and orders his companion to keep it a secret. The man in the brown shoulder armor wonders if Kim Jae-hoon is planning to hide until the dungeon is cleared. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hoon appears, crashing down from above. A knight in shining armor stands ready, his sword gleaming in the light. The knight clashes with another warrior, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The skeletal soldiers advance, their bony limbs clattering against the stone floor. The man in the brown shoulder armor realizes Kim Jae-hoon finally showed himself, calling him an annoying jerk, and notices a necromancer among his companions. The knight laughs, pointing out the skeleton soldiers. The man in the brown shoulder armor asks if Kim Jae-hoon is planning to use the skeleton soldiers to fight with the players. The man in brown shoulder armor scoffs at the sight before him, finding it utterly ridiculous. Below, the skeleton soldiers stand their ground, their swords glinting in the light. Kim Jae-hoon, his face contorted in a sinister grin, remarks on someone showing up on their own. One of the skeleton soldiers takes a step forward, its bones clacking ominously. Sejun leaps into action, descending towards the skeleton soldiers with his sword drawn. Kim Jae-hoon expresses his gratitude, noting that they wouldn't get hurt if they just stayed in hiding. The antagonist prepares to strike, asking if they should take a look at what's coming. Sejun slams into the ground, narrowly avoiding the skeleton soldier's attack. The skeleton soldier's attack misses its mark, prompting a look of shock from Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon questions if his attack was just avoided by these skeleton soldiers. The antagonist observes the skeleton soldiers moving in a way he's never seen before. The skeleton soldier's sword scrapes against the ground, kicking up dust as it prepares for another attack. The armored man advances, his massive form casting a long shadow. Meanwhile, Yang Jihu grips his sword, preparing to strike. With a burst of speed, Yang Jihu launches himself forward, closing the distance between them. The armored man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The armored man prepares to meet the attack, energy crackling around his gauntlets. Yang Jihu's blade flashes, aimed directly at his opponent. Yang Jihu thinks to himself, acknowledging the armored man's strength and surprising speed. The armored man intercepts the blow, blue energy flaring at the point of impact. The force of the collision sends energy waves erupting outwards. The ground trembles from the impact of their clash. The armored man questions Yang Jihu's actions, demanding to know what he's doing. Kim Jae-hoon observes the fight, disappointed by what he perceives as a lack of skill. The armored man and YNGJI Cho clash, their weapons meeting with a resounding impact. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hoon observes the fight, realizing that the armored man is proving to be a more difficult opponent than he initially anticipated. He laments that he can't fight while saving his strength and keeping his composure. A notification appears. The undying fighter is interested in this battle. Kim Jae-hoon notes another notification, this one from the Nimbus, indicating that the emissary of the underworld is also interested in the fight. The armored man, facing YNGJI Cho, realizes that he only receives these notifications when fighting a worthy opponent. He acknowledges that the Nimbus attention means the reward for killing YNGJI Cho must be substantial. Kim Jae-hoon's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Kim Jae-hoon realizes that victory won't be easy if the fight continues at this pace. Elsewhere, the hooded man holds a slice of pizza, but seems preoccupied. The hooded man questions why it's a big deal. Park Yong-won asks if he's asking because he doesn't know. The hooded man, regretting his question, is told that the armored man is a much stronger player than he is. The hooded man pushes away the pizza, admitting he has no appetite. The hooded man's associate steps on a stack of documents, looming over him as he speaks. The man in the suit complains about the pizzas he bought, questioning what exactly his associate wants to say. Elsewhere, someone wonders aloud what kind of player Kim Woo-jin is. The man across the table finds it cunning that Kim Jae-hoon will never involve himself in a losing battle. Kim Jae-hoon sits alone, contemplating the situation. The man reflects that if he has no chance of winning, Kim Jae-hoon will never fight in the first place. The man is certain that Kim Jae-hoon would not do it even once. Suddenly, the ground cracks as skeletal soldiers are summoned. The summoner's eyes widen in fury. The system announces that skeleton soldiers have been summoned. The skeletal soldiers emerge from the darkness. It seems that the summoner has summoned all of the skeleton soldiers. He stands amidst the skeletal warriors he summoned, a dark aura swirling around him. Park Young-won, observing the scene, realizes the skeletons were not summoned by Sejun. He wonders who is responsible. The armored man continues to count the number of skeletal warriors, his suspicion growing. The skeletal warriors advance, surrounding the armored man. A blinding light erupts as the battle commences. Kim Jae-hoon clashes with the armored man, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The armored man, despite being outnumbered, seems to be enjoying himself as he fights the skeletal warriors. Park Young-won, his face contorted in rage, prepares to attack. The armored man is sent flying backward by an unseen force, leaving him stunned. Park Young-won is shocked that the attack wasn't directed at him. The armored man realizes the attack wasn't meant for him, as Kim Jae-hoon stands over Park Young-won. Park Young-won screams in pain as Kim Jae-hoon attacks him. He surveys the battlefield, his skeletal army swarming the area. Nearby, a terrified voice cries out, begging for help from their leader. The armored figure stands firm, unfazed by the pleas. The armored figure's allies lament their inability to deal with the sheer number of skeletons. Kim Jae-hoon scoffs at their uselessness. A sinister smile spreads across Kim Jae-hoon's face. He wonders if he heard correctly, if those were the sounds of barking dogs, or perhaps just whimpering puppies. The light purple-haired man's teeth grit as he tells them to stand their ground. Kim Jae-hoon's eyes glow with menacing power as he declares that they have picked the wrong guy to deal with. Energy crackles around the summoner, ready to be unleashed. The armored figure declares that his opponent has chosen poorly. The armored figure activates the necklace of Gawain. The necklace's skill, Blessing of the Sun, is activated. The necklace of Gawain glows brightly. The armored figure stands ready, bathed in golden light. Watching from afar, Kim Jae-hoon smirks, noting that he finally used it. The light from the necklace engulfs a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior is crushed beneath the armored figure's foot. The armored figure's teeth grit in determination. The armored figure continues his assault, cutting down another skeleton warrior. The skeletal foot soldiers continue their advance. The armored man is sent flying backwards from an unseen force. The narrator identifies the source of the power as Gawain's necklace, one of the items from the Knights of the Round Table set. The man in brown armor notes that the skill's effect is amazing as expected. The man in brown armor announces that it is time to start the next phase. The man in brown armor shouts for a retreat. Yang Ji-hoo is shocked by the order to retreat. The skeleton soldiers continue to advance, surrounding the armored man and Yang Ji-hoo. Park Young-won watches the scene unfold, deciding that he needs to get rid of the armored man before the other guilds clear the dungeon. The man in brown armor tells Yang Ji-hoo to figure out the skeleton soldiers himself and chase after him. The man in brown armor dashes away. Yang Ji-hoo is told that he hasn't changed and still doesn't look after his underlings. The skeleton's power, it's thought, likely stems from confidence in their own strength. Of course, such power couldn't be helped with something like Gawain's necklace. The necklace is an item that massively increases the holder's every stat. But to someone like Kim Woo-jin, who doesn't even know how to properly utilize such an amazing item, it's wasted. It's pearls. On a swine's neck, the pearls are wasted. Kim Woo-jin continues his desperate flight, although he realizes he can't ignore the difference in stats. Park Young-won's voice booms, confident in his victory. No matter how far Kim Woo-jin runs, he'll still be in the palm of his hands. Now that he's used the Blessing of the Sun, Park Young-won believes it's impossible for Kim Woo-jin to run away from him. Activating the emissary of the underworld skill, Corpse Explosion, Kim Woo-jin prepares to strike. The corpse explodes in a burst of light and power. The corpse explosion erupts, sending a shockwave through the immediate area. The force of the blast rips through the forest, tearing apart trees and foliage. The explosion throws the armored men off balance, forcing them to brace themselves against the concussive force. Park Young-won, caught in the blast radius, reels from the sudden explosion, questioning what just occurred. The man in fur-lined armor attempts to reassure his comrades, declaring that the captain, Park Young-won, is not someone who can be defeated so easily. The armored man urges his allies to eliminate the remaining skeleton soldiers quickly so they can regroup with Park Young-won. The skeleton soldiers are sent flying by an unseen force, groaning as they are struck by the corpse explosion's aftershock. A system message appears, indicating that someone has been affected by poison blood. The skeleton soldiers are decimated, their skeletal forms breaking apart as they are flung through the air. The man in fur-lined armor grits his teeth, declaring that his enemies underestimate them as mere pawns for stalling time. A voice declares that they will need to brace themselves. Park Yong-won curses, realizing the full extent of the corpse explosion's power. The man in fur-lined armor plummets from the cliffside, shouting for his opponent to stop running and face him. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin examines a card in his hand, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. He scoffs, admitting that running away might be cowardly, but also stating that he would obviously lose in a fight. The man in fur-lined armor, still falling, expresses his disbelief and vows to tear Kim Woo-jin apart when he catches him. His descent continues, fueled by rage and the promise of violence. Kim Woo-jin watches as the man in fur-lined armor approaches, his figure growing larger as he falls. The man in fur-lined armor activates the undying fighter's skill, haste, preparing to strike. With incredible speed, he swings his massive blade downward. The force of the blow sends Kim Woo-jin flying backward, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Enraged, the man in fur-lined armor curses at Kim Woo-jin. The blade crashes into the ground, shattering the earth with tremendous power. Kim Woo-jin's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the destructive force unleashed by his opponent. Sent reeling, Kim Woo-jin can only manage a confused "huh" as he flies through the air. The man in fur-lined armor watches his opponent sail away, his stance radiating confidence. Below, the earth cracks and crumbles under the force of Woo-jin's impact, the ground unable to withstand the sudden weight. Dust and debris explode outwards, marking the spot where the dark-haired fighter crashed into the ground. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling through the surrounding forest. The man in fur-lined armor stands amidst the destruction, a lone figure surveying the scene. The armored man's frustration boils over. He barks at Woo-jin to stop playing around, clearly impatient with the fight. The man in fur-lined armor continues his tirade, accusing Woo-jin of lacking strategic understanding and questioning if he thought this was just a game. The armored man's face contorts in anger as he wonders aloud what Woo-jin is even talking about. Woo-jin, recovering from the blow, looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. The armored man continues to lecture Woo-jin, calling those who rampage around relying only on strength useless leaders who harm their comrades, before realizing something is amiss. Park Yong-won, observing from afar, recognizes the armored man as Yang Ji-hoo, the Messiah Guild's famous party killer. Far below, a lone figure walks toward a group of people standing in a brightly lit area. Whispers follow him, questioning if he is the only survivor again. Meanwhile, the man in the suit is told that Kim Woo-jin was oblivious to being surrounded by monsters. An enraged voice shouts for the gossiping to stop, demanding to know who is running their mouth. The large man continues his tirade, warning that if anyone has something to say, they should say it to his face so he can destroy them. Park Yong-won, standing among his subordinates, remarks that the way the large man is talking makes it clear he isn't sorry about the deaths of his subordinates. The large man scoffs, retorting that it's no wonder their brains are just muscles that can't even feel emotions. The large man continues to berate them, saying it's obvious that they camped in a spot he warned was dangerous multiple times. He demands to know who they think they are, lecturing him. Enraged, the large man lunges forward, his hand outstretched to strike. The eyes of Park Yong-won narrow, watching the scene unfold. The large man is sent flying backward, his face contorted in pain and shock. The kick connects, sending the large man sprawling. The force of the kick shatters the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The large man, now on the ground, shouts that his party members died because they were weak and that it wasn't his fault. A voice retorts that he killed them, and everyone knows it. The large man, still reeling from the kick, glares up at his accuser. The memory of the accusation stings him. He's just a useless leader who brings harm to his comrades. He recalls that Kim Woo-jin's tactics oddly resemble Suzuki's. The man's face contorts with rage as he remembers. Perhaps because of that, it's even more unbearable. Whether it's Kim Woo-jin or Suzuki, he vows to kill them all with his own hands. The armored figure kneels, his sword planted firmly in the ground. He declares that it is about time, as his opponent questions his identity. The man in fur-lined armor retorts that his skeleton soldiers don't need verbal orders. That means he didn't need to shout, "Retreat." The man in fur-lined armor is shocked, realizing that he was tricked. He realizes that he was lured out on purpose. Park Yong-won smirks, noting that the man in fur-lined armor finally understands. He realizes that the blessing of the sun is about to expire. The screen displays that there are 30 seconds remaining on the blessing of the sun. The man in fur-lined armor is shocked. He is furious, wondering how Park Yong-won knows the duration of his item skill. The man in fur-lined armor roars in disbelief, finally realizing he's been outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, Park Yong-won smirks, confident in his victory. He finds it pathetic that his opponent still doesn't know who he is. Park Yong-won prepares to reveal his identity, standing a short distance away from the armored man. The blessing of the sun has ended, its effect now completely gone. The man in fur-lined armor is enraged, the necklace that granted him the blessing of the sun shattering into pieces. The necklace of Gawain will soon fall asleep, its power depleted. Park Yong-won expresses his gratitude that the man in fur-lined armor fell for his trick until the very end, as the armored man curses him. Elsewhere, it appears that the skeletons have completed their task. The man in fur-lined armor's face contorts in rage. The effect of the skeleton's attack is evident. The skeletons stand over their fallen target. The skeleton's blue energy dissipates as their task is done. He smirks, revealing that his pursuers were so focused on chasing him that they failed to notice their current location. The map shows that they are near where Park Yong-won first encountered them, noting that they had been running around in circles. The camera pans over the fallen armored figures defeated. Park Yong-won stands over the fallen, commenting on how quickly they were able to arrive. The man in fur-lined armor is enraged at the annihilation of his underlings. His anger intensifies, a red haze seemingly emanating from him. The man in fur-lined armor, consumed by rage, demands to know how anyone dares look down on him. He stomps his foot, the force of the impact shattering the ground beneath him. Activating the undying fighter's skill, haste, the man in fur-lined armor prepares to attack. The ground explodes as he launches himself forward with incredible speed. The man in fur-lined armor is now a blur of motion, his eyes burning with fury. Woo-jin Kim, unfazed by the display of power, prepares to meet the attack head-on. He looks up, the falling debris a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The air crackles with energy as the undying fighter's skill, haste, intensifies. The man in fur-lined armor grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in anticipation of the coming clash. The skeletal summon of the undying fighter swings, its massive blade down towards Woo-jin Kim. Woo-jin Kim deflects the blow with a resounding crash, the force of the impact creating a shockwave around him. Park Yong-won watches the fight unfold, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Don't get so excited now, he thinks. The intensity of the battle rises as Woo-jin Kim wonders, are we just getting started? Elsewhere, a car speeds through the night, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside the car, Jin-ah sighs, leaning his head against his hand. He thinks, seriously, isn't he overworking me too much? He stares at a picture of Park Yong-won, wondering, why do I need to go checking on him? Jin-ah receives a message. Hey Jin-ah, I'll need you to go to the two-headed dog's dungeon. He replies, why'd I have to go there? Back in the office, Park Yong-won speaks with another man. I gave it some thought, and I'll only feel better if we check in on him. The other man replies, we don't need to check anything. I bet he'll come out fine and alive. As Park Yong-won speaks, one of his men wonders if he's worried that Yang Ji-hoo will defeat Kim Woo-jin. The man in fur-lined armor is predicting the opposite, that Yang Ji-hoo will lose. Park Yong-won believes it's the same for Kim Woo-jin. The man in the suit continues, stating that because Kim Woo-jin is smart, he'll want to know each other's objective, like the reason why they created the fictional alias of Isaac Ivanov. The man in fur-lined armor adds that it could also be the relation between Park Yong-won's faction and the Skull Guild. Park Yong-won explains that the reason they keep helping Kim Woo-jin despite knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind it all is part of the larger picture of taking down the Messiah Guild. Park Yong-won continues, saying that even if Kim Woo-jin kills Yang Ji-hoo, it will be difficult to fully understand his true intentions. The man in fur-lined armor states that they need to at least get confirmation on whether or not he will continue working with him afterward. Meanwhile, a car travels down a dark highway at night. The car continues down the highway. The camera pans up to show the sky. The effects of the blood poison were already taking their toll, dulling his senses. The armored man charged forward, his footfalls crushing the bones scattered across the battlefield. He realized that there were simply too many of them. A skeleton soldier raised its blade, preparing to strike. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. These were skeleton soldiers. The armored man was surrounded, blades closing in from all sides. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the onslaught. The skeleton soldiers pressed their attack, their movements swift and relentless. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he braced for impact. The skeleton soldiers unleashed a flurry of attacks, their blades crisscrossing in a deadly dance. The armored man roared in pain, blood splattering from a fresh wound. The blood poison spread rapidly through his body, weakening him further. The skeleton soldiers continue their relentless assault. One of the skeletal warriors swings its blade down at the armored figure. The blood poison visibly takes its toll on Woo-jin Kim, blood dripping from his mouth as he grits his teeth in pain. His legs begin to buckle beneath him. Damn it, my legs are giving out. The armored knight struggles to remain standing, the effects of the poison worsening. He reflects on his situation, realizing he has defeated 10 skeleton soldiers, leaving only 2. Yang Ji-hoo watches the battle unfold, his arms crossed, acknowledging that he increased the number of skeleton soldiers with a mastery stone. The summoner observes Woo-jin Kim's deteriorating condition, noting that he is now fully affected by the blood poison. The summoner decides he doesn't have to entertain the knight any longer. Woo-jin Kim, enraged and desperate, shouts at Yang Ji-hoo to fight him. The knight demands that Yang Jihu stop standing there and fight him. Despite his weakened state, Wo Jin Kim struggles to his feet, still demanding a fight. Despite the severity of his wounds, Woo Jin Kim grits his teeth, determined to continue the fight. The pain is clearly intense, but he refuses to yield. A system notification appears, indicating that the emissary of the underworld smiles upon his victory and has shared some of their authority with him. Another notification indicates that the rank of the skeleton soldier's skill has risen. Sejun Lee stands over the fallen Woo Jin Kim, a bright light emanating from his hand. The light reveals the necklace of Gawain, a legendary item that belonged to one of the knights of the Round Table, now in Sejun's possession. Sejun realizes this is the first time he's obtained a Knights of the Round Table item. He wonders if Yang Jihu will show his face. Yang Jihu remarks that it must have been hard for the other man to get to this point with his head. He clarifies that he's talking about Woo Jin's subordinates, not him, and compares them to hunting dogs that should bark like one. Yang Jihu decides to let it go this time, since he's on his way to see the master, but threatens to crush Woo Jin's loud mouth the next time he sees him. The newest member of the Round Table, Yang Jihu, smiles with anticipation, eager for what's to come. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where Yang Jihu declares his membership in the Round Table, expressing his honor in meeting the great hero. The great hero, a man with glowing eyes, stands with his hands clasped, his expression unreadable. Lee Sejun's eyes glow with an eerie light as he contemplates his next move. His hands steepled. The man known as Lee Sejun is the subject of discussion. The reveal is complete. The man is indeed Lee Sejun. Far away, the death of Yang Jihu has consequences, as the Messiah Guild will not stand idly by. Sejun vows that anyone who supported his ambitions and then betrayed him will face his wrath. He promises to make them all pay the price for their betrayal. Elsewhere, a large green-skinned monster lies in wait. One of the men watching the monster expresses his impatience, wondering how much longer they have to wait. His companion urges him to be quiet, warning that the two-headed dog isn't a monster they can rush. The leader of the group explains their strategy. When a monster takes the bait, they'll jump it together to minimize casualties. The system announces the defeat of the two-headed dog. The dungeon raiders celebrate their victory, bathe in the dungeon's ethereal blue light. The system confirms that the dungeon has been cleared. A beam of light signals the dungeon's completion as a figure walks away from the scene. Yang Jihu's sharp gaze pierces through the shadows, his expression unreadable. Yang Jihu is greeted by a familiar face as he arrives at his destination. "Oh, you're back." The man in armor, having just arrived, is questioned about his presence. He explains that he was running errands and came over after hearing something interesting. Yang Jihu reveals he has something to hand over, suggesting they talk while on the move. A car speeds down the road, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside the car, Yang Jihu relays a message. "Bro wants us to enter another dungeon together." Yang Jihu holds up a document, its contents obscured from view. Yang Jihu continues, asking about someone's well-being. Anyways, how was he? He expected them to know to a certain extent, but they knew about everything. According to the memories he extracted from Yang Jihu, the man entered with a fake ID and alias. So, SC-chan knew the reason he asked for a fake identity, yet he still accepted his request. He fought him in the dungeon. The man in the dark blue jacket asks if he fought him, and how he was. The silver-haired man admits that he was stronger than him. The silver-haired man challenges him, asking if he is a power-level scouter or something. The man with silver hair asks how he would know his actual skills, and if he should show them off for real. The man in the dark blue jacket states that Yang Jihu, while facing 12 skeleton soldiers, took down 10 of them by himself. The man in the dark blue jacket holds up a document with the word Fallout written on it. The man in the dark blue jacket tells him to just give him the word, and he'll test him. The silver-haired man states that a true man of strength shouldn't boast. The silver-haired man suggests that they should get to the important topic and talk about work. The document details the Horned Fox Hunt, a dungeon in Buchin that has seen 12 failed attempts. The dungeon floor is 2, with a difficulty of A and a capacity of 43 people. The entry condition is below level 40, and the clear condition is to hunt the horned fox and obtain its horn. The clear reward is a title and skill catalog to the one who defeated the horned fox. Since he already knows about the dungeon, Yang Jihu decides to skip the explanation. He adds that this should be obvious, but Sejun will be going in as Isaac again, betting that he already knows why. Sejun Lee's expression hardens as he realizes that being sent to the Horned Fox dungeon as soon as he defeated Yang Jihu probably means something. He agrees to the task. Sejun walks away from the building. Yang Jihu, on the phone, says that he just parted ways with Kim Woo Jin and tells the person on the other end not to worry about it. The person on the other end of the line notes that Yang Jihu is someone who never picks a losing fight and asks about the thing they suggested. Yang Jihu is surprised that the person on the phone already knew the details of the dungeon. He then says that it's a relief and tells Gina that she has to properly resolve herself from here on out. An unknown man states that since Kim Woo Jin agreed to their proposal, there's no going back. He adds that he can't fully trust Kim Woo-jin yet, but they need to do something now if they want to stand up against the Messiah Guild. The man continues, stating that they don't have long now, maybe 2 or 3 years at best. The newspaper in the background reads that Messiah was given rights to a dungeon that was neglected due to failed raids. He agreed without even taking a moment to think it over. If a group capable of keeping the Messiah Guild in check doesn't appear in that time, those guys won't be shy about baring their teeth. The car sits parked outside the building. The man, standing amidst a collection of crates, pauses, lost in thought. He recalls a time after clearing the Horned Fox dungeon, when he was approached with an offer. The voice on the other end of the line observed his skills, deeming them greater than the rumors suggested, and extended an invitation to join the Messiah Guild. The man in the memory responded to the offer with a condition. If they wanted to recruit him, the guild master would have to make an offer in person. The recruiter expressed their admiration for his guts, stating that his strength was needed to save the world. The memory continues, showing the recruiter standing near a sleek, dark car. The recruiter then asks if he would become their ally. The man in the present is revealed to be Yang Ji-hoo, his expression thoughtful as he recalls the past. The memory fades, replaced by the words, Lee Se-jun. The first time I met him. Yang Ji-hoo receives a notification on his phone. He's been approved to raid the Horned Fox dungeon in 2 days, with a reminder to show off his skills. He thinks to himself that he will. He muses that, just like before he returned, he bets the guys from the Messiah Guild will be there as well. Yang Ji-hoo closes the notification on his phone, a determined look on his face. All right, that's good. The anticipation of the upcoming dungeon raid fuels a burning desire to showcase his abilities. Elsewhere, a figure stands before a holographic display, contemplating the true worth of Isaac Ivanov. The screen displays an item called Needle Snake Leather, hinting at the challenges ahead. The figure resolves to dedicate himself to preparations, knowing the task ahead will be demanding. Meanwhile, protagonist Se Jun Lee stands near a summoning circle, confident in his ability to clear the dungeon once more. A close-up reveals the dark-haired figure's confident smirk, certain that this dungeon will be the perfect stage to showcase his skills. The scene shifts to Bucheon Sports Stadium, hinting at the location of the upcoming event. The stadium looms large, its architecture suggesting a place of both competition and spectacle. An announcement urges the players to prepare, as it is almost time to enter the dungeon. Someone asks if they are ready, their tone suggesting a mix of anticipation and pressure. A confident voice declares that he is always ready, boasting of his past conquest of the Needle Snake dungeon. The speaker's determined expression reinforces his claim, his eyes narrowed with unwavering resolve. The dark-haired figure, Kim Jae-hoon, confidently declares that the dungeon will be a piece of cake. The extreme cold of the Needle Snake dungeon is already apparent, as Woo-jin Kim's breath visibly frosts the air. A warning rings out, advising everyone to change into their Arctic clothes, as someone quips that the cake is too frozen to eat. The announcement continues, cautioning low HP mages and priests to take extra care, lest they be left behind. Yang Ji-hoo scolds someone for not taking care of themselves, adding that they'll only get in the way instead of being helpful. The man in fur-lined armor explains that she knows her stuff, and that the environment can be more terrifying than the monsters themselves, especially for a tank. Yang Ji-hoo questions what the man in fur-lined armor is implying. Suddenly, the man in fur-lined armor is sent flying backwards by an unseen force. The source of the attack is revealed to be a massive wall of ice. The man in fur-lined armor suggests that it would be better to move with the Messiah Guild for now, to act by. Yang Ji-hoo wonders why they are the kind that can't use their abilities in this kind of environment. The man in fur-lined armor dismisses the idea as nonsense. The man in fur-lined armor's nickname, Siberian Brown Bear, is well-earned. The frigid temperatures are nothing more than a light breeze to him. He remarks that equipping the Grim Reaper's mask feels good, as it cools him down. The mask's effect is immediate, as Yang Ji-hoo is already sweating profusely. He questions how much warmer it could possibly get, even compared to the Needle Snake. The party receives a notification that the Necklace of Gawain has been equipped, providing a feeling of warmth in the cold. The system message confirms that equipping the Grim Reaper's mask allows the user to link up with a summon monster. The man in fur-lined armor suggests they move a bit to feel warmer, prompting Kim Jae-hoon to sigh and begrudgingly agree. Kim Jae-hoon demands that he at least be fed properly. The man in fur-lined armor, ever pragmatic, inquires about the plan for this survival quest. He wonders if they'll be building a fort like last time, but Yang Ji-hoo assures him there's no need. The man in fur-lined armor expresses his relief at the prospect of avoiding manual labor, just as a system message announces the summoning of skeleton soldiers. The eyes of the man in fur-lined armor widen, a hint of unease creeping into his expression. A hulking skeleton soldier, clad in crimson armor, materializes before them. More of the crimson-clad skeletons appear, their forms coalescing from swirling shadows. The man in fur-lined armor observes the assembled skeleton soldiers, questioning the occasion for their full battle regalia. Yang Ji-hoo chides him for his choice of leather armor, suggesting he should have gone all out with better equipment if he was already spending money. The man in fur-lined armor, his eyes wide with dawning horror, recognizes something about the situation. The man in fur-lined armor listens to the complaints of another, who accuses him of hoarding needle snake leather. The accuser also finds it odd that the skeleton soldiers all have armor that should cost a fortune to make. The man in fur-lined armor's face is shown, and he is clearly annoyed. He thinks to himself that the other man is a freaking baldy. Meanwhile, a bald man rubs his ear, wondering why they feel ticklish. The man in fur-lined armor considers the fact that 2 people have gone missing, wondering if the Russians are responsible. Someone shouts, asking if anyone has seen Isaac Ivanov and his companion. The camp is shown, with many people working on building it. One of the workers apologizes, saying they were too focused on building the base camp. The man in fur-lined armor replies that sorry doesn't cut it. The man in fur-lined armor thinks that clearing the dungeon is important, but forming an alliance with the Russian, Isaac Ivanov, is even more important. He orders the others to finish the camp before he returns, and to guard it well. The man in fur-lined armor tells someone to just send the scouts, saying there's no need for them to do anything. The other person replies that it's fine, and to just blow it off. The man in fur-lined armor resolved to see the situation for himself, just in case the whistle was blown. He wanted to personally assess the skills of those involved in the conflict. Suddenly, massive wolves, summoned by an unknown force, descended upon the battlefield. The wolves tore through the ranks of the skeleton soldiers, scattering them like ragdolls. The summoned beasts continued their assault, their claws and teeth making short work of the undead warriors. One of the wolves lunged, delivering a devastating headshot. The force of the attack sent bone fragments flying in all directions. The skeleton soldiers were completely overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught. A wolf stood over a fallen skeleton soldier, its jaws open wide, ready to deliver the final blow. The scene was one of utter devastation, the battlefield littered with broken bones. Suddenly, someone with glowing purple eyes noticed the wolves. The woman with the fur-lined collar realized that the wolves' power was on a completely different level from anything she'd seen before. The man in fur-lined armor is questioned by one of his subordinates about whether they should help, but he retorts, asking if they can't tell what's happening by watching. The subordinate reasons that if they were to intervene, they would only get in the way, admitting that the current fight is above their pay grade. The man in fur-lined armor thinks to himself that the one fighting is a player who cleared the needle snake dungeon, and he needs to report this to the guild to recruit him. Suddenly, the subordinate recognizes the sound, exclaiming that it's the whistle. It was a singular, long whistle, an SOS, meaning something must have happened at the camp. The wolves break through the defenses, and someone shouts in frustration, wondering why there's so many. The man in fur-lined armor urges his comrades to hold on until the captain arrives. A figure is sent flying through the air, away from the camp. The force of the wolves' assault sends debris flying in all directions. The camp's protective barrier shatters under the relentless onslaught. The barrier's collapse sends a soldier tumbling through the air, his armor failing to protect him from the impact. The man in fur-lined armor barks orders, questioning why his troops are struggling against what he considers weak monsters. The command rings out, scramble into a defensive formation and secure the camp slowly. Another order is given. Those who are injured should fall back. A lone wolf howls, its cry echoing across the battlefield. The wolves advance, their dark forms silhouetted against the snowy landscape. The sound of the wolves' howls carries far, reaching the distant mountains. The wolves' advance continues, their paws crunching through the snow. The snow is stained red, a grim testament to the ongoing battle. Sejun Lee, observing the scene, appears concerned by the unfolding events. The man in fur-lined armor, perched high in a tree, spots something in the distance. The warning is clear, a monster wave is approaching. A horde of wolves, their eyes glowing menacingly, surge forward. The message is repeated, emphasizing the imminent danger. A monster wave is coming. The man in fur-lined armor is shocked to hear that the defensive line has already been broken, and by something that wasn't even a full monster wave. The sound of the approaching horde grows louder. The man in fur-lined armor expresses his concern for those who will be annihilated if left to fend for themselves, but he questions the wisdom of going in there. The man in fur-lined armor shouts, his expression a mix of worry and determination. He admits he was caught off guard by the sudden request for a skill page, but luckily, one was available for purchase. He asks if it has arrived yet. Sejun Lee, holding a newly acquired skill page, confirms its arrival, thanking Mr. O. The skill page reveals the Aura Field skill, ranked E, which releases an aura with a buff or debuff effect, its range increasing with the skill rank. He had learned the Aura Field skill. Far away, the skeletal figure of the dungeon's master breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, he doesn't have to. Below, the remaining members of the team are swarmed by monsters. The man in fur-lined armor curses, realizing that the failure of the previous 12 teams was not without reason. He grits his teeth, admitting to himself that he had grown careless because they were still on the first floor. An explosion rocks the area. The force of the blast sends the man in fur-lined armor flying. He shouts in disbelief, realizing that reinforcements have arrived. Another man, wielding a hammer, tells him to stop speaking nonsense, questioning who else could be in this dungeon. The man in fur-lined armor thinks to himself, unless... The camera focuses on the back of a figure. The figure stands atop a cliff, overlooking the battlefield. The man in fur-lined armor's skull-like face contorts in a grimace. The emissary of the underworld activates his skill, Corpse Explosion. The skill manifests as a violent burst of energy. The explosion sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the blast throws the man in fur-lined armor off balance. The shockwave continues to expand, a wall of force. The emissary of the underworld is caught in the edge of his own explosion. The blast sends the skeleton soldier flying backwards, its form dissolving into fragments. The skeleton soldiers are caught in the blast radius, their skeletal forms breaking apart. The remaining skeleton soldiers are obliterated by the force of the explosion. Activating Blessing of the Sun, the emissary of the underworld prepares for the next attack. The system notifies him that he's linked up with a skeleton soldier. The emissary of the underworld's aura crackles around him, a visible manifestation of his power. The system alerts him that he is using an aura field and that his mana consumption has greatly increased due to the link with the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier glows with power, its eyes burning with blue flames as it channels the emissary's energy. A skeleton soldier, wreathed in fiery energy, prepares for battle. The skeleton soldier unleashes a burst of intense light. The light engulfs the area, obscuring the figure of the skeleton soldier. The force of the blast sends the skeleton soldier flying backwards through the air. The attack is focused on the eyes of the blonde-haired man. The blonde-haired man is silhouetted against the bright light. The light intensifies, bathing the area in a golden glow. The blonde-haired man stands his ground, seemingly unharmed by the blast, as the skeleton soldier is sent flying. He wonders aloud about the strange aura surrounding the skeleton. The blonde-haired man observes the skeleton soldiers, noting that he has never seen them behave in this way before. The blonde-haired man remains unfazed as the skeleton soldier's foot connects with a resounding thud. The man in fur-lined armor watches with wide eyes, wondering if the skeletons have gone mad. The skeleton soldiers continue their relentless assault, undeterred by the blonde-haired man's lack of reaction. Another skeleton soldier joins the fray, its movements swift and brutal. The skeleton soldiers press their attack, their swords raised high, ready to strike. The skeleton soldier's glowing eyes burn with an eerie intensity as it prepares to strike. The blonde-haired man is surrounded by a flurry of attacks, the air thick with the sound of clashing metal. The skeleton soldier's sword descends, poised to cleave through the blonde-haired man. The man in fur-lined armor is astonished by the skeleton's berserker-like assault, wondering what kind of magic Kim Woo-jin used to create them. The blonde-haired man stands alone on the snowy landscape, seemingly unaffected by the onslaught. The narrator reflects on the nature of the blonde-haired man's power, noting that it's not about being overpowered, but about hunting a large number of monsters. The narrator explains that the blonde-haired man's power is not about monopolizing a buff like the sun's blessing. The skeletal soldiers, empowered by an aura field, share their strength, creating a buff for the area. The emissary of the underworld finds this method of corpse explosion much more efficient. The corpse explosion skill detonates with a blinding flash of light and a concussive blast. The blonde-haired man, seemingly unfazed by the explosion, stands with his wolves, observing the battlefield. He surveys the scene, his expression unreadable. The force of the explosion rips through the air, sending debris flying in all directions. From the sidelines, someone observes that they are acting as a barrier, blocking the monster wave in the middle. Another person questions if this is the true ability of a needle snake hunter. The flow of the monster wave has been interrupted, giving the others a chance to charge in together. The Messiah Guild is stepping in to help. The man in fur-lined armor states that the heroes are praised, questioning if they will be able to openly act hostile against their saviors. Continuing his thought, the man in fur-lined armor explains that the heroes will be pressured by the public to handsomely reward their saviors, essentially killing two birds with one stone. The woman at the computer agrees that it would be great if their plan works. The woman adds that she will do what is needed to make this happen. The man in fur-lined armor states that they will need skills that far surpass the heroes to make their plan work, questioning if Kim Woo-jin is really that powerful. The man in fur-lined armor continues, noting Kim Woo-jin's skills and rate of growth. The woman at the computer types rapidly, stating that she would even be happy to give him a loan. The woman in the chair is asked if she seriously rates him that highly, and she confirms that she does, which is why Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin are in the dungeon. The man in fur-lined armor says that they need to do their best to make sure that their identities are not revealed. He continues, stating that they can reap the benefits for as long as possible while hiding behind a mask. Far away, the blonde-haired man asks if it is finally over. The snowy landscape stretches out, concealing unseen dangers. He reflects on their recent victory, acknowledging that without the help of the Russians, they would have been in serious trouble. The man in fur-lined armor receives gratitude from his companions, who thank him for ensuring no guild members were lost. The man in fur-lined armor appears concerned, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A voice speaks in broken Korean, declaring their job done, but another voice urgently pleads for them to wait. The man in fur-lined armor and another figure stand on the snowy plains, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. The man in fur-lined armor is questioned about abandoning their plan, his companion reminding him of their original intentions. The other figure argues that since they annihilated the largest pack, there is no more danger, and sticking with the others would only increase the chances of their identities being exposed. The figure explains that now that they have demonstrated their skills, the others won't be able to claim the dungeon as theirs anymore, and it has become the perfect place to level up. The man in fur-lined armor is shocked by the prospect of leveling up, questioning what they're going to do. The figure asks if they're going to repeat what happened last time. The figure grins menacingly, revealing sharp teeth. The distant mountains stand silent, unaware of the dark pact being forged in their shadow. The man in fur-lined armor grits his teeth, regretting his alliance. He thinks to himself that he must have gone mad to team up with a crazy asshole like the skeleton. A system notification appears, indicating that someone has leveled up. The skeleton, its skull is stark white against the blue light, resolves to complete the final objective, no matter the cost. A system message declares that the emissary of the underworld has used its authority to transfer great power, and that the rank of the blood poison skill rose by 1. A hand reaches out, seemingly grasping at something unseen. The blood poison skill is now ranked EX, changing the user's blood into poison and allowing them to create dark blood. The skeleton's eyes glow with dark power as he realizes that the EX rank blood poison with dark blood will let him realize his plan sooner. The man in fur-lined armor notices the change in the skeleton and asks why he's making such a serious face, wondering if something is wrong. The skeleton dismisses his concerns, saying nothing is wrong, but he insists that before they go to the second floor, they have one last thing they need to do together. The man in fur-lined armor, sensing the shift in power, demands to know what the skeleton is planning, asking what he is. He immediately questions the need for planning. The man in fur-lined armor explains that they'll need to spend even more energy on the second floor to have a meal. The skeleton seems surprised by this revelation. A large piece of meat roasts over an open fire. The man in fur-lined armor offers the skeleton a bite, stating that it finally feels like they're a real team. He adds that he has something he wants to ask before raiding the horned fox. The man in fur-lined armor asks if, even with an immortal body, the skeleton can still feel pain, and if he wouldn't pass out from pain in the midst of combat. He then scoffs, asking what he looks like, and stating that Lee Gina isn't so weak that he passes out during a fight. The man in fur-lined armor then asks if that's the case, and if the skeleton's body was pierced by the horned fox's horn, how long could he withstand it? The skeleton's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He wonders if he might have done something wrong. The skeleton wonders if he should beg for forgiveness right now. The man in fur-lined armor sends the skeleton flying down to the second floor of the dungeon. The man in fur-lined armor watches as the skeleton falls. The skeleton, now airborne, is sent hurtling through the air by the man in fur-lined armor's attack. The man in fur-lined armor, drawing back his bow, curses the skeleton's speed. One of the men watching the fight wonders how they're supposed to fight such a fast opponent. The man in fur-lined armor's foot slams into the ground as he prepares to fire another shot. The man who spoke out looks on in disbelief at the skeleton's speed. The skeleton crashes into the ground, the impact kicking up dust and debris. The man in fur-lined armor's eyes widen as he sees the skeleton crash. Debris rains down as the skeleton hits the ground, the force of the impact sending shards of rock and ice flying. The man who questioned their chances despairs, wondering if there is anything they can do to survive. The man who spoke out grits his teeth, his expression one of grim determination. The man in fur-lined armor stands firm, his boots planted on the ground as he prepares for the next attack. The eyes of the man who spoke out narrow, a glint of resolve shining within them. A voice, speaking in broken Russian and English, declares a desire to kill a horned fox. The source of the voice is the man in fur-lined armor, though his back is turned. The man in fur-lined armor curses in poor Korean. The man in the fur-lined armor stands at the edge of a snowy precipice, his back to the unseen observer. Someone watches him, wondering aloud what the man in the fur-lined armor is planning to do on his own. The man in the fur-lined armor kneels in the snow, carefully placing a large, rectangular device on the ground. Another voice calls out, urging caution. Charging in without a plan, the speaker warns, will accomplish nothing. The eye of the white wolf reflects the scene, its gaze intense. The white wolf stands on a snowy cliff, its form silhouetted against the pale sky. Below, the man in the fur-lined armor stands on the lower ground, facing the massive white wolf above. The wolf's paws shift on the cliff edge, its glowing eyes fixed on its prey below. With a powerful leap, the white wolf launches itself from the cliff, snow and ice exploding from beneath its paws. The man in the fur-lined armor looks up, his eyes widening in alarm as the massive wolf descends. The force of the wolf's leap sends a shockwave through the air. The man in the fur-lined armor realizes the wolf is faster than he anticipated. The white wolf descends rapidly, its claws extended. The man in the fur-lined armor grunts, acknowledging that while the damage from the wolf's attacks isn't significant, its speed is overwhelming. He grits his teeth, knowing that blocking is the best he can do for now, making a counterattack difficult. His armored foot slides on the snow, threatening to throw him off balance. Panic sets in as he realizes he's losing his balance on the slick snow. The wolf's attack connects, a burst of energy erupting around the impact. The white wolf slams into the man in the fur-lined armor, sending him hurtling backwards. The armored man is sent flying through the air, completely at the mercy of the wolf's assault. The man in the fur-lined armor coughs out blood, his eyes wide with pain and shock as he plummets. He considers his options, realizing that while the horned fox isn't particularly threatening, its speed is a problem, and a skeleton soldier would break too easily. The skeleton considers the best way to trap his opponent, realizing that wooden fences would take too long. The man in the fur-lined armor summarizes the plan, wanting to stop the wolf's movements. The skeleton wonders why the man in the fur-lined armor suggested they eat all of a sudden. The skeleton taunts the man in the fur-lined armor, saying that he can't do it. The man in the fur-lined armor's eyes glow with determination. The man in the fur-lined armor slams his fist into the ground, initiating his plan. The ground begins to freeze rapidly around the man in the fur-lined armor. Ice spreads from the point of impact, encasing the ground in a thick layer. The ice continues to spread, its advance marked by a trail of frost. The ice expands further, rapidly approaching its target. The skill River Styx's Blessing is activated, freezing the white wolf in place. Blood trickles from the corner of the man in the fur-lined armor's mouth as he grits his teeth. He thinks to himself that he finally caught the fox. The man in the fur-lined armor is sent flying backwards from the force of the white wolf's attack. The white wolf's attack continues to gain momentum. From a distance, the woman with the fur collar coat can't believe that the man in the fur-lined armor stopped the horned fox by taking it head-on. She realizes that the ice won't be able to last like that forever, and that it'll be for nothing if the horned fox can't be quickly defeated while the Russian is holding it. The white wolf's sword is aimed directly at the man in the fur-lined armor. The white wolf continues his assault, his sword poised to strike. The white wolf's face is contorted in a savage snarl, his teeth bared. The white wolf's eyes glow with an intense, menacing light. The sound of the sword slicing through the air echoes. A guttural groan escapes the man in the fur-lined armor's lips as the blow lands. The white wolf's blade descends, poised to strike the man in the fur-lined armor. The wolf's attack continues, his blade cleaving through the air. The hunters, now above the wolf, descend to assist their comrade. The woman with the fur collar coat watches the scene unfold, a hint of concern etched on her face. The hunters discuss the situation. One of them questions how the wolf and the man in the fur-lined armor can both be under level 40. The white wolf continues his assault, his glowing eyes fixed on his prey. The hunters unleash a flurry of attacks, their blue energy blades slicing through the air towards the white wolf. The woman with the fur collar coat observes the fight, realizing that the wolf and the man in the fur-lined armor are complete monsters compared to them. The hunters acknowledge that the wolf and the man in the fur-lined armor are on a whole other level. A system message appears. You have successfully hunted the horned fox. A beam of light descends, signaling the end of the hunt. The scene shifts to a futuristic-looking platform, bathed in blue light. The press swarms outside the stadium, desperate to know who authorized the event. They clamor for an interview with whoever is responsible. A diplomatic vehicle pulls away from the scene, its presence drawing attention amidst the chaos. A hand carefully holds the horn from the horned fox, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Oshon, the man with long blonde hair, receives a call. He is asked to release a statement. The horn from the horned fox is shown again, its significance growing as the Messiah Guild's interest in it is revealed. The caller is shocked to hear that they are willing to donate the horn from the horned fox, questioning if Oshon has lost his mind. Oshon listens intently, acknowledging the caller's point and recognizing the plan they have in place. The caller vehemently objects to donating the horn to the Messiah Guild, demanding that it be given to him instead. Oshon instructs the caller to emphasize that they are willing to donate the horn only if the Messiah Guild desperately wants it. Oshon agrees to the terms, and a car speeds off into the night. He had made headlines, declaring his willingness to donate the horn from the horned fox if the Messiah Guild needed it. The news continued to buzz about Isaac Ivanov, with reports stating his desire to raid another dungeon with the Messiah Guild should the opportunity arise. Kang Yongji of the Messiah Guild was quoted, emphasizing that clearing the dungeon would have been impossible without him. Elsewhere, a figure stood in a warehouse, confident in the speed and efficiency of their associates. I can definitely rely on them for stuff like this, he thought. They took care of it pretty quickly. The phone rings, the caller ID displaying Park Yong-won. Meanwhile, someone watches the news reports about Isaac Ivanov on television, speculating about his identity. The news about Isaac Ivanov dominated the airwaves, as a group of people watched in a conference room. The man in the suit, pleased with the situation, remarked that someone was better at taking care of things than he had expected. He seethed, realizing that the Skull Guild bastards had completely folded operations in Korea and retreated back to Japan. A sinister smile spread across his face. He thought to himself that part of him wanted to annihilate them completely, but he was satisfied with how things had turned out. Since they kept their end of the deal they would need. A woman stood before him, awaiting further instructions. She listens intently as the man across the table speaks, warning her not to become complacent. He assures her that he has much more planned for her. The man in the suit presents a card, its purpose yet to be revealed. The card details the skill Blood Mist, a technique for emissaries of the underworld at level 40 or above. It allows the user to create a mist using their own blood. Back in a meeting room, one of the men acknowledges the news that the Messiah Guild has released an official statement. The statement is likely related to Isaac Ivanov. The official statement from Messiah Guild expresses gratitude for Isaac Ivanov's words, but clarifies that they will only accept his sentiments. Instead, they will send a humble gift to repay him for saving their guild members' lives. One of the men in the meeting scoffs at the Messiah Guild's actions, calling them idiots for trying to protect their pride and predicting they will lose out in the end. Elsewhere, someone reads the news about Isaac Ivanov and the Messiah Guild's response on their phone, deciding that they will gladly donate the horn of the Horned Fox if necessary. He believes that if he had remained quiet, they would have tried to rob him of the horn by stirring up public opinion. The man with the phone continues, realizing that donating the item would only work against people classified as enemies of the Messiah Guild. He resolves to donate the item on top of saving their guild members. He believes there is no way for them to paint him in a negative light now. He resolves to protect their image of gracious heroes, even if they really want the horn of the Horned Fox. The man smirks, thinking that the Messiah Guild will have to pay a significant price for it. He concludes that he will see how much they'll lose. The question hangs in the air. Doesn't the Messiah Guild's actions depend on what they will be rewarded with? The man examines a skill page, contemplating what a level 40 skill page means for his leveling up strategy. The man at the desk asks if it would be possible to secure some dungeons for him to level up in. A woman walks away from a conference table, seemingly in response to the request for dungeons. The man states that he doesn't see why not, suggesting purchasing some dungeons through a dungeon broker and sending the invoice. A close-up reveals a man smirking, a subtle expression hinting at his inner thoughts. A breaking news report announces that the Messiah Guild plans to send Isaac Ivanov a gift of gratitude. The text describes the Messiah Guild as generously backing those who are putting themselves on the front line to save the world. The man is having his cake and eating it too, keeping the horn while receiving a gift as he looks at his phone. The man wonders what gift they'll give, expressing that he is really curious as he looks at his phone. One man asks how the other knows that, as they already came to summon the golem. He believes it's better to give a gift before announcing it. The man in fur-lined armor flips through a book, recalling that they accepted the golem summon skill immediately. He opens a red package, disappointed to find only scraps inside. An unseen figure complains about not receiving anything despite working hard. Sejun is furious, exclaiming that he should at least get table scraps. The man in fur-lined armor lies on the floor, surrounded by boxes of Choco High, calling out to table. The man in fur-lined armor smiles, stating that Sejun likes food. The man in fur-lined armor sits at a table, telling someone that he has been stocking up a special present. Sejun thinks that these gifts are sent by people who think they are Russian. Sejun looks down at the man in fur-lined armor, questioning why he is acting like he bought them and demanding skills or items. A box of Choco High is open, revealing a red object inside. He sits, listening to the unseen speaker, who asks what he's been staring at. The man in fur-lined armor explains that he received a dungeon purchase request from Park Yong-won. The man in fur-lined armor is reminded that he swore Park Yong-won out and wonders why he would need a dungeon broker. The man in fur-lined armor sits across from Sejun Lee, who wonders who the new elite soldier is. Sejun Lee asks if the two of them want to cooperate to shake him down. The man in fur-lined armor retorts that they are all con artists. He states that it's called doing business, and that Sejun Lee needs to have Kim Woo-jin teach him this. A hand places a paper on a desk, declaring that this one looks good. Sejun Lee sits on the couch, holding up a paper and asking how it looks. The paper details a dungeon with a B-rank difficulty, a capacity of 25 people, and a clear condition of surviving on the 2nd floor for 7 days. The clear reward is a Mastery Stone C for the survivor, which seems like the perfect place to level up by risking your life. Sejun Lee is confused as the man in fur-lined armor hands him the paper, telling him to go deliver it. The man with spiky hair asks if he needs to level up as well. He pauses, reconsidering his previous statement about the dungeon purchase. A disembodied voice encourages someone to hurry on, now that they're getting good at judging dungeons. Meanwhile, A towering building looms against the sky, its glass reflecting the daylight. The armored man curses, frustrated that someone else is taking dungeons. A man with dark hair smirks, his expression suggesting amusement or anticipation. A voice suggests they should start by going on a light walk. The camera focuses on the Hansung sign on the side of the building. Someone is being told that YNG Ji Cho died. The voice explains that he entered the dungeon to retrieve Kim Wo Jin, but never returned, questioning why he would do something no one asked him to do. A man in a suit stands in an office, being told that the necklace of Gawain was stolen and must be recovered at any cost. It seems finding a replacement for YNG Ji Cho within the guild is not the problem. However, the woman knows that there are no items that can replace the necklace of Gawain. The Skull Guild's frequent failures seemed minor at first, but that small spark has now stoked the flames. The alliance, once thought to be perfect, is starting to crack under the pressure. The source of all their problems, the man thinks, is Park Yong-won, that bastard. If he had known things would turn out this way, he thinks he would have eliminated him sooner. Now that his forces have grown so large, he laments that he can only chip away at his strength. The woman sits at her desk, wondering what happened to the new member of Park Yong-won's elite squad. A man sweats as he explains that they're trying their best to get rid of Kim Wo Jin. He continues, explaining that Park Yong-won is doing all he can to protect him, so they can't even get close. The man in the suit is surprised to hear that Park Yong-won seems to be investing as much as he can to level up Kim Wo Jin. The woman demands that he stop with the pointless excuses, stating that she only wants to know their plans to eliminate him. She sits at her desk as a man stands nearby, reporting news. A team has already been formed to capture Kim Wo Jin. The red-haired woman listens intently, her expression unreadable as she considers the information. The woman asks where the team is currently located. The man responds that they are on standby in the city of Kaesong. A burst of light fills the screen, signaling a significant achievement. The system announces that level 40 has been reached. The emissary of the underworld is impressed, granting 8 additional inventory slots. Having reached level 40, Kim Jae-hoon can finally use the gifts he has received, a smile playing on his lips. The dark-haired man peers down from a high vantage point, his gaze intense. He muses that the more he learns about Kim Wo Jin, the more impressive he seems. The man's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He believes Kim Wo Jin is the only one who could level up so quickly. In a desolate landscape, Kim Wo Jin sets up traps after analyzing the environment. There seems to be more to it than meets the eye. The narrator explains that Kim Wo Jin knows the types and numbers of monsters that appear in each dungeon. He also knows their precise locations. A monstrous horde gathers, their eyes gleaming with malice as they prepare to defend their territory. The man with the light hair knows the most efficient way to hunt the monsters. He knows everything. It felt almost as if he had experienced this before. Kim Wo Jin believes he should be able to walk out of a tiger's den alive now. A notification appears. He has learned the skill, Blood Mist. One of the figures suggests they can take it easy and clear the dungeon now. Kim Wo Jin counters that it's the opposite. Since he got some new skills, they need to give it their all so they can objectively measure their offensive power. The voice cries out, demanding whatever's happening to come on. Bathed in blue light, a figure stands, seemingly affected by an unseen force. A hand reaches out, seemingly from within the same blue light, as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. 3 figures stand within a circle of radiant blue light, the source of their distress still unseen. Jean H. asks Mr. Lee what's wrong, inquiring if he is all right. A voice wonders if someone is hurting. Jean H. kneels beside Mr. Lee, who is hunched over in pain or distress. Yang Ji Cho looks on, his face contorted in anger. He lies prone on the ground as one of the figures asks to speak with Mr. O.S. Hichon. Kim Woo Jin answers the phone, wondering if the person he's trying to reach is in Kaesong at this hour. The bald man in the suit stares at his phone, a frown etched on his face. It has to be Kaesong, out of all places. What is he thinking? After the gates appeared, isolated North Korea, open day, small door to receive help from the outside world. That special city of Kaesong allowed unrestricted entry, and if you could destroy the dungeon, anything was allowed. As a result, the special city of Kaesong became a nest for players who committed crimes, and the city was quickly engulfed by greed. A bus rumbles along a snow-covered road, headed towards Kaesong. A man's voice speaks, "Hey, mister. First time I'm seeing you. Is it your first time being a storage?" Another man, wearing a light-colored jacket, looks surprised. "Pardon? Storage? You know, being an inventory mule, so they can bring more items back from the dungeon." The man with glasses nods, sweat beading on his brow. "True. Hey, man." The man listens, a faint smile playing on his lips as his criminal status is assessed. Reassurance comes in the form of shared company, though the company consists of rapists and murderers. Within the confines of the bus, shadowed figures lurk, their eyes glowing with an ominous intensity. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face as he confirms the grim reality of their situation. Clasped hands betray a hint of unease as the question of how he arrived here hangs in the air. A tale of betrayal unfolds within the bus, the weight of broken trust heavy in the air. The promise of untouchability is coupled with a vow to make a traitor pay, though help is offered if needed. A deal is in the works, the specifics shrouded in the night's darkness. The price for betraying the world is steep, a somber truth etched on his face. Vengeance simmers, a promise of retribution burning bright against the darkness. A message arrives, confirming the safety of the storage and advocating for their disposable treatment. The bus waits, a silent promise of a grim fate for those deemed disposable. A disembodied voice demands someone leave. The location is identified as Kaesong in North Korea. Yang Ji-hoo speaks in his phone, questioning if Kim Woo-jin has truly gone mad by going there. The man in fur-lined armor wonders what Woo-jin is looking for in that lawless city, where all the criminal scum gather. An unseen person is told that they're an asshole for coming over at dinner time to leech off. The man in fur-lined armor shouts, pointing a finger. A memory surfaces. Woo-jin is the topic of conversation as one man points at another lying prone, muttering about needle snake leather. Someone claims they don't know why Kim Woo-jin went to Kaesong, accusing the other of changing the topic because they have something to hide. The man in fur-lined armor looks down, sweat dripping from his brow, as he thinks about bad timing. Yang Ji-hoo asks who the man in fur-lined armor is talking about, as they sit in a room with a view of the city. The response is that there's a guy who's an even stronger monster than Kim Woo-jin. The man believes that the target is around level 50 now. He hopes his assessment is correct, not wanting an early confrontation. The white-haired man expresses disbelief at the idea of a monster stronger than Kim Woo-jin. The man's face is partially obscured as he states that they probably have one. Suzuki Eiichi is identified as the Messiah Guild's hunting dog. A man is on the phone, listening intently to the instructions being given. He confirms that he understands and will begin the preparations immediately. One of the men asks a question, addressing the man on the phone as Sir. The Queen wants them to control their level-up rate for the next target. The order is given to hurry up and get off the bus, targeting Kim Woo-jin. A man exits the bus, claiming he has never heard of Kim Woo-jin. Since she wants him on standby, he's probably not an ordinary guy, one of the men observes. The order has been given. They must hunt as commanded. The plan is to enter the dungeon and begin investigating him. The man inquires about the status of the storages. The man in charge reports that everything is normal, and they can proceed as planned. Since a new prey has been selected, they should quickly eliminate this threat. Suzuki expresses his surprise at meeting again like this. They have a hunting dog that would tear apart anything for the Messiah Guild's needs. Around the time he reached level 100, he became restricted in his activities. Due to that, the Messiah Guild had to raise a new hunting dog to work in their shadows. Suzuki reflects that he had been avoiding the person he is speaking to until recently. Suzuki acknowledges that he shouldn't underestimate someone, needing to nip it in the bud while he can. They are entering the dungeon. A blue notification screen appears, outlining the next objective. Defeat the red orc to advance. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent testament to the swift, brutal action. Panic erupts among the group. One of the storages has killed a man and fled the scene. The armored figure remains kneeling, contemplating the gravity of the situation. One of the men urgently asks the captain what their next move should be. Should they pursue the rogue storage? The captain's expression is grim, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. The man in fur-lined armor notes the efficiency of the kill. A single strike, aimed with deadly precision. The hand lingers near the fallen man's head, a silent acknowledgement of the storage's skill. He's done this before. The captain issues his orders. The plans have changed. They will focus on securing their supplies. A blue sword glows with an ethereal light, a weapon of formidable power. A blue axe, equally radiant, stands ready for battle, its edge promising swift justice. The group stands united, their resolve hardened by the recent betrayal and loss. He glances around, a growing sense of unease washing over him. What is it? What's going on, guys? A man in dark armor stands over fallen comrades, his sword glinting in the dim light. One of the men insists that they don't have any weapons in their inventory and tells everyone to chill out. Suddenly, blue energy blades pierce through an armored figure. He declares that he has a separate contract. An armored figure desperately tries to escape the onslaught of energy blades. The scene blurs as the attack intensifies, red streaks painting a grim picture. Amidst the chaos, two armored figures remain standing, though the red streaks hint at the carnage around them. A man's face contorts in a scream, blood splattered across his face, a testament to the brutal attack. Panic sets in as someone shouts for everyone to run. The scene is filled with a chaotic mix of red and blue streaks, illustrating the intensity of the ongoing attack. A deafening explosion rocks the area, the sound of someone's scream echoing through the air. A hand clad in armor lies on the ground, soaked in blood, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. He wonders aloud if they should spread out to search. The man with the fur-lined collar observes that the retreat suggests a plan to drag things out. A disembodied voice suggests that being picked off one by one is an obvious tactic and questions if it's worth considering. A voice declares that something should take priority. His eye narrows, a glint of determination in his gaze. A massive golem towers over the snowy landscape, its glowing eye a beacon. The two men below look up in awe. A massive golem, constructed of rough-hewn stone, stands sentinel beneath the boughs of gnarled trees. 3 figures stand before the towering construct, their postures suggesting a mix of apprehension and resolve. The man's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed as he considers their odds against the golem. He explains that Nimbus was the emissary of the underworld, and since he can't use other summoning skills without a sacrifice, this golem is probably just a distraction to buy time. A voice declares a change of plans. They're chasing after him, but first, they will take care of this golem. A figure casts a spell, the air shimmering with arcane energy as the caretaker of Fountain of Knowledge's skill, imprisonment, takes effect. A close-up reveals a sword, its blade gleaming with an unnatural light, poised to strike. The golem looms, its massive form dwarfing the figures below as the arcane energy crackles around it. A voice warns that golems have high resistance against bladed weapons. He stands ready, axe in hand, and shouts a command. Everyone, swap to a blunt weapon. Following his own advice, the man in fur-lined armor swaps his axe for a large hammer. He swings it with tremendous force. The hammer connects with the golem, sending shockwaves through the stone giant. The force of the blow is immense. Someone observes the team's coordinated efforts. Their ability to adapt without orders speaks to their excellent teamwork. The observer notes their tactical awareness. They know exactly where to strike the golem for maximum effect. The golem reels from the impact, chunks of rock flying off its body. The attacks are taking their toll. With a mighty roar, the man in fur-lined armor brings the hammer down again. He is relentless in his assault. The battlefield is a landscape of shattered stone. The golem's form is slowly being reduced to rubble. The armored warrior falls amidst the debris, still focused on his target. He will not relent. Rising again, the man in fur-lined armor raises his hammer high. Another strike is imminent. The ground is littered with fragments of the golem. The battle is nearing its end. The final blow lands, shattering the golem completely. The threat is neutralized. A figure stands silhouetted against a dark landscape, the air thick with anticipation. A sharp, echoing sound cuts through the silence, a prelude to the coming storm. The subordinate looks up, a flicker of unease crossing his features as he registers the sound. A blade of pure energy streaks through the air, a harbinger of destruction. The energy blade hums with power, a visual testament to its deadly potential. The subordinate's eyes widen in horror as he witnesses the unfolding attack. The energy blade finds its mark, piercing through armor and flesh with ease. He is struck, the force of the blow sending tremors through his armored frame. Spears lie scattered on the ground, discarded in the heat of the battle. The subordinate, consumed by guilt, apologizes, his voice laced with fear and regret. "I am sorry, Captain." A stern warning echoes, cautioning against underestimating the lone figure. The armored figure stands resolute, his back turned, facing an unseen threat. The unseen assailant focuses, precisely targeting the healer while the golem distracts everyone. Not only is the attacker familiar with this kind of job, but they must be incredibly skilled, capable of long-range attacks. The question hangs in the air, who is this guy, and what are his intentions? It's another attack, and the man in fur-lined armor looks up, startled by the sudden assault. The red-haired woman's eyes widen as she shouts, questioning the nature of the incoming projectiles. The armored figure, surprised by the appearance of others in the dungeon, declares that he will buy them some time. Blue energy crackles around the attacker's arm and weapon, ready to be unleashed. The skill Silent Hunter's multi-shot has been cast, sending a barrage of blue energy projectiles forward. The blue energy streaks through the air, a concentrated volley of magical power. The projectiles converge, forming a dense and deadly wave of energy. The sound of impact echoes as the blue energy finds its mark. The man in fur-lined armor is shocked as they charge through the attack instead of dodging it. Dark shapes soar through the air, harbingers of a looming threat. A crimson figure hurtles forward, a blur of motion and impending danger. A towering skeleton soldier, clad in red armor, looms over the battlefield. The man in fur-lined armor looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A skeleton soldier? He braces himself, sword raised, deflecting the skeleton soldier's sweeping attack. Blood trickles down his face as the man in fur-lined armor considers the foe. Isn't this thing too nimble for a skeleton soldier? The skeleton soldier's massive blade descends, a whistling arc of destruction. The force of the blow sends him flying backward, a testament to the skeleton's strength. Sprawled on the ground, the man in fur-lined armor curses. Damn it, these fuckers. They're completely relentless since they don't have to worry about injuries. His brow furrows, a grimace etched on his face. I've never heard of skeleton soldiers that can fight this intelligently. A figure in white and red, sword drawn, steps forward to confront the skeletal warrior. The man in fur-lined armor realizes a key detail. Skeleton soldiers mimic the movements of its summoner. The skeleton soldier's attack gives the man in fur-lined armor an idea. He knows that dragging this out will lead to nothing good. More of the skeleton soldiers descend upon the man in fur-lined armor and his subordinate. One skeleton soldier pays the price, its head exploding into fragments. The man in fur-lined armor swings his sword, attempting to fend off the skeletal onslaught. The subordinate, bearing fresh wounds, grits his teeth in pain. The man in fur-lined armor warns him not to underestimate the skeletons. He urges the subordinate to treat them like veteran players and use all his might. The man in fur-lined armor reminds him to aim for the exposed parts of their armor, and the subordinate confirms that he understands. The man in fur-lined armor makes sure everyone heard him. He commands them to focus on the chinks in their armor. She leaps into the fray, ready to engage the skeleton soldiers. A skeleton soldier stands ready, sword in hand, as she watches. The man in fur-lined armor swings his blade with practiced ease, a blur of motion. The subordinate is sent flying, his eyes wide as he looks up in disbelief. The subordinate thinks, if I can just take care of the player that summoned these things. He plummets backwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. The man in fur-lined armor stands firm, his gaze fixed on his target. I found him. The subordinate's hand stretches out, grasping at empty air as he falls. He continues to fall. A glowing orb hangs above him, a silent witness. The subordinate's expression is one of dawning horror as he looks up. The man in fur-lined armor brings his sword down in a swift, decisive arc. The blade flashes, a deadly stroke delivered with lethal precision. The subordinate is struck, the force of the blow tearing through his armor. He plummets backwards, the world a blur of blue and white. A piercing gaze narrows, the eyes sharp and calculating. The man's armor shifts in the light, the gold trim glinting. A skull mask stares blankly ahead, hiding the wearer's true face. Could this be the needle snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov? The man's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed downward. A skull explodes into fragments, the force of the blast scattering bone shards. Only 2 skeleton soldiers remain, the man observes, his expression unreadable. A figure ascends a steep, snow-covered cliff, their movements precise and determined. The necromancer wonders about the blond man wearing a skull mask. 2 figures stand in the distance, one questioning why that guy is with their guild. The necromancer decides it is time to put his second plan in motion. Several figures stand on a white surface, their shadows stretching long behind them. From above, the scene reveals the scattered formation of the figures across the icy expanse. The man with fur-lined armor realizes the necromancer is trying to wear them out, and that they will be at a disadvantage if they give him time. Having lost 4 men to him, the man insists they need to go after him. The subordinate, his back to the scene, advises caution, suggesting they remain on standby. But Yang Jihu ignores the warning, declaring that there's no time for caution, as the enemy is clearly weakened. He continues his advance, his footfalls kicking up dust as he closes the distance. The man in fur-lined armor, seeing something amiss, shouts a warning. It's a trap. A violent explosion erupts, bathing the area in searing light. The force of the blast sends Yang Jihu flying backward, caught in the destructive wave. The emissary of the underworld skill, Corpse Explosion, has been unleashed, spreading a viscous, dark substance across the battlefield. The man in fur-lined armor grimaces, realizing the true nature of the trap as he looks down at the spreading liquid. The subordinate, still out of sight, urges everyone to be on high alert, unsure of what's to come. The dark liquid continues to spread, a silent, creeping menace across the ground. He clutches his arm, a sharp pain shooting through him as the effects of the trap begin to manifest. The grim truth is revealed. He has been poisoned, the dark veins spreading rapidly from the point of contact. The observer's eyes narrow, a disturbing thought forming in his mind. His blood is black. One of the armored figures, seeing the man in fur-lined armor's condition, shouts out, promising immediate aid. 2 armored subordinates stand over their fallen comrade, one drawing his sword, ready to defend him. The figure, hand outstretched, realizes the severity of the situation. He cries out, stating that it is too late to heal him. Another subordinate cries out in disbelief, questioning if it is their captain who is afflicted. The armored figure kneels, struggling against the poison's effects as a strange energy emanates from him. Despite the obvious signs of distress, he attempts to reassure himself, claiming it's just poison and he's still okay. His face contorted in agony. The man in fur-lined armor begs for someone to quickly heal him as black blood streams down his face. The poison overwhelms him, and he falls backward, desperately declaring that he doesn't want to die like this. The 2 subordinates stand ready, swords drawn, prepare to defend their captain from any further threat. He reflects that their intel failed to mention Isaac Ivanov's use of poison. The lethal poison, however, killed his subordinate almost instantly. The man in fur-lined armor wonders why the enemy didn't use the poison from start. A sudden realization dawns on him. He believes he knows what's happening. The poison begins to take its toll, causing him visible pain and distress. He clutches at his chest, feeling the effects of the poison coursing through his veins. The man in fur-lined armor notes that the dark red mist isn't dissipating as it should. The ring of Lancelot activates, providing resistance against blood poison, as the subordinate yells a warning. The subordinate, holding a document, expresses confusion, stating he hasn't felt anything yet. A system message appears, confirming that they have been poisoned and their health will continuously drop. The man in fur-lined armor realizes that the poison mist was a deliberate tactic to weaken them. The poison leader stands defiantly, a skeletal figure looming behind him. He narrows his eyes, a deep frown etched upon his face. The man in fur-lined armor and his subordinate look up, spotting the incoming attack. No, it's not aiming for me, he realizes. The man in fur-lined armor remains prone, his gaze fixed upward. That would place him at. Blinding beams of light streak down from above, illuminating the battlefield. The radiant light intensifies, searing the air with its holy energy. The subordinate stands, while the man in fur-lined armor remains on the ground. The beams of light continue to descend. A notification appears, declaring that the executioner of the holy light has become interested in this battle. A figure with long white hair and a mask speaks urgently. A nimbus alert. The figure with the skull mask glows with power. He thinks, if I'm not careful, I could be the one to die here. A notification appears, stating that the necklace of Gawain's skill, Blessing of the Sun, activates. Meanwhile, a building stands silhouetted against the night sky, signs illuminated in the darkness. A woman with short pink hair speaks to a man. I've managed to track Kim Woo-jin's location. As you predicted, he went into that dungeon. In a darkened office, a man sits, contemplating the recent turn of events. If the report is accurate, the man muses, Suzuki is now a target of someone powerful. Kim Woo-jin would make an incredible ally. Another man stands, leaning over a desk, and declares that Secretary Lee needs to have something ready. The man affirms that the thing Secretary Lee worked hard for months to barely secure is the Pharaohs. On a snow-covered ground, two armored figures lie defeated, their battle concluded. A sword emits a blue glow, a testament to the power wielded in the recent conflict. The clash of steel and the flurry of movement paint a brutal picture of the fight. Kim Woo-jin stands victorious, his side a grim reminder of his prowess. The man wonders if his opponent is out of tricks, now that it's just the two of them. He reflects on his overconfidence, realizing Kim Woo-jin is much stronger than he remembered. The samurai acknowledges his opponent, stating that he is the first person he has struggled so much against. The samurai declares that his opponent has lost too much blood and shouldn't be able to last any longer, as he has been poisoned. He holds up a gloved hand, blood trickling down his face. Blood stains the ground beneath his feet. He thinks that if he loses any more blood, he will die. Behind him, Kim Woo-jin raises his sword high, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, a pale face with piercing eyes stares out from the darkness. The face is streaked with blood, a grimace twisting its features. A man in a suit touches his temple, explaining that if he were to be critically wounded, he wouldn't be able to receive surgery or a blood transfusion. A woman stands before a seated man, telling him that this is something the boss prepared just for him, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. A hand places a scroll on the table, a voice saying it is useless once he becomes stronger, but until then, it should save his life at least once. Back in the fight, the eye glows with an unnatural light, fueled by poisonous blood. Kim Woo-jin brings his sword down with tremendous force. The man in fur-lined armor lies on the ground, looking up in disbelief. He thinks that the bastard is struggling until the end. The sword slams into the ground with a resounding crash. The emissary of the underworld skill activates, and blood absorption begins to take hold of the man in fur-lined armor. Weakened, he plummets through the air, Kim Woo-jin following close behind, blade ready. The impact is earth-shattering as both warriors collide with the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Excessive bleeding drains the man in fur-lined armor, his stats plummeting as a blue aura surrounds him. He stands alone in the center of the crater, a solitary figure against the ravaged landscape. Kim Woo-jin's expression is hidden behind a menacing, skull-like mask, his eyes burning with intensity. Spitting blood, the man in fur-lined armor hears a message. His bleeding has stopped. Weak and enraged, the man in fur-lined armor spits out. Do you still follow that bastard? His face contorted in pain and fury. He continues. Everyone says that the world is going crazy, but that's far from the truth. Kim Woo-jin retorts. For those with power, for us players to rule the world, that is justice. Finish this game. That's a foolish behavior, masking the law of nature. He holds up the ring of Lancelot, an item that protects the wearer from negative effects, now about to be nullified. The effects of the Ring of Lancelot are removed, and the man in fur-lined armor is poisoned, his resistance sharply declining from excessive bleeding. The cloaked figure, eyes burning bright, declares that his opponent should accept death by his hands. A blade plunges downward, eliciting a pained grunt. Red streaks slash across the scene. The red streaks continue to fall. The system message declares, opening the Eye of Anubis. A structure stands beneath a glowing ring of light. A close-up reveals a face framed by glasses. A man stands silhouetted against the night, two vehicles behind him. The man offers a radio, instructing someone to take it. A voice expresses disbelief that Suzuki Eiichi was taken down, warning against spouting nonsense. The man holds a radio to his ear, questioning if there's a problem with killing a fake messiah. He holds the walkie-talkie, listening intently to the response. The man states he doesn't have a problem, but thinks the other party causes too much trouble. He originally thought of them as just an eccentric customer. The man continues, stating that he got the message loud and clear. The man pauses, listening to the response on the other end. The voice on the other end asks if he wants to meet up and talk business when he returns from Kaesong. The man adjusts his glasses, responding that since it's an important topic, they should discuss it face-to-face. The voice asks how long they will communicate wirelessly. The man replies that it's fine with him, and he doesn't have a reason to say no. The man listens intently, his expression serious as he considers the implications of their conversation. A woman in a dark suit walks through a courtyard, the setting sun casting long shadows. Her gaze is downcast, her expression unreadable as she walks through the courtyard. She pauses, her hand hovering near a row of lockers, a silent breath escaping her lips. Her eyes are drawn to a framed picture, a memory captured within its borders. A hand reaches out, fingers gently tracing the outline of the photograph. The woman continues her walk, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the courtyard. A distant fire burns, casting an eerie glow against the night sky. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white against the dim light. The signal blares, retreat. Armored figures scramble, swords clash against the glowing blue energy. The force of the blow sends one soldier flying backward through the air. Bodies fall, silhouetted against the fiery glow of the battlefield. An armored figure stands firm, back turned to the chaos unfolding behind them. Fury contorts his face, teeth bared in a silent snarl. A gloved hand clenches, the gold ring glinting in the firelight. Spashiba. So, you want me to grab that fire thing? Are you nuts? One asks, incredulous. That's not it, comes the reply, followed by defiant, I ain't scared. The figure with the skull mask grits their teeth. Just endure it for 5 seconds. I'll take care of the rest. The hand reaches out, determination etched in every line. And take this. The fist clenches tight. A surge of power. You have obtained Ring of Lancelot. He stares at the gold ring, a question forming in his mind. What is this gold ring? He is offered a ring by the armored subordinate, who suggests he keep it on just in case. The skull-masked figure accepts the ring, placing it on his finger. He states that he respects the subordinate's preferences, but then tells him to stop blabbering nonsense and listen up. The skull-masked figure explains that it is the Ring of Lancelot, protecting the user from all that is impure, though it won't help against burns. He then questions its usefulness if it can't do anything for burns. The skull-masked figure clarifies that if the Firefox's flames cause negative status effects, the ring will save the user's life. The red-haired woman grits her teeth, sweat dripping down her face. She recalls a promise that she would be bought as much food as she wants if she can hold on to the Firefox for more than 5 seconds. A massive explosion erupts, the force of it accompanied by the shout of Spashiba. The red-haired woman is sent flying through the air, the force of the blast propelling her away from the source. The massive Firefox stands tall, its multiple tails radiating intense heat and light. The Firefox's face is contorted in a snarl, its teeth bared and eyes narrowed in fury. A hand clenches tightly, energy crackling around it. Streaks of energy surge, the air shimmering with their intensity. The Firefox looms, its maw open, ready to unleash its fiery curse. A blinding orb of pure, searing energy erupts from the beast. The man in fur-lined armor is engulfed, his face contorted in pain. His eyes burn with the fox's power, and he screams, "What an eat until I completely empty out your wallet!" He cries out as the Firefox's flames inflict the curse of darkness, blinding him. But the Ring of Lancelot activates, offering a strong resistance against the encroaching darkness. Despite the pain, the man grits his teeth, determined to hold out no matter what. The flames continue to rage, testing his resolve and the ring's power. The inferno burns, a crucible of pain and determination. Elsewhere, the skull-masked figure stands ready, a chilling blue light illuminating his form. He prepares a blood weapon, a skill that allows him to craft weapons from his own blood. A figure plummets downwards, engulfed in blue energy. He stands firm, the tip of his spear piercing the inferno. The firefox roars, its fiery breath scorching the air around it. Meanwhile, a sharp cry echoes, perhaps a sign of the beast's pain. A man's hands carefully turn the pages of a newspaper, absorbing the headlines. The headline declares the Japanese government's approval for the Messiah Guild's dungeon raid. The man sits in contemplation, his arms crossed as he considers the implications. He muses that the Messiah Guild is likely holding some weakness against them. A subordinate enters the room, offering a polite good morning to his superior. The man looks up, acknowledging the subordinate's presence with a simple greeting. A woman's heels click on the floor as she walks with purpose. The woman promises to deliver the report requested the other day, asking for just a moment. The man with the newspaper tells her there's no need to rush, as it's still before business hours. The bald man considers the upcoming birthday, resolving to buy something. In an office, Suzuki asks his secretary, Lee, if steak for lunch sounds good. She seems surprised by the offer. A man questions if he received a free coupon. He demands to know what kind of image the other person has of him. The sign for the International Airport Korea International is displayed prominently. Two men stand with their luggage outside the airport. One thinks that Kim Woo-jin not lending him the ring of Lancelot might have been a fatal mistake. The man in the green jacket admits he didn't think the Firefox's flames could cause such effects. Kim Woo-jin accounted for everything and came prepared. The Firefox's flames grant the curse of darkness, blinding the target. The man reflects on his progress, realizing he still has a long way to go. Sweat beads on his face as he declares that they should part ways. The skull-masked figure holds a small flame in his hand, standing near the man in the green jacket. The skull-masked figure asks the man in the green jacket for a promise. He reminds someone of their agreement, demanding the promised reward of food as much as he wants. The other party explodes in disbelief, accusing him of trying to cheat on their holy food bet, insisting that he lasted at least 50 seconds. Voices erupt, questioning the validity of a 4.9-second measurement, demanding to know where the other person is going before finally relenting. Someone demands acknowledgement for the 5.9 seconds, as two figures, each pulling a suitcase, walk away down a brightly lit corridor. Meanwhile, a newspaper headline proclaims, Isaac Ivanov successfully raided the Firefox dungeon in just. The man smiles, thinking that Isaac Ivanov is an impressive fellow, admitting that he initially underestimated him. The newspaper is held up, awaiting confirmation of the reader's agreement with the article's sentiment. The man in the red suit, seated at a table, agrees with the sentiment, confirming that he thinks so too. Elsewhere, a woman knocks on a door, announcing to the president that she has something to report before pausing in surprise. The man states that he will return later, since the president has a guest, before trailing off. The president insists that it is fine, and that she can just tell him now, his expression unreadable. The man responds with a single, questioning word, his face partially obscured. The man at the desk learns that Johann George joined the Messiah Guild. The man in red reflects on the Messiah Guild's growing influence in Europe. The death of Suzuki may have set events in motion. The white-haired man states that he will observe the situation. The seated man laments that he wanted to use Johann George to control the Messiah Guild. The group realizes that Johann George will now be a threat, and they must find a solution. A plan B is being considered. The man in the red suit asks about Isaac Ivanov. The man with the goatee considers recruiting Isaac, but acknowledges it will be difficult. The woman explains that Isaac has been making frequent appearances in the black market to purchase the Skeleton Knight skill page. The man with the goatee pauses, deep in thought. He realizes things might be easier than he originally thought. Inside a grand hall, illuminated by towering windows, the chilling news breaks. Suzuki is dead. The announcement continues, the speaker confirming the demise of all of Suzuki's subordinates as well. The red-haired woman's expression is grave, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. What the workshop? The Kaesung workshop, it is revealed, has been completely demolished, leaving no trace of its existence. Who dared to make such a bold move? The man with light hair looks up, his gaze intense. Was this an intentional act of provocation? New information surfaces. One of Park Yeonwon's men is involved. The red-haired woman clasps her hands, her expression troubled. She believes Park Yeonwon's forces made the first move. The woman stands in the hall, the question posed. How will they respond to this situation? She looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. I've already done something about it, she thinks. Soon enough, whatever plans are being made will come to fruition. The pen strokes are sure as the name Park Yeonwon is signed on the dotted line. His foolishness in trying to keep their Messiah Guild in check has led to this agreement. His ambition will be what brings him down to his own doom. A glowing figure flickers into view, but there's another matter at hand. The red-haired woman states that they have recruited this man to keep Isaac in check. A hand gestures toward a glowing figure on a circular platform. He is a player showing his ambition by expanding his forces all over Europe. Apparently, he is able to produce an endless amount of skeleton soldiers, enough to form an army. No matter how powerful an enemy is, they are supposedly helpless against his army. Players who have witnessed his overwhelming might call him the king of the undead. He rides a skeletal horse, an armored subordinate walking beside him. The name Johann George appears, as a hooded figure looks on with a blank expression. The unseen figures have decided that instead of the mysterious Isaac, it would be easier to handle Johann George, who does not hide his ambitions. Though Isaac has told the media that he is amicable towards their Messiah guild, they have taken far too great a loss due to that man. The red-haired woman listens intently. The woman with red hair is told that Johann George will be used to keep Isaac in check, just in case. A hand reaches out to her shoulder. The hand grips her shoulder tightly as the unseen figure agrees, stating that the greater their desire, the easier it is to handle them. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow as she stares ahead. The red-haired woman stands, the hand still resting on her shoulder, the grip unyielding. A hooded figure stands in the shadows, illuminated by an eerie blue light. The scene shifts to a hallway, the architecture bathed in a similar blue glow. A bald man looks down, telling someone that he will give them one last chance. The red-haired woman's expression is one of worry, her eyes wide with concern. Two figures stand outside a building, a sleek car parked nearby. The car speeds down a brightly lit street, the city lights blurring past. A hand, adorned with a ring, rests thoughtfully against the chin. Park Yeon-won sits in the back of a car as his subordinate asks if the negotiations went poorly. The man rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The text bubble explains that dealing with the Messiah Guild was the best option. The subordinate looks off to the side, awaiting his response. Tapping his fingers, Park Yeon-won thinks that there is no such thing as free candy in this world. He sits back in the car, thinking that if the Frontier Guild plans on screwing with him, he will use their fame against them. Park Yeon-won orders Kim Woo-jin to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. The Phoenix Guild building looms large, as the subordinate questions the Frontier Guild. Park Yeon-won realizes he just has to work with the Frontier Guild for now. He emphasizes the need for protection to level up safely. The man in fur-lined armor acknowledges the directive. They will enter a dungeon in 2 days. The elevator descends, the digital display counting down the floors. Park Yeon-won exits the building, contemplating the obviousness of his plan. Judging by the situation, someone believes the Frontier and Messiah Guilds are working together. Park Yeon-won stares intently at his flip phone, a message from OSHon displayed on the screen. He acknowledges that it's never good to rely on presumptions, deciding he needs more intel. Meanwhile, the city lights twinkle in the distance, a stark contrast to the dark mountains. The building complex glows with an orange hue, hinting at activity within. Park Yeon-won sits at a desk, excited to meet the Frontier Guild. The man in the red suit smiles, glad he joined Park. A hand presses the elevator button, the sound echoing in the confined space. He apologizes for the delay, explaining that he was briefing multiple teams. Jamie Kim introduces himself as part of the Frontier Guild's legal team, inviting everyone to have a seat. The Frontier Guild, he assures them, is doing everything it can to maintain their safety, and it would be in their best interest to cooperate with their restrictions. Jamie Kim warns them not to do anything inside the dungeon. One of the men in attendance questions the instruction to not do anything. Jamie Kim suggests they might be mistaken, referring to the contract, which he holds up, titled Cooperation Contract. The contract, he explains, only states that they will be safely leveled up. Jamie Kim clarifies that what he is telling them isn't simply a suggestion, as there isn't a single sentence in the contract about honoring their rights and freedom. A man in a suit is forced to the ground, told to sit there and stay still, as it will be made easy for him to understand. Park Yeon-won, eyes gleaming, warns them not to think about doing anything in the dungeon, stating they just have to let their guild spoon feed them like babies. Jamie Kim invites them to voice any complaints they may have now, promising to personally relay them. Jamie Kim informs Mr. Park Yeon-won that the contract has been annulled due to his refusal to cooperate. The man in the suit informs everyone that they will be heading into a dungeon in 30 minutes. He wonders if they plan on controlling Park Yeon-won's men under the guise of supervision. Kim Woo-jin answers the phone, asking what he can do to help the caller on the other end. The person on the other end believes that there needs to be a huge change of plans. The bald man on the phone states that it's probably not a good idea to enter that dungeon. The man on the other end of the line says that the Frontier Guild are colluding together, just like he speculated. The man on the phone relays the idea that they would have joined forces with one of the biggest guilds in America. The man with the goatee is told to give up on that dungeon, and that a safer dungeon can be found for him. Kim Woo-jin is told that one needs to enter a tiger's den to hunt a tiger. The person on the other end asks what he is saying, and that going in there when they're scheming is too reckless. The man on the phone responds that if he wasn't reckless, they wouldn't be talking in the first place. The man on the phone is told that now is the appropriate time to be chatting, now that they know that the two are working together and that they'll have to come up with a new plan ASAP. 2 requests are made of Park Yeon-won, real-time updates on the Frontier Guild and handling the aftermath. Park Yeon-won, holding the phone to his ear, sighs, indicating his reluctant agreement to the demands. A voice on the other end assures him that they will clean up after the mess. A surge of blue light erupts from the forest, signaling a significant event. Elsewhere, figures gather around a table, bathed in the same ethereal blue glow. The armored figure questions the recent level up, a mixture of surprise and weariness in his voice. Another man laments the monotony, still unable to adjust to the ease of their current tasks. The speaker notes their easy income and quick dungeon raids, anticipating a future raid with Park Young-won. The armored figure confirms the rumors, stating that Park Young-won is preparing to raid the 6th floor. One of the armored figures expresses surprise, noting the lack of an official announcement. It is said that the Frontier Guild is already recruiting elite members, speeding through dungeons. The man's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on some unseen point as he considers the raids to ease Park Young-won. A plan is in motion, one that will be easier to execute once Park Young-won enters a dungeon. An alert blares across the screen, announcing the dungeon's clearance. One of the figures, spear in hand, wonders if it's finally over. The man with the spear addresses the others, his tone sharp. I don't remember telling you guys to stand up. The armored figure demands to know why they are all moving. One of the men questions the dungeon clear message, wondering if it's truly over. The other agrees, suggesting they should leave. The man with long hair dismisses the idea of camaraderie. Mistaken. We didn't come here to become buddies, he says. He continues, stating that they aren't allowed to do anything inside a dungeon without orders. The bald man smirks, suggesting someone hates being unable to do anything. A man on the phone reads a newspaper, commenting on Park Young-won's amazing vigilance, making it impossible to conduct shady business. The man holding the newspaper notes that this situation might soon come to an end, as the headline reads. Park Young-won once again challenges the 6th floor dungeon. He must be growing impatient, someone muses, having released a press statement far sooner than anticipated. It's critical he lays his foundations as quickly as possible. A man with dark hair holds a phone to his ear, his expression unreadable. He hears that Park Young-won didn't really have a choice. A woman stands before a seated man, relaying that the moment Park Young-won enters a dungeon, those frontier bastards will show their true colors. She assures him that he will handle it well enough. A bald man, holding papers, speaks into his phone. He is told not to worry, as he should have it by tomorrow. Someone thinks to themselves that it should have a lot of interesting information. Construction workers stand near a yellow crane, working on a building with a cafe called Eden. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze, his eyes narrowed and focused. A man with dark hair looks to the side, stating that he thought Mr. Oshon would be the one to come today. A close-up shows a man in a dark blue suit, his arms crossed. It's been a while, he thinks. A woman with pink hair holds a phone to her ear, her expression serious. She is addressed as Mr. Kim. A bald man states that he needs to personally meet Kim Woo-jin at least once. A bald man looks down at another man in a suit. He asks Secretary Lee if he has something to say, and the secretary replies that he can go to tomorrow's meeting. Heeding the question, she looks up at the unseen speaker. A simple confirmation hangs in the air. The woman's expression hardens, her gaze intense. This endeavor, she makes clear, carries personal significance. Elsewhere, the woman sits across from a man, sunlight streaming through the window. 2 cups sit between them on the table. A bag is placed heavily on the table, the sound echoing in the room. The woman holds a document, her expression confident. She assures her companion that the business plan will proceed smoothly. A document is placed atop another, the sound of finality in the air. Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The man reads from the document, revealing that it details which guilds have close relationships with others. She brings the coffee cup to her lips, taking a sip. The woman holds her coffee, her gaze distant and contemplative. The woman considers the information. The group managed to infiltrate the Frontier Guild, but also the top 5 world guilds. The elimination of the Messiah Guild is needed. Sparks Fly as a tool is used, hinting at a more violent solution. She listens intently as the other party suggests pruning the branches. The disembodied hands reach towards the light, grasping for a glimmer of hope. As for the payment mentioned previously, a hand extends, ready to receive. Something is placed on the document, and the unseen recipient declares it more than enough. A man with dark hair holds the document, his expression unreadable as he examines it. The intel contained within the document is said to be priceless information. The woman with short brown hair looks down, the document containing a list of items used by the Messiah Guild. The payment includes a gold ring, a gold cross necklace, and information on suspected moles. The document contains information on suspected moles for the Messiah Guild. The document even includes the legendary items that those moles possess. A man smiles, agreeing with the assessment of the information's value. The report is deemed more than enough as payment for the information. The document details a profile. The name listed is Sam Oliver, and the item is Percival's spear. Sam Oliver is the target. The man acknowledges that Sam has been keeping tabs on him. The speaker has heard the name before, but for Sam Oliver to be the owner of Percival's spear is surprising. The man relays a message to the very busy Mr. Osichan, his face obscured by shadow. A hand slams down on a picture of Sam Oliver. The unseen figure demands the same one as last time. The question hangs in the air. By same one, what exactly does he mean? The voice cuts through the silence, demanding attention. Sam, are you listening? A voice calls out, Hey, Sam. The city lights glow in the distance. The man, arms outstretched, demands to know how many they're supposed to take care of today. The other man apologizes, claiming he was lost in thought. He clarifies that it's just one guy for today. The speaker emphasizes that eliminating Sam Oliver is the only priority, regardless of the others. The man smiles, reassuring that they were worried because he had a lot to do. One voice expresses relief at being teamed up with him. The blonde-haired man recalls a time when he thought he was lucky. Two figures sit at a table, discussing Park Yeon-won's absence. They're instructed to start today. The woman asks if that's the only reason she was called alone. She is then asked about Percival's spear. The woman in the suit holds papers, revealing that he is a high-priority target. The woman states that they didn't lend the spear because he is amazing. The woman, her face a mask of anger, demands to know if she is understood. The man grits his teeth, resolving to succeed no matter what he has been through. A disembodied voice announces that they are entering the dungeon. A group of figures stands in a forest clearing, bathed in a beam of light. A system alert appears, instructing them to survive for 4 days. The figures stand in a dungeon, discussing the need to chase a bastard for 4 days. If he survives and makes it to the second floor, things will get far more complicated, he thinks, standing in the blue-lit dungeon. So they plan on making their move on the first floor. Well then, it's time for him to make his move as well. One of the armored figures looks up at Sam Oliver, questioning when they will begin their task. Another armored figure wonders aloud if they truly need to bring the target along, suggesting they end things quickly. A voice booms out, demanding to know where someone is going. The group of armored figures watches as a lone figure plummets downwards. One of the armored figures closes his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. The armored figures are ordered to give chase to the falling figure. One of the armored figures shouts at the others, urging them to pursue the one who is falling. The armored figures stand together, watching the figure fall further below. One of the armored figures wonders what just happened, while the other speculates that Kim Woo-jin ate something strange. One of the armored figures remarks that this situation is better than being suffocated, as the other notes that the air is getting heavy again. The falling figure continues to plummet downwards, the ground rushing up to meet them. The world blurs into streaks of blue and purple. The streaks intensify, a dizzying kaleidoscope of color. He plummets through the dense forest, branches whipping past. Above, a smaller figure cries out, Little rat, where did he go? Below, the man in fur-lined armor cranes his neck, searching. Lost him. We can't secure a clear view because of all the trees, too. Another armored figure suggests splitting up. The speech bubble vehemently objects to splitting up. Are you crazy? This is a survival quest where monsters are swarming. Kim Woo-jin, his brow furrowed, clicks his tongue in frustration. TCH, then what should we do? One suggests going back to consult Sam Oliver first. Another voice, filled with suspicion, wonders if Sejun Lee noticed them and ran away. 3 figures continue to fall through the forest canopy. One scoffs, dismissing the idea of escape. No way, that can't be. The forest floor rushes up to meet them. A figure in a dark cloak stands amidst a surge of power. The air crackles with energy. A hand glows with an intense blue light. He examines the ring on his finger, thinking he never got to test it. The ring glows, and he thinks that he finally got around to it. The spoils of war obtained from the A+ rank dungeon of Firefox are displayed. The Plus Ultra Ring, a legendary item with no level cap, is shown in detail. Upon equipping the ring, all skill ranks have increased by 1. The skeleton soldier's skill rank has now transcended, reaching EX rank. Sejun realizes he can finally summon a new type of skeleton soldier. A massive foot slams down, shaking the very ground. Sejun's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in them. A pack of wolves appears, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. It is great timing. He wonders if he should reinforce his fighting power a bit. Someone realizes that someone got away, and things are getting messy. The armored man addresses Sam, suspecting a leak or a traitor. The situation is unclear, and the implications are starting to become concerning. The man with pointed ears argues that if details were leaked, someone would have asked for help. The man with the goatee asks what they should do, but the answer is that they can't do anything. Someone demands they wait for someone to appear, urging calm and use of the survival quest characteristics. The group is told to focus on finding him silently, but someone points out that Sam killed all of them too. Someone explains that when unexpected things happen, they got rid of them before it got out of hand, suggesting they leave before monsters swarm. The group's movements are dictated by information from Chief Naomi. He's not an easy guy. Someone expresses their inability to understand the current situation, no matter how hard they think about it. The group discovers a monster corpse, realizing that someone did a hunt while running away. A close-up of a face shows shock and disbelief as someone says, "Don't tell me." Suddenly, an explosion erupts, shaking the very ground they stand on. He coughs, the dust settling around him as the man in fur-lined armor understands. They are the target. It's a trap. Kim Woo-jin descends, sword raised, ready to strike amidst the swirling dust. Sam Oliver cries out, clutching his arm. He's been hit and desperately needs healing. Blood wells from the wound on Sam Oliver's arm, a testament to the sudden attack. The man in fur-lined armor's face contorts in alarm. Is it a skeleton soldier? Kim Woo-jin presses his attack, the energy of his blade cutting through the chaos. Subordinate unknown shouts, demanding action as the situation spirals out of control. A beam of light cuts through the dust, a beacon in the disorienting haze. The man in fur-lined armor is on the ground, fearing they'll be eliminated before they can fight back. Silent Hunter's skill, Wind Wall, has been cast, a defensive maneuver in this desperate situation. Kim Woo-jin is now caught in a swirling vortex of wind, the Wind Wall taking effect. The Wind Wall intensifies, a powerful barrier against the unseen enemy. He is forced back by the Wind Wall, struggling to maintain his footing. A bead of sweat trickles down Kim Woo-jin's face, his eye filled with concern. He realizes someone is behind him, a dangerous presence closing in fast. A subordinate towers over Kim Woo-jin, raising a crude weapon high above his head. The subordinate brings his weapon down, aiming to cleave Kim Woo-jin in two. Kim Woo-jin grits his teeth, a surge of anger and determination crossing his face. He thinks to himself that he never thought he'd use this here. A blue aura envelopes Kim Woo-jin, power radiating from him in waves. The legendary Percival Spear, an item of immense power, is revealed. Sejun already knows it well, since he has experience dealing with another player holding Percival Spear. He brandishes Percival's Spear, its blue energy crackling intensely. The weapon's unique penetration effect makes it impervious to standard defenses. The skeleton warrior counters, gathering a sphere of potent energy. Moreover, wounds inflicted by the spear resist healing for an extended period. Sejun Lee narrows his eyes, a dark aura swirling around his feet. He seems ready to intervene, but hesitates. Sam Oliver watches the unfolding events, his expression unreadable as the battle intensifies. The surrounding figures recoil in terror, scrambling backward. A collective fear grips them as they witness the spear's power. A skeletal foot slams down, shaking the ground with each step. The undead forces advance relentlessly. Sam Oliver's gaze sharpens, his eyes reflecting the intensity of the conflict before him. A skeletal hound lunges forward, wreathed in the same ominous blue energy. The undead close in. The figure's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Damn it, its movement is too quick. A blur of motion tears through the air, a skeletal figure leaving trails of blue energy in its wake. The figure hurtles through a forest of towering, jagged structures, the air crackling with power. He thinks he had confidence in terms of speed, but this is... Raw energy explodes outward, illuminating the strange, alien landscape with an eerie blue glow. The man in fur-lined armor grips his spear, bracing himself for the inevitable impact. He thinks that now that it's come to this, he'll have no other choice but to wait for it to charge at him. He steels his resolve, focusing on the approaching threat. At least, then, it will be within his attack range. Since he has Percival's Spear, one strike should be enough. The skeletal figure hurtles closer, a storm of blue energy swirling around it. It's coming. The man in fur-lined armor's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on the spear as he prepares to strike. He is met with a swift descent, the skeletal figure diving with its scythe. With a burst of speed, the man in fur-lined armor narrowly avoids the sweeping blade. The skeletal figure presses its attack, the skull-like face a mask of death. Arcane energy crackles around the attacker, enhancing its already deadly assault. Sweat beads on his brow, the man in fur-lined armor's eyes wide with focus. He is shocked by his opponent's speed. No way it dodged. Leaping back, the man in fur-lined armor narrowly avoids another strike. The skeletal figure scoffs, thinking, a mere skeleton soldier. His feet dig into the ground, preparing for counterattack. The man in fur-lined armor clashes with the skeletal figure, the battle a whirlwind of motion. The skeletal figure is surprised. Managed to read the timing of my attack. Gathering energy, the man in fur-lined armor prepares to unleash a powerful strike. The screen displays a message. You have been disconnected. Human-type skeleton soldiers can use weapons. Beast types cannot. However, human-type skeletons are slower than beast-type skeletons. The body structure of the human-type skeleton soldier can't keep up with the mobility of the beast type. Lying on the ground, he grits his teeth. He can't die here. Even if he loses an arm, he thinks he can still grab Percival's spear. The opportunity will definitely come. A hand reaches out, desperate for purchase on the icy ground. The man in fur-lined armor looks up, seeing Sejun Lee standing over him, spear in hand. No matter how good this spear is, he thinks, if he can't land a hit, it's useless. He doesn't know why he was targeted. Any further conversation would be pointless. Sejun Lee holds the spear, his expression cold. The man in fur-lined armor pleads, offering full cooperation and information in exchange for his life. Sejun Lee's lips curve into a sinister smile. He seems unmoved by the man's pleas. Meanwhile, the city sleeps, unaware of the turmoil brewing within its walls. A man with a mustache shouts, declaring a serious problem to Madame Spell. Madame Spell, seated at her desk, leans back as the man in the suit approaches, informing her that they've got something. The laptop screen reveals grim news. Agents protecting the gate entrance have been eliminated. Madame Spell slams her hands on the keyboard, demanding the unknown assailant be stopped. Down a dimly lit corridor, two figures in suits open fire, their weapons spitting bursts of light. The carnage is complete. Sam Oliver stands over the fallen, his weapon radiating a deadly glow. Madame Spell's eyes widen in disbelief as the report comes in. What in the world is going on? Elsewhere, a wounded man questions Sam Oliver's motives, wondering if he was too harsh. Madame Spell sits at her computer, as a man's voice reminds her that Kim Woo-jin didn't forget their promise, and that she didn't expect Sam Oliver to betray them. The emergency is clear. Of all people, why Kim Woo-jin? This is a disaster. The screen reveals the stakes. If Sam Oliver betrayed them knowing what's behind her, she's done for, and she needs to get rid of them herself before they find out. Under the harsh glare of a streetlight, a dark van idles. Inside, a figure assures someone that they don't have to worry, as the cleanup was done well. The response, a simple, good to hear. I will. Now that the current work is done, the man with short blonde hair states that they'll move. Another man with short blonde hair is told to move on to the next step. He's asked if he's going to do something else, stirring up the Frontier Guild that much. A disembodied voice asks if it wouldn't be better to hide and stay quiet for the time being. The answer is a simple, yeah. The man with the bandage on his head says that he will. The group decides to move inside the dungeon, as there's no better place to hide than there. Someone is asking for one more of the same thing that they asked for before. They're told not to tell them what that thing is. The face mask of Sam Oliver is shown. The man with black hair states that, just in time, there's a suitable stage to graduate from the 2nd floor dungeon. Lee Jin-ah is told to prepare himself. He asks me, why me? Lee Jin-ah yells that he doesn't even have to hide, asking why he has to be in the dungeon with them. Kim Woo-jin is on the phone, inquiring about the Frontier Guild's movements. The person on the other end reports that no movement has been observed. The woman at the desk believes Chief Naomi is handling the case alone. The voice on the phone reasons that if that's the case, then the entire Frontier Guild can't be implicated. Kim Woo-jin, still on the phone, acknowledges that they can't be sure about Naomi's spell yet. The voice on the phone speculates that she is likely the informant of the Messiah Guild. The Frontier Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. The person on the phone says it seems the Messiah's evil hands haven't encroached on its roots yet. Even in Sam Oliver's memory, there was no information about executives other than Naomi. Kim Woo-jin is told that because Sam Oliver betrayed them, things already went wrong. He is informed that Chief Naomi will try to settle this. The voice on the phone says that the incident occurred somehow before Park Yong-won appeared. If Park Yong-won finds out the truth, it won't just end up being a pain in the neck. Kim Woo-jin smiles, listening intently to the voice on the phone. The person on the phone tells him to make sure he spends his time in some dungeon. In the meantime, he'll be hooking Naomi's spell with a ghost named Sam Oliver, on the other end of the line, says he was just planning to go into a dungeon and hide. Kim Woo-jin asks if that's so, and if he has any dungeon in mind. Sam Oliver responds that he has an A+ ranked dungeon in mind. Kim Woo-jin pauses, listening intently to the voice on the other end, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he hears the location. The voice exclaims, questioning why it had to be that specific dungeon, a place known for its extreme difficulty. Sam Oliver, listening nearby, looks up, his expression shifting to alarm as he realizes which dungeon they're discussing. He wonders if Kim Woo-jin is crazy for considering it. The voice emphasizes the dungeon's notorious reputation, revealing that even the Messiah Guild failed to clear it 4 times, leading other guilds to abandon the attempt. Kim Woo-jin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he processes the gravity of the situation. The voice confirms that even before the time travel, the dungeon remained uncleared, with a staggering 43 failed attempts etched into its history. A hulking, green-skinned monster stands guard before a swirling portal of blue energy. The text warns of the dire consequences of repeated failure, explaining how Taiwan was overrun with monsters due to the inability to secure the gate. A glowing padlock displays a level restriction of 60, highlighting the limitations even the powerful Lee Sejun faced. The text reveals that exceeding level 60 would prevent clearing the dungeon, potentially causing Sejun to miss a crucial advantage in the war against the Messiah Guild. Sejun's eyes burn with determination, a silent vow to overcome the odds forming within him. He acknowledges that the information he possesses is insufficient to confront the Messiah Guild effectively. He sits in the car, knuckles white as he grips his hands. Knowing you, he says, you'll try to get in somehow, right? A voice booms in response, filled with desperate encouragement. No, don't give up. S.A.E. Chan Hyung. The gray-haired man grits his teeth, a manic edge to his expression. Well, let's do something crazy one more time, he exclaims before muttering, no, damn it. Elsewhere, S.E. Jun Lee speaks into his phone, his expression unreadable. So as far as you can see, what are your odds? On the other end of the line, Sam Oliver replies, it's lower than 10%, even if I calculate it calmly. He adds, yeah, that probably means the odds of failure. The gray-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief. Ha, 10%. That's more than enough, he exclaims, a strange mix of hope and desperation in his voice. The gray-haired man's face is etched with worry. It's over. A 10% chance of coming back alive. He says, his voice barely a whisper. S.E. Jun Lee listens intently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. There's no match on the 2-second floor as long as I have Percival's spear, he hears. All right, I'll. A voice cuts in, demanding, else you need? S.E. Jun Lee considers the question, his expression thoughtful. How about using public opinion to request some item support from the Messiah Guild? He suggests. The disembodied voice states, the Messiah Guild couldn't handle it. There's no need for us to do it for free. A news headline blares from a phone screen. Isaac Ivanov requests support from the Messiah Guild. Another news article asks if the Messiah Guild will respond to the support request, noting it would be the first time they have done so. The phone screen displays a series of comments, ranging from disbelief to cautious optimism about the Messiah Guild's potential involvement. A man holds his phone, the screen reflecting in his eyes as he considers the news. It's about saving the world, he thinks. Another man stares intently at his phone, a determination hardening his gaze. He thinks, all right, we can't miss this opportunity. The news breaks. The Messiah Guild will give Isaac Ivanov their support. The Messiah Guild promising to support the unique class equipment Isaac needs is becoming a big issue. A close-up shows a phone displaying the news. A voice declares, not bad. Two men sit in a brightly lit room. One of them says, gonna do with just one unique item. The other man responds, they should at least give us legendary. We're gonna clear a dungeon that they couldn't even clear. Don't you understand? This isn't something to be considered simple. A man in a suit sits, contemplating the Messiah Guild situation. Park Yong-won believes that the most important thing is to keep a straight face. From above, one man asks what Park Yong-won means by cutoff. The other man suggests he interpret it as what the boss said. One of the men states that if someone else clears a much harder dungeon for the Messiah Guild, it will cause problems. The man with light green hair realizes that the Messiah Guild won't be able to pay the price with just unique items. The person clasps their hands together, thinking that they might be able to get legendary items by clearing 3 floor and above dungeons. Park Yong-won states that Lee Jin-ah finally understood, and that he has Sam Oliver's rigged details of the moving route. The woman with short purple hair states that they've leaked the clues for Frontier to trace Sam Oliver's rigged route. Someone says that should save them quite a bit of time, and asks if they should get going soon. 3 people stand in a room, one of them wondering aloud. A man sits near a suitcase, as someone asks Lee Jin-ah if he is working outside today. Park Yong-won asks who they are kidding, and why Lee Jin-ah would go there. He is told to go to the dungeon in Taiwan. The response is immediate disbelief. The destination is Taiwan, specifically Taipei, a city of towering structures. The dungeon, known as Frozen Forest of Violence, is detailed. It has 2 floors, a difficulty of A+, and allows a maximum of 80 entries. Park Yong-won, holding a document, remarks on their influence. He notes that no one has dared to challenge the dungeon since the Messiah Guild failed. The man in the suit finds the quick gathering inspiring. He smirks, observing the situation. The document in hand reveals that most participants are players from the guild that previously failed to clear the dungeon. Lee Jin-ah observes that, from the outside, it may seem like they've gathered to avenge their fallen allies. However, he suspects not everyone has pure intentions. He considers the implications of failing to clear the dungeon with a maximum number of entries multiple times. The items of nearly 2,000 players are likely buried there. A collection of armors and weapons is displayed, hinting at the treasures within the dungeon. It's believed that some are more interested in their personal needs than clearing the dungeon. Knocking echoes as a man in a suit approaches a door. They are told to be ready, with 1 hour remaining before entering the dungeon. Lee Jin-ah sits on a couch as Park Yong-won stands nearby, awaiting the arrival of the man in the suit. He reaches out, as if sensing something amiss. A subordinate asks Isaac Ivanov SSI if he needs anything. Isaac Ivanov SSI, looking off to the side, wonders what that bastard is trying to do. A man's face contorts in shock, asking what is happening. A voice echoes, questioning if someone acted alone. Isaac Ivanov SSI lies prone, seemingly defeated. A fist slams down on a desk, as someone exclaims in disbelief that the traces have disappeared. In an office, a woman sits with her head in her hands, while a man stands nearby. The woman, looking furious, complains that she can't trace his whereabouts and that a helper is getting annoying. A voice declares that they should never let them meet Park Young-won. A question hangs in the air. Is there a problem? Park Young-won suggests that it would be better if the other party saw it themselves. A broadcast displays a press conference, announcing the translation of Isaac Ivanov's statement. He looks down at a tablet, reading, "Thank you to everyone who participated in clearing. It's an honor to be here with you." Elsewhere, a woman reviews the same statement. She wonders what they should do, as this was not part of the plan. The statement continues, declaring that Isaac Ivanov isn't going to tolerate anyone bothering him. Park Young-won's lips curve into a knowing smile as he reads the words. The statement concludes, "I will do anything to achieve that goal, so..." Someone observes that Isaac Ivanov knows how to hunt. Far away, a group of people stand in the snow, discussing the implications of the statement. One of them wonders if Isaac Ivanov is telling them that they're in the way. Another responds that if it's Isaac, it makes sense, as he's on a different level. The man with black hair asks how the other would know that. The man with the eye patch says he saw it directly in the Firefox dungeon. The man with the eye patch warns the other to experience it himself next time, as they're real monsters. Kim Woo-jin is asked why he did that, as everyone is glaring at them. It is said that there are people who are difficult to persuade with good words, especially if it's the retrievers who had come to collect items off dead players. There's only one. There's a way to persuade these kinds of people. A skeleton is summoned, its power ready to be unleashed. Armored figures stand triumphant, their purple energy crackling around them. The skeleton soldier stands ready, prepared to try anything. The men in fur-lined coats stand alongside the newly summoned skeleton soldier. The man looks up, realizing that this is the rumored skeleton soldier of Isaac. The man's face contorts in anger, thinking that he should retrieve that item before Isaac finds it. The two men move, deciding to search from the other side before it gets dark. Glowing embers rise into the sky, illuminating the scene below. A large fire burns, and someone declares that Isaac Ivanov is an absolute monster. The figures around the fire express their shock, having seen it with their own eyes. The man in the fur-lined coat wonders what happened, as they searched all day. He comes to a different conclusion after searching the dungeon all day. Kim Woo-jin states that there are many monsters on the first floor. The orc believes it is doubtful that a player of level 50 or higher would die here. The thing they are looking for must be on the second floor, one of the men suggests. Someone demands silence. A sudden burst of speed. A figure descends through the darkness, as two others look on from below. The light flickers, illuminating the legs of the descending figure. Landing on a branch, Kim Woo-jin spots something below. He wonders if he misheard a sound from this location. He steps on a skeleton, questioning what it is. He looks up, brow furrowed in frustration. "What happened?" he asks. Park Young-won apologizes, attributing the noise to the skeleton swaying in the wind. He holds the skeleton aloft. A large hand slams down, energy crackling around the skeleton on the ground. The armored man states that they need to retrieve the item for the Kunlun Guild. The text bubble indicates that the item is needed to turn against Isaac. The skeleton's skull, glowing with blue light, denies any knowledge of a Van Gogh bracelet. But if the Kunlun Guild of China dispatched a retriever, Li Jina holds a device in his gloved hand. The screen displays a message. "You have disconnected." A hand holds a glowing item, its surface etched with strange symbols. He is unsure about the item's options. The man with the fur collar grits his teeth, looking frustrated. It's taking longer than they expected. He continues to complain, wondering if they're the only ones fighting. Are the others doing other things? The man with the fur collar looks serious, his expression hardening. He states, "Correct, because more." The man with the fur collar continues, thinking that more than half would be the hyenas that greed the treasures of the dead. He was happy because a lot of players gathered. The man with the fur collar looks exhausted. He wonders when he can rest, stating that once they get to the second floor, they'll have some time to rest. The man with the fur collar is surprised by something. He asks what's gotten into the other person. The text announces that they have entered the dungeon's second floor. A group of people falls downwards through a bright, icy tunnel, their arms flailing. A man's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of intense anger and determination. He shivers, complaining about the intense cold on this floor. Another wonders if they can even fight properly. It's true that the temperatures are low, one of them says, but these chills aren't simply from the cold. The traces of fear that monsters emit, the man with the eye patch explains, are the true source of the chill. Fear? No way, another replies, surprised. He can't see any monsters nearby, though. It might be harder than he expected, the man thinks, his eyes closed against the cold. A living creature's body stiffens up when it's exposed to the fear of monsters, a disembodied voice explains, as a figure stands ready with a sword. It doesn't last forever, but in a battle between life and death in a fleeting moment, it basically means death. It shouldn't be a dragon since it's a 2-floor dungeon, a voice explains, but there aren't many types of monsters that use fear if you exclude dragons. Could be felt even from this distance. The man with the eye patch wonders. He declares that their guild will analyze the surrounding terrain first. Search my ass, one of them says, looking down at the group below. That's called treasure hunting. What a bunch of hyenas. Those kinds of people won't be of any help in battle anyway, one of them says. It's better to make a plan, considering that they don't exist. Well, you're right, the other replies. We're moving. He informs Sejun Lee that their target isn't here, standing over the fallen bodies. The voice continues, stating that the same goes for this location, and they are moving to another place. Park Yong-won wonders if there are people who started moving first, urging his men to check on them. Figures plummet from above as Park Yong-won and another man examine a tablet, perhaps tracking their movements. Kim Woo-jin points out that the items are stacked here, untouched, as Park Yong-won looks on. Park Yong-won notes that this one is untouched as well, deducing that they were looking for something specific. Park Yong-won wonders aloud what kind of people they are dealing with. Park Yong-won instructs his men to retrieve the fallen for now, suggesting there might be others ahead of them, urging them to move quickly. The man thinks to himself, recalling that he was the one saying stuff about hyenas, wondering how many times he is checking already. A man falls from the sky as the text indicates that the Eye of Anubis is closing, and he realizes he finally found a member of the Kunlun Guild. The man kneels next to a body, lamenting that his allies who survived together died on the west side. Park Yong-won instructs another man to follow him, his expression serious. He watches the scene unfold, frustration etched on his face. Damn it, he thinks, what is he really trying to do? A sudden rush of energy distorts the air, blurring the world around them. A figure looms over another collapsed on the ground. A disembodied voice announces, Eye of Anubis is opening. Panic erupts as someone shouts, everyone run. The situation defies logic. This makes no sense, they think. A dungeon on the second floor? A monstrous figure appears, its fangs bared and dripping with blood, a terrifying presence emerging from the chaos. The monster unleashes a guttural roar, its face contorted in a savage display of power. A golden ring lies amidst splatters of red. The question lingers, why this kind of monster in a 2-floor dungeon? Another monster snarls, while below, a figure unleashes a burst of energy, preparing to strike. A figure plummets through the air. The text ominously states, the treasure of Kunlun. The monster looms over a fallen figure, its gaze fixed on something. Van Gogh's bracelet. It thinks, I need to let my brothers know. The scene blurs once more, the chaos intensifying. The disembodied voice declares, Eye of Anubis is closing. A disembodied voice declares that all the information has been gathered. Lee Jina, arms crossed, scolds the Kunlun Guild member. He says that no matter how good the item is, he shouldn't treat the deceased so badly. The Kunlun Guild member points at Lee Jina, asking if he said something wrong. He adds that S.A. Chan Hyung, who likes freebies, wouldn't do it like him. The Kunlun Guild member's eyes widen, and he asks what Lee Jina means by that. A hand carefully places a rock atop a growing pile. The Kunlun Guild member announces that before the battle begins, he will explain the plan. Lee Jina asks what the plan is. Before them, a skeleton soldier rises from the ground. The Kunlun Guild member exclaims that a sawtooth wolf has been summoned as a skeleton soldier and asks if he can ride it. The Kunlun Guild member, now mounted on the skeleton wolf, exclaims that it feels great and wonders when he prepared this kind of thing. The Kunlun Guild member, holding a spear, wonders if he could only summon a human type. He then asks if it's a spear. A screen displays the stats for Percival's spear, a legendary item that increases physical attack and penetration. He gestures forward, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. The blonde man questions the plan, wondering if rushing a boss monster with a spear is really the right call. He states that the other man understands, even without an explanation. The Kunlun Guild member rides the skeleton wolf, Percival's spear held firmly in hand. One of the men exclaims that there is something strange nearby. His eyes dart to the right, focusing on something out of view. The men stand before a snow-covered mound of rocks, one of them wondering if it's a player's grave. The man with the shaved head remarks that it doesn't seem like the way their Kunlun Guild does things. The man with sharp eyes suggests that they dig it up just in case. Another man dismisses the idea, saying there's no need to waste their time unless it's their brother. The trees stand tall, their forms blur by the distance. The snow-covered rocks sit silently in the winter landscape. The declaration hangs in the air, a question born of disbelief. The figure atop the skeletal horse explains that weapons may not be effective against the boss monster's thick leather. The concept of regen is explained. Dungeons refill with regenerated monsters. Monsters that survive become more clever and powerful. It is stated that monsters surviving repeated battles are uncommon, but there are exceptions. The text emphasizes that as long as the dungeon isn't cleared, the boss monster will accumulate combat experience. It's revealed that players often gather around dead bodies, and the monsters have begun using them as bait. The monster has survived 23 times. The question lingers, is the boss monster truly an ogre, one that emits such powerful fear? The man's face is contorted in anger, his brow furrowed in frustration. The man questions how they can be sure without having encountered it, revealing they stopped hunting to gather information. He considered the retrievers, still unsure of what to make of them. The landscape was littered with icy spikes. "Hyung Nim," a voice called out, "Look at this. There are tons of player corpses." The Kunlun Guild member stood over a fallen body, the scene grim and silent. From above, the scene revealed a disturbing number of bodies scattered across the ice. Something felt wrong. It was rare for bodies to be gathered like this, and if retrievers were responsible, the items wouldn't be left untouched. The Kunlun Guild member frowned, noticing the bloodstain. The shape was odd, unnatural. He glanced around, a growing unease settling in. It looked like the body had been dragged from somewhere. Realization struck him. "Everybody stop. This is a trap," he shouted. The Kunlun Guild member moved forward, his expression grim. An unknown fear overwhelmed him, a dark energy engulfing his senses. His eyes widened in horror. My body isn't Movi," he thought, panic rising. He stares in disbelief as dark, viscous tendrils erupt around him. The tendrils lash out, sending the Kunlun Guild member flying through the air. He looks up, a growing dread washing over him as he sees his attacker. Elsewhere, a woman's eyes widen with a sudden, sharp concern. From the depths, a monstrous figure rises, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A surge of power emanates from the monstrous figure. The force explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of raw energy. The monster's gaze pierces through the chaos, its red eyes promising destruction. The Kunlun Guild member is caught in the vortex, helpless against its might. The monstrous figure strikes with a dark, jagged blade, aiming to end the battle. The blade finds its mark. Pain explodes across his face as he realizes the dire situation. As he falls, the Kunlun Guild member wonders how a unique grade knife could break so easily. He is overwhelmed by an unknown fear, sweat beading on his brow. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming onslaught. The Kunlun Guild member is pursued relentlessly across the icy landscape by the monstrous figure astride a skeletal steed. A spray of blood erupts, painting the stark white ground with crimson. More blood splatters against the ice, a grim testament to the ongoing struggle. Looking up, the Kunlun Guild member sees the monstrous figure looming above him. He speaks to someone just out of view, his expression unreadable. Frustration boils over. The Kunlun Guild member curses his predicament, realizing he needs a new plan. A voice cries out, filled with adrenaline and determination. "Let's go." Both figures plummet through the air, locked in a deadly descent. The monstrous figure's red eye glows with malevolent intent. The Kunlun Guild member now rides the skeletal horse, a strange turn of events. A monstrous visage looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Dark energy erupts as the monstrous figure unleashes a devastating attack. The Kunlun Guild member plummets through the air, caught in the blast. The skeletal horse follows, a terrifying descent into the unknown. A golden ring shimmers, its power negating the overwhelming fear. Clutching his staff, the Kunlun Guild member exclaims, "Lancelot's ring. This is awesome after all." His expression hardens with resolve, the unpleasant shivers now completely gone. The skeletal horse's reins are gripped tightly, but the Kunlun Guild member wonders why it's acting up so suddenly. He cries out, "Yuwa! It's moving on its own," as the skeletal horse bucks wildly. The Kunlun Guild member struggles to maintain his grip, realizing, wait, this is too close. With a pained grimace, he grits his teeth against the sudden, violent movement. The skeletal horse continues its uncontrolled descent, a blur of bone and ice. The skeletal horse and rider descend, a spectral charge aimed at the ogre. The Kunlun Guild member grips his spear, bracing for impact. "We're charging in like this. Hold tight." The ogre reels, caught off guard by the sudden assault. "What? You were the one controlling it. That was dangerous. Are you trying to kill him?" Dashed. The skeletal horse and rider continue their assault, the blue energy intensifying as they pierce the ogre. The blue energy surges through the ogre's body, inflicting grievous wounds. The Kunlun Guild member's eyes narrow, focused on the task at hand. The ogre's body is being pierced like pudding. The ogre's regenerative abilities are failing him. The skeletal horse continues its relentless assault as someone thinks, "Yeah, well, being overgeared is great, but this is going to take a while, isn't it?" The skeletal horse's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. The Kunlun Guild member's expression hardens, determined to finish the fight. "Make 10 more penetrating wounds like this." A voice promises, "I'll take care of it afterwards." Meanwhile, awaiting their cue, the skeletons stand ready, their spears glinting in the dim light. A lone figure stands atop a snow-covered rise, the wind whipping around him. The man's brow furrows, sensing a powerful fear radiating outward. Has the attack on the boss monster already begun? The timing is faster than expected. He thinks, urgency tightening his features. In the distance, his companions call out, having found something. One of the men gestures excitedly at a stone tablet, declaring it the secret language of the Kunlun Guild. The inscription speaks of a brother sleeping in the west and finding Kunlun's possession. But the man recalls there was nothing there. A sudden realization dawns on him, a truth he doesn't want to acknowledge. A snow-covered mound sits silently in the distance. A monstrous face emerges, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The ogre's health and resistance have been greatly reduced, the battle already underway. The monstrous figure plummets, spear aimed at the dark mass below. The weapon finds its mark, a bloody eruption signaling impact. The blood poison rapidly spreads, coursing through the ogre's body, a silent and deadly invasion. Percival's spear, the Kunlun Guild member thinks, is truly amazing, a testament to its craftsmanship and power. He marvels at the weapon's ability to pierce the ogre's thick hide. With the spear and blood poison, no dungeon would be a match. The Kunlun Guild member considers the situation, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He knows that there are much more powerful monsters in the deeper levels. This alone isn't enough, he thinks, his face cast in shadow. To deal with the worst monster, he realizes he needs to get stronger, a burning determination igniting within him. The achievement, the Hunter of Frozen Forest of Violence, has been achieved. The emissary of the underworld delivers a catalog. The Kunlun Guild member is surprised. The golden card reveals the Berserker skill, requiring the emissary of the underworld in level 20 or higher. The Kunlun Guild member's frustration boils over. He wonders aloud what his Nimbus is doing, his face contorted in anger. He exclaims that he did all the hard work, questioning why he isn't given anything. Is the Nimbus discriminating against him? The Kunlun Guild member laments that he can't even change the Nimbus for God's sake. He notices something golden. He holds the bracelet aloft, its circular stones gleaming softly. A system notification appears. Van Gogh's bracelet has been acquired. The crowd erupts in celebration. Isaac has cleared the dungeon. A black car speeds away, the crowd believing Isaac is inside. In Taiwan, the people rejoice, believing they are saved and free. The two men discuss their failure to retrieve Van Gogh's bracelet. They fear what might happen if it falls into the wrong hands. The man decides they must report to the guild and wait. He reflects on the potential loss of legendary items in the dungeon. The man explains that the Kunlun Guild leaves clues in a secret language. Without it, finding Van Gogh's bracelet is nearly impossible. The speaker wonders if someone was lucky enough to take it out of the dungeon. A disembodied voice hopes that Isaac, that monster, didn't get the bracelet. The bracelet is displayed, its item rating listed as legendary. It is said to contain the power of harmony. The man smiles, musing on the fact that such a thing was hidden. It was worth entering the 3-floor dungeon one last time. The maximum number of accessories a player can use is 5. 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets are allowed. Even if you are more than that, the limit still applies. The item effect is applied within the limited number. However, Van Gogh's bracelet is an overbalance item. Van Gogh's bracelet destroys the existing system. It allows you to receive all the ring effects worn on all 5 fingers. If there's one drawback, the ring worn with Van Gogh's bracelet can't be removed. Experienced players often change the ring strategically. From now on, he'll have to carefully decide which ring to wear. Li Jina looks up, a serious expression on his face. He had something to say. The expression on Li Jina's face suggests he is concerned about something. Li Jina is on the phone, telling the person on the other end to go ahead and speak. A voice on the phone asks how his conditions are, and if he can return home immediately. Li Jina replies that there is no problem and asks what the matter is. A man on the phone says that someone just came back and that Taiwan and Korea are breaking havoc right now. The headlines of Isaac Ivanov are changing to that man's return. Bye? You mean Park Yong-won? The man on the phone smirks, pleased with the unfolding events. As Park Yong-won's reputation grows, he believes he will become a useful shield. In Taiwan, one man suggests beef noodle soup, Zilong Bayo, or Lu Ro Fan. His companion declares they are heading straight to Korea. The man's eyes widen, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. He demands to know what the other person just said, his voice laced with urgency. An airplane takes off into the night sky, leaving the city lights behind. The modern building stands tall, its clean lines and large windows reflecting the sky. A close-up reveals intense eyes, narrowed with anger and determination. Park Yong-won questions if the Frontier Guild dare to trick him, his voice filled with menace. The man reflects on his near-death experience, lamenting his injuries and immobility. He recalls hiding, waiting for Park Yong-won to return from the dungeon, unsure of who to trust. The documents confirm the investigation team's findings, based on Kim Woo-jin's testimony about the day of the accident. Little evidence remains at the dungeon site due to the fire. According to other survivors, the Frontier side provoked and attacked first when entering the different dungeon. The injured man lies in his hospital bed, still recovering. Even now, he believes the Frontier Guild is feigning innocence. Park Yong-won's face contorts with rage. He curses the bastards who schemed while he was incapacitated. In a meeting room, several figures sit around a long table. One of them asks what they're going to do now. Park Yong-won's eyes narrow, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He vows they will pay the price for touching him. A woman in a suit clutches a briefcase tightly, her expression unreadable as she stands in the office. The camera focuses on the polished surface of a table, reflecting the light from above, hinting at a clandestine meeting. A close-up reveals a wide, unsettling smile, promising retribution and hinting at the darkness within. A man leans in, questioning how much Park Yong-won earned to be smiling like that in the morning. Someone admits they squeezed as much as they could, since it's that person, Park Yong-won. They wonder how to get the skill page back. A man's face is shown in close-up, his mouth open in what appears to be a shout or expression of shock. One voice questions how much the other loves money, asking if they forgot the struggle to get the Skeleton Knight skill. The other replies that they don't have to worry about that. A man with a sinister grin reveals that the person who will retrieve their items is already at Park Yong-won's office. He sits, arms crossed, as the other man speaks to him. The man's face contorts in fear, sweat beading on his brow. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face. Meanwhile, someone walks through a doorway, their destination unknown. Kim Wo-jin strides forward, a silver briefcase in hand. A flip phone is slammed shut, the sound echoing. A man stands beside a yellow car, speaking on his phone. He asks how things went. Kim Woo-jin confirms that he just got the Skeleton Knight skill page. He was told to deliver it directly to Isaac. A news article headline blares that the Phoenix Guild may become a supporter of Isaac Ivanov. Park Yong-won's words appear on the screen, stating that Isaac Ivanov is a treasure and helping him is only natural. Park Shin-hye, the president, thinks to herself that it will be more difficult handling things in the future if Park Yong-won gets the public's attention. A woman with dark curly hair stands in a room with a large window, suggesting that someone should take responsibility now that this has happened. The woman's face is shown in close-up, and she utters the words, Naomi spell. A man holds a newspaper, stating that he will get back to someone after talking with the boss. Park Shin-hye is on the phone, thanking someone for their effort and wondering if it was Kim Woo-jin. Park Shin-hye is told that he finished delivering the entrusted skill page to Isaac's side. The man reading the newspaper thinks to himself that he was asking about his next move afterward and wonders how they should answer him. The man continues reading the newspaper, thinking that he should at least let him debut in a 3-4 dungeon as a form of courtesy, since he's been working hard so far. Park Yong-won examines the document, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His expression shifts, hardening as he considers the situation. If he provide adequate support, he'll be satisfied and leave. Park Shin-hye looks down at the document, her brow furrowed in thought. She muses that he has to show her something that might draw her attention. The camera pans to an exterior shot of a building at night. A man's voice echoes, wondering what's going on. 3 figures stand outside the building, bathed in the cool night air. The man speaking confirms it's Kim Woo-jin. One of them claims to already feel the weakness from Kim Woo-jin's name. Another asks if his skills aren't pretty good according to the rumors. Kim Woo-jin, eyes wide, points a finger, his expression surprised. He explains that Kim Woo-jin apparently joined Park Yong-won's faction by clearing some uncleared dungeons. The woman scoffs, saying if his skills were good, he would have come to clear by himself. The text overlay identifies Young Yun Hong of the Phoenix Guild. But that's not the case since they're asking us to be his tour guide for the 3-4 dungeon, he says. The woman, standing with 2 other figures, declares that she doesn't like it in any case. She stands, arms crossed, clearly displeased. Apparently, Park Yong-won has shifted too much into politics since becoming guildmaster. The conversation turns to Kim Woo-jin. One speaker admits they might consider transferring to the Messiah Guild at this point, wondering what Kim Woo-jin's nimbus and abilities are. The man listens intently, his expression unreadable. He seems to be absorbing the information about Kim Woo-jin. The discussion continues, noting that poison blood skill could be a threat to allies. It's also mentioned that he's been traveling alone without any companions so far. The group speculates about the poison blood skill. They wonder if he can summon skeleton soldiers like Isaac, and note that no one has ever seen him use a skill other than poison blood skill. A vintage car idles, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The scene is viewed from a low angle, emphasizing the vehicle's presence. The woman in the red suit approaches the car. She remarks that he is the last one to come, suggesting they were waiting for him. A close-up of an eye reveals a look of surprise, perhaps at the side of the car or the person arriving. The woman stands beside the vintage car, bathed in an eerie blue light. She notes that someone is using a car that old. Looking down, Park Shin-hye thinks that someone is a cheapskate. She seems unimpressed by the car. A notification appears, stating, "Hunt 1,000 monsters to advance to the next floor." The group is likely in a dungeon. The eyes watch the notification. Someone expresses surprise at a guide being used on a C-rank dungeon, even though it's only a 3-floor dungeon, and thanks Park Yong-won for his generosity. The armored figure states that it is a waste of time, but they have no choice. Someone asks if this is the first time in a 3-floor dungeon. The figure in the hooded jacket declares that there is nothing anyone can do here. The person with glowing eyes threatens to kill without hesitation. One of the figures suggests hunting a few monsters first to assess skills. The woman observes that the other figure is already rebelling against her. The kneeling figure states that if they're told in detail, they could do everything perfectly and asks for time to prepare. The figure responds that they understand and that the other is on their own, finding it interesting. Meanwhile, the exterior of a building is shown against the colorful sky. Inside, someone mentions that Kim Woo-jin went into a dungeon again, wondering if he's possessed by a ghost with an obsession for dungeons. Gina is told not to idle and to level up. Someone says they don't want to, and suggests taking it easy when the other person isn't around, asking how tiring it is to accompany him. The man is reminded that he was complaining about not having a skilled partner before. He and another man both stare intently at their phones, brows furrowed. The screen displays an emergency alert. The message warns of an unidentified monster that has escaped from a nearby dungeon. The dungeon management department informs citizens of the damage, including collapsing buildings. Kim Woo-jin's eyes widen as he reads the alert, his mouth agape in disbelief. The masked man wonders which guild is managing the dungeon, questioning if such events still occur. He recalls a past accident managed by Messiah. Kim Woo-jin gasps, his face a mask of shock and horror. The masked man lies prone on the floor. Meanwhile, at another location, a woman with short red hair sits at her desk, illuminated by the glow of her computer screens. Elsewhere, a classroom appears normal. Students sit at their desks, seemingly unaware of the unfolding disaster. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the school. The students rush to the windows, witnessing a distant building erupt in a fiery explosion. A catastrophic explosion rips through the Hansung building. Her eyes wide with terror, Park Shin-hye stares out the window. The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the surrounding buildings. Her fingers tremble as she clutches her phone, struggling to process the scene. The secretary leans against her desk, the framed photo a silent witness to the chaos. The photograph shows Park Shin-hye smiling alongside another man. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-na clutches his head, reeling from some unseen pressure. Park Yong-won warns, "You fool. You should be careful with your words when Secretary Lee is around." Lee Ji-na replies, "No, I unconsciously did it. By the way." Park Yong-won asks, "Hyungnim said that you know Secretary Lee's father, right? What kind of person was he?" Park Yong-won continues, "I heard the story that you've made a decision. Are you really sure about this?" Lee Ji-na responds, "Well, I'd be lying if I said there's no risk. Well, what can I do? Any breadwinner in the land of Korea." Park Yong-won raises his glass, a faint smile playing on his lips. He muses about the sacrifices people make. Two glasses meet with a delicate clink. The vow echoes, a desperate wish for a safe world for his daughter. A single tear traces a path down Park Yong-won's weathered face, a testament to the weight of his ambition. Kneeling before a covered body in the cold, sterile environment, Park Yong-won reflects on who the deceased was. His gaze is downcast, the weight of responsibility etched into every line of his face. It all came down to his daughter, his every action, every risk, every sacrifice. The woman stands atop a fallen beast, arrows protruding from its massive form. She states that since it's a C-rank dungeon, there shouldn't be any particularly difficult monsters. A man calls out to her, saying that she should come see what Kim Woo-jin did. She wonders what is going on and what happened. The man tells her not to tell him that Kim Woo-jin wasn't able to hunt a single monster, even after asking for preparation time. He insists that she see it for herself. She says that he is making such a fuss, and that she got it, so he should lead the way. A close-up reveals wide eyes staring at a field of spikes. He wonders what all this is, since he said he needed some time to prepare. The spikes jut upwards, a silent testament to unseen efforts. Has he been making traps by himself this whole time? She observes the traps, noting that they won't do much damage, and will only inflict small scratches at most. She wonders what Kim Woo-jin is thinking. A complex network of spears and pressure plates awaits its unsuspecting prey. Here it comes. A surge of anticipation floods his features. A hulking, green-skinned monstrosity plummets directly into the carefully laid trap. The trap springs to life, spears erupting to impale the creature. The monster's face contorts in agony as blood splatters from the wounds. Park Shin-hye watches, her expression a mix of concern and grim understanding. Her gaze lifts to the trees, spotting Kim Woo-jin perched on a branch above. What is he going to accomplish? A voice echoes, observing the unfolding events. Look at what he's doing. Kim Woo-jin stands atop a rocky spire, a solitary figure against the night. Park Shin-hye realizes the danger. He's surrounded. Damn it, he's already surrounded by monsters. It's too late to rescue him. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face, hinting at a darker plan. Kim Woo-jin is now wreathed in a dark, ominous aura, power radiating from him. The The skill, Blood Mist, has been cast as glowing runes illuminate the tree. The orc has been poisoned by the blood poison, as indicated by the streaks of red. The blood mist swirls, a dark and ominous cloud enveloping the area. The orc's face contorts in pain, its red eyes glowing with a sinister light. The blood mist spreads through the forest, its effects already taking hold. The observer is shocked, admitting that they have never seen a battle like this before. Another observer marvels at Kim Woo-jin's skill, estimating he's hunted 100 with just this. Looking up at him in the tree, another person exclaims that Kim Woo-jin is truly amazing. The character with glowing eyes declares that Kim Woo-jin deserves Park Yeon-won's favor. A potion bottle sits amidst swirling energy, its contents ready for use. Standing in the forest, the figure observes that blood mist consumes too much blood after all. The emissary of the underworld admires Kim Woo-jin's ability as an orc is caught in the trees. The notification appears. Blood mist skill rank has increased by 1. The emissary of the underworld skill, blood absorption, has been cast, and Kim Woo-jin thinks it's a good thing he can replenish whenever he runs low. Someone barks out an order, demanding that Kim Woo-jin be told something immediately. The person receiving the order looks surprised by the urgency of the command. Looking down at Kim Woo-jin, the speaker wonders what they should tell him. A disembodied voice declares that he passed the test. Meanwhile, the sun sets over a distant forest, casting long shadows across the landscape. Kim Woo-jin sits by a crackling fire, the flames dancing in his eyes. The speaker apologizes for looking down on him, praising his incredible skills. The man extends an offer to join their team, proposing a sum of 100,000 won. The close-up reveals the intensity in his eyes as he clarifies the terms. It's the amount to be paid for each use of his blood poison. A voice expresses surprise, questioning the amount to be paid. He states that his blood poison is like a limited consumable. Kim Woo-jin argues that it's natural for the team to pay for its use during a dungeon raid. Moreover, it's a consumable that comes with bleeding as a side effect. Kim Woo-jin believes he needs to receive at least that much for his contribution to the team. One of the team members says that they understand and that they should pay him since he's drawing his precious blood. They offer 30,000 won. The team leader says that she'll be kind to him too and offers 31,000 won. Another team member offers 98,000 won. Kim Woo-jin thinks to himself that the captain being a cheapskate is understandable, but he wonders why he is playing along with this. The text indicates that the price is now 33,000 won. The text indicates that they've hunted the Black Troll. Kim Woo-jin thinks that the Phoenix Guild's teamwork and training are better than he thought. He also notes that the hunting speed increased due to the efficient use of the poison. The team leader yells at the others to save the poison. The text indicates that it costs 73 goddamn thousand per use. Someone thinks that her leadership exhibited was because of the money. The team stands together, with the team leader looking angry. Advancing to the next floor. A notice appears, declaring a survival quest for 6 days. The woman announces that this is the last floor, warning everyone to be extra careful. She continues, stating that since there's an unexpected expense, they'll definitely get their money's worth. The captain states that they will survey the area and determine the number of monsters. The captain begins to climb a large tree, his armor glinting in the light. He runs along a thick branch, moving swiftly through the forest canopy. The captain's expression is focused as he continues his reconnaissance. He thinks to himself, concerned about how small the dungeon is. The forest floor gives way to a sheer cliff face, revealing the dungeon's strange geology. The cliff's surface is a bizarre mix of pink and purple hues, unlike any natural stone. The captain is called over to inspect something, and he sees large footprints. He doesn't think it's a normal monster. His eyes widen as the implications of the quest sink in. The man's expression shifts to concern as he considers the challenge. The gravity of the situation dawns on them. A boss-level monster? The two figures continue their trek across the desolate landscape. The urgency of the situation is clear. They need to inform the captain. The landscape reveals a massive hole, a possible entrance to the unknown. Deep within the darkness, two glowing eyes pierce the gloom. The man's lips barely move as he states that this will be a survival quest. One of the team members crosses her arms, as she agrees that the size of the dungeon is also a problem. The man warns that they have to be careful not to be cornered by the cliff sides while running. The woman explains that since they have Kim Woo-jin's blood poison, they'll be able to win even if an intolerable boss comes out. The team members stand on the cliff, as one of them states that they haven't figured out what the boss monster's identity is yet. The man declares that they'll do their best to avoid the boss and survive. The woman's eye widens as she looks up at something. The man's eye narrows as he looks up at something. A monstrous figure roars, its sharp teeth bared. The monstrous figure looms, a white troll that seems out of place. Why would such a powerful monster be found in a C-plus dungeon? He wonders, staring up at the troll. Her eyes widen, a silent acknowledgement of the danger they face. Arrows fly, a barrage meant to weaken the unexpected foe. She moves with practiced speed, trying to keep ahead of the troll. The troll roars, and Silent Hunter, S skill, multi-shot, has been cast. The arrows strike, impacting the troll's massive chest. No matter how strong its regenerative ability is, she thinks, preparing for the next attack. If it's Kim Woo-jin's poison, she muses it'll surely buy them some time. The arrows find their mark, embedding themselves in the troll's thick hide. The troll stumbles, its massive form beginning to fall. She thought it would work to some extent. She wonders, was the amount of poison insufficient? She observes the arrow embedded in the tree, realizing the poison is spreading along the wood. The glowing symbols pulse around the tree as the monstrous figure looms in the background. The troll's foot crashes down. A man watches, contemplating whether he should interfere with her leadership. A figure considers this dungeon a stage to prove their worth to Park Yeon-won. The poison continues to spread, the glowing symbols intensifying around the point of impact. The group confirms that everyone is safe and unharmed amidst the chaos of the battle. Relief washes over her as she confirms the safety of her comrades, but she immediately searches for Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin responds to her call, inquiring what she needs from him in this dire situation. She holds a vial, stating she has a condition and needs to speak privately. From the perspective of the armored soldiers, they wonder what the two are discussing. Her eyes narrow, a hint of determination flickering within their depths. He acknowledges the difficulty of the decision, lives hanging in the balance. Kim Woo-jin offers his cooperation, even if his strategy isn't followed. With a surge of power, the skill blood weapon is cast. Crimson energy crackles around a hand, preparing to manifest a deadly creation. The energy coalesces, forming a sharp, blood-red arrow. It is a weapon born of sacrifice, ready to be wielded. Park Shin-hye holds the crimson arrow, explaining its origin. It is an item made by condensing her own blood, a testament to her resolve. Kim Woo-jin's expression hardens, his eyes filled with a cold fury. He believes this is more effective than poison, promising death to anyone who betrays him. One figure walks away from the group, muttering about comrades dying by following the strategy. The group is having a strategy meeting. Two armored figures stand ready, their faces grim. They are prepared for whatever lies ahead, their armor gleaming in the light. The armored figures express their concerns. They were told to dodge instead of block, questioning their ability to increase mobility. A voice urges trust in the captain, emphasizing the importance of mobility. The group must rely on their leader's judgment. From a low vantage point, a figure gazes up at a monstrous entity. The looming presence casts a shadow of dread. Standing amidst a glowing blue aura, the armored figures declare their readiness. The time for preparation is over. It is time to start. The undying fighter's skill, taunt, has been cast, and a monstrous figure plummets from above. The troll falls, its maw open in a furious roar, teeth bared as it descends. The caretaker of Fountain of Knowledge's skill, Flame, is unleashed, and the troll is instantly wreathed in fire. The flames engulf the monstrous figure, obscuring it in a blaze of orange and red. Hurry and Park Shin-hye and Lee Ji-na flee from the inferno, the heat searing their backs. Run before he returns to his senses. They glance back at the swirling vortex of flame, a maelstrom of heat and light obscuring the troll. Kim Woo-jin watches, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He knows that white trolls have some resistance to flame. Through the flames, Park Shin-hye and Lee Ji-na continue their desperate sprint, trusting in their captain's strategy. Park Yeon-won grits his teeth, his gaze fixed on the inferno. The flame is a tool to obscure its vision. Park Shin-hye's eye narrows, focusing on the monstrous figure struggling within the flames. Now, high above, Lee Ji-na stands poised on a branch, sword drawn, ready to strike. The blade descends, a crimson streak cutting through the chaos, aimed at the heart of the flame-wreathed beast. He looks up at the white troll, confident in the plan's execution. The silver-haired fighter thinks the captain nailed it. The blood poison spreads through the white troll's wound. All right, there we go, someone shouts, signaling the next phase. Park Shin-hye observes the battle, a slight smirk on her face. She comments that the other skills are not too bad. The arrowhead melts upon touching the wound, the poison quickly absorbed. Even if the wound heals, the poison cannot be stopped. Kim Woo-jin, eyes wide, shouts a battle cry. He prepares to unleash his next attack against the troll. Kim Woo-jin casts Undying Fighter's skill, Taunt, and Caretaker of Fountain of Knowledge's skill, Flame. The battle intensifies. With a burst of speed, Lee Ji-na leaps forward, sword raised high. He is poised to strike the white troll. Kim Woo-jin observes that by the time the low-intelligence white troll notices the repeated attack pattern, it will already be too late. The white troll looks down, its single glowing eye fixed on its attackers. It is too late to react. A close-up of the white troll's face reveals its shock and pain. Its defeat is imminent. Lee Ji-na strikes the final blow, his sword connecting with the white troll. The battle concludes. The achievement, the Hunter of White Troll, has been achieved. Victory is theirs. The man with a wide grin clasps his hands together, asking if they actually did it. Below, The other squints up at him. The figure in the red-collared outfit wonders if they made it through without any casualties. He reminds the other that he used his blood poison 217 times. A notification appears, stating that the achievement, the Hunter of White Troll, has been achieved. The skill rank of the skill, Blood Weapon, has risen. The armored figure asks what exactly they are supposed to be. The man in the red-collared outfit replies that they can talk about those kinds of things. Lee Jean H. points a finger, mentioning things outside the dungeon. He seems to be making a point about something. The character with short dark hair looks surprised, simply uttering what? At the implications of the previous statement. The text bubble declares that it's a dungeon, emphasizing the setting and the challenges that lie ahead for the group. A hand taps on a table, creating a rhythmic sound. The tapping suggests impatience or a building tension in the scene. Park Young-won sits at his desk, asking if they want to compensate for this incident. He appears to be in a position of authority. The man states that although the lives of dead guild members can't be replaced with anything, he will hear them out. The woman with curly hair is silent, her expression suggesting deep thought or suppressed emotion as she considers the situation. A press conference is underway, the attendees listening intently to the speakers at the podium. A man in a dark suit speaks into the microphone, relaying information. He mentions a white troll that appeared in the C+3 floor dungeon. An unseen speaker wonders how the team managed to survive without a single casualty. A woman with short, dark hair speaks into the microphone, stating that the team members did their best, resulting in a good outcome. The unseen speaker questions if they defeated the white troll using the blood poison skill. The crowd murmurs, wondering who this Kim Woojin SSI is. An unseen person pleads for more time, as a news website is displayed. The news article headline reads, "A hunter utilizing poison suggests a new strategy." The article mentions Kim Woojin, the ace of the next generation of the Phoenix Guild, and his weapon, blood poison. In a parking garage, a message bubble reads, "Request? I have leaked information to Park Young-won's side that Isaac wants to clear Dead Forest, but we'll have to wait and see what the outcome will be." The unseen speaker voices concerns about entering an American dungeon. Park Young-won speaks on the phone, mentioning the Messiah Guild's limited success in American dungeons. The graphic illustrates America's current status, highlighting the influx of skilled players. Park Young-won acknowledges the gravity of the situation, suggesting the dungeon's difficulty. A woman strides forward, her expression unreadable as she heads to a meeting. The woman informs her companion that Naomi's spell has been blindsided by Park Young-won. In a parking garage, two cars sit under the dim fluorescent lights. The conversation continues, touching on the Frontier Guild's potential allowance of outside intervention. Elsewhere, a man in a car speaks on the phone, referencing the Great One Guild. He expresses uncertainty about how the Great One Guild will react to current events. The woman asserts that the prevailing trend will ultimately favor her position. A man in a red suit walks purposefully toward a set of glass doors, determined to succeed by any means. The unseen door is about to open, promising entry to what lies beyond. With a decisive thud, the dungeon report lands on the polished surface of a desk. Park Young-won, his expression serious, seeks confirmation. "Are you certain about the contents of this dungeon report?" Park Shin-hai assures him that the information is accurate. She has confirmed it with all players involved in the clearing. Park Young-won reflects on the recent events. He notes that Kim Woojin devised a strategy to hunt down a white troll. A hand strikes the table, punctuating the question. So Young Yun Hong, known for his quick temper, actually agreed? Park Shin-hai adds that she paid an extra expense to Kim Woojin as payment for using his blood poison. Park Young-won smiles, recalling his first impression of Kim Woojin. He knew then that he wasn't just an ordinary guy. The man muses about Kim Woojin, regretting that he didn't take him earlier. He resolves to treat him properly from now on. The perspective shifts to a high-angle view of the meeting room. The question is posed. So where is he now? He's just arrived, coming up as they speak. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The scene shows the meeting room where the Great One and Frontier Guild failed to clear the Dead Forest dungeon. Russia's Isaac Ivanov now wants to clear that dungeon. Carrie Roanna, Great One Guild Master, addresses the unseen crowd, soliciting their thoughts. A man in a blue suit erupts, questioning how they could entrust a failed dungeon to an outsider. Pride is at stake, but someone wonders what the Frontier Guild is thinking, agreeing so readily. The government, it seems, is also asking questions of its own, adding to the tension. Another voice declares their intention to oppose the plan, no matter what the circumstances may be. A sinister smile spreads, hinting at hidden agendas and brewing conflict. Carrie Roanna leans forward, explaining that the government's reluctance isn't due to a lack of faith in their abilities. The true concern, it's revealed, is the potential damage to their own country's guild if they proceed. Her eyes glowing with power, Carrie Roanna decides to escalate the situation. Another man expresses that anyone is allowed to join, whether they are Russian or a third party. Carrie Roanna smiles, confident that the prize they'll set will captivate everyone involved. The mention of King Arthur's ring elicits a horrified reaction. That should never happen. The man with the goatee looks on as Carrie Roanna raises her voice. The man shouts, "Did you forget how much it cost to get it?" Another voice attempts to calm him down. The woman in the white suit smiles, saying she'll make the scale bigger. Meanwhile, a voice declares, "I never said I'd give anything away for free." A lone van sits parked beneath a street lamp, bathed in its orange glow. The man's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A skill Asechan Hyung told him to hand it to him, something about it suiting him well or something. He told him that he wouldn't need it because he stores skeleton soldiers in the Book of the Dead, or something anyway. The man says that he persistently told him to give it to him, and that it'll come in handy. There's a limit to the number of skeleton soldiers that can be stored in the Book of the Dead. There might come a day when he meets an opponent where he'll be at a disadvantage in a battle of head counts, but with this, he thinks he can hold up to some extent. Kim Woo-jin, are you listening to me? He asks if he can actually clear the Dead Forest. The world's 5 great guilds have all attempted the dungeon. It's a place where the Frontier and Great One failed. The speaker wonders if the dungeon is a bad matchup. He questions the inability to use the undead as sacrifices for skeleton soldiers. One man admits he was worried about the matchup. He wonders if the other will be facing the undead at the forefront anyway. The government official confirms that this is Kim Woo-jin. He asks if the final approval is done, his expression impatient. The man asks if there's a problem. He explains that anyone can participate in clearing as long as a guild wants to do so, not just them. The man on the phone relays that they are confident the player in their guild will get the prize in the end. He asks what the other person wants. A news article reports that the Dead Forest is a dungeon that even America has failed to clear. It notes that opportunities to clear it will open. Another news article announces that Isaac Ivanov challenges the Dead Forest with the support of Park Yong-won. The Great One Guild offers a clear prize, King Arthur's Ring. The news issue asks who will be the owner of King Arthur's Ring. The article mentions the Dead Forest and the issue of pride between guilds. Meanwhile, the Golden Gate Bridge stands tall in San Francisco, a symbol of ambition and dreams. The Mokosh Guild's waiting room sits empty, awaiting its occupants. Someone remarks that the Great Ones seem eager to clear this dungeon. Park Yong-won wonders if they have offered King Arthur's Ring. He believes they were provoked and think they'll win the prize. Kim Woo-jin is shocked, asking if they are completely looking down on him. Park Yong-won considers that the Great One Guild isn't a group that would carelessly underestimate their enemies. He also thinks they are not stupid enough to provoke other guilds without thinking. Park Yong-won suspects there's another reason for their confidence. He resolves to find out where that source of confidence is coming from. All raid members, including leader Ellis Hightown, have completed their entry into the dungeon. Someone asks if the other is really okay with this. A man states that it's not that he doubts Ellis' abilities. There are a lot of rumors breaking out, also from the inside, regarding the Master's decision. Everyone seems to be misunderstanding something. Carrie Roanna says she'll offer King Arthur's Ring as a prize. She holds King Arthur's Ring, a glint of defiance in her shadowed eyes. The words echo, a promise and a threat. She never said she wouldn't use it. Elsewhere, a large gathering of people stands in a circle, their purpose yet unknown. Armored figures stand together, their expressions unreadable beneath their helmets. A voice booms out declaring, "I'm Ellis Highton from the Great One Guild." The speaker continues, stating his desire for all the guilds to agree on things before starting the clear. The armored figures listen intently, their attention focused on the speaker's words. Another voice chimes in, questioning what exactly needs to be agreed upon, stating that they are just getting started. The long-haired man listens, thinking that she probably doesn't mean to get along well and not fight each other, but rather wants to decide the order of priority in attempting to defeat the boss. The armored figure explains that contribution order depends on guild performance. The character is asked what they intend to do, given the original plan. The speaker notes that everyone will show their cards now that it's a competition. The same goes for the Great One Guild, the voice declares. The skill Emissary of the Underworld has been cast, powered by the Pharaoh. A skeleton soldier has been summoned to the field of battle. From a distance, it looks like everyone is rushing from the start. What should they do? The character declares that they can't stay still while others rush. The character prepares to equip a ring with a blue gem. King Arthur's ring has been equipped, and the character's eyes glow. Merlin's staff has been equipped, ready for use in the coming battle. Merlin's staff amplifies their magic, and the legend of King Arthur activates. King Arthur's ring enhances the round table items, causing magic power to surge. A vortex of blue energy crackles, a testament to the amplified power. The skeletal figure remains silent, its glowing eyes fixed ahead. Those eyes declare that there's no need to drag things to the second floor. The woman wonders who is the strongest in this dungeon, her form wreathed in flame. The hidden card of the Great One Guild is revealed, explaining their confidence. He had expected King Arthur's ring to be used inside the dungeon. It is revealed that Ellis also possesses Merlin's staff, a symbol of Park Shin-hai. The woman with long red hair states that the staff has been hers from the beginning. The change in item ownership suggests a connection between the Messiah and Great One Guilds. The man with short brown hair believes it would have a more powerful effect than any attack against Messiah. The character with long, light purple hair declares a change of plans. They cannot prioritize the Great One Guild. From the beginning, a fiery power begins to manifest, growing in intensity. A large, red boot stands firm near the growing inferno, the heat radiating outwards. With a confident smile, the red-haired figure holds a staff, their glowing eyes shining. The listener of all creation skill, summon fire spirit, has been cast, and a massive fire spirit begins to materialize. The fire spirit roars to life, its form a swirling vortex of intense heat and destructive energy. The summoned fire spirit unleashes its fury, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of flames. The landscape is ablaze, the fire spirit's power transforming the environment into an inferno. Park Yong-won observes the scene, impressed. He wonders if they could attack the fourth floor with this firepower. A foot clad in armor steps forward, the ground around it scorched by the intense heat. Isaac Ivanov stands victorious with his sword, a defeated enemy at his feet, as someone shouts his name in disbelief. The character with long, light purple hair bows their head slightly, their expression unreadable. The woman with purple hair notes that their movement path overlapped. Her companion wonders if the leader has already pushed out this far. The skill Emissary of the Underworld, also known as Power of the Pharaoh, has been activated. Monsters not slain by the caster can be used as sacrifices, and skeleton soldiers are being summoned. The newly summoned skeleton soldiers advance, their bony forms clattering against the ground as they move forward. The armored man's face contorts with rage. He accuses someone of supplying their skeleton soldiers with the monsters they themselves hunted. A voice cuts through the tension, demanding that they stop. There's no need to fall for useless provocations, it insists. The woman with light purple hair appears shocked, her eyes wide with surprise at the unfolding events and the accusations being made. Someone inquires about the current count. A screen displays the guild rankings, with Great One in the lead, followed by Messiah and Frontier. The man in armor expresses relief at being in first place, stating there's no need to worry. However, he then questions Isaac Ivanov's skills, finding them less impressive than rumored. The woman's eyes narrow, a determined glint in them. She declares that they are maintaining the pace as planned. Looking down at the battlefield, the woman with light purple hair observes the skeleton soldiers. She notes that if it's this much, their firepower will be ahead of them. The man with long white hair looks down thoughtfully. He muses that firepower and hunting speed aren't necessarily proportional, because they have their own weapons that others don't. The man with short orange hair appears agitated, demanding to know if he's being told to do that again, his expression a mix of frustration and anger. Park Yong-won states that they're the only guild that can use this strategy, possible because of Kim Woo-jin's existence. He questions Park Yong-won, asking why he doesn't tell him he's not confident in their plan. Park Yong-won scoffs, stating that if that's the case, there's nothing he can do about it. Kim Woo-jin smiles, demanding that Park Yong-won treat him to a meal after the clear is over. A surge of magical energy crackles as a summoning circle begins to form. From the circle, a skeleton knight emerges, its armor dark and menacing. A system message flashes, confirming that a skeleton knight has been summoned. World News reports that the Frontier Guild is offering $2 million for Dead Forest. Elsewhere, a news article reports that gambling is rampant in the United Kingdom over the Dead Forest dungeon. A man with a goatee holds a phone, noting that as people's attention is being focused, other guilds began to bet too. In an office, one man asks how much the odds on Isaac are right now, while another says the president needs to see something. The screen shows a man, and a speech bubble indicates that the Great One Guild revealed the item settings for Ellis, who entered the dungeon. In a brightly lit office, a seated figure listens to news. Apparently, Ellis received Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring. The man looks up, eyes wide. He wonders if they really use said items for the 5th or 6th floor dungeons. Those two items have a set effect, right? His mouth agape. The man's face is a mask of shock. Lightning flashes in the background, mirroring his inner turmoil. Park Yong-won, pointing at the computer screen, demands that Secretary Lee cancel his bets immediately. His face is contorted with rage. The man's face fills the frame, his teeth bared in fury. He curses the cheap bastards for relying on items instead of playing fair. Clasping his hands together, Park Yong-won prays to every deity he can name. He is desperate for a miracle. A disembodied voice declares that he doesn't even believe in anything other than money. The words hang in the darkness. The leaderboard displays the guild rankings. Mokosh is in first place with 5,704 hunts, followed by Great One and Messiah. A woman's eyes widen in disbelief. The news is clearly having a significant impact. Another person's face is etched with concern and anger. He wonders how they got ahead of them. Two figures stand near a campfire in a desolate landscape. One questions if it's an item, doubting anything could surpass Merlin's staff or King Arthur's ring. The woman's intense gaze pierces the scene. Her expression suggests deep thought and determination. She questions the woman with long blonde hair, pressing her to reveal her secret. The woman with long blonde hair claims it was just luck, but someone thinks otherwise. The man with long blonde hair thinks to himself, crediting Lee Jin-ah's immortal body. The game interface explains that they were able to focus on hunting because they brought all the monsters to their area. Around a fire, someone wonders what the item option is for King Arthur's ring. The woman with short pink hair anticipates claiming the clearing and wants to know in advance. One of the men states that they will do their best not to damage the Great One Guild, but the woman is full of confidence. The man with long blonde hair narrows his eyes, postulating that if a stronger person has a better item. The woman with short red hair tilts her head, wondering if he's trying to say that the chance of clearing would increase. The blonde-haired man clarifies that if there's a player stronger than him, he'd willingly give away his items for the clear. The woman with short red hair retorts that he seems overconfident in his skills just because he's a little ahead in this bet. The blonde-haired man responds, warning her not to be so proud of it. The woman with short red hair looks down at the scene below, declaring that after all, they, the Great Ones, will be the ones to clear this dungeon. From a distance, the two figures stand on a cliff, as a disembodied voice notes that competition getting fierce is a good sign. A dark-haired man with glowing eyes smiles, thinking that opportunities will come to the Frontier Guild as well. A voice muses that it'd be even better if both of them were eliminated together. The landscape burns, a sea of fire stretching across the horizon. Kim Woo-jin lunges forward, his blade aimed at the monstrous foe. The samurai warrior battles amidst a flurry of ice and steel, monsters closing in from all sides. The wall of fire roars, an impassable barrier of heat and destruction. A fallen beast lies prone, the inferno closing in for the kill. The green monster's maw gapes wide, a terrifying display of raw aggression. The flames surge forward, consuming everything in their path. A distant view offers a glimpse of the raging inferno. A line of armored figures stands defiant before the encroaching fire. He inquires, his brow furrowed with concern. How's the current situation? Park Shin-hai stands ready, her spear glinting in the firelight, prepared to face the flames. The man's face is etched with worry as he reports, has only widened. The woman with short reddish-brown hair demands to know if the situation was checked properly. Her eyes narrow, the gap widening despite their continued firepower. A sudden announcement echoes, the scout has returned. In the distance, figures struggle amidst a fiery landscape. The situation on Isaac's side is worsening. The woman, her expression shifting to disbelief, repeats the number, 50. The man with short reddish-brown hair, his face etched with concern, insists that 50 is not the full story. The report continues, there are 50 skeleton soldiers, each stronger than an ordinary player. From the ground, a skeletal warrior rises, bone fragments scattering. The man with long white hair realizes he's reached the limit of his magic power. A screen displays information about the skeleton warrior mastery skill, ranked A, enhancing the summoned skeleton soldiers. He resolves to use other skills, needing to conserve his remaining mana. His mana recovers, thanks to the potion he consumed. A silent army stands at the ready, a pale figure at its head. The skeleton soldiers stand shoulder to shoulder, their eyes burning with cold light. A shadow descends, a harbinger of the chaos to come. A furious cry echoes across the battlefield, a curse hurled at the enemy. Fear grips the blonde-haired man as the skeletal horde advances. The man notes that his opponent is adjusting his timing well. A connection is made, a bond forged with a skeleton soldier. A mounted warrior prepares to charge. The figure in white extends their arms, a dark power radiating from them. The skeleton soldier grins, its teeth bared as an explosion erupts. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the battlefield, sending debris flying. The emissary of the underworld's skill, corpse explosion, has been unleashed, sending a figure hurtling through the air. A skeleton soldier on horseback charges through the aftermath of the blast. Its skull-like face is illuminated by the glow of its eyes. A beam of pure energy slams into one of the green-skinned monsters. The air crackles with unseen power, the energy coalescing. The monstrous figure stands amidst the chaos, surrounded by its minions. The monstrous figure plummets downwards, caught in the blast. The green-skinned monsters fall with it, helpless against the force. A massive explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The text declares that the corpse explosion skill has been unleashed. The explosion's heart blazes with destructive energy. The screen displays Mokosh and a score of 19,430. The landscape is silent, the echoes of the explosion fading away. A message appears, confirming that the dungeon's first floor has been cleared. The leaderboard displays Mokosh at the top, followed by Great One. Ellis observes the rankings, concluding further competition seems pointless. A voice wonders if anyone opposes Isaac Ivanov challenging the boss monster first. The Messiah Guild voices no objections, but someone thinks they must change their plan. The man with the mustache acknowledges the unexpected situation, determined not to miss King Arthur's ring. One figure admits underestimating the other, acknowledging them as first place, to which they reply, "Thank you." The scene transitions, announcing they're moving to the 2nd floor. A notification appears, instructing them to hunt the earth turtle to move onto the next floor. Someone curses, noting they can't secure any vision because of the fog. Silhouetted figures stand in a foggy area, wondering if they're supposed to find a monster hiding around the ground in a place like this. A command is given to split up and search around. Ellis speaks, telling someone to relax their face, noting they look so scary. The figure dismisses the idea of joking around, clearly annoyed. Jay Jackson of the Frontier Guild chuckles, stating he's there to make a serious offer. Jay Jackson reminds her that the Great One and the Frontier Guild have united before, though it ended in failure. He adds that they can't just hand over America's valuable asset. Ellis considers the situation, thinking about joining hands. Jay Jackson says that unexpected accidents often occur in dungeons. Ellis looks up, seemingly surprised by what she is hearing. Jay Jackson urges Ellis to wake up, stating that this isn't a situation where they can argue about right or wrong. He warns that if King Arthur's ring is taken away, she knows it won't end with just being questioned. Jay Jackson thinks that there's not much time left before the 2nd floor gets cleared. The woman scoffs, finding the suggestion utterly ridiculous. "Huh, you must be joking." The armored man questions the woman's reaction. He asks, "Hey, are you saying it's okay for that Russian to receive the ring like this?" He continues, "Did you really think I'd say, wow, thank you so much, and accept the offer?" The woman's expression hardens as she considers the implications. She wonders what he is going to do if Isaac actually succeeds in clearing. She thinks to herself, wouldn't they try to pull that same dirty trick on them? The armored man speaks to the woman. He says, "Well, I won't deny it, but given the current situation, it would be better for the two of us to join hands." Turning away, the woman dismisses the idea. She states, "I'll pretend I didn't hear any of this." Her eyes narrow, a threat underlying her words. She warns, "But if you impede us in any way from here on..." A system notification appears. The earth turtle has been slain. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief. She asks, "Huh? What?" A system notification appears. It states, "You have cleared the 2nd floor." The massive earth turtle lies defeated, its glowing red eyes dimming. He gasps for air, his expression a mask of pain. The armored man coughs, sprawled on the ground, as the monstrous figure looms over him. Park Yeon-won stands beside the monstrous figure, asking if he is all right. The armored man replies that his ribs are cracked. Isaac Ivanov angrily asks if Park Yeon-won would be all right in his position. Kneeling, Isaac Ivanov insists that enduring this is only possible because it's him and that anyone else would have died already. The blessing of the river Styx has been cast, and his health is completely restored. The armored man looks up, surprised by the sudden healing. Isaac Ivanov asks how much Park Yeon-won thinks he's been going through for the skill rank to go up by 3, and why they are in such a hurry. Park Yeon-won states that it's so they don't give time and space for these bastards who are trying to mess them up. The system announces that they are moving to the next floor. A beam of light descends, signaling their ascent. A beam of light pierces the darkness, illuminating the figures below. The system announces their arrival, the 3rd floor. An ominous aura immediately descends. A figure lies prone, gazing up at the source of the blinding light. A monstrous visage looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The group huddles together, fear etched on their faces. "What is happening?" one asks. "And who hunted down the earth turtle?" Park Yeon-won covers his face, recoiling from the stench. He notes that the fog is even worse than before. A woman with short blonde hair looks on with concern, her brow furrowed. Another man, his face tight with worry, grits his teeth against the oppressive atmosphere. The system warns that the black fog slowly consumes vitality. But then, the power of Apophis activates. A notification appears, confirming that the user is immune to the black fog's poison. A close-up reveals a ring glinting on a finger, a subtle defense against the encroaching darkness. The ring of Lancelot activates, granting powerful resistance to the black fog. One man wonders if he anticipated this. Poison fog blankets the area. A voice urges everyone to drink their antidote. Park Shin-hye states that there may not be enough antidotes for everyone. A gloved hand brings a vial to pursed lips. They might run out of vitality before fighting. An antidote has been used, curing the poison status. They think they can last half a day. Park Shin-hye turns to a figure walking away, asking how their side is. The group lies prone on the ground. "Time is running out," one of them says. Park Yeon-won asks why they don't reconsider his earlier offer. "Now is the only chance," a voice says, urging action before Isaac fails. Someone asks if Ellis will fight with low vitality. Isaac Ivanov is moving. Park Shin-hye clutches Isaac Ivanov, her expression a mix of concern and determination. If Isaac Ivanov succeeds, the ring will be taken. If he fails, it's up to them. He states that someone will have a hard time if it gets delayed. Park Yonwon shakes hands with an unseen figure, calling it a wise decision. He believes their chances of obtaining King Arthur's ring increases. Park Yonwon notes that they have enough time for a day or so, his expression serious. Time, it seems, is now on the side of the Frontier Guild. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure stands tall on a cracked, desolate landscape. A hand bursts from the ground, sending debris flying as the monstrous figure looms nearby. A man is sent flying backwards, his face contorted in pain and shock. A skeletal figure with glowing red eyes appears, an aura of menace surrounding it. The skeletal figure roars, its massive mouth open wide as a figure with a red cape is seen far below. The monstrous figure rides a horse atop a cliff, overlooking the battlefield below. A figure is sent hurtling through the air, propelled by an unseen force. The figure plummets through the air, surrounded by shattered debris and the chaos of battle. They advance through the fog, their forms barely visible. The man looks up, his face etched with concern as he notes, "They're coming in crowds like that." The figure with long blonde hair retorts, "Do is to pretend we're hunting." The other asks if they can just start smashing the ones who's going to disturb. The speech bubble warns that leaving the front line would give the guilds a chance, which is exactly what the group trying to disturb them wants. The figure with long blonde hair observes that the black fog makes them more advantageous as time goes by. A speech bubble promises, "I'll make you all beg for the dungeon to be cleared." A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air. Park Yonwon smirks, muttering, "Kukuk, so it started." The armored figure stands in the distance as the other looks on. The figure stands alone in a desolate landscape, thinking that they had no choice and there's no guarantee that Isaac will succeed. The figure with short brown hair looks determined, thinking that this is a decision for everyone here. The text says that they just have to succeed and leave while saving everyone, as the black fog slowly consumes vitality. The antidote shatters on the ground, its power released. A notification confirms the use of the vital substance. He roars in fury, his skeletal face contorted in rage. Dark energy swirls, a vortex of destructive power. The monstrous figure attacks, claws extended towards his target. The figure is sent flying, tumbling through the air. One voice urges caution, while another retorts, demanding to know if they think he can take it easy. Surrounded by a swirling mass of dark energy, the figure plummets. Below, the landscape stretches out, dotted with trees and distant, flying creatures. The character with long white hair looks down, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. A horde of monstrous figures stands ready, their forms grotesque and menacing. The falling figure hurtles towards the ground, as a close-up reveals a sinister smile. The skill takes effect. A disembodied voice declares that it's here. A blinding flash erupts as the corpse explosion skill detonates with immense force. Someone cries out, questioning the sudden event. The explosion intensifies, consuming everything in a fiery inferno. Park Yonwon's eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes that this was anticipated. The man's expression shifts to alarm as he understands the explosion is heading in his direction. The explosion continues to expand, a cataclysmic wave of destruction. The black fog continues its assault, slowly consuming his vitality. The armored figure struggles to remain upright, the sound of his labored breathing echoing in the air. One of the men urges his comrade to hold on, insisting that he cannot die here in vain. From above, a grim observation. The number of people collapsing is increasing. The captain is told that they are at their limit, with no more time left. He is asked to make a decision. The situation grows dire as the antidote runs out, forcing them to deal with the leakage of power from now on. Someone curses Jay Jackson, questioning what is taking him so long. A sudden exclamation rings out. Isaac has returned. Isaac smiles, noting that his opponent finally gave up and came back. The woman calls out to everyone, urging them to get ready for battle. A low murmur fills the hall as the crowd declares their power. The white-haired man turns, stating that he will leave it to them all. He will return to the battlefield. The pink-haired character shouts, questioning if Isaac is kidding them. The armored figure declares that the moment Isaac appeared, the opportunity passed to them. The pink-haired character expresses frustration, saying they wasted half the day. The character asks if the lives of everyone there aren't at stake. Isaac Ivanov explains that all he did was bring the injured from the Frontier Guild back to safety. The pink-haired character looks down at a fallen figure, while the armored figure stands nearby. Someone exclaims the name of Jay Jackson in disbelief. The fallen figure is criticized for how badly he handled things. The pink-haired character states that there's no changing that Isaac retreated as long as he's back. The pink-haired character declares that the Great One Guild will take over, stating it's the best way to save. A voice declares that there is at least one more person, followed by an ominous command to wait one's turn. Someone raises a finger to their lips, demanding silence, insisting that they are still present. A figure stands within a glowing circle as another below looks up, questioning what is happening. A voice declares that even now, their comrade is still fighting mercilessly. Someone insists that there is no time for pointless arguing. A voice expresses the need to quickly return to the battlefield for the sake of their comrade, who is struggling alone. One of the armored figures questions if Isaac Ivanov had any comrades, or if it was just the skeleton soldiers. One of the men muses that Isaac's name was probably something like Saiba. Someone exclaims about a guy who looks like a gorilla, adding that most of the guild members seem to be poisoned. A figure points with a sword, remarking that if you put it like that, aren't you also having a hard time since you can't use your power? She insists that it is not too late, urging someone to pass the turn to them. Park Shin-hai stands with a man with long blonde hair, as she declares that the poisonous fog has no effect on her. The man questions her statement. Park Shin-hai is frustrated by the situation, as someone mentions the needle snake hunter. The woman thinks about the needle snake spewing venomous smoke. The man with long blonde hair states that if all the guilds had cooperated from the beginning, the crisis would not have risen. He believes it was arrogant to decide the order of clearing in the first place. Looking up at the armored figures, someone believes there is still a chance. They must defeat Durahan as quickly as possible by mobilizing all available resources. Someone calls Isaac Ivanov a bastard. Park Shin-hai stands with another man, and she thinks they need to. The man with short black hair says that they made things even worse by betting up items. Another man states that he knows, and that this is all the great. Someone believes it is one guild's fault, and that Ellis should also be responsible for what she said. She considers the situation, recalling Isaac Ivanov's actions and the wounded he brought. A figure stands amidst a swarm of watchful eyes, contemplating the sacrifices they might have to make. Park Shin-hai's expression hardens. She realizes the gravity of the situation. This isn't good. Isaac Ivanov gestures, reminding Ellis of her earlier words. He urges her to carefully consider their next move. The blonde woman's eyes narrow, a fierce determination blazing within them. She vows to save everyone's lives. Isaac Ivanov's gaze is steady, his expression unreadable. He considers the possibility of a stronger player with a better item. A faint smile plays on Isaac Ivanov's lips. He would willingly give away his items for the clear. A figure shrouded in shadow stands with a staff, declaring that everyone will be a witness. A group of armored figures stand in the snow, their intentions unclear as they face an unseen threat. A figure lies prone, their face contorted in pain as they look up at an unseen assailant. A horde of grotesque figures advances through the snow, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. "Damn it," he shouts, his stamina dwindling with no end in sight. The man with the fur collar grits his teeth, calling out to Kim Woo-jin. A figure in dark clothing stands in the snow, a giant looming over them. "You held up well," the giant says. The white-haired man's face contorts in rage. "Where have you been?" he demands. Blue energy crackles around the white-haired man as the figure in dark clothing looks on. Merlin's staff increases the magic power. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been established, activating the item set effect. King Arthur's ring strengthens the power of the round table items. Magic power is overflowing. Clad in white and blue armor, Kim Woo-jin stands tall, staff in hand. Park Shin-hai looks up at Kim Woo-jin, questioning what he has been doing and where he got all those items. Kim Woo-jin looks down, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Well then, shall we break through them and defeat Durahan?" Park Shin-hai stares, mouth agape. He wonders if things will be different with those two items, and how Kim Woo-jin plans to break through. He smirks, a chilling question forming on his lips. Through that army of zombies? From the depths, a colossal structure of jagged rock erupts skyward. Dust billows as the golem rises, its immense form now fully summoned. The golem takes shape, energy crackling around its stony frame. The skill Emissary of the Underworld has been activated, allowing the caster to sacrifice unslain monsters. A legion of skeleton soldiers materializes, ready to serve their master. The ranks of skeleton soldiers stand ready, awaiting their orders. Kim Woo-jin smiles, now using the Necklace of Gawain. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been met, activating the item set effect. The Necklace of Gawain's skill, Blessing of the Sun, sees its duration greatly increased as the aura field takes effect. A radiant, golden aura envelopes the undead army, empowering them. The skeleton soldiers stand bathed in golden light, their power amplified. The sky stretches out, a canvas of swirling clouds. Two figures stand on the precipice, the cracked earth beneath their feet a stark contrast to the ethereal structure looming above. The man's gaze pierces the distance, his long blonde hair framing a face etched with determination and power. A voice echoes, laced with a hint of doubt. "This should be plenty, right?" A grotesque zombie bares its teeth, its red eyes burning with unnatural hunger. The undead horde surges forward, a relentless tide of decaying flesh and bone. An armored figure sprints across the battlefield, a blur of motion against the pale sky. The armored warrior cleaves through the zombie ranks, their blade a whirlwind of death. A man with blonde hair watches the carnage unfold. "Pretty good performance, huh?" The zombies are flocking towards the golem. The man with long white hair states, "It's inefficient to deal with that many zombies one by one." He continues, "We're now proceeding with our next plan." The armored figure continues to cut down the zombies, their bodies falling to the ground. A hand holds a glowing object, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. An eye widens, pupils dilating as it stares intently at something unseen. The armored man's face contorts in anger as he shouts at someone unseen. Another man kneels, telling him to stay down. Even if he's treated, he won't feel up to shape due to the fog. The armored man wonders what is going on. The man kneeling says that if Isaac Ivanov hadn't rescued him, he would have never made it back in one piece. He wonders how things are turning around right now. Two figures walk away in the fog. One asks if it's really okay to walk around like this. The woman yells that she knows it would be dangerous in her current state if they met a monster that deserted the battlefield. The woman states that Merlin's staff was taken away because they got played around with his trickery. The man wonders if they're going to report to the guild, and if they aren't supposed to at least grasp the situation. A man thinks that not only items, but the pride of the guild and the lives of his subordinates might have all been lost. A foot stands on a rock. Someone thinks that Isaac Ivanov is a terrifying guy. Two figures are falling through the air, the ground rushing up to meet them. The man yells that the stupid bastard is surrounded and that it's common knowledge to never. A figure is being attacked by multiple enemies, dark slashes cutting through the air. He looks up, concern etched on his face as he speaks. Below, the Dullahan rides, a dark silhouette against the ethereal glow. The strategy, he explains, is to separate the zombie army from the Dullahan. The goal is to directly target and isolate the Dullahan, deploying a skeleton soldier and golem. But the question remains, why would he do such a reckless thing? The situation is more dire than initially believed, he realizes. He thought it would be easier to handle if they only had to deal with that one. Gathering energy in his fist, he prepares for what's to come. The air itself freezes upon contact with the skeleton's aura. The energy of the dead grows stronger, amplified by an unknown power. The Dullahan remains a threat, even with the necklace of Gawain providing warmth. Before returning, he recalls what comrades said about the dead forest. It was said that defeating the Dullahan requires a tremendous amount of firepower. The armored figure acknowledges that his firepower won't match Sejun's from the past, but it will be enough. A figure with long purple hair stands tall, enveloped in a radiant blue aura, spear in hand. Percival's spear is now in use, and the hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been established. The penetration increase option on Percival's spear increases significantly as the figure charges forward on horseback. His face contorted in determination, the warrior prepares for the coming battle. "I see. So you're pulling out all the cards up your sleeve? Huh?" he exclaims, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hand. The figure plummets downward, declaring that he hasn't shown all of his power either. The mounted figure descends rapidly, spear aimed at the unseen enemy below. The clash is imminent, the mounted figure meeting the enemy head-on in a burst of energy. A figure with a red cape is surrounded by glowing blue energy, ready to strike. The figure is poised, the blue energy crackling around him as he prepares to unleash his full power. He grits his teeth, his face contorted in a furious snarl as he looks up. The spiked gauntlet plummets downwards, a brutal instrument of war. Steel clashes against steel as Kim Woo-jin meets the Dullahan head-on, their blades locked in a deadly dance. His fist crackles with raw power, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The Dullahan's skull head, eyes burning with malevolent purple energy, prepares to unleash its own attack. The force of the impact sends Kim Woo-jin reeling backwards, the air shimmering with displaced energy. He is thrown away from the monstrous figure, the Dullahan remaining steadfast on its spectral steed. A beam of pure, destructive energy erupts from the Dullahan's skull, aimed directly at Kim Woo-jin. The warrior plummets through the air, engulfed in the ominous glow of the Dullahan's attack. His eyes widen in disbelief as he hears the cry, "All right, we snatched away his head." Meanwhile, Sejun Lee raises Percival's spear, the weapon radiating an intense, celestial light. The protagonist charges forward, Percival's spear leading the charge, ready to strike a decisive blow. He lies prone, staring up at the looming threat above him. The monstrous figure unleashes a torrent of power, its skull-like face radiating an eerie glow. The force of the attack emanates from the monster's feet, a concentrated burst of energy. The attack explodes outward, a blinding flash of blue energy. The force sends a figure hurtling backwards, limbs flailing. Streaks of blue energy fade, the last vestiges of a powerful force. The figure plummets, a silent testament to the battle's conclusion. The armored figure stands victorious, while the other figure is motionless. A single eye, reflecting the fading light, hints at a lingering consciousness. The message rings out, clear and absolute. The Dullahan has been defeated. The sky stretches out, a serene backdrop to the aftermath of the conflict. Standing on the cliff, the armored figure hears the question, "Is it over?" Crimson energy splinters, a sign of something breaking apart. The figure dissolves, its form fracturing into a cloud of dark energy. The darkness disperses, leaving only the fading echo of what once was. The figures plummet, the largest one muttering about hordes of zombies. The face contorts in pain, realizing that something is disappearing. Isaac Ivanov stands in the field, spear in hand, as he is called by another name. The hand clenches into a fist, ready to take action. The shattered remains of something lie on the ground, identified as Hercules' ring. Isaac holds up the ring, its legendary status and powerful effects displayed for all to see. A voice booms, demanding to know if someone is listening and what they intend to do. The figure in red plummets, desperately shouting to take care of something. Isaac's face is shown, a slight smile playing on his lips. He questions what is meant by how, as the text indicates he is summoning the Dullahan as a skeleton soldier. Meanwhile, a newspaper headline proclaims that Isaac Ivanov has cleared the dead forest. Elsewhere, a man in a gray suit raises his hands in celebration, as the headline declares Isaac Ivanov has won a jackpot. News headlines celebrate Ellis Heighton handing over Merlin's staff to Isaac Ivanov. A pair of hands crumples a newspaper, discarding the printed words. A woman stands near a desk, while a man gazes down, his expression unreadable. The phone screen highlights Isaac Ivanov's gratitude towards Park Yong-won. Park Yong-won's face fills the frame, a sinister smile spreading across his features. Park Yong-won recalls Kim Woo-jin's words, that the investment in Isaac was worthwhile. The newspaper is held up, the text revealing that some now consider them equal to that damn Messiah. The woman informs the president that they received a call from the Mokosh Guild. A close-up reveals a scar on the man's face, his expression unreadable. A suitcase with wheels sits on the ground, ready to be moved. The man on the phone states that he has just arrived and is ready to move on to the next step. The man on the phone responds, asking who they think he is. He is told not to use the item too harshly, as it isn't durable yet. The man confirms that he has thrown the bait. One of the men expresses his exhaustion, noting that they've just finished work. The other man says he'll go ahead since the job is over. A man hands a drink to someone inside a van. He tells the person inside that they're not going to pass out from hunger. The man in the van asks if the other will be with him anyway. The other man responds with enthusiasm, saying it was good work. A man waves goodbye, telling someone to take care. A man speaks to someone in a car, suggesting that if they made someone go through a lot, they should at least treat them to something. The person in the car responds. A man's face is shown in close-up, his eyes wide with shock. A speech bubble expresses a desire to eat as much as possible from the menu. A man yells from a van, demanding to be treated right now instead of in the near future. Meanwhile, the full moon hangs in the night sky. A tall building stands illuminated against the night sky, neon signs blazing. A woman leans over a desk, beginning to speak. She demands to know if the other party understands the situation. The clearing of the 7th fourth floor dungeon cannot be delayed any longer. The woman's unseen associate insists that they cannot delay the matter any longer. How many of their disciples must die? They ask. The man in the blue robe asks if the disciples were killed by him. He declares that he will not cooperate with anything until Kim Woo-jin is dealt with. The unseen speaker states that Isaac Ivanov, who joined hands with Park Yong-won, succeeded in clearing. He puts his breath away. The woman with red hair exclaims that the public's attention is now focused on them. She questions if they will ruin their big plan with such a trivial thing. A disembodied voice asks if it is a trivial thing, reminding her that everything comes with a price. The eyes narrow. Another man asks if it isn't more trivial to care about a rookie who just cleared a 3-floor dungeon. He suggests that they may be overestimating Isaac. The man with long blue hair agrees, stating that it is pathetic to see them care about such a problem. He looks down. The woman with red hair says that the problem isn't the idiots. She states that their position is shaking only because of Isaac. The woman with red hair continues, saying that another problem is that Isaac is getting stronger frighteningly fast, just like Lee Se-jun of the past. A hand is raised, and a voice declares, "Enough. If the disciples' work is that important, then do as you please, but..." The blonde man with glowing eyes states that he cannot give along. She expresses her frustration, questioning the delay in clearing the 7th fourth floor. A blonde man kneels, listening to the conversation with a serious expression. The woman, now with a calmer demeanor, relays that the dungeon clearing will be postponed according to the master's will. A blue-skinned man states that they appreciate the consideration given to them. The blue-skinned man says that they will excuse themselves. A circular device glows with blue light, as someone wonders if the Messiah's fame isn't as great as it seems. The woman exclaims in disbelief, questioning what she is hearing. It is observed that even the remaining members seem as if. The blonde man smirks, thinking that they want to run wild regardless of their guild master's will. Someone expresses their frustration, asking if they were brought there to see something like this. The woman, visibly angry, tells someone to watch their mouth. The pale man stands, hands clasped, his glowing eyes intense as he asks, "What can you do then?" A figure lies on their back, gazing up at a woman with flowing red hair standing above them. A sharpsuit jacket is seen from a low angle, the fabric pulled taut across the shoulder. A newspaper lies open, the pages slightly crumpled, as if it has been read and reread many times. The man in the red suit sits at his desk, asking what he was called in for, adding that things are going well thanks to a suggestion. Park Yong-won smiles, explaining that he'd like to ask him to take another job, you see. Meanwhile, an overhead view shows the conference table, the man in the red suit seated at the end, as Park Yong-won promises to reward him if he takes care of it properly. The man in the red suit asks what the job is, and Park Yong-won explains that a player has appointed him as a dungeon clearing partner. A close-up shows the man's eye, his expression unreadable as he considers the offer. The man in the red suit asks about his skills, and Park Yong-won replies that he wants him to leave a strong impression on that person. A hand gestures, emphasizing the point that he wants him to make a member of his bodyguards become desperately needed by that person. The conference room is shown again, the man in the red suit listening intently, the details of the new job hanging in the air. He is the subject of discussion, though the context remains unclear. The individual wonders if they're the one being asked for. Elsewhere, Isaac Ivanov's name is spoken, though his expression is unreadable. The unseen speaker declares that he has been appointed. The city sleeps under a blanket of night, save for a blinding light. Inside a stark room, the man in the red jacket confirms, "Yes, I was." Park Yong-won speaks of test content and dungeon reports, reminding his associate of the importance of their arrangement. The man descends from the building, the city lights reflecting off the wet pavement. "Not only for me, but also for yourself." Park Yong-won watches him leave, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A foot steps out of a sleek, dark car, ready to greet their guest. A man with long blonde hair emerges, his expression unreadable. A handshake seals a pact. "I'll look forward to your cooperation." He stands beside Park Yong-won, the air thick with unspoken tension. Isaac Ivanov smiles, a stark contrast to Park Yong-won's visible anxiety. "I also says he's looking forward to your cooperation." A close-up reveals the unsettling intensity in Isaac Ivanov's gaze. A booming voice declares the dungeon now. Two figures plummet towards a swirling vortex of blue light below. A voice muses, "Little different from what I expected." Another voice echoes, "I thought he had a heavier presence." Meanwhile, a lush, vibrant forest stretches out under a sky of swirling light. Isaac Ivanov grins, peeling off a mask to reveal his true face. The man laughs, boasting about his acting skills. "Wasn't it perfect?" A disembodied voice praises, "Good work," as the man resolves to avoid situations needing a stand-in. Elsewhere, a figure questions if another person is coming too. He expresses surprise at something he's just heard. The white-haired man wonders what will happen if Park Yong-won comes to that place. The unseen man explains that Park Yong-won will only be present in front of the gate. He clarifies that the clear will be done by himself and Isaac, just the two of them. Isaac Ivanov acknowledges that he knows, referring to myself and Isaac. He holds his hand up to his face as if in thought. The scene shifts to a restaurant. Isaac Ivanov looks down at someone, a confused expression on his face as he thinks about the two of us. Then, a sinister grin spreads across Isaac Ivanov's face. His eyes glow with an unsettling intensity as he realizes something. He thinks that pork won't do, and that he has to eat beef at least. Sizzling on a grill are 3 cuts of beef and some onions. Isaac Ivanov states that he said he'd treat someone to a meal, and that he keeps his promises. He is surrounded by others who are eagerly awaiting their beef. A sign in the restaurant warns to be wary of those who treat you to beef. It also states that there's no beef without cost, and a pure heart is only up to pork. Isaac Ivanov looks up, a pleased expression on his face. He wonders how long it has been since he ate this much beef. A waiter serves the table. The man being treated comments that Isaac Ivanov is the best colleague after all, and quite different from someone who's a cheapskate. Isaac Ivanov hands over a credit card to pay for the meal. His expression is unreadable as he extends his arm. A close-up reveals the credit card has a phoenix design. The card is orange and gold, with the phoenix in red. The white-haired man's eyes widen, his sharp teeth bared in disbelief. Turning, the man with black hair holds up the orange card, replying calmly. The blonde man smiles, sweat trickling down his face as he recalls the transaction. He thinks to himself that he is starting to overlap someone's face over that bastard. A surge of blue energy erupts from the ground. A knight clashes with a hulking, green-skinned ogre. The battle intensifies, multiple knights fighting against the monstrous ogres. A figure is blasted backward by a swirling vortex of blue energy. The blue light intensifies, accompanied by system notification. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand on a desolate, snowy landscape, observing the scene. A message appears, indicating the emissary of the underworld is bestowing power. The white-haired man, now clad in ornate armor, expresses his surprise. He reflects that this is the first time he's used it properly. The protagonist notes that the power is a bit much. The legendary item, King Arthur's Ring B, signifies the great king of the Round Table. It contains the qualifications of a king. When equipped, the ring increases magic attack power in proportion to the user's level. The protagonist thinks that he still has spare magic power, even after using all his skills. He feels he can't even test his firepower. Isaac Ivanov remarks that it would be a shame if he butted in. He notes that there's nothing to hunt anyway. Isaac adds that it's not like he should fight the skellies, either. He smiles widely, awaiting a response. Looking down at Isaac, the protagonist thinks he may have spoken too soon, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Isaac, his eyes wide, asks the protagonist not to tell him he's trying to do that. Isaac tells him not to do it, warning that he could disqualify him if he does. A dark energy gathers around the protagonist. The protagonist smiles, stating that he was going to be disqualified this time anyway, his eyes glowing with power. Isaac cries out, as a surge of power emanates from the protagonist. Kim Woo-jin's name flashes on the screen of a ringing phone. Park Yeon-won answers the call. He hears that the test was unsatisfying. He asks if Kim Woo-jin would be disqualified. Kim Woo-jin, standing near a white van, replies that he is well known. He asks if there were any changes in the dungeon. An announcement reveals that the Messiah Guild's attempt on the 7th floor will be delayed. The reason remains undisclosed. If the dungeon raid is postponed, there must be a problem with their core power. The members who would go against Se Jun, Lee, would be nothing more than. The Sword and Bow Master are mentioned as the camera focuses on the back of Kim Woo-jin's head. A text bubble suggests there's a conflict within the guild. Park Yeon-won continues his phone call, noting unpleasant incidents. He believes the most suspicious person is the Bow. Park Yeon-won stands at his office, stating that this is just his guess before attempting the 7th floor dungeon. Kim Woo-jin's face is shown as he thinks that maybe he's trying to settle the favor and spite. A text bubble asks, "So what are you going to do?" Kim Woo-jin, arms crossed, says he'll have to finish what he's doing here first. He considers future plans, deciding to address them after eating. Another person expresses excitement, eager to use the credit card again. A disembodied voice inquires about recent activities and upcoming events. A figure is seen holding a phone to his ear, listening intently. The man on the phone smiles, stating that he has to meet Park Yeon-won. The headquarters of the Phoenix Guild looms, a modern skyscraper piercing the sky. The man with the goatee acknowledges being disqualified and having to decline an offer. Another man offers his apologies, his expression downcast and regretful. Someone demands excuses, growing impatient with the apologies offered to him. He pointed out that the skill's versatility was lacking, fidgeting with his fingers. The man considers an offer to help, wondering when his assistance might be needed. The man observes that someone is only favored as a sub, calling it an ambiguous result. He had overheard Isaac Ivanov speaking with his partner outside the dungeon. The conversation revolved around recruiting members from other guilds. It was also implied that Isaac might soon leave the Mokosh Guild. The implications of Isaac's actions were starting to become clear. The man in the suit considered the limited information, unable to draw a firm conclusion. It seemed Isaac was making similar moves as before, preparing to create his own party. The question hung in the air. If given another chance, would he pass the test? The offer of another chance lingered, heavy with unspoken expectations. The man seemed to accept the terms, since he was being given another chance. He asked for a little bit of support, promising to succeed next time. A colossal, blue, dragon-like creature looms, its armored hide gleaming under the dungeon's light. The intricate details of the creature's armor are now visible, showcasing its immense scale. The announcement rings out. The dungeon has been cleared, a testament to the Dragon Slayer's prowess. A throng of people gathers, their voices a chorus of eager anticipation. "Let us interview you, please," they cry. The crowd surges forward, their pleas echoing in the night. They beg him to look their way. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache apologizes. He says, "I'm sorry for making you go through this, even though you just came out of a dungeon." A tablet displays information about a new dungeon. The man's master is being asked for advice on the boss monster. The master muses over the request. He wonders if he should just recommend a suitable player for this new dungeon. Lying down, the master gazes upwards, lost in thought about the dungeon and the player he might recommend. He is asked if he has any players in mind to recommend. A hand points to a screen, the master replying that it has been a while since he surpassed level 100. The man with the mustache looks up, concerned. He wonders if even with his recommendation, master. The man in the car states that if a player refuses to enter when they find out their opponent is a dragon, that won't happen, so there's no need to worry about that. The man in the suit asks if there is someone that he can be sure about. A man with glasses adjusts them, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, newspaper clippings highlight Isaac Ivanov's potential challenge of the Dragon Slayer dungeon, noting that clearing the hatchling dungeon needs Isaac to succeed. Another newspaper clipping shows Isaac Ivanov attempting the dungeon by himself, stating he will clear the hatchling dungeon, while the 5 guilds remain silent. In a brightly lit office, a woman stands near a desk with a newspaper on it. A man looks down, thinking that no one wants to be a sidekick on the stage where Isaac is cast as a lead role. A hand holding a newspaper, the text reading that the more reckless the challenge is, the nobler it is. A hand points at a newspaper on a screen, the text stating that Isaac will be attempting hatchling by himself in the end, and that he's paying out his worth by himself very well. A message arrives, indicating that Kim Woo-jin has sent information. The woman with blonde hair reads the message on her phone. The message states that Isaac Ivanov passed the test thanks to the skill provided. The man with spiky hair asks to be trusted and given a little bit of support. The man in the red suit vows to succeed this time, recalling something prepared after the test. A pair of hands present a glowing item, promising to give it to someone. The man in the suit warns that there will be no other chance to pass, no matter what. The man's face is illuminated by the glow of the item, questioning what it is. A hand dials a phone, instructing Secretary Kim to come for a second. In a luxurious office, a woman sits on a couch as a man walks through the doorway, wondering what if he rejects them. Two men discuss that they have no choice but to bribe him if they have to, sending the fire golem and skeleton mage skill pages together. The man sinisterly smiles, acknowledging that he understands the plan. A woman in a blazer relays information over the phone. She mentions Isaac and Kim Woo-jin entering a dungeon together. A hand taps the phone, confirming the information. The dungeon is graded A+, similar to the Dullahans. The image of a dragon looms, a reminder of the danger. Dragons, even hatchlings, are difficult to defeat. Though young, the dragon still poses a threat. However, the chances of success should be slightly higher. Another phone call is placed. The speaker believes Isaac's party and Kim Woo-jin clearing the dungeon would be the best outcome. Park Young-won sits back, illuminated by the sun. He decides he needs to write an article and call the journalists immediately. A news headline declares Park Young-won's promise of full support for Isaac's challenge. Another article questions if Isaac's new comrade is from Phoenix Guild. The news spreads quickly via mobile devices. Isaac Ivanov is now known to have a new ally. The phone displays a message about Park Young-won. He doesn't miss out on opportunities and utilizes them well. Park Young-won smiles, holding his phone. Even if he's being taken advantage of, he wouldn't be able to say he was on a losing end. In an office, a man stands while another sits at a desk. The standing man confirms that something was delivered. The woman with short blonde hair assures someone that there's no problem with the product. A hand gestures, the speaker musing that the dungeon is in use. A man with dark hair holds a cigarette to his lips, a thoughtful expression on his face. A voice admits that while they got in using a skeleton, it worked. S.A. Chan-hyung stands before the dark-haired man, who is partially obscured from view. S.A. Chan-hyung explains that the doppelganger is more real than just putting on a mask, finding it interesting. The panel displays the word doppelganger and a description of its abilities. A blue, amorphous slime is shown, with text explaining that they appear in dungeons. The text explains that the skin of doppelgangers are traded at a high price and can be used to disguise appearances. S.A. Chan-hyung is warned not to break the doppelganger, or Secretary Kim will charge him. S.A. Chan-hyung is shown in a close-up with the words in the inventory above him. S.A. Chan-hyung is asked if he's being told to drive up the monsters as usual. Isaac Ivanov tells them to conserve their power until they go up to the third floor. He looks off to the side, a mixture of confusion and concern etched on his face. Isaac Ivanov stands tall, his staff glowing with power. I alone will be enough for the 1 first and 2 second floor. A disembodied voice declares that there are tasks to entrust while dealing with the hatchlings. Skeletons are being summoned from the Book of the Dead. The system announces the arrival of more summoned creatures. A fire golem and a skeleton mage have joined the fray. The battlefield swells with summoned allies. A hulking fire golem leads the charge, followed by skeletal warriors. A skeletal mage astride a nightmarish horse appears, its eyes burning with an eerie blue light. Another skeleton mage stands ready, a fiery orb crackling with energy in its bony hand. A skeletal hound, wreathed in blue energy, snarls, its sharp teeth bared in anticipation of the hunt. The system announces the equipping of Van Gogh's bracelet. The bracelet, a delicate chain adorned with glowing orbs, encircles a slender wrist. The number of rings that can be equipped has increased, the system cheerfully reports. King Arthur's ring and Hercules' ring have been engraved, the system declares, and can no longer be unequipped. Stats are added according to the achievements earned, increasing damage by 10%. HP and mana also increase by 150 as Isaac Ivanov stands bathed in light. Park Young-won looks on, sweat dripping down his face, a clear sign of his concern. The hunters stand with Isaac Ivanov and Kim Woo-jin, ready for what comes next. Isaac Ivanov's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying as they prepare to advance. There's no time to waste. Someone says they need to go straight up to the third floor. The landscape shifts to a harsh, rocky terrain, bathed in the sun's intense glare. A figure stands amidst the skeletal remains of colossal beasts, the desert wind whipping around him. The man's face contorts in disgust, muttering about a monstrous bastard. Elsewhere, A scene of destruction unfolds, flames engulfing what was once a dungeon. Whispers echo of a shift in power, the rise of a force beyond a single player. A guild, an army of tireless warriors, stands against a falling figure and a monstrous, lava-infused golem. The choice is stark: submit or face oblivion. Despair washes over the man as he realizes he can no longer communicate. He wonders if there is anything left to say, questioning why he is being watched. He asks if the plan sounds all right, his expression strained and uneasy. The blond man waves his hand dismissively, claiming it's nothing special. He recalls the strategy involving the hatchling. He is asked if the plan was too complicated. The other party reminds him to attack the wings and leave the rest to them. The blond man is asked if he understands the plan, specifically about not overdoing it when the dragon is on the ground. He says he understands. The dragon is shown with a symbol indicating that swords are ineffective. The text explains that to make the dragon spread its wings, it needs to feel a sense of danger. Someone states that all firepower should be directed towards the wings. They then ask if they are being told to stay on the dragon's back until the chance comes. The blond man looks up at a figure standing on a rock formation, awaiting further instructions. The blond man raises a finger to his lips, signaling for silence and caution. A dragon's tail whips through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The dragon's head and wings are caught in a swirling vortex of dust, indicating intense movement and power. A figure is sent flying through the air, propelled by an unseen force. The blond man looks on, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the unfolding events. The monstrous dragon roars, its massive jaws agape in fury. It soars through the sky, a winged terror against the pale horizon. The dragon's gaze sweeps downward, its blue snout prominent. The wind whips around the dragon as it surveys its domain. Its golden eye narrows, a predatory glint within. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows pierces its wings, disrupting its flight. Below, a figure remarks, "Clever bastard. It noticed a change in the nest." Another voice responds, filled with grim acceptance. "Well, it's already too late. The skill corpse explosion has been cast, and the air crackles. A fiery explosion erupts on the rock formation, shaking the very ground. The dragon plummets from the sky, a cascade of debris falling with it. It continues its uncontrolled descent, a wounded beast hurtling towards the earth. He plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. The dragon's maw opens in a silent roar as he continues to fall. The masked figure speaks, acknowledging the situation, but confident in their plan. Another voice cries out, questioning what will happen if the dragon flies again. Isaac Ivanov declares that the dragon's unfolded wings can be cut. Park Yong-won, riding atop his skeletal steed, realizes the implications of Isaac's words. Someone shouts, accusing another of planning to fall with the dragon. Sejun affirms his resolve. An enraged cry echoes as the dragon continues its descent. A crimson effect streaks across the sky. The dragon's head is shown plummeting downwards, the impact imminent. The dragon continues to fall, the ground drawing ever closer. Sejun Lee holds a ball of light in his hand, preparing for what comes next. The team continues their assault, blades meeting the dragon's tough scales. Park Yong-won grits his teeth, frustrated by the dragon's defenses. "What kind of scales are this hard?" he shouts, demanding they be pierced already. A blue aura flares around Park Yong-won, energy crackling around him. Spears find their mark, piercing the dragon's thick neck. The spears glow with intense, focused energy, burning into the dragon's flesh. The monstrous figure turns its head, regarding the team with fury. Park Yong-won shouts, "Hey, it looks like the wings aren't the only problem right now." Park Yong-won's face is contorted in a yell, his frustration reaching a boiling point. A voice calls out, urging the team to focus on the wings. He declares, "Leave the rest to me," as he casts a skill. Skeletons emerge, running across a barren desert landscape. The dragon's wing, massive and scaled, fills the sky. A dark figure with crimson wings races across the dragon's back, a sword held ready. The system announces the activation of Blessing of the Sun. His helmet glows with an intense, bright blue light, ready for battle. Surrounded by blue flames, he stands firm, his sword held ready. The monstrous figure is sent tumbling backwards through the air. The dragon's massive tail whips through the air, a sign of its struggle. The impact reverberates, shaking the very air around them. A system message declares that the hatchling has been poisoned. The dragon roars in pain, a red aura flaring around its body. Standing atop the dragon, Sejun raises his sword high. The dragon plummets from the sky, Sejun a distant figure now. The dragon's head fills the view, as a man's enraged face appears in a bubble. The dragon crashes down, landing on a soft white pile. The figure raises his staff, shouting for the others to stop. The dragon roars, its massive claw descending towards the ground. The impact creates a cloud of dust and debris, obscuring the battlefield. Lee Jin-ah's voice cuts through the chaos, his expression strained. A foot slams down with tremendous force, cracking the earth below. The dragon, scales gleaming, prepares for another strike. A beam of light pierces through the dragon's defenses. The figure with the staff stands his ground, ready to strike again. The ground is scarred with impact marks from the ongoing battle. A monstrous dragon ascends, its leathery wings beating against the sky. Li Jina, face contorted in determination, gazes upward at the beast. He scrambles up the dragon's massive wing, seeking purchase on the scaled surface. Li Jina, pull yourself together, he shouts, his voice strained with effort. A voice urges him to hurry before the dragon flies higher, but the climb proves treacherous. His grip falters, and he begins to plummet from the dragon's wing. Easy for you to say, he retorts. A disembodied voice asks if he thought it would be easy, as Li Jina falls. He plummets downwards, a blue light emanating from his weapon. At this height, he exclaims. The ground rushes up to meet him, the wind screaming past as he falls. Oh dash, I did it, he shouts. The dragon, too, begins to fall, its massive form twisting in the air. He cries out, realizing he will be crushed to death at this rate. The impact sends a shockwave of dust and debris billowing outward. Particles of rock and dirt hang, suspended in the chaotic aftermath. Park Yong-won considers the situation, noting the necessity of Li Jina's contribution. The hunter, Park Yong-won, acknowledges that with this, the plan is half successful. Kim Woo-jin unleashes a beam of concentrated energy toward the dragon. The beam strikes its target, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The dragon roars in defiance, retaliating with its own powerful energy beam. Park Yong-won observes that the existence of the dragon remains a threat, even with its wings attacked. The speaker emphasizes the need for continued vigilance until the dragon is completely subdued. The dragon's beam cuts through the air, striking those who dare to attack it. The energy slams into a figure, the force of the impact clearly visible. The armored figures advance, their movements swift across the jagged terrain. A figure, masked and wreathed in blue energy, prepares to unleash its power. Kim Woo-jin presses the attack, his blade a blur against the monstrous figure. The dragon's skull-like face contorts, blue energy crackling around its clenched fist. A shock wave erupts, sending Kim Woo-jin reeling backward from the force. The dragon's eye narrows, a predatory glint shining within its depths. The monstrous figure unleashes a deafening roar, energy surging from its maw. Kim Woo-jin braces, his sword meeting the dragon's attack in a shower of sparks. The dragon's head snaps forward, its jaws agape with raw power. An unseen force slams into the dragon, causing it to recoil in a burst of light. The impact reverberates, sending sparks and energy scattering in all directions. The dragon's chest glows intensely, the source of the unseen attack now visible. He reels, a blinding flash erupting from the side of his head. Scales crack and splinter under the force of the unseen blow. Even the dragon's mighty wings are not immune, tearing apart at the seams. Elsewhere, Kim Woo-jin stands amidst the desolate landscape, a glowing orb clutched in his hand. The skill undying fighter's blessing of the river Styx has been cast. A faint groan escapes the dragon's lips, barely audible amidst the chaos. With a mighty roar, Kim Woo-jin swings his blade, channeling the river's power. The dragon crashes to the earth, a mountain of scales and fury brought low. Li Jina, recovering, wonders if Kim Woo-jin had fainted. He thought he was dead. He scoffs, wondering how a real man like him could die from such a thing. It just took a while, Li Jina thinks, because his stomach was empty. He then asks about the hatchling, mentioning he was playing with it while Kim Woo-jin was busy. The armored figure acknowledges the contribution, noting they can hunt it. The unseen person responds with a simple acknowledgement of a job well done. A hand extends, reaching out to touch the face of the person being addressed. The touch lands, the sound echoing in the space. The person being touched responds, claiming all the credit for themselves. The two clasp hands, sealing their agreement or alliance. The armored man walks alongside a larger, equally armored companion, who demands a reward beyond mere words. The red dragon considers the situation, acknowledging the need to deal with a threat first. The dragon perches high on a rocky precipice, surveying the landscape below. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the dragon's wing and tail. Meanwhile, a hand places a game piece with a sharp tap, the game in progress. Two figures sit in contemplation, one wondering how many days have passed since Isaac's party entered the dungeon. The man kneels, head lowered, stating that the prevailing opinion is. The man with the tied-back hair acknowledges the low probability of success. He hopes they succeed. The man with short hair looks off to the side, asking what the other means. A hand reaches into a pot, the contents unknown. The man with the beard stands behind a podium, ready to speak. The man with long hair tied back clicks his tongue, looking directly ahead. The Go board is covered in black and white pieces, a complex game in progress. The bearded man states that one must throw small to gain big. The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. The man kneels in a room, declaring he will dedicate his life to fulfilling his mission. A message flashes. You have defeated the hatchling. The achievement Dragon Slayer has been acquired. He begins to speak, his expression resolute as he forms his thought. The declaration rings out. Sejun proclaims himself a Dragon Slayer as the party battles a monstrous, rocky foe. Kim Woojin claps Sejun on the back, praising the Skellies for their efforts in the dungeon. Woojin acknowledges his own contribution, his gaze shifting to someone out of view. Lee Jin-ah remains silent, his expression somber and contemplative as he looks down. Kim Woojin notices Jin-ah's change in demeanor, questioning if something is amiss. Jin-ah steels himself, a dark resolve hardening his features as he declares his intent. A grim thought hangs in the air. Someone believes they have to die after all. A man with a fur-lined collar shouts, his face contorted in anger. You'll die, he exclaims, his voice echoing with threat. Another man, with pale hair, speaks with a furrowed brow. He wonders aloud. What are you saying all of a sudden? The pale-haired man continues, stating that after they leave, they'll be clearing the 4th floor dungeon. A second man asks what that has to do with anything. It is stated that they enjoy enormous privileges, both politically and economically. They formed their own cartel to get a bigger profit, as they weren't satisfied with just that. A close-up shows a handshake, both wrists adorned with expensive jewelry. Below, two stick figures stand on glowing platforms, labeled A and B. From the start, they set their own territory and promised not to invade each other. One day, while they were living peacefully, meanwhile, while they were wielding absolute power, uninvited guests invaded their territory. Two figures stand on a peak, one recoiling from below. And what if among those uninvited guests, three figures stand atop a mountain peak, looking down at something unseen? A close-up of a young man's face reveals a sinister grin. He thinks to himself, you saw a face that you thought. Another man, with long blonde hair and glowing eyes, smirks. He finishes the thought. Was an eye sore? He wonders aloud what is about to happen, a question hanging in the air. The cameras flash as the crowd clamors for a statement. They want to know how he feels right now. All eyes are on Isaac Ivanov. The reporters recognize Isaac's new comrade and scramble to capture the moment. They shout to take his picture quickly. Kim Woojin, clad in a striking red suit, faces the press. The reporters ask if there were any problems during the clearing process. The questions continue to fly at Kim Woojin. Someone asks about participating in his first clearing after joining the party. He thinks they need to get out of here. The mood shifts abruptly as Kim Woojin's hand grips another man's neck. He asks if there were any difficulties in communication. Kim Woojin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with a cold intensity. The blonde man declares that no one can stop them, his expression one of manic determination. The camera focuses on Kim Woojin's face, his expression unreadable as he declares that they are invincible. Kim Woojin throws the man through the air, the force of the impact evident. The polished steel of a blade reflects the distant city lights. A figure stands in the shadows, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A hand swiftly draws a gleaming knife from within a tailored suit. A furious declaration echoes as a figure plummets through the air. The man in the white suit is sent hurtling through the night sky. Wide eyes reflect a moment of utter disbelief and shock. The attacker swings the knife down with deadly force. He stands on the precipice, watching the events unfold below. A voice cries out in disbelief. He dodged it? The man looks down, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Kim Woojin stands with the knife, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He drives the blade deep, a flash of light erupting at the point of impact. Below, Lee Jin-ah shouts, his face contorted in a mix of shock and anger. The victim's legs buckle as dark blood begins to pool on the ground. A strangled cry escapes the victim as the poison takes hold. The blonde man's eyes dart to a woman who covers her mouth, her expression a mask of horror. Panic erupts as onlookers shout warnings about the victim's poisoned blood ability. From above, the scene unfolds, a chaotic scramble as people flee in terror. High above the chaos, Kim Woojin watches the pandemonium he has wrought. A figure emerges from the shadows, their masked face illuminated by glowing red eyes. The victim's blood continues to spill, a grim testament to the attack. Crimson streaks paint the air, a visual echo of the violence. Lee Jin-ah's gaze narrows, his expression hardening with resolve. Red streaks fall like rain as a lone figure stands below. The world spins as someone falls, the sky a distant blue. Kim Woojin stands over the fallen, his sword gleaming ominously. The blonde man, unknown, and another man look on in disbelief. Isn't that the master swordsman? A woman with a ponytail watches the scene unfold. Cameras, come back. We definitely need to take a photo of this one. Chaos erupts as people cry out for medics. The scene is a blur of motion and panic. A A man's face is etched with concern. "A person is dying over here," he shouts. Another man looks down, a shadow falling across his face. "I'm sorry to entrust you with a mission like this." A man with a shaved head looks on, his expression a mix of awe and fear. "In no way. I'm honored to be useful at least like this." Another man's face is contorted with determination. "Although my life is insignificant, I'll surely kill him to appease the spirits of our comrades who went ahead." A man looks down, his expression unreadable. "Thank you for taking care of your foolish disciple until now." A figure kneels in supplication before a towering figure on a platform. He lays still, a pool of blood spreading beneath his head. His last words echoed, a final, desperate cry. His eye remained open, staring blankly into the unseen, reflecting the horror of his final moment. Another watched, his gaze sharp and calculating, assessing the aftermath of the brutal act. Elsewhere, a man's windpipe was crushed, his face contorted in a silent scream as his life was choked away. Hands gripped his shoulder, a gesture of either support or control in the unfolding chaos. Below, hands tightened around a prone figure, the grip unforgiving, the intent unknown. A voice declared, its purpose to celebrate victory for the nation, a stark contrast to the surrounding violence. Two figures stood together, one in a suit, the other in traditional garb, their alliance shrouded in mystery. A single eye reflected disbelief, lamenting the tragedy that had unfolded before them. Two men faced each other, one uttering a sentiment of pity amidst the carnage. News spread quickly. Kim Woo-jin, celebrated for his achievements, had fallen victim to a terrorist attack. The world reacted, condemning the right-wing terrorists in Japan as the player-targeted player issue was debated. News of Kim Woo-jin's death spreads rapidly through social media. The news is met with disbelief and anger, the shockwaves reverberating outwards. The president is urged to remain calm amidst the chaos. Frustration boils over, finding release in the destruction of a nearby tablet. The president demands how anyone could remain calm in such a situation. The woman beside him remains silent, her expression a mask of grief. Park Yong-won's face contorts with rage as he thinks of his investment in Kim Woo-jin. His fury reaches a breaking point, the floor cracking under his foot. He vows to uncover the truth, to find out who was behind the act. The president's anger continues to build, his power causing the floor to crack further. He demands that those responsible be brought before him. A voice offers condolences, expressing sorrow for the death of a comrade, as a platter of meticulously prepared sushi sits before them. The blond man's expression is unreadable, as the other man looks on. The blond man laments, wishing he had arrived a little earlier. Two figures sit across from each other at a table, one stating that such an accident wouldn't have happened. The man with long blonde hair says it's fine, that it was inevitable. Death, it is said, always follows the players. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. A hand raises a sake cup, as a voice remarks that they seem to be on the same wavelength. The man with long black hair, holding a sake cup, states that he thinks they're similar after all. A masked man holds a glass, offering a drink to the departed. A voice declares that the living cannot stay down for the dead. The blond man's eyes glow with fury as he grits his teeth. His fist slams down on the table with explosive force. The blond man rises, declaring he can't listen to such disgusting talk anymore. He demands to know how they can speak that way when their comrade is dead. He accuses them of being disloyal bastards, stating he can't put up with it any longer. A voice declares that if Kim Woo-jin saw this, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes, even in heaven. Another voice says that Isaac shouldn't have done that either. The blond man turns and begins to walk away from the table. He pauses, glancing back with a look that suggests he must have misunderstood. Another man with blonde hair sits silently, his expression unreadable. A woman with her hair in a tight bun looks shocked, her hand raised to her mouth. Behind her, two figures stand, their gaze fixed on the woman in front. A massive hand descends, looming over the trio. The meal sits untouched, the moment soured. Looks like the meal is over now. The blond man holds a folder, his expression unreadable. "Thank you for the meal, and the dungeon you suggested." He speaks, his words laced with a hint of challenge. It's unfortunate that the conversation ended like this. It must be your first time to try a 4-floor dungeon. Will you be able to? The unseen speaker questions, clear it on your own, without our help? The reply comes, it would be impossible on my own. The blond man stands tall, the others seated around the low table, the remnants of their meal between them. Adjusting his tie, he makes a request. Please prepare me a gift that'll change my comrade's mind. Elsewhere, the blond man walks down a street lined with traditional buildings, the night sky a deep blue. He passes an accessory shop, a large screen above displaying a woman's face. A masked man stands among a crowd, holding a sign demanding, "Japanese government, apologize right now. The hero of Korea, Kim Woo-jin, is dead." Protests demanding compensation have been ongoing for 4 days. A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at dark satisfaction. Elsewhere, the blond man walks along a brightly lit walkway, a phone pressed to his ear. He asks, "Where are you?" No matter how much he thinks, the answer remains elusive. A figure laments the situation, finding it a shame. The camera looks down upon a body lying prone, the scene awash in golden light. Kneeling in a room bathed in light, a figure responds obediently, "Yes, master." A voice considers the possibility of recruiting Isaac Ivanov, but doubts linger. Looking down from above, a figure expresses disbelief, questioning, "No way." Things are not going well. There is satisfaction in getting rid of Kim Woo-jin. As a result of recent events, Spasiba has become hostile. It will be difficult to turn both Isaac and Spasiba to their side. Moreover, Park Yeon-won is furious over Kim Woo-jin's death. His eyes glow with fury. Park Yeon-won declares that he doesn't want to lose Isaac Ivanov. A confrontation, he believes, is inevitable. The woman with crossed arms states that if the Messiah Guild finds out they're trying to join hand with Isaac, then Park Shin-hye wouldn't stay still. Under the current circumstances, the masked figure believes that taking Isaac will do more harm than good. A hand spins a small cup, the liquid inside swirling. The person holding it seems to be contemplating something. The man with long hair holds a similar cup, remarking that it's a shame as he considers the contents. A hand slams a cup down onto a table. The person declares that it'd be best to make sure no one else gets it. From a distance, a man sits in a room. He is ordered to deliver the leather of Nemean lion to Isaac. The man with long hair looks down, stating that it's a cheap price to pay to send him, along with his comrade. A hand is shown, and a voice declares that someone is going off to the afterlife. Meanwhile, an aerial view shows a city alleyway at night, a single light illuminating the scene. A hand clenches into a fist, the person declaring that they are extremely angry. He sits in the back of the car, illuminated by the city lights. Across from Park Yeon-won, the blond man explodes. What? What do you take me for?" Park Yeon-won listens intently, his expression unreadable. "You think I'm being like this because of the food?" The blond man crosses his arms, agitated. "And not entirely. But it's not just for that." Park Yeon-won recalls his own frustration. "I was pissed to see the faces of those guys brazenly reaching out their hands after pulling off those tricks on us." His gaze sharp, Park Yeon-won acknowledges the blond man's feelings. "You feel to some extent." Park Yeon-won continues, explaining his own perspective. "After they made a scene, still, the timing of you getting mad was good." The blond man's eyes widen slightly. "In case you became absorbed with food and the conversation became long. Wait, A." He clutches his head, regretting his decision. "Second, oh damn, I could have stayed longer." His face contorted in anguish, the blond man laments his missed opportunity. "I should have eaten a few pieces of sushi before leaving." Meanwhile, the car idles on a dimly lit street, the blond man's frustration echoing in his thoughts. "It looked hella tasty. Damn it." A news headline flashes across the screen. The hero won't stop, even after the death of his comrade. The phone screen displays an article titled, "An Exclusive Interview with Isaac." Scrolling down, the screen shows social media posts about Isaac and his party's dungeon clearing promises. Newspaper clippings boast of Isaac's party and their acquisition of a legendary item. A voice notes that preparedness averted disaster, while a headline announces Kim Woo-jin's death and the Japanese government's regret. Another voice admits surprise at how quickly events are unfolding. In the Yamato Federation, the man on the phone inquires about the situation there. The man is warned to be careful, as the other party's intentions are unknown. The man on the phone is asked if he decided to receive the Aegis Shield. It's confirmed that receiving the Aegis Shield is an additional reward for succeeding in the clearing. The man laughs, finding the situation amusing. He finds it funny that Secretary Lee brought a really interesting document. A report titled "Failure to Clear MT Fuji Dungeon" is revealed. The blond man, unknown, is on the phone, questioning how the Yamato Federation could offer a reward they don't possess. He presses for clarification. Elsewhere, a man stands on a rooftop, overlooking MT Fuji. He contemplates the Aegis Shield. The man believes that the Aegis Shield should currently be located inside MT Fuji. A shimmering blue portal hangs, suspended between the city's towering buildings. The source of the portal's energy seems to be a blinding orb of light. Below, the streets are packed with people, all seemingly unaware of the celestial display above. A reporter announces that this is the entrance to the 4th-floor A+ grade Hellhound dungeon. Two figures walk towards the light, identified as being from the Mokosh Guild of Russia. On television, a news anchor reports on Kim Woo-jin's recent accident. The broadcast continues, discussing public opinion regarding the Japanese government. Suddenly, the reporter is engulfed in a blinding orange light. A nearby cameraman and another reporter look up, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. An enormous explosion erupts, a cataclysm of orange light and billowing smoke. A man's eyes widen in terror as he witnesses the unfolding disaster. The dungeon's emergence is heralded by a cataclysmic eruption. Raw energy explodes outward, a wave of destruction washing over the city. On the phone, a man in a suit urgently calls out for reporter Kim. A news helicopter pulls away, fleeing the epicenter of the blast. Inside, the cameraman can only watch in stunned silence. Smoke billows, obscuring the skyline as the city reels from the impact. From above, the devastation is clear. Fires burn unchecked in the streets. The air itself seems to writhe with the aftereffects of the blast. Reporter Kim lies injured on the ground, struggling to breathe. A colleague rushes to his side, asking if he can stand. Dazed, reporter Kim manages a weak reply, questioning the sudden chaos. His colleague hoists him up, but a new, ominous presence is felt. He coughs, struggling to regain his composure amidst the lingering smoke. Park Yong-won helps him to his feet, concern etched on his face. A glowing blue padlock, secured by a heavy chain, materializes in the air. The headline screams of disaster. A bomb terror at the entrance of the 4th-floor A+ dungeon in Japan. Newspaper clippings report on the misfortune of Isaac Ivanov, whose party fell into the dungeon, seemingly abandoned by divine favor. A digital news article highlights continuous terrorism and rising criticism of the Japanese government's neglect of safety measures. Meanwhile, a traditional Japanese building stands imposingly against the sky, a silent witness to unfolding events. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he considers a strategy to isolate them inside the gate. Not bad. One figure suggests sending trustworthy individuals, but questions the necessity. The speaker wonders if they really have to go that far. The masked figure rationalizes the plan, stating that the targets are new to the 4th-floor dungeon, and it is an A+ grade. They must be experiencing hell in the dungeon. The masked figure considers a dungeon they gave up on clearing. What could those two even do? Someone wonders, convinced they wouldn't even be willing to hunt monsters. By the way, a voice interjects, the words hanging in the air near a bamboo fountain. One of the figures remarks that he didn't expect the other to like pulling tricks, addressing him as master. The masked figure kneels, the words the Aegis shield floating above him. Someone suggests that they're giving an item that is sleeping in the dungeon as a clearing reward, calling it a trick. Park Yong-won sits on a bench, his expression unreadable in the dim light filtering through the shoji screens. The masked figure's gaze is intense, their expression hidden behind the dark fabric. Lately, people who are curious about the whereabouts of that shield have been increasing, someone observes. Since one legendary item occupies a significant portion of the world's power, someone explains, if the fact that they failed to clear a dungeon even with such an item leaks out, people will be more cautious of that dungeon. The masked figure thinks, it will be a loss to us if the ones trying to clear are prepared more thoroughly for it. I'll keep offering the Aegis shield as a reward to the challengers of the Hellhound dungeon, someone declares. This fake information will act both as a bait and a trap. The disembodied voice declared that the dungeon would become an eternal grave. A sinister grin spread across the figure's face, promising pain for those foolish enough to attack. A voice echoed in disbelief, struggling to accept the unfolding events. Elsewhere, a beam of light pierced through the forest canopy. Two figures stood in the desolate landscape, seemingly at odds with each other. The figure with blue markings questioned how their opponent had anticipated their moves, calling them ahead. The armored figure questioned if the other was a fortune teller, stating that it was too risky to eliminate them outside the dungeon. The figure paused, considering their next move before returning to In the past, removing obstacles of the Messiah directly in the dungeon was common practice. The figure stood in the dungeon alone, facing a fiery explosion. The figure reflected on the despicable method of using bomb terror, a technique taught by the swordmaster. One figure asked if the other was listening, questioning how they knew, before suggesting they focus on hunting. The figure states they must hurry to hunt 20,000. They are currently in a 5th-floor B+ dungeon known as the Forest of Monsters. A swirling blue light emanates from deep within the monster-infested forest. A notice appears, confirming they have survived for 10 days and are moving to the 4th floor. A cloaked figure stands over a figure in red armor, pressing down with their foot. A gloved hand reaches out, as if attempting to grasp something. The cloaked figure looms over the armored figure, their posture suggesting dominance. Another gloved hand extends, while two cloaked figures stand below, observing. The cloaked figures extend their hands, seemingly casting a spell or performing a ritual. Text appears, indicating they are summoning Skeleton Soldier. The summoning continues, with the text again stating, Summoning Skeleton Soldier, accompanied by a blue light. Skeletons are summoned amidst a surge of blue and red energy, ready to fight. The newly summoned skeleton soldiers stand ready on the frozen ground. A cruel smile spreads across the face of the summoner. The ritual begins, summoning the Book of the Dead. Arcane energy crackles around the hooded figure, coalescing into a tangible force. The Book of the Dead materializes, radiating an eerie blue glow. Blonde man unknown watches the proceedings with a knowing smirk. The Book of the Dead, a C-rank skill, holds the power of Osiris and can store 30 undead monsters. A figure in armor lies prone, defeated amidst shattered earth. The blond man's face contorts in anger. Damn it, they aren't so easy to deal with, huh? The man's frustration mounts. I didn't think it would be this difficult. It's quite unexpected. A skeletal snake looms, its empty sockets staring ahead. Do you know the reason why? The blond man's teeth grit. How am I supposed to know that? So what are you trying to say? The air crackles with unseen energy as the man declares, I don't have the time to sit back and solve a quiz. His expression hardens, the skeletal snake a silent witness to his growing rage. Towering over the fallen warrior, the blond man prepares to deliver the final blow. A devastating impact sends tremors through the battlefield. With a final, brutal strike, the blond man brings his glowing weapon down on the armored figure. The monstrous figure's singular eye glows with malevolent energy. He launches a devastating kick, surrounded by a burst of power. The blond man grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he strains. His foot connects with the monster's face, a resounding impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The monstrous figure is hurled backward, smashing through a stone wall. It plummets through the newly formed hole, a cascade of debris following. The monster falls into a seemingly bottomless abyss, swallowed by darkness. The blond man peers down into the hole, contemplating the outcome. A floating skeleton head explains the importance of conserving power on the third floor before attempting the fourth. Someone shouts, wondering where the person who knew what to do disappeared to, and demands the skeletons be sent over. Another character, adorned with a skeletal snake, states that the quiz was about the other player's situation. I figured you could handle an ogre on your own by now. A voice booms. The blond man's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he considers the situation. A golden aura flares around him, yet he grits his teeth. Now that you mention it, I've received a huge amount of damage several times already. He wonders why the blessing of the river stick skill didn't even activate once. The leather of Nemean lion should be protecting him. The item's effects flash in his mind. Increased physical and magical defenses and the activation of hero's dignity. A voice crackles in, admitting that its judgment was wrong and support is on the way. The blond man retorts, Nah, what do you mean by tough time? I was waiting. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his features as he prepares to fight. He declares, Leave this to me, and you do your thing, his resolve unwavering. But by the look of things, the monstrous figure still towers over him. The monstrous figure's face contorts in pain, tears streaming from its glowing red eyes. The blond man roars, his voice echoing across the battlefield as he unleashes another attack. The monstrous figure plummets down the cliffside, defeated and falling into the abyss. A crimson sigil hangs suspended, a silent promise of things to come. A colossal boot comes to rest near a skull, a stark reminder of mortality. The blond man's eyes gleam with purpose. Looks like I finally found it. A yawning maw of darkness beckons, promising secrets and untold dangers. He stands before a mountain of bones, the air thick with the weight of forgotten lives. The blond man gazes at the helmet in his hands, lost in thought. A hulking figure stands ready, a massive shield glinting in the dim light. A voice echoes, filled with regret. They should have used all their strength from the start. The monstrous figure unleashes a guttural roar, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. A subordinate kneels, apologizing for conserving strength, while the captain stands resolute. The captain orders the subordinate to take the Aegis shield and eliminate the Hellhound. Amidst the darkness, a plea echoes. The captain must open their eyes. The speaker notes that the Aegis shield is located on the 4th floor of the dungeon. Considering the dungeon's A+ rating, the long-haired man wonders if there are other unstable factors at play. It is said that the Aegis shield is one of the strongest shields in existence, capable of blocking a Hellhound's attack. The determined man acknowledges the problem, confident he will eventually figure it out, eager to see the Swordmaster's reaction. The character with long dark hair thinks about getting out of the dungeon. The focus is on the Aegis shield. A glowing doorway shimmers, promising passage to another area. The character's purple eyes narrow with determination. 17 days have passed since Isaac's party became trapped inside the dungeon. Online, opinions vary, with some calling Johann George a copycat and others praising the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin of the Phoenix Guild was taken care of by the Swordmaster's side. Isaac's party is isolated inside the dungeon, likely digging their own grave. Johann George is moving along according to their intentions. Just in time, she thinks. The women stand in a room with large windows, public opinion moving in their favor. Since things turn out like this for them, it's like everything fell into their lap. The woman turns, a flicker of concern crossing her face. What? Is there a problem? It's been 3 years since the day a gate appeared in Seoul. There was one person who longed for his death, the man recalls. The man with the scar on his face grits his teeth, the same mindset he has right now. But As you already know, he didn't die in that dungeon. The man in the dark suit bows slightly, stating that his position has become stronger. Looking at it differently, he reflects on the thought that the other man made him who he is today. The man in the chair finds it hilarious and something to be grateful for. The view shifts to a grand interior, the speaker simply thinking, that guy. The face is shown in close-up, the man thinking that he somehow resembles him. The man's face is shown again, his expression unreadable. The woman with red hair thinks, thoughts, right Park Shin-hai. The man with light hair clasps his hands, hoping that if he comes out alive again this time. A gasp escapes, the sound echoing in the cavernous space. Kim Woo-jin lies prone, his armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. The mysterious man chair gazes down at the prone warrior, his expression unreadable. The mysterious man chair explains that he brought skeleton soldiers just in case. He continues, remarking that Kim Woo-jin didn't need the extra help. Kim Woo-jin rises, retorting, look fine to you? I almost died. The mysterious man chair asks if he looks like someone who would do something shameful. The mysterious man chair reminds him that he offered help with skeleton soldiers and suggests they head to the 4th floor. Kim Woo-jin, visibly annoyed, shouts that the mysterious man chair is getting on his nerves. A chorus of armored figures advances, their voices echoing in the blue-tinged abyss. One of the armored figures calls out, promising pain to someone smaller. Moving on to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, a hand turns the page of a newspaper, the headline obscured by the angle. The woman in the suit confirms that they're discussing the Hellhound dungeon. The bald man with the goatee agrees, adding that everyone is watching the media. The woman in the suit assumes that Isaac is already dead and asks if the topic is the Hellhound. The bald man with the goatee muses that they're technically more dangerous than being stronger. Hellhounds, the woman in the suit explains, are considered more dangerous because of the hellfire they breathe. Once something is set ablaze by hellfire, it won't extinguish until the target is completely incinerated. Among the legendary items, there are rare pieces of armor that have the attribute of absolute defense. A radiant shield glows, its surface etched with winged symbols. The Hellhound's regenerative abilities surpass even that of a troll. Two figures sit in a brightly lit room, the tension palpable between them. The woman with short brown hair wonders aloud about Lee Jina's safety. Park Yeonwon reclines, assuring her that Sejun, Lee gets things done when necessary. Park Yeonwon asks if there has ever been an easy dungeon. He believes that they'll make it this time too, as Kim Woo-jin is with Sejun. Park Yeonwon smiles, telling the woman not to worry. A voice assures that they'll be back safely, as always. A fiery landscape stretches out, jagged rocks piercing the horizon. A fist clenches, lightning crackling around it with raw power. A figure in armor stands atop a rocky peak, shield raised high. Two figures plummet into the depths of a seemingly bottomless chasm. Dazed, Kim Woo-jin lies on his back, the impact having clearly taken its toll. He clutches the eye of Anubis, realizing the shield would have been lost forever without it. The hunter thinks back to when they dropped it between the crevices in the earth. Hanging precariously, someone shouts at Kim Woo-jin, calling him a bastard. The figure yells for him to get up quickly and help, as something approaches from below. The hunter is busy, but someone is wondering how long he will be a freeloader. Falling backwards, Kim Woo-jin wonders why he is always doing this kind of job. He questions what is meant by this kind of job. The man wonders what is meant by this kind of job. The other man asks if he is kidding and if he really doesn't know. The creature's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He is pinned beneath the monstrous figure, its weight crushing him. The man in the samurai armor cries out, demanding basic respect. The blond man's face contorts with rage as he accuses someone of playing around. He grits his teeth, claiming his good personality is the only reason he endures. A lone figure stands in the distance, surrounded by a purple aura. A blinding light erupts, accompanied by the sound of something breaking. The light intensifies, obscuring everything in its path with raw energy. The blond man's eyes widen, his expression shifting from anger to shock. Aegis shield activates, creating an absolute defense against the onslaught. A message declares that this item can never be destroyed, no matter what. The monstrous figure's face is illuminated, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A figure flees across the icy landscape, pursued by the monstrous shadow. A strange, glowing symbol pulses with an unknown energy. Kim Woo-jin and Park Yeonwon advance cautiously across the rocky terrain. Park Yeonwon remarks that it is the Aegis shield they were planning to find. Park Yeonwon asks if Kim Woo-jin still thinks he was playing around for nothing. Park Yeonwon says that it just slipped off his tongue because he was a little upset. Park Yeonwon suggests that they get out of the dungeon now, as a screen displays information about the Aegis shield. Park Yeonwon warns to be careful with that hellfire. The man's expression is serious as he speaks. The two stand amidst the hellfire, ready to face whatever comes next. Park Yeonwon asks what the problem is when he has the Aegis shield, declaring he'll take the lead. Park Yeonwon says he has one more thing to tell Kim Woo-jin. Park Yong-won warns that Kim Woo-jin will be incapacitated if he gets directly hit, telling him to dodge it. A blinding purple energy rips through the dungeon, striking its targets. What could this mean? The Hellhound was in front, but this attack is... The force of the blast sends Park Yong-won sliding backwards, shield raised. The attack has clearly shaken them. Both Park Yong-won and Kim Woo-jin look concerned. Park Yong-won's eyes widen. He saw this coming through the eye of Anubis. The reason they failed to clear the Aegis shield becomes clear, a hidden threat. From a high vantage point, two figures overlook the scene below, where a group and a bull-like creature stand. A menacing, glowing purple wolf head stares out, an X marking its forehead. There were two hellhounds. Sweat beads on Park Yong-won's brow as he feels the pressure mounting. Kim Woo-jin and Park Yong-won stand back to back, ready for what comes next. T2 hellhounds. Kim Woo-jin grits his teeth, annoyed. Man, it's not even a buy one get one free. A surge of purple energy hurtles toward them, a concentrated beam of destruction. The beam slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris as the two brace for impact. The energy washes over Kim Woo-jin, but his shield holds strong against the onslaught. The shield glows, deflecting the blast as Kim Woo-jin stands firm. Park Yong-won shouts, his face contorted in panic. We only have one shield. He glances down, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Kim Woo-jin's expression is strained. I was blocking with all my might, thinking that he was behind me. Park Yong-won's eyes widen in disbelief and anger. Where did that bastard run off to? He listens as Kim Woo-jin insists that they must stick together. The response is hesitant, a yeah but, hanging in the air. Park Yong-won's face contorts in disbelief as he shouts, What? Sejun Lee shouts a warning, asking about the other one and yelling for someone to look behind them. The unseen person's eyes widen in terror as they realize the danger. A blast of purple energy hurtles toward its target. Kim Woo-jin cries out as the blast strikes him. Sejun Lee shouts the name of the one in peril. Lee Jin-ah. The eyes of Lee Jin-ah widen in horror. Lee Jin-ah is caught in the path of the devastating purple energy. A towering figure looms over Lee Jin-ah, unleashing the attack. Lee Jin-ah's face is a mask of shock and disbelief. He is engulfed in purple flames, his face contorted in a scream. The attack is identified as the unquenchable fire, Hellfire. Kim Woo-jin stands over Lee Jin-ah, commanding him to stop panicking and take his armor. The text bubble urges someone to get it off quickly. Kim Woo-jin watches as the purple flames engulf Lee Jin-ah. A monstrous face appears, glowing with purple energy. The Hellhound's presence is felt, a palpable dread in the air. The Hellhounds move with terrifying speed. Their shadows stretch and distort, a sign of their power. Lee Jin-ah, his face etched with worry, remarks that they are in trouble. The Hellhounds close in, their presence a suffocating weight. The Hellhounds snarl, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. The feathers of a massive wing blur with unnatural speed. The world streaks by in a torrent of white and black. The air crackles with unseen energy. A voice warns of the Hellfire's danger. He ascends, leaving the Hellhounds scrambling below. A blue aura flares around him, a golden ring blazing above. Park Yong-won shouts after him, demanding to know his plan. The winged figure soars higher, leaving a trail of light in his wake. Where are you going? The Hellhounds, momentarily outpaced, snap at his heels. Lee Jin-ah's expression hardens, a distant look in his eyes. His thoughts drift back to the 8th floor dungeon he cleared with his comrades from the Messiah Guild. The boss monster, Cerberus, treated Hellhounds like its hands and feet. After clearing the dungeon, Sejun Lee's face is illuminated by the dungeon's glow. A strange, otherworldly vista unfolds, bathed in violet and orange hues. Shadowy figures lurk within the strange landscape. As one wonders, was the number of Hellhounds I handled by myself around? A figure with striking white hair stands amidst the chaos, eyes glowing with an eerie light. The figure's gaze is intense, his blue eyes burning with an unknown power. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, 23? Meanwhile, the title Return of the Hero flashes, signaling a shift in time and place. Sunlight glints off the sleek, modern architecture of a towering building. Park Yong-won stares intently, his expression a mask of concern and suspicion. A woman with short blonde hair speaks, her voice tinged with disbelief. Kim Woo-jin is alive? Yes, he sent a letter to us. The woman stands in an office, relaying the unbelievable news to a seated man. A close-up reveals a face etched with determination, eyes narrowed with purpose. The letter reads of a fake death, threats from Japanese terrorists, and a plea for laundered funds to return to the guild. A letter lies open, revealing a request for laundered funds and a foreign account number. The recipient considers the information. Park Yong-won's face twists into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. So he's alive. Park Yong-won sits at his desk, holding the letter. He cautions, Be careful not to leak this information. Carry out his request for now. The blonde woman responds, her expression troubled. Yes, but this person's behavior is too suspicious. The woman's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she considers the implications. She questions Park Yong-won, her voice laced with doubt. It's strange that he's been keeping it a secret from us until now. Do you really trust this person, President? The woman's eye narrows, her gaze sharp and calculating as she awaits Park Yong-won's response. Her hand clenches into a fist, crumpling the letter as she declares, in any case, I never believed in him to begin with. Park Yong-won smirks, his eyes gleaming with malice. He's just a tool I need to make my ambitions come true. How lucky am I that he's alive? A dark resolve hardens within him. I can get my investment back. I'll make him pay the price for deceiving me after his work is over. A shadowy figure emerges, crackling with pink energy, a harbinger of the dark plans being set in motion. The ominous presence intensifies, the air thick with anticipation of the coming storm. The silver-haired man is beset by shadowy figures, their forms indistinct against the blue light. Nearby, Park Yong-won's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he thinks about the situation. He thinks he rushed in without anything to block the hellfire with. A beam of purple energy streaks toward Lee Ji-na, illuminating his white hair as he braces for impact. So, I thought he just gave up and went to die. The purple energy surges forward, a wave of destructive power, but gave up my ass. His movement is as if the silver-haired man is still targeted by the Hellhound's attack. Someone observes. He can see the Hellhound's attacks before they arrive. Lee Ji-na raises his sword, deflecting the purple energy with practiced ease. However, as far as I know, this must be his first time encountering a Hellhound. Park Yong-won's expression is one of disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He wonders, but how is that possible? The silver-haired man stands before a dark, ominous opening, seemingly unfazed by the hellfire. Someone says, are you saying that no matter how strong hellfire is, it's fine as long as it doesn't hit? The long-haired man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he looks down upon the scene. The silver-haired man lies prone, a shadowy figure looming over him. Now, is that the only one left? Lee Ji-na plummets downward, falling directly towards the hellhound below. The landscape blurs, the scene obscured by shadow and the promise of conflict. Even a weapon crafted from a hatchling's bone melts so quickly. A smirk plays across Sejun's face, a hint of confidence in his eyes. Well, it doesn't matter, he thinks as blue energy crackles around him. The blue energy intensifies, coalescing into a tangible form. Sejun stands amidst the ethereal glow, a spear materializing in his grasp. Since I prepared for this. The spear, crafted from hatchling bone, boasts a unique item rating and requires level 50 or higher to wield, with a physical attack of 110. The man with long blonde hair gazes down, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He stands tall, his spear held loosely as he wonders aloud if they should end this. His expression shifts abruptly, his eyes narrowing as he shouts, demanding they stop. A figure in dark armor, shield raised, looks up, startled by the sudden command. A question hangs in the air, a silent inquiry of why, all of a sudden, this is happening. The blonde man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he stares forward. Another armored figure looks up, protesting that they can't just get a free ride. A man with short blonde hair and glowing eyes grins, declaring that the last one is his. The blonde man's eye is magnified, revealing a cold, calculating gaze. The man with long blonde hair looks down again, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The blonde-haired man is asked if he can handle it, to which he affirms. The man grips the bone tightly, explaining that he hates the thought of being a burden. The man with blonde hair struggles, declaring that he just can't take it anymore. The person's expression is obscured, but they seem to be adding something. A woman in a suit stands in a doorway, her expression unreadable. The bald man declares that there are people that he needs to protect as well. A man kneels to comfort a woman, the word so, hanging in the air. Tears stream down the person's face as they realize they need to be much stronger. The person's eyes are filled with determination, realizing they are not strong enough. A structure sits nestled within a dense, verdant jungle. A soldier stands guard, rifle in hand, overseeing a group of kneeling prisoners. The guard remains vigilant, the building looming in the background. A briefcase is placed down, the sound echoing in the room. Here, I'll. A voice questions the contents. What is this? Shakira of the Thunderbird Guild stands with arms crossed behind a table. The figure smiles, eyes glowing. What do you mean by what? It's the payment. A soldier unleashes a hail of gunfire, the weapon spitting fire. Spent shell casings rain down around the soldier's boot. A pool of blood spreads, staining the ground around lifeless hands. Rid of the native players around the gate. A man in a suit places a briefcase on a surface. Business is so much easier now, thanks to you. Someone counts stacks of money, the reward for a job well done. A briefcase bursts open, revealing stacks of neatly bundled cash. Park Yong-won's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A flag bearing a stylized lightning bolt emblem snaps in the wind, a symbol of power. Two figures sit in a dimly lit room, the air thick with unspoken tension. A sinister smile creeps across a man's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. The pristine white of a dress shirt is juxtaposed with the dark fabric of a suit jacket. A hand slams down on a wooden surface, the sound echoing in the air. In this lawless area of the Amazon, their leader's words are the law. Park Yong-won recoils, a look of shock spreading across his face. His eyes widen in terror as the threat becomes palpable. The unseen figure warns him against further insolence. A woman's face looms close, her expression a mask of cruel amusement. He struggles against the gag, his eyes wide with terror. The woman's smirk promises pain, her eyes gleaming with malice. Sweat beads on Park Yong-won's forehead as his captor looms over him. The woman speaks, promising to prepare something right away if he spares her. His eye reflects the hand that holds him captive, a symbol of his helplessness. Arcing bolts of blue lightning crackle around a shrouded figure. A monstrous foot descends, its claws sharp and menacing. The woman's gaze intensifies, her expression unreadable. She asks the fallen figure why they would waste their time unnecessarily. A hand holds a glowing card, the energy crackling around it. The woman's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she sees it. The card reads, "Summon Lich Skill." He steels himself, repeating, "Just take it easy," as the ritual intensifies around him. A blinding light erupts, signaling the next stage of the summoning. The landscape warps, the very earth contorting to accommodate the entity being called forth. A monstrous figure materializes, its glowing eyes piercing the veil between worlds. The creature bursts through a fissure in the rock, surrounded by crackling purple energy. High above, Lee Jina clings precariously to the cliff face, witnessing the unfolding chaos below. A system notification appears. Blessing of the River SDYX has been activated as Lee Jina's eyes widen in alarm. Below, Park Yong-won's eyes reflect the same growing dread. Kim Woo-jin, spear in hand, charges forward with a desperate cry. A hand grips the rock, energy crackling at the point of contact, a desperate attempt to hold on. Sejun Lee's face contorts in a scream of anguish and confusion. Lee Jina calls out to Sejun, the urgency clear in his voice. He urges himself to pull it together, but then wonders about the last hellhound. Someone stands over the defeated hellhound as Lee Jina asks if they took care of it while he was unconscious. Lee Jina looks down, awaiting an answer to his question. The defeated hellhound lies still, its form dissipating into dark energy. Kim Woo-jin states that he killed it. Kim Woo-jin's expression is unreadable as he looks down. A hand taps rhythmically on a polished wooden surface, the sound echoing softly. Park Yong-won holds a phone to his ear, his expression thoughtful as he listens to the other end. His gaze sharp, Park Yong-won remains silent, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of composure. Park Yong-won looks down, his brow furrowed as he considers the information he's just received. "I really thought you were dead." Park Yong-won stands at a table, his expression unreadable as he speaks into the phone. "I'm sorry, but you know what they say?" The disembodied voice advises, "Deceive your friends before deceiving your enemy." A second voice scoffs, "I guess that's not wrong." Park Yong-won sits back in his chair, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considers the advice. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he continues the conversation. "But you know," his eyes glow with an eerie light, Park Yong-won's voice dripping with menace. "From now on, you better not try to deceive me." A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by swirling purple energy. A close-up reveals a single, determined eye, reflecting the chaos around him. Park Yong-won stands in his office, the conversation concluding with an "understood." A hand slams a stack of papers onto a desk, the sound echoing in the room. A newspaper lies open, the headline proclaiming, "Yuhan and Isaac, the dark horses of the 4th and 5th floors. Who'll be the trend?" A finger presses down on Isaac's picture, the unseen speaker complaining, "He's been bothering me a lot lately." The voice continues, noting that the media has been fabricating a rivalry and blabbering on about it. Park Yong-won's expression hardens as he thinks, "I just need an unrivaled image of Isaac that shines uniquely." A hand crumples a document, the unseen speaker stating, "There's no need for me to beat around the bush, right?" The voice demands, "You to persuade Isaac to trample him somehow," before adding, "To make Isaac stand out more?" Back in his office, Park Yong-won continues the conversation, asking, "Yeah, shouldn't I get?" A close-up reveals Park Yong-won's determined gaze as he finishes his thought. "The most out of my investment? I got it." Leaning forward, Park Yong-won requests, "Then please pave the way for me with the Lightning King." Park Yong-won's brow furrows, questioning, "King? Why mention that guy all of a sudden?" The reason for the request is because he has the skill to summon a lich. The item that Isaac wants is now revealed to be the reason for the request. So, the question is posed, why did Isaac request Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis shield? The man apologizes to his master, who replies that he was the one who offered the Aegis shield as a reward in the first place. Compensating with other items is an inevitable procedure, but the man doesn't understand why Isaac would want Solomon's ring. The masked figure's eyes widen, a hint of surprise in their gaze. The man wonders how in the world Isaac knows that they have Solomon's ring. Someone vehemently denies knowing anything about it, swearing on their life. The master assures his disciple that he isn't doubting him, but there's something amiss. Someone believes there's a rat among them, as information has leaked. A figure vows to find the traitor and eliminate them, along with Isaac. Someone dismisses the need for immediate action, deciding to let things play out. Lee Jean H., masked and with a red scarf, stares intently. A hand grips a sword hilt, the runes glowing with power. The woman with long brown hair looks down, perhaps contemplating the future. He seems shocked, uttering a single, stuttered word. A sword hilt is shown, and a man with an angry expression agrees. Someone resigns himself to waiting for an unspecified amount of time. A lone figure stands ready to face a field of training dummies, thinking to himself that he will be slashing those bastards himself. The training dummies blur, as if moving at high speed. Lanterns hang from the ceiling, casting a soft glow. A building stands in the distance, framed by lush greenery. The woman reclines on the couch, a sardonic question hanging in the air. What am I looking at right now? A ghost. Across from her, a man sits in silence. She continues, her voice laced with disdain. I call it a zombie. A smirk plays on the man's lips as he considers the situation. Since that would be more convenient for my work. The woman with the eye patch crosses her arms, a cruel smile spreading across her face. Huh, so you're pretending to be dead to the whole world. The man gestures dismissively, retorting, well, that's nothing important, so feel free to take it the way you want to. A foot slams against the table, the sound echoing in the room. Her smile widens, revealing a hint of malice. Where you are right now, running your mouth like that. The whole world thinks you're a corpse already. The tension in the room thickens, palpable in the air. So, there wouldn't be a problem if you died here for real, am I right? The man sits calmly, his hands clasped together. Let's stop this useless argument. The woman with the eye patch narrows her eyes, her expression hardening. Do you know fight? I'd like to get straight to the point. She sits perched on the edge, listening to someone off-panel. All right, keep talking, she says. I'll listen to you for just 1 minute. His hands are clasped tightly together, knuckles white. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken tension. Then, the man leans in, his expression serious. He suggests that a person could be included in the exchange. The man's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. Look at this bastard, he thinks, his anger barely contained. He wonders what he can get if he sells Isaac to the Thunderbird, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man's face is partially obscured, but his words are clear. He accuses someone of selling Isaac, not negotiating on his behalf. A heavy boot slams down, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. The threat is now physical. The woman crouches, her expression a mix of anger and disbelief. I was gonna go easy on you, you crazy bastard. Are you kidding me, Rig Dash? The man's eyes gleam with a cold, calculating light. Interesting, he thinks, his plan solidifying. The man stands before a figure wreathed in glowing blue energy. The air crackles with power. The man sits, the blue energy swirling around him. He is addressed as El Leader, his authority absolute. A close-up reveals the man's face, a bandage covering one eye. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, betraying his anxiety. Park Yonwon's face is illuminated by crackling energy as he speaks. The man's expression hardens as he states that they wouldn't. In a dimly lit room, the seated figure remains silent, flanked by 2 others. A sinister grin spreads across Park Yonwon's face as he demands more details. The crackling fire casts long shadows, illuminating 2 figures sitting in companionable silence. The man in the suit sits by the fire, his expression thoughtful as he begins to speak. Another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, questions if he's really going to do it. The first man turns his head, asking what the other is talking about. The second man looks away, retorting, asking if he's reluctant about it. The man with the sharper features leans in, asking what he means by did we. The first man agrees with clearing the 5-floor dungeon, but wonders if it's too early to challenge a Class A+. The second man leans forward, a slight smile playing on his lips, asking if he's afraid of that dungeon. The man with sharper features retorts, saying that the other always provokes him like that. The figure stands silhouetted against the light, questioning if they look foolish. The man's eyes narrow, a sharp warning cutting through the air. Someone is nearby. The 2 men stand near the fire, the standing man's expression unreadable in the dim light. The man's brow furrows, a question forming on his lips. A figure in a suit peers down, tentatively offering a greeting into the darkness. The man's expression is obscured, but his surprise is evident. Michelle, a woman in a white suit, introduces herself as being with the Messiah Guild. She continues, stating that she will be participating in the raid tomorrow. Michelle bows deeply, declaring herself a huge fan. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning why Michelle is here. The words hang in the air, a confirmation that this encounter is indeed happening in the dungeon. Michelle is embraced by a large, armored figure, a gesture of comfort or familiarity. A hooded figure gazes down at someone below, their expression obscured. 3 figures stand on a raised platform, their purpose yet unknown. A man in a suit laughs, declaring that someone has come to the right place. The man, Isaac, asks if he should give an autograph since they are a fan. The woman in the suit looks up, surprised by the offer, and stammers a response. Isaac, holding a pen, says, "Don't make me a heartless person," and asks where he should put his autograph. The woman's chest is shown as she says, "Excuse me." The woman looks up at Isaac, exclaiming his name in surprise. A speech bubble asks if they can ask for his autograph, please. 2 figures stand near a campfire, the scene filled with an unspoken tension. A hand grips a pen tightly, ready to write. A distant light pierces through the dense forest canopy. The Messiah Guild stands ready, their intentions unknown. The Thunderbird Guild observes, their expressions unreadable. The blond man looks down at another, awaiting an explanation. So, in other words, the man in the suit begins to explain. Contrary to what everyone believes, a hand holds several small spheres. Contrary to the one who's actually controlling Isaac, Kim Woo-jin is questioned. The man confirms that the statement is correct in the dimly lit room. The woman questions if they expect her to believe that bullshit. The man in the suit has heard that he's a huge collector who collects items and skill pages. However, he must have some problems with the supply of items due to level restrictions, so they'll clear his desired dungeon instead. Using Isaac, there wouldn't be any dungeons that he can't enter, or he can't clear, the man states with a smirk. He states that the condition must mutually benefit both parties involved. Park Yeonwon listens intently, responding with a simple, honestly, condition, huh. Kim Woo-jin listens, posturing his fingers as he speaks. There must be something you want from me, judging from the way you talk. The man with the bandage over his eye responds, haha, precisely. However, I don't do deals with no profit. Park Yeonwon adjusts his jacket, stating, I don't know what you want, but I'm not particularly interested in it. Kim Woo-jin speaks, if you're interested in my stuff, bring something more interesting. He adds, I got interested since you were saying things like selling Isaac. The man with the bandage grins, replying, but it was no big deal after all. Sejun Lee speaks, his arms crossed. The negotiation broke down, huh? You pretended to have something in your pocket, but you were actually penniless in the end. Park Yeonwon asks, Leader, shall I get rid of him right here? Kim Woo-jin responds, it seems like he's useless now anyway. Kim Woo-jin's expression is stern as he looks down, his gaze intense. Kim Woo-jin states, the Cyclops dungeon that appeared in the Amazon. I heard that you're forming a team to clear it. A man lies on the floor, looking up at a barred window as he asks, and he states that he will send Isaac to clear the dungeon. The man with the bandage smirks, finding the idea amusing. He asks if they expect him to clear the dungeon for them. The man with the bandage questions pushing Isaac, who just graduated from the 4 floors to 5, to clear an A+ ranked dungeon. A man with glowing eyes laughs maniacally, calling it an incredible amount of confidence. The man with glowing eyes thinks he also said a lot of crazy things at that level. The man with the bandage tells the other figure that if they succeed, they'll talk again. The man with the bandage wonders what Isaac's worth is. The man states that he is not buying Isaac here. The man with glowing eyes thinks if what they were saying is true, it'd be wiser for him to buy the other figure instead of Isaac. The other figure asks how working under him sounds. The man with the bandage states that of course, they'll have to take a test. The man with the bandage states that because he doesn't entirely trust people easily, he'll start bargaining for Isaac's worth from this. A hand carefully sets down a card, its face bearing a single word. The terms are agreeable. The offer is accepted, the deal now sealed. The blond man's gaze is unwavering, his expression unreadable as he commits to the agreement. The declaration is made. They will enter the dungeon now, the path ahead fraught with peril. A swift kick sends a figure flying through the air. The figure plummets from a cliffside, losing altitude rapidly. Another figure rushes forward, shouting, Hey, what are you going to say to Park Yeonwon? The man with blonde hair exclaims, Anyone can tell just by looking at it that we're taking the side of the Lightning King. Do you think Park Yeonwon? A voice demands, You have a plan for this, right? A voice replies, Nah, not at all. I'll report it to Park Yeonwon's side as is. What did? A fist hurtles forward, accompanied by the exclamation, You say? A figure stands on the sandy ground, ready for a fight. Another figure charges forward, kicking up dust as they move, questioning, Do you? He looks up at the looming figure, the shadow casting over him. Here, he says. A burst of energy sends Sejun Lee flying through the air. Brace yourself right now. The armored figure plummets towards the ground, a massive silhouette waiting below. The impact creates a violent explosion of dust and debris. The cloud of dust billows outwards, obscuring everything in its wake. Through the settling dust, Sejun Lee stands, seemingly unharmed, but something is emerging. A bony hand reaches out from the dissipating cloud, its grip firm and unforgiving. A skeletal figure rises from the dust, its blue eyes glowing with eerie intensity. The skeletal figure grabs Sejun Lee by the head. Lightning King's offer. Are you being serious? A disembodied voice echoes, stating that it's impossible to deceive Park Yong-won or avoid his watch. The skeletal figure holds Sejun Lee aloft. Therefore, it'd be wise to tell him the truth, the figure says. Sejun Lee is pinned against a wall, the skeletal figure's grip tightening. My ass, he exclaims. The armored man wonders aloud if Park Yong-won will understand their actions. He believes that the others are misunderstanding something as he walks away. The man glances upward, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The armored man considers the consequences, sharing the deal with Park Yong-won. A slight smile plays on his lips as he contemplates the situation. He wonders if they will think he betrayed them, or if they will think he betrayed the Lightning King. Meanwhile, day 23 after entering the Cyclops dungeon, time stretches on. A stone doorway glows with an inviting light, promising escape or further trials. The fourth floor of the Minotaur labyrinth is littered with bodies, hinting at a brutal struggle. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by magical energy. They dodge that too, the bald man thinks, his face contorted in rage. A man in armor shouts to Kyle, asking how the situation is on his side of the fight. The bandaged man stands, his expression unreadable, as he replies, it's the same here. From somewhere nearby, a voice calls out demanding, Michelle, is it done yet? The battle rages on, a chaotic clash of figures and glowing energy. A blinding light erupts, momentarily obscuring the combatants within its radiant glow. A woman stands amidst the chaos, a concentrated aura of light emanating from her position. A monstrous figure roars, shouting, Kyle, they're targeting Michelle. Cover her. The red monster charges forward, a blur of motion against the dungeon walls. The red monster clashes with an unseen foe, energy crackling around them as they fight. The woman cries out, her face etched with a mixture of determination and strain. Her eye glows with intense power, a focal point for the surrounding energy. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. The dungeon floor glows with the residual heat of the unleashed force. The energy coalesces into a monstrous form, its shape shifting and indistinct. Park Yong-won sighs in relief. Phew, that barrier came up just in the nick of time. A party member notes that it's unusual for a blood goblin to appear. He adds that the dungeon's high level makes it no joke. A figure lies prone, a dark silhouette against the eerie blue glow of the dungeon. Park Yong-won warns that monsters will likely keep swarming out. He suggests finding a place to camp with an escape route. More shadowy figures approach, their forms indistinct in the dim light of the dungeon. A voice expresses concern, fearing the trouble of being surrounded in a narrow, enclosed path. A small, demonic figure with glowing eyes stands over the fallen, a silent predator in the darkness. Park Yong-won, eyes wide, shouts a warning, his face etched with urgency. A man yells, Michelle, behind you, as she looks up, startled by the warning. A grotesque, red-skinned monster bursts from the shadows, blade raised high. She glances upward, a crystalline shard of ice suspended in the air before her. Her eyes widen slightly, a silent question forming on her lips. Michelle raises her staff, the orb at its peak glowing with a soft light as she stares upwards. The monster lies defeated, a pool of its own blood spreading beneath it. Above, Park Yong-won calls out, asking if she is all right, and Michelle confirms that she is. A figure plummets from above, sword in hand, as someone below looks up in shock. The unknown man bandage wonders why this person is here. A man with long blonde hair descends, his blade crackling with blue energy. The unknown man bandage demands to know why the monsters weren't finished off, ordering the kill to be confirmed. The armored figure brings his glowing blade down on the goblin. Another goblin lies defeated on the ground, the sound of impact echoing. The remaining goblin cries out, his expression a mix of pain and fury. The goblin recalls the sheer number of his comrades, a daunting force. Goblins plummet through the air, one shouting about playing dead. A close-up reveals the intense focus in the goblin's eye. A narration box explains that blood goblins possess an extraordinary level of intelligence. The armored figure stands triumphant over the fallen goblins, his silhouette imposing. Another goblin is sent flying, his body twisting in the air. The goblin's face contorts in a scream, his teeth bared in a desperate display. Red streaks fill the air, illustrating the speed and intensity of the battle. The goblin looks up, sweat dripping down his face, a silent question hanging in the air. Park Yong-won looks down, his expression suggesting disappointment. Since the Messiah Guild is joining the clear, he thinks, I was quite looking forward to it, but his eyes narrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He declares, you guys are terrible. The blonde man looks down, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Since the Messiah Guild is joining the clear, he begins. A subtle smile plays on his lips, masking his true feelings. He continues, I was quite looking forward to it, but a voice booms out, filled with disdain. You guys are terrible. Another voice retorts, hey, don't babble on without T-dash. The bald man in armor clenches his fist, his face contorted in anger. He seems ready to lash out at any moment. A blonde girl looks up, her eyes wide with concern. She nervously fidgets, seemingly worried about the unfolding situation. The blonde man speaks, his expression serious. It should be essential for a party leader to be alert and responsible for the safety of his comrade. A heavy foot comes down with brutal force. The foot crushes a blood goblin beneath it, blood splattering across the ground. The blonde man stands amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with blood. Shouldn't you have? He says, his voice cold. A close-up reveals the blonde man's face, his expression unreadable. He seems to be contemplating the situation. The bald man asks, prepared for it? He continues, seeing a leader not even prepared for the very basics. The rumors about the Messiah must have been exaggerated. The blonde man's face is shown in a close-up, his eyes narrowed. Perhaps. I had pointless expectations, he muses. He gripped the staff tightly, hearing complaints about pride being slighted. The masked man's gaze is steady, his expression unreadable behind the fabric. One of the figures insists there's no need to stimulate emotions between comrades working to clear the dungeon. Standing over a fallen figure, one of the two states that Kyle is right. The smaller figure expresses gratitude for the help, but questions their presence. The woman states that they didn't come to pick a quarrel before leaving. She explains that the truth is a problem came up, and that's why they're here. A hand gestures, perhaps emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The overhead view reveals the problem. Their party's tank broke his leg. The man with the fur collar grins widely, his expression suggesting amusement. The woman expresses surprise and concern, wondering how that happened. A foot steps forward, perhaps indicating someone is about to take action. Michelle is speaking to someone out of frame, admitting he was caught off guard. He insists that he is fine, but then admits to himself that he is losing face as a man. The injured party member lies prone on the floor, unmoving. A potion sits nearby as someone remarks that these guys are different from Lee Sejun. The speaker declares that they were the ones who had the heart to save the world more than anyone else. The armored man asks if Michelle was trying to teach them about things like the essentials. The armored man questions what Michelle said, stating that a party leader must be responsible for the safety of his comrade. He then tells Isaac that he should put it into practice before teaching others. The armored man asks what is wrong, and why the other person doesn't keep talking like they were a minute ago. Someone asks if the other has lost their tongue, adding that Jordan is acting according to expectations and has the same old personality. Isaac states that, unlike someone, it wasn't his fault. Michelle insists that his party member only accidentally stumbled, calling someone a bastard. Someone admits that, like an idiot, they didn't listen to the leader and went ahead as they wanted, and this is what happened, showing a leg wrapped in bandages. A voice booms, laced with sarcasm, questioning the presence of a cliff. Park Yong-won's expression is one of barely restrained fury. He continues, suggesting that they came seeking help because they couldn't clear it alone. The blonde man, Isaac, expresses doubt about joining the party, observing their current state. Isaac states that if they follow his orders, he will ensure their safe exit from the dungeon. An axe slams into the ground, the impact sending sparks flying. Park Yong-won's eyes narrow, his expression hardening with anger. He declares that he has had enough of this, directing his anger towards an unseen bastard. The axe, large and menacing, remains embedded in the stone floor. Park Yong-won states that they have to clear the dungeon anyway, and will allow him to join them. A voice declares that they can't just let what he's saying slide. Park Yong-won glares down at Isaac, his teeth bared in anger as he confronts him. A voice demands a one-on-one fight for the position of party leader. World News reports the Messiah Guild challenge of the 7th floor dungeon. The news also reports that Isaac's party vanished after clearing the Hellhound dungeon. A woman's gaze is intense, her expression unreadable. Someone asks her what's wrong, questioning if she is nervous. Her eyes narrow, a hint of defiance flickering within them. One man wonders why he is worried about all kinds of things, while another plots in the master's absence. A voice demands an end to the nonsense, insisting on courtesy. A man with glowing eyes declares that she is not someone to be walked all over. Cho Sung-woo of the Messiah Guild states that while Lee Se-jun is away, she owns the guild. A threat hangs in the air. Disobedience will not be tolerated. The bald man's eyes glow with malevolent intent as he promises retribution. I'll make you regret it. His unseen target provokes a dark question. Someone like you make me regret it? Two figures stand silhouetted in the blue light as a voice cries out, "Stop!" Michelle cautions against internal strife. She states that everything they are about to do is for the master. The conversation turns to future conflicts. It is known that Lee Se-jun wants to face Isaac someday. The man with the ponytail reveals their original plan. They had gathered to kill Isaac before he entered the dungeon. Another voice questions the party. Is it true that Isaac entered the 5th-floor A+ dungeon? Michelle holds a glowing device, admitting she also dismissed it as a rumor until recently. The figures in the blue light discuss the situation. The information came from a guild member working in Amazon. The man with the ponytail wonders about the others. What kind of guild members are the ones who entered along with Isaac? Michelle explains that they aren't members who share the same will. She couldn't assign them other missions because they were unreliable. The man with the stern gaze acknowledges that direct attacks won't work. He declares he will deal with the problem himself. The woman is relieved by this decision. The woman clasps her hands, admitting she doesn't know if it will help. A figure sits at a table, hearing that someone has appointed himself as bait. The smiling man thinks that calling someone bait in front of them is harsh. The man leans back, thinking that as long as he can get rid of Isaac, nothing bad will happen to him. The words hang in the air. Emissary of the underworld. The smiling man thinks he'll be able to monopolize that Nimbus's favor to himself alone. Around a glowing table, the plan is being discussed. The man asks where they are going to execute the plan. A hand presses a button on a remote control. A portal of light opens in a desert landscape. Michelle stands before a looming, Gothic archway, the air thick with anticipation. The location is revealed, Egypt. The woman in the white suit jacket speaks, her words echoing in the chamber. She states that they are on the 6th floor, A+. The location is further clarified, the text bubble indicating they are in the Sphinx dungeon. Twisted metal lies scattered across the cold stone floor. The defeated man gasps for air, sweat beading on his brow. The blonde woman calls out to someone named Jordan, her expression concerned. The armored figure lies prone, admitting, "You beat me." The long-haired man gazes down, his arms crossed in what could be satisfaction. The man sits against the wall, catching his breath. I also had a time like that. A figure in armor kneels, the sound of impact echoing through the chamber. A sinister smile spreads across the long-haired man's face. The sound of a powerful blow reverberates. The echoes of the fight fade into the distance. The armored hands tighten around the polearm, a grim determination setting in. Michelle urges them onward, counting on artillery support as one of the figures declares that he can't give up. The armored feet stomp down, a surge of blue energy emanating from the point of impact. A skill has been cast, Undying Fighter's Taunt. The taunt takes effect, and the cow head is sent hurtling downward. The cow head's eyes glow with a menacing red light, teeth bared in a savage snarl. Below, the armored figure slides along the ground, bracing for impact. The cow head crashes into the ground, sending a shockwave rippling outward. The armored figure is engulfed in dust and debris, sliding uncontrollably. The armored figure, struggling to maintain his footing, shouts a name, Kyle. Kyle grits his teeth, realizing his landing was unstable. Kyle continues to slide, unable to regain control of his momentum. He plummets from above, the taunt having left him vulnerable. A cloaked figure descends, twin blades flashing in a flurry of strikes. The cowhead roars in pain as the blades find their mark. Upside down, the cloaked figure continues the relentless assault. The cowhead's thick hide is no match for the sharp steel. Another strike lands, this one aimed at the monster's massive arm. A skeletal figure raises its arm, blocking a fiery attack. Michelle prepares to strike, her staff glowing with magical energy. The cowhead is now completely engulfed in flames. Park Yeon-won reflects on his carelessness, regretting a recent bet. A man with long blonde hair looks down, as the man with the bandage yells out, "Jordan!" The bald man stares ahead, his expression a mask of fury. The bald man plummets from above, his axe gripped tightly in his hands. He grits his teeth, a sharp pain shooting through his leg as he descends. Knowing he can't dodge, the bald man steels himself, preparing to meet the attack head-on. A primal scream tears from his throat as the impact looms. The sound of the collision echoes through the chamber. Michelle's eyes widen in alarm, her hand flying to her mouth. The cowhead reels from a flurry of blows, its defenses crumbling. The force of the assault pushes the massive creature backward. Dust and debris billow outwards, obscuring the battlefield. The bald man's eyes narrow, focused and determined amidst the chaos. Sweat pours down his face as he braces for the next attack. The man with bandages observes the scene, remarking on how close it was. 3 figures retreat, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Park Yeon-won, hoisted over Lee Jin-h's shoulder, demands to be put down immediately, questioning what is happening. Lee Jin-h's expression is serene, a slight smile gracing his lips. The bald man slams his armored feet against the ground in protest. He shouts an insult, his face contorted with rage. The tank is now on the ground, being helped up by Michelle. He acknowledges that he doesn't have another way. Lee Jin-H is sent flying backwards, someone shouting a question about where he is going. Park Young-won, still on the ground, questions the logic of someone taking over the tank role. The massive, furry creature stands amidst the chaos, surrounded by smaller figures. Lee Jin-H's eye is visible, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. He declares he'd rather go back, even if it means dying here. Park Young-won argues that jumping back into the battlefield with his injured leg is suicidal, wondering who will. The blonde man advises against sacrificing oneself as a leader. The text emphasizes that a tank's role is to buy time for allies. A figure in a white cape declares he will show them how it's done. Meanwhile, a building is shown with signs for an art center and a taekwondo center. The dark-skinned man asks what brings a lowly person to their special place. A hand adds a yellow substance to a cup as someone laughs. The man remarks on the extreme welcome as he adds something to the cup. The man with glasses, holding the cup, asks if they're talking about him. Dragon Slayer Francois Bureau holds a cup, a smile playing on his lips as he asks a rhetorical question. The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the unseen listener. Park Young-won's expression hardens, his displeasure evident in the tightening of his jaw. Dragon Slayer Francois Bureau leans back in his chair, continuing to speak with a calm demeanor. The Dragon Slayer sets his cup down, the sound echoing slightly in the room as he prepares to elaborate. He pauses, his gaze intense, as he poses a question, seeking confirmation of a past commitment. The question lingers, a reminder of a resolution made in the wake of loss. The two men sit across from each other, the tension palpable in the sterile office environment. Park Young-won's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he considers the implications of the question. Dragon Slayer Francois Bureau's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he awaits Park Young-won's response. The Dragon Slayer glances towards Michelle, who stands silently in the background, observing the exchange. The man in the suit sits calmly, declaring his unwavering resolve to succeed. The man with glasses looks up, startled by something he has just perceived. What was that, he wonders. A hand adorned with a ring rests on a knee, as something clicks into place. The bald man stares down, his expression a mask of grim determination. A blur of red streaks across the scene, hinting at a sudden, violent action. A monstrous creature roars, its fangs bared and blood dripping from its maw. The bald man glances sideways, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He can dodge all those attacks, he thinks. A figure plummets from above, weapon drawn, poised to strike the monster. Below, a blonde-haired woman watches. The monster's foot descends with crushing force. Someone observes that he wouldn't be able to win by dodging alone. The bald man shouts in alarm, his eyes wide with concern. The blonde-haired woman stands behind him. The blonde-haired woman turns, a cry of warning echoing. Look behind. The monstrous creature looms. Her lips curl into a sinister smile as she utters a single, ominous thought. Below, a lone figure faces insurmountable odds, realizing they've reached a dead end. With tremendous force, a blade slams into the ground, sending tremors through the chamber. The monster's leg is under attack, as Park Young-won watches with concern, while Michelle looks on with worry. Dust explodes outwards, obscuring the battlefield in a haze of debris. The hooded figure laments the loss of another, despite their flaws, believing no one deserves such a fate. The hooded figure despairs, realizing that without the skeleton soldiers, victory is impossible. The monster continues its assault, as Park Young-won desperately clings to the hope of the skeleton soldiers. Amidst the chaos, a question arises. Is something moving within the dust cloud? A figure on the ground realizes something, as purple energy surges from below. The monster's menacing face looms, its teeth bared and eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Sejun Lee appears, a sinister smile playing on his lips, questioning his opponent's immobility. The ground erupts, a violent explosion of displaced earth. The Minotaur's singular eye burns with a malevolent, crimson light as Sejun Lee approaches. He descends, a white streak against the dark, as the Minotaur's eye flares brighter. A burst of raw energy paints the air in strokes of red and blue. The ruler of the labyrinth, Minotaur, has been poisoned by blood poison. The Minotaur reels, staggering amidst the shattered remnants of the arena. He notes the monster still has a lot of energy left. Sejun Lee thought he could buy some more time. He possesses intelligence, so luring him towards a wall wouldn't work anymore either. The Minotaur looms, wreathed in purple energy, as Sejun Lee wonders aloud. The Minotaur is going berserk right now. What perfect timing. An angry beast only looks forward. Another explosion rocks the arena, dust and debris flying. He plummets, a final, fatal blow readied as he falls towards the monster. A confident smirk plays on Sejun Lee's lips. As expected, the Minotaur roars, its red eyes burning with savage intensity. The beast towers over the skeletal figures, clutching one in its massive hand. Further down the corridor, more skeletal figures advance, their purpose aligned with the Minotaur. A figure glows brightly within the Minotaur's chest, a beacon of impending power. The light intensifies, engulfing the skeletal figures surrounding the monstrous Minotaur. Lee Jin-H watches with a smirk playing on his lips, anticipating the coming chaos. The skill, Corpse Explosion, has been cast, and the air crackles with raw energy. The Minotaur erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Park Young-won, Michelle, and the unknown man Bandage stare upwards, their faces etched with concern. The force of the explosion sends fragments of bone and flesh scattering in all directions. In the aftermath, Se-jun Lee stands amidst the devastation, the sole figure left standing. The explosion's shockwave expands outwards, consuming everything in its path. The skeletal figure stands, twin blades crackling with azure energy. Raising the massive blades high, the skeletal figure prepares to strike. Far below, a lone figure in white gazes up at the looming threat. A wave of crimson washes over the scene, a sign of destruction. Metallic debris flies through the air amidst the red haze. From above, the skeletal figure is surrounded by smaller, shadowy forms. The smaller figures swarm, as the figure in white remains distant. A bald head is visible, the neck strained against the dark collar. The individual looks up, a question hanging in the air, seeking answers. Far below, two figures stand near a glowing portal, one questioning the other's intentions. A close-up reveals intense eyes, narrowed with suspicion and perhaps a hint of anger. A woman sits, illuminated, as a shadowy figure looms behind her, its presence ominous. She asks about the requested item. The character acknowledges the mention of Bamong, responding with a hint of feigned innocence. The woman presses for more information, demanding to know who this Bamong is, her expression unreadable. The man's eyes narrow, a realization dawning on him. Others are also after the sword. Frustration mounts as a hand clenches tightly, a silent expression of contained anger. A figure plummets downwards, the sound of impact echoing through the air. The fall continues, the perspective emphasizing the distance and the speed of descent. A close-up on the woman's face reveals a sharp, focused gaze, her intentions unknown. Even Trash, the man in the white suit declares, will learn manners if stabbed in the face. The man in the chair wonders why they're being so scary, calling himself precious bait, and questioning if they're threatening him over something like this. His eyes narrow, a silent promise of retribution hanging in the air. The man in the white suit holds a knife to the other's neck, suggesting they surely haven't forgotten something. The man in the white suit's face contorts in rage as he yells. He declares he'll get rid of Trash like the man in the chair and take his place to go to Egypt, shouting that enough is enough. The man in the chair remains silent as the knife presses closer. A disembodied voice agrees, stating he's right. The woman with long red hair wonders if there's any other bait like John that can lure an Isaac. The man in the white suit states that they will do it with just cause and stir up public opinion. The man in the chair laughs, saying that, as expected, the vice master knows it well. The woman with long red hair appears to be deep in thought. She is told that her role as bait is complete and to play it well. Meanwhile, the Forest of Giants on the 5/4 floor glows with an eerie light. Armored feet tread carefully across the glowing blue floor. A figure calls out, their voice echoing through the blue-lit cavern. A close-up reveals a sharp, calculating gaze. The armored figure is complimented on their rumored skills. The white-haired man dismisses the praise, claiming he's just confirming things. The dark-skinned man reminds him of a promise, hinting at rewards from a dungeon. The white-haired man with the fur collar questions the other's perception of the dungeon. The dark-skinned man acknowledges that the promise has been remembered, with satisfaction. He lies prone in the snow, his allies standing over him. Jordan, his back turned, feels a hand gently touch his armored shoulder. The woman's face is etched with concern as she asks, "Jordan, are you okay?" Jordan forces a laugh, sweat beading on his brow. "I am fine," he insists. The unknown man Bandage speaks, his voice muffled by his mask. "Don't let what happened in battle before affect you too much, Jordan." The woman smiles, her expression bright despite the somber mood. "He's right," she says. Jordan's face contorts in anger as he shouts, "Didn't do anything wrong." His head hangs low, and Jordan mutters, "Somehow this is more insulting." Jordan looks up at his companions, offering a weak, "Thanks, guys." The man with long hair stares down, his expression unreadable. The group remains in the snowy field, Jordan kneeling, the others standing guard. The long-haired man's face is bloodied, and he thinks to himself that the probability of survival was around 50%. A towering figure looms over a field of bodies, cloaked and ominous. A declaration echoes, promising a different outcome this time around. Glowing eyes narrow as a strategy is revealed, one designed for minimal losses. A flock of birds takes flight, their wings beating against the twilight sky. The man's expression is stern, his gaze fixed and unwavering. Two figures stand in close conversation, their expressions serious and intent. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit office, individuals are seated, some working diligently at their desks. The man pinches the bridge of his nose, a gesture of frustration or deep thought. A demand is made to cease frivolous behavior and focus on the matter at hand. The man reclined, asks the purpose of the visit, his tone laced with impatience. The man in the suit extends his hand, holding out a card. He speaks of honesty and wanting. A hand sets a white paper cup down on the dark surface of a table. A voice declares that he has an item he wants to give to someone. Unknown man bandage listens intently, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The light red-haired man asks what kind of item is being offered, his face illuminated by a blue glow. Unknown man bandage's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. The red-haired woman stands silently, her gaze fixed on something out of view. A hand rests on the hilt of a large, ornate sword lying on the table. Unknown man bandage exclaims in shock, recognizing the weapon before him. This is Bama. The light red-haired man explains that it's the item those Messiah jerks were secretly searching for, and if he's right, the disembodied voice declares that it is the only sword that can kill the savior. Unknown man bandage holds the sword aloft, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of surprise and excitement. Whoa! The blonde-haired man with glasses appears to be thinking, his thoughts represented by a trail of ellipses. Park Yong-won peers out the car window, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The red-haired woman glances back, asking if everything went well. The woman behind the wheel remains silent, her expression hidden. Park Yong-won looks surprised by her silence, questioning her reaction. The red-haired woman tells him that he doesn't have to always be worried about her. In the rearview mirror, Park Yong-won's reflection shows his confusion as he wonders what she means by be worried. Meanwhile, Sejun stands with Michelle outside a building, luggage at their feet. The red-haired woman's face is shadowed, her expression troubled as she thinks about what happened. Park Yong-won recalls asking someone about the day his father died, realizing she knows what happened. A hand reaches out to press the button to open the car door. Secretary Lee sits in the car, sweat beading on his brow. He asks if someone is okay. She stares ahead, her expression unreadable as she sits in the driver's seat. The car sits in a parking lot, surrounded by others. A voice declares that they are not okay at all. A group approaches the gaping maw of a cavern, the darkness within promising unknown dangers. The bald man in armor demands to know why they have come here, his voice full of anger and frustration. The blonde-haired man wonders if the Thunderbird guys will be okay like this. He suggests it's better to be cooperative. Someone shouts for the leader as they run towards the group standing in the snow. The bald man's face contorts in rage as he shouts that he's already here. The bald man tells Isaac to start attacking like they did before, his expression determined. The blonde-haired man questions if it isn't better for all of them to leave the dungeon quickly. The bald man tells him to hide quietly. The blonde-haired man denies hiding, then warns that the guy isn't a monster you can just casually write off. An underling seethes, forced to obey orders from above. He curses the leader in his thoughts. Another man anxiously asks for direction. He wants to know if they should prepare for battle. The man grits his teeth, remembering the leader's words. They have come this far without fighting. The woman smiles, thinking about killing the twin-headed Cyclops. She wants to do it with her own hands. The man smiles, thinking about getting rid of Shakira. He believes he will become the leader's right hand. The man falls, confident that they will defeat the twin-headed Cyclops. He is determined to win. The man reassures his companion, telling him not to worry about the Thunderbird guys. He says their work comes first. The man tells the blonde-haired woman to relax. She smiles, trying to calm the tension. The man asks about the other's condition. He wants to make sure everyone is ready for the fight. The man gives a thumbs up, saying he's in top shape. He is confident in his abilities. Someone shouts, stuttering with fear. They have spotted monsters ahead. The group stands at the cave's edge, facing a horde of monsters. The battle is about to begin. Two enormous, insectal monsters stand poised, their crimson eyes gleaming menacingly. The white-haired man observes the scene, a plan forming in his mind. Good, let's commence according to the plan. A hand clad in a ring activates a skill. A notification appears. Solomon's ring has been equipped. The man holds out his hand, the ring glowing brightly. The ring, stolen from the Swordmaster, is now ready for use. The ring flares with power, a surge of energy emanating from the user's hand. The hand continues to glow, the power of Solomon's order now unleashed upon the battlefield. The insectal monsters respond to the command, their bodies beginning to emit a blinding light. The monster is now completely enveloped in a radiant, golden aura, ready to strike. A figure is struck, blood splattering as they cry out in pain. Kuak. A man's face contorts in agony, sweat pouring down as he screams in pain. His eyes widen in terror, the full horror of the situation dawning upon him. The figure amidst the shadows cries out in disbelief. questioning where all the monsters are coming from. A flurry of slashes fills the air, a declaration of war. Park Yong-won, armored and enraged, brings his glowing blade down. The attack fails. He is sent tumbling backwards through the air. He hits the ground hard, struggling to regain his footing. His eye widens in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down. Kneeling on the ground, Park Yong-won asks himself, how did this? He recalls, I was definitely fighting with the Cyclops just then. The battlefield is littered with the corpses of his subordinates. Park Yong-won wonders how he suddenly avoided all those monsters. His gaze falls upon his sword, stained with blood as he asks, why are my subordinates all dead? His brow furrows, confusion and disbelief etched on his face. Two glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, watching him. He faces a towering figure, clad in armor, its shadow looming large. The monstrous entity grins, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Park Yong-won's expression is one of dawning horror as he looks up. A colossal foot descends, poised to crush him beneath its weight. The impact reverberates with a deafening crash. The ground splinters and cracks, a testament to the devastating force. The blonde-haired man, Isaac, stands on a rocky precipice, overlooking a vast canyon. Another figure stands beside him, calling his name. The bald man wonders aloud if bringing the striped ants to fight alongside them is the right thing to do. Isaac looks on, a question mark floating above his head. Isaac remarks that they are cuter than he thought, suggesting that they should try to touch them, too. The bald man questions Isaac's statement about the striped ants, his expression skeptical. The bald man asks if Isaac is really thinking of bringing them to fight alongside them. The striped ants, each larger than a person, stand ready. A hooded figure agrees with Isaac, while a blonde woman looks on in shock. The bald man states that the ants are currently under control. Park Yong-won wonders how they will know when the ants will attack them. The white-haired man explains that there must be a limit to the duration of the effects. Park Yong-won denies that the effects will wear off during the battle. The white-haired man assures him that the ring does not affect the ants indefinitely. Park Yong-won says that he will have finished his role by the time the effect wears off. The white-haired man thinks that the ants will destroy themselves after that. The white-haired man nods, stating that there should be no problem. Park Yong-won orders his ants to attack, since the dispatch signal has been ordered. Park Yong-won, holding a glowing ring, declares that it is their time to play. The ants stand ready, their mandibles clicking in anticipation of the coming battle. The white-haired man stands surrounded by the ants, ready to unleash them. A massive ant, its form sleek and menacing, strides forward, ready to follow orders. The purple-skinned monster, unaware of the impending danger, stands with its back turned. The frog-like monster, bulky and armored, remains stationary within the cavernous space. A relentless swarm of ants surges forward, their numbers a dark tide against the blue-lit stone. The ants swarm over a hand, their tiny bodies a living blanket, carrying out their assigned task. The monsters, teeth bared in savage snarls, are engulfed by the relentless ant horde. The blonde woman watches the scene unfold. Nice, they're doing well. Ha, she exclaims, pleased with the ants' progress. The bald man, observing the ants' efficiency, thinks, the boss monster of 5th floor's grade A+ dungeon is being taken care of this easily. A bead of sweat trickles down the bald man's face as he witnesses the ants' overwhelming power. The ants converge around a glowing object. There forms a dark mass against the radiant light. A blinding flash erupts as the ants detonate, their bodies consumed in a brilliant explosion. The ants' eyes glow with an eerie light, a testament to the power it wields. The ants clash, purple energy crackling between their armored bodies. The conflict spreads. More of the insects turn on each other, locked in battle. The blonde man, ring gleaming, demands to know why they are fighting amongst themselves. The ants continue their infighting, their mandibles snapping and tearing. A surge of purple energy erupts, scattering debris in its wake. From a high vantage point, the hooded figure and Park Yong-won observe the chaos below. The blonde man explains that the monster's two eyes are devil eyes with different abilities. The left eye, it is said, causes confusion, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. The monster stands amidst the ants, a warning against reckless displays of power. The group on the cliff wonders what to do next, fearing a similar fate if they rush in. A sinister smile spreads across the blonde man's face, hinting at his intentions. A close-up of the two-headed monster, its eyes glowing ominously. The unseen speaker makes a point about the concept of cool down. The title card declares, kill the hero. Park Yong-won wonders if Isaac is facing the twin-headed Cyclops for the first time. The man with the fur collar agrees, suggesting they head over to take on the bastard. ID, player. Se Jun Lee declares that he will go first, holding a glowing sword. Park Yong-won states they still have to deal with the right evil eye, wondering if they should think of a countermeasure. He calls out to ID, player. Se Jun Lee to wait, as the protagonist falls through the air. The man with the fur collar appears concerned, muttering that he has to worry too much. Park Yong-won thinks that they still have no idea what kind of guy Isaac is, as he plummets downward. The protagonist faces a massive, hulking monster with a single, glowing red eye. The monster's singular eye glows with intense power. He plummets through the air, the monstrous form looming above. A disembodied voice declares that he is exposed to the evil eye and that he is being petrified. His feet hit the ground, the impact sending shards of ice flying. He continues his descent, his boots crunching on the frozen ground. He lands before the twin-headed Cyclops, his sword held at his side. He grips his sword tightly, a grim determination etched on his face. There's only one chance, he thinks. A system message declares that Lancelot's ring has activated a strong resistance to the petrification. The ring on his finger glows, a surge of power coursing through him. The twin-headed Cyclops realizes its mistake. Its guard dropped because its evil eye didn't work on him. He stands before the massive creature, its teeth bared in a menacing grin. Its left eye is still on cooldown, so he's leaving it for now. He narrows his eyes, a fierce determination burning within him. He'll deal with the right eye first. With a burst of speed, he leaps towards the twin-headed Cyclops, his sword raised high. He plummets from above, a concentrated beam of energy crackling in his hand. The impact sends tremors through the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust. A blinding explosion erupts, momentarily obscuring the monstrous form. Isaac advances, the Aegis shield radiating a powerful aura of invincibility. The twin-headed Cyclops roars, its razor-sharp teeth bared in a terrifying display. The monster charges forward, its massive form dwarfing Isaac as he prepares to meet the attack. The red-haired woman shouts, "Let's leave the right eye to me." Park Young-won, still on the ground, urges someone to head in. Isaac continues his advance, sword drawn and shield raised, ready to strike. The long white-haired man smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The red-haired woman continues, "You take on the left eye with them." Two warriors stand ready, one with a shield, the other with a sword. The armored figure urges speed, as a comrade falls amidst a burst of energy. A lone figure plummets, as the announcement rings out. The skeleton soldiers have been summoned. A monstrous roar echoes, the creature's maw filled with rows of jagged teeth. From a high vantage point, a group surveys the scene below, their silhouettes stark against the bright sky. Isaac Ivanov's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The blond man extends his hand, a sphere of concentrated light crackling with energy forming in his palm. His eyes are closed, his face serene as he focuses his power. Below, his feet are planted firmly on the blue ground, ready to unleash the coming attack. The ground erupts in a burst of energy, sending shockwaves rippling outward. A chaotic battle unfolds, figures clashing amidst a swirl of blue energy. The sun blazes, its light piercing through the dense foliage. A foot descends, the impact causing the ground beneath to crack. Two figures emerge from the light, their expressions unreadable in the glare. Her eyes lock on, pupils dilated, a silent intensity burning within. The bald man's face contorts with rage as he gestures wildly, his associate watching. A weapon is raised, its dark barrel a stark threat against the sky. The gun is held steady, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. A cry echoes out, the figures below silhouetted against the light. His face is a mask of fury, spittle flying as he shouts. He demands to know what they think they're doing, while the woman warns them to back off. The woman with the eye patch smiles, confident that Isaac Ivanov has dealt with the monster. The bald man insists that whatever promise Isaac made doesn't involve them, his anger palpable. The blonde woman argues that they've risked their lives conquering the dungeon. The unseen man's face contorts in anger, finding the current threat rude. The armed men advance, one declaring they won't be turned into a beehive. The bald man smirks, questioning if they aren't already being courteous enough. Elsewhere, Isaac Ivanov stands with a stern expression, flanked by two men in suits. A beam of light pierces the sky, a silent, powerful force. The armed figures stand over a group of people lying prone on the ground. One observes that the dungeon has been cleared, and there are no more returnees, dismissing the safety of his people. The man in the brown suit dismisses their skills as insignificant, their lives meaningless. Isaac Ivanov states that all he needs is what he asked to be brought to him. One of the men behind him questions if he is really going to hand it over. A voice declares that of course he is. They need to get what they want. He grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead, but still, wasting the Cyclops' evil eye. The blond man holds out his hand, presenting a glowing orb. Well, the debuffs don't work on him, he thinks, so it won't be dangerous for him, even if he gives it to them. Three men in suits stand, their ties neatly arranged. The scene is awash in purples and pinks, the light catching the edges of their jackets. Two figures walk away down a path, their forms indistinct in the distance. The path stretches long and white before them. Michelle holds a phone to her ear, her expression unreadable. "What? Are you going just like that?" she asks, listening intently. The blond man, Isaac Ivanov, stands among a group of people. One man gestures with his hands, while another wears a surgical mask. A handshake seals the deal, the hands clasped tightly together. "My pleasure." The man says the agreement finalized. A line of people stand watching, their faces turned towards the departing figure. The sun shines brightly behind them. The blond man's face is cast in shadow, his expression thoughtful. His long hair falls straight down his back. A bald man's face is contorted in anger, his brow furrowed. He grits his teeth, muttering under his breath. Michelle smiles sadly, her fingers touching her cheek. I'm sorry. He's naturally got a big ego. He's not a bad person. Her purple eyes widen, and she looks down at her hand. She holds the glowing orb, the power thrumming beneath her fingertips. Footsteps echo across the arid landscape, a journey underway. Isaac Ivanov, in his tailored suit, addresses someone, stating certainly. A man's face contorts in fury, his voice booming. Don't seem like a good leader. The conversation continues, someone exclaiming, what did you say? Before being cut off with a but, at least those who are standing over there. Isaac Ivanov stands among his supporters, who pledge, will continue to trust and rely on you, standing behind you. The sentiment is clear, and fighting together with you, because, to them, Isaac Ivanov extends a hand, declaring, you're the greatest comrade. The angry man's face is shown again, his expression still one of intense displeasure. A close-up reveals a person's face, their expression unreadable as they speak softly. Hands reach out, fingers almost touching, a connection about to be made. The handshake is complete, a symbol of agreement and unity among those present. The scene fades, leaving only a blue and white void, a moment of reflection. The man in the black outfit confronts Isaac Ivanov, questioning his newfound eloquence. The man wonders aloud if Isaac Ivanov didn't used to loathe those guys from the Messiah Guild. A close-up reveals the man's stern expression as he considers the situation. From behind, a bald man thanks Jordan, his tone suggesting gratitude and relief. The bald man expresses his gratitude for always being dependable and protecting them. The man in black insists that he never said he loathed the Messiah Guild, though he can't forgive the fake Messiah. A declaration echoes. Someone mercilessly trampled on these guys' noble will. Meanwhile, a towering skyscraper pierces the night sky, bathed in the moon's ethereal glow. Online buzz reports Isaac Ivanov's appearance in the Amazon, clearing an A-plus dungeon with the Messiah Guild. The internet debates whether Isaac Ivanov will answer Johan's call, with some surprised he's even in the Amazon. Online commenters call it the noble will to save the world, while others warn against speaking too soon. A woman's narrowed eyes betray her thoughts. Isaac Ivanov has finally returned to the Amazon. She finishes her statement, the ornate room reflecting the gravity of her words. The man with the ponytail glares, his one visible eye narrowed with suspicion and barely contained anger. The red-haired woman responds, her tone sharp and dismissive of any perceived nonsense. The red-haired woman sits regally in her chair, the light catching the sharp lines of her white suit. The man's expression hardens, his gaze intense as he listens to the red-haired woman's explanation. A disembodied voice offers a gift, presenting items bathed in an ethereal glow. The red-haired woman holds up the luminous artifacts, identifying them as Hades' helmet and Hermes' boots. A hand taps rhythmically on a dark surface, the sound echoing in the room. Park Yeon-won smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The situation is becoming even more interesting. Park Yeon-won sits at his desk, his expression expectant. Sure, did your business with New Eyes go well? The man's face is cast in shadow as he replies, yes, quite a few things happened. The long, white-haired man looks down, his expression unreadable. I heard that you're not the type of person to break promises. Did you bring the item that I asked for? The man's eyes narrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. So, even in a situation like this, you're unfazed and still get what you need. I like the way you think. A golden car glows, the words Lich summon skill emblazoned upon it. I do keep my promises. The man's face is partially obscured by shadow as he speaks. Since this item has a limit of level 180, take care of your life until then. The man's lips curl into a slight smile. I received the item I needed. I heard you also received quite a sweet offer from the bastard as well. Park Yeon-won leans back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face, considering the implications of the offer. He sits on the couch, listening to the man before him speak. The man, with a slight smile, states that they are on the same page. A hand reaches for the phone, ready to make a call. The man in the tuxedo asks if Park Yeon-won knows what he wants from him. Park Yeon-won thinks he will have to watch New Eyes' every move now. A woman in a blue skirt and white jacket walks away from the seated Park Yeon-won. Park Yeon-won places a card on the table, a faint blue glow emanating from it. The man in the tuxedo holds a ring, a golden light reflecting off of it. Park Yeon-won holds the ring in its box, recognizing it as Osiris' ring. The man in the tuxedo reiterates what he wants from Park Yeon-won. Someone notes that Johan and Isaac are competing, suggesting using this opportunity to coax Isaac. He regards someone with a stern expression, his face unreadable. A voice orders someone to eliminate Johann George, presenting a ring. The person on the receiving end of the order replies, whatever it takes. The ring is secured back in its box, the deal now sealed with a click. The response is simple and direct. Understood. Meanwhile, Cairo, Egypt, a city steeped in history and now perhaps intrigue. A pyramid looms in the background, dwarfed by a strange, glowing anomaly. Below, a large crowd gathers, their purpose unknown, their numbers vast. Two figures in suits walk away, their business seemingly concluded. The bald man smiles, stating it is an honor to do this with the other person. A close-up reveals a tense expression, jaw clenched. Eyes narrow, focused and intense, betraying a hidden determination. Two men in suits clasp hands, sealing an agreement, one saying to look forward to it. The man on the right smirks, thinking his opponent should laugh while he still can. A close-up reveals the man's sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. The air shimmers as something descends with violent force. A figure is beset by a swarm of skeletal warriors, their blades raised high. The skeletons descend from above, a relentless assault against their target. The long, white-haired man's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed. The skeletons continue their assault, one declaring that their target is truly as amazing as the rumors said. A hooded figure observes the battle, musing on the power to raise the attack power of every skeleton soldier. The long, white-haired man reflects that his own skeleton army is lacking, and he has much to learn. One figure remarks that the other is amazing, even as he plummets downward. The quantity of skeletons under his control is vast, and the long, white-haired man seems pleased. The hooded figure observes the army of skeletons, noting that their numbers are incomparable to his own. The hooded figure acknowledges the sheer number of skeletons before him with a sinister grin. The two figures stand close, their outfits a stark contrast of dark and light, gold trim highlighting their positions. The hooded figure gazes at the ring on his finger, attributing his power to the artifact. The ring glows with a faint blue light, revealing its name, Hades' ring. The long white-haired man seems surprised, questioning if it is truly Hades' ring. The hooded figure contemplates using the ring's ability to make another skeleton soldier his own. The long white-haired man wonders if such an item existed, speculating that Messiah had kept it hidden. The long white-haired man stands tall, his expression unreadable as he looks off to the side. The hooded figure grins, stating that he definitely won't lay a hand on Isaac Nim's skeleton army. The skeleton soldiers he commands have been summoned by his subordinates. Three figures stand in formation, awaiting orders from their master. The hooded figure gazes at the ring on his finger, musing about its existence. Elsewhere, a man with long blonde hair deems the ring too dangerous to ignore. Johann George considers showing his strength instead of keeping it a secret. Whether now or back then, he is a brazen guy, someone observes. Meanwhile, the sun sets over a dark forest, casting long shadows across the land. A lone figure stands atop a hill, gazing down at the scene below. Johann George remarks on the unfortunate nature of the agent of the underworld, who can neither eat nor drink. He chews on a piece of food, savoring the taste. He speaks to someone unseen, stating that they must be somewhere near him at all times. The hooded figure realizes his companion cannot talk back, a fact he momentarily forgot. Armored figures stand around a campfire, as one says the unseen person must be hungry and thirsty. He covers his mouth, considering his options. To defeat the boss monster on the 6th floor, he needs Isaac's strength. Therefore, he can't kill him before that. So, he must be a little patient. The king of the undead holds a book, preparing to use it. He finds what he was looking for, and says, "Ah, there you are." A bright light emanates from the book. A massive doorway stands before them, promising passage to the next level. A hooded figure grins, his expression suggesting a sinister anticipation. There's one floor remaining now. The hooded figure continues, noting their smooth progress thus far. He believes the 6th and final floor will be the most difficult. Isaac Ivanov closes his eyes, recalling a prior conversation. It's just as Johann said. Isaac's eyes narrow, his expression thoughtful. He muses on their lack of casualties, despite this being an A-plus class dungeon. The angle shifts, looking up at Isaac. He considers the hooded figure's words. The boss monster of the 6th floor will be threatening. Isaac's thoughts turn to the enemy. He knows the world knows everything about his powers, and they would only send these guys. Isaac's expression hardens, his eyes closed. He realizes they're trying to catch him in this situation with an invisible enemy. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman stands with her arms crossed, a knowing look on her face. They continue down the path, unaware that someone believes Park Shinhai has given up. A hand reaches out, making contact with an unseen barrier. A voice declares, "Now then." A door begins to open, light pouring out from within. It's slowly giving way. From above, Johann George watches with a sinister grin. Below him, the hooded figure looks up. Long white-haired man gazes down at the opening door, declaring that this is coming to an end. A foot steps onto sand, kicking up dust as the environment shifts. Isaac Ivanov is surprised by the sudden change in scenery. What? Is this a desert terrain? he asks. Isaac Ivanov looks up at Johann George, who simply replies, no. A view of a forest is shown, the green hue suggesting a new area. A large golem stands in the desert, surrounded by smaller figures. It's a jungle, someone observes. The hooded figure smirks, suggesting they move into the jungle first. Before the hunt continues, Park Yong-won pauses, turning to address the others. He declares that they're putting the hunt for the assassin on hold. The hooded figure stands firm, flanked by two similarly cloaked figures, his expression unreadable. A figure falls to the ground, whispering a single word, assassins. The declaration hangs in the air as the assembled group faces a sudden, internal threat. Park Yong-won's brow furrows, demanding to know what the hooded figure means by that statement. Without warning, one of the hooded figures launches a kick, striking another. Chaos erupts as the hooded figures turn on each other, their allegiances suddenly unclear. Arcane energy crackles as one assassin unleashes a magical assault on another. Park Yong-won watches the unfolding betrayal, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. The hooded figure declares that this is how Park Yong-won is revealing himself. An assassin lunges forward, while Park Yong-won turns and flees, the tables having turned. He is immediately accosted, an armored figure shouting after him, accusing him of escaping. The hooded man barks orders, demanding that they pursue the fleeing figure. He commands his forces to prioritize capturing the golem, Dullahan, and skeleton soldiers over Isaac. Park Yong-won realizes they must suppress Isaac Ivanov's special entities, acknowledging Johann George's quick wit. The regular skeleton soldiers can resurrect themselves repeatedly within the dungeon. It's different for special entities like the golem, Dullahan, skeleton knights, and wizards, who are being torn apart. Because the conditions to summon them are strict, the loss of these special entities would be devastating. If they're destroyed here, or stolen by the effect of Johann George's Hades ring, the consequences would be dire. The red-haired woman acknowledges that his forces will suffer an indescribable loss if that's the case. The summoning Book of the Dead appears, glowing with arcane energy. A skeleton soldier is being summoned, rising from the darkness. Park Yong-won's eyes narrow, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepares to turn the tide. He curses, realizing that someone is unsummoning his creatures as one crumbles. A figure plummets from a great height, falling away from the conflict. The man's eyes narrow, rage burning within him as he spits out Isaac's name. Two figures sprint through the forest, their destination unknown. The hooded figure clenches his fist, questioning if they should continue the chase. The hooded figure warns that Isaac Ivanov is holding on to most of his forces. He wonders what will happen if they follow him into the forest unknowingly. The hooded figure is shocked, realizing that Isaac noticed the assassins and retracted all of his skeleton soldiers. The situation has become complicated. A magical energy permeates the sky. One of the men states that he doesn't believe they are being chased. The man asks if the other has a plan. A sly smile spreads across the man's face. The king of the undead holds the ring between his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. A system notification appears, confirming that he has equipped the legendary Osiris ring. The ring settles into its designated slot, glowing with a soft, golden light. The description of the Osiris ring details its power to completely revive the dead and increase attack and ability power. The man with short blonde hair speaks, his expression suggesting a growing unease. Johann George looks down at the blonde man, referring to someone as a generous benefactor. The king of the undead thinks to himself, mentioning the name Li Jin. The blonde man questions why he is being called so purposefully, expressing his growing anxiety about the situation. He is told he should be used to falling by now. Dragons circle in the sky, their silhouettes stark against the pale sky. The blonde man's eyes widen in alarm, his face contorted with a sudden realization. Johann George's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he stares down at the man. The blonde man points a finger, his voice rising in disbelief as he questions the king of the undead. A piercing gaze, the pale blue eye set in a determined face. A distant mountain range pierces the sky, birds circling its peak. A massive, clawed hand rests on a surface, the sound of impact echoing. A winged creature looms, its glowing purple eyes burning with an eerie light. The rough texture of the stone hints at an ancient, forgotten place. Johann George stands on the desolate landscape, the woman kneeling beside the massive form of a wyvern. Johann George wonders aloud if the other man wants to ride a wyvern, and if he's going to summon it as a skeleton soldier. But a skeleton wyvern appears, and Johann George wonders if it will be able to fly if it's only bones. Johann George's expression is unreadable as he looks down, his fingers steepled in front of his mouth. He wonders if there's an ability in the ring that he just obtained. The skeleton wyvern stands tall, bathed in a purple glow, as Johann George watches. The ring glows brightly as the skill resurrection is being used. The skeleton wyvern takes flight, its bony wings catching the light. Johann George looks up, surprised. A smile plays on Johann George's lips as he gazes at the resurrected creature. The resurrected beast chomps down, its massive teeth grinding against bone. From the darkness, a single, burning orange eye pierces the gloom. Arcane energy crackles around the monster's head, its gaze locked on its prey. The sphinx-like creature stands tall, its sword poised to strike. A snarl contorts its face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Perched atop the dragon, one of the figures exclaims, questioning the enemy's awareness. A sudden realization dawns on the character below, his eyes widening in alarm. The monster prepares to unleash a devastating attack, a blue orb of energy forming in its maw. The energy hurtles towards its target, a figure with flowing purple hair. He plummets through the air, a dark shape looming above him. The dragon's maw gapes, rows of teeth promising a swift end. Below, a man stares upward, his face a mask of disbelief. A winged horror descends, its pharaoh's visage contorted in a roar. Crazy, why's she so fast? The man exclaims, his eyes wide with shock. A massive claw hurtles downward, a blur of motion and impending doom. The dragon descends, wings spread wide, a predator closing in. Another man watches the spectacle unfold, his expression a mix of horror and disbelief. Isaac Ivanov continues to fall, the dragon a constant threat above. The winged horror looms, its presence a terrifying exclamation. In no fucking way. Is this why you told me to get used to falling? The man shouts. The winged horror watches as the dragon continues its descent. A dragon soars through the twilight sky, a lone figure riding upon its back. Eyes narrow, focusing on something in the distance, a sense of unease growing. A distant fire blazes in the forest below, drawing attention from above. Over there, flames crackle and dance, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding trees. The blond man, bathed in the fire's light, glances towards the blaze. He mutters. A figure stands silhouetted against the fire, their expression unreadable as they survey the scene. Eyes widen in disbelief and dawning horror. What the hell? Two dragons descend from the sky, their massive forms blotting out the light. The pharaoh-like creature plummets downwards, caught off guard by the sudden attack. A warning cry pierces the air. Hey, behind you. A brutal punch connects, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. Isaac Ivanov is sent flying from the dragon's back, his face a mask of surprise. The monstrous figure towers, purple energy crackling around its clawed hands. Hey, you fucker, it roars. Elsewhere, a figure plummets from the back of a dragon, silhouetted against the forest below. The hooded figure grits his teeth, eyes burning with frustration. Shit. A white, feathery object is violently struck, a red energy slash cutting through the air. Another strike, this time impacting a ring-shaped object with the same brutal force. The hooded figure is sent flying backwards, propelled by an unseen force. Gook. His eyes narrow, a glint of defiance amidst the pain. He prepares for what comes next. The monstrous figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, a menacing presence. The hooded figure realizes it was impossible for him to go up against the boss monster without any prior preparation. His teeth clench, a silent acknowledgement of his miscalculation. Purple crystals erupt, struck by unseen forces, the earth itself reacting to the battle. Li Jaina stands amidst the rubble, looking down at a prone figure. He calls out, demanding that they get up. The large, monstrous figure, teeth bared, expresses his displeasure with a loud curse. The monster continues his tirade, complaining that he wasn't warned about the jump and questioning the existence of a plan. As the monster plummets downward, he sarcastically remarks on Li Jaina's presumed safety with his shield. Still falling, the monster laments his decision to come along, clearly regretting his choices. Li Jaina, unfazed by the monster's complaints, confidently states that he trusts in his own abilities and urges them to move forward. Li Jaina watches as Isaac Ivanov runs away, muttering to himself before calling out, questioning where he is going. From a distance, Isaac's voice echoes back, a desperate plea to go together. The monster's massive foot descends, poised to crush the already fallen bodies beneath. Isaac continues to fall through the air, seemingly helpless against the pull of gravity. The wind whips around Isaac as he plummets, the ground rushing up to meet him. A winged creature soars through the night sky, a silent observer of the unfolding events below. He grits his teeth, acknowledging the dire circumstances they face. Johann George acknowledges the loss of his summoned soldiers and subordinates. The king of the undead stands with two subordinates in the snowy landscape. Johann George declares his intent. Now, let's go and kill Isaac. A strange, pink aura emanates in the distance. A close-up reveals a determined gaze, focused on the task ahead. The question hangs in the air, what does that mean? Johann George resigns himself to their fate, suggesting they will all die anyway. The king of the undead, eyes glowing, resolves to kill the bastard first. The hooded figure's eyes glow with an eerie light, their expression grim. A disembodied voice suggests a brutal solution: eliminate Isaac first. One of the figures declares that they will be the bait to lure Isaac in. Swirls of blue energy pulse, hinting at the power at play. The hooded figure explains that Isaac must be eliminated to ensure their safety and the continuation of their attack. They believe it won't take long to trap him. An unseen figure agrees, stating that they will be trusted with the task. A sharp sound echoes, perhaps a signal or a magical effect. The figure with short hair suggests reorganizing first, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The figure elaborates, mentioning Hades' helmet and the inability to eat or drink, no matter how long it takes to trap him. Glowing blue eyes pierce through the swirling energy, a reminder that even the strongest player can be undone. A figure wearing a helmet stands amidst the energy, their face obscured. A sneer curls across a pale lip, teeth bared in anticipation. He grips the blond man by the head, his armored hands unyielding. The king of the undead's eyes glow with an eerie light, his expression one of dark amusement. Isaac, caught off guard, exclaims, Isaac, why were you here? I feel like I might survive now." The king of the undead's face contorts in rage, bellowing, "What?" With a grunt, the king of the undead hurls Isaac away, sending him crashing through the air. His eyes burning with power, the king of the undead wonders aloud, "What is he doing?" The king of the undead towers over the battlefield, his massive sword gleaming ominously. Isaac smirks, thinking, "Kekikyuk, oi, you're a retard. Did you fall for that?" Isaac's foot lands heavily on the ground, the impact sending ripples through the earth as he thinks, "Why would Isaac be here, huh?" The king of the undead and Isaac face each other, the tension palpable. From above, the scene unfolds. The king of the undead and Isaac locked in a deadly confrontation. He focuses his power, a fissure forming on his finger. The king of the undead glances upward, his expression unreadable. He wonders aloud why they left traces as they traveled before. The king of the undead looks down, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A guard wonders who the king of the undead means by customer, since only they and the monsters are here. The king of the undead's smile widens, revealing a hint of cruel amusement. Isaac lies prone on the ground, seemingly caught off guard. Meanwhile, a hooded figure walks through a blue-lit area, their expression hidden in shadow. The hooded figure pauses, looking up as if sensing something. A surge of blue energy slams into Isaac, sending him flying. He looks down at the helmet resting on the ground before him. A voice echoes, questioning if he already knows the item's name. The hooded figure wonders how he knew about the assassin's presence. It seems information was leaked from somewhere. John George demands to know where on earth he acquired Hades' helmet. Isaac Ivanov looks to the side, questioning why they are giving this to him. The hooded figure states that he won, and this is just the reward for winning. John George holds the Kuna helmet, its item rank listed as legendary and usable by levels 100 and up. John George realizes that the wearer cannot eat or drink while wearing the helmet. A figure in a hooded cloak stands with hands raised, offering to surrender to spare his life, not only here, but outside the dungeon as well. Isaac Ivanov observes that he's fast at reading the room and won't just bargain for any reason. That's very like him. John George says that even if they ask to be spared, what about his subordinates? The hooded figure smiles, responding with, those people. Awaiting them, a silent gauntlet of armored figures stood ready. The hooded figure's face was obscured, but his cruel smile spoke volumes. They didn't look like they'll be of any use anyway. The blonde-haired man's companion looked up at him, aghast. "Why you? This crazy?" Isaac Ivanov lowered his gaze, a calculating glint in his eyes. "That's all well and good, but I have one more condition." In the distance, the hooded figure issued a demand. "Hand over Hades' ring." The hooded figure held up his hand, the ring glinting ominously. The hooded figure's grin widened, a hint of madness in his eyes. "Honestly, I seriously can't win against you." Isaac Ivanov listened intently, his expression unreadable. The hooded figure looked up at Isaac Ivanov, muttering under his breath. "Everything keeps getting messy. That bastard. I didn't even like him from the start." Johann George narrowed his eyes, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The monsters close in, their massive forms looming above Sejun Lee. A surge of energy crackles, the air itself seeming to distort. Crimson lines streak across a blinding white void. The beasts are caught in the blast, their forms momentarily fragmented. He plummets back to earth, drawing his sword as he falls. Even so, this is an A+6 floor dungeon. The man thinks, his expression grim. It's hard enough to try and survive here by yourself. The dungeon stretches out before him, a perilous landscape filled with monstrous shadows. He couldn't even imagine doing that on top of killing the boss monster and getting out of here. One of the beasts roars, its red eyes burning with savage intent. Sejun Lee glances upward, his grip tightening on his blade. Blue energy gathers around his feet, a sign of the power he's about to unleash. If that's the case, he thinks, preparing to strike. One of the monsters crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around it. He grits his teeth, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. Jean-Georges launches himself into the air, sword drawn and ready. His will solidifies into a single, unwavering thought. He refuses. Elsewhere, a distant fire burns in the dark forest, a small point of light. Water cascades down, a torrent of liquid power. The man stands before the waterfall, contemplating the world's abundance. He wonders if there's an item to solve every problem. His eyes widen, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The man with the fur collar looks up, utterly bewildered by the sight above him. He mutters. Jean-Georges descends rapidly, his sword aimed directly at the man. His eyes filled with terror. The man's face contorts in a silent scream. The impact explodes, sending debris flying in all directions. Jean-Georges stands firm, his sword still drawn, the battle joined. He continues his assault, his armored legs driving forward with relentless force. Two figures huddle around a small campfire, the only source of light. The long-haired blond man's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed. A figure kicks a burning log, sending sparks flying into the night. A voice cries out, seemingly in disbelief, Isaac in. Clad in red samurai armor, Jean-Georges stands with his sword drawn. Isaac Ivanov kicks off the ground, fleeing from a dark figure. Isaac's expression hardens, a grim determination settling on his face. Jean-Georges looks down at Isaac and the dark figure, declaring, "You're too late, Isaac." The hooded figure speaks, his voice laced with resentment. He says that Isaac should have been chased during the monster wave. The hooded figure continues, accusing someone of sticking with Isaac, calling them a parasitic bastard. The man with long brown hair, his face contorted in anger, declares he cannot let the two of them live. He declares that since their tanker is gone, they will never leave this dungeon alive. A warrior stands, flames licking around his armor as he raises his sword, ready for battle. A close-up reveals a sinister smile, the man whispering of a sword dance to come. The king of the undead stands with a hooded figure, a tablet glowing in the figure's hands. A system message appears, announcing that a skeleton soldier has been summoned. The words "Kill the hero" blaze across the scene. A glowing symbol pulses with power. The symbol intensifies, lines of light cutting through the air. Isaac Ivanov clashes, swords with a warrior in red armor, sparks flying from the impact. The king of the undead observes the fight, noting that Isaac's recovery shouldn't be this fast, deducing that he truly is a sword master. A skeleton soldier, summoned to the field, raises its sword, ready to join the fray. The warrior in red armor and Isaac continue their duel, the skeleton soldier looming behind them. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within their depths. The warrior towers over him, preparing to strike a devastating blow. The warrior roars, demanding no one interfere with his attack. With a mighty heave, the warrior brings his blade down. The air crackles as the blade descends, a wave of energy unleashed. The hooded figure's eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and concern etched on his face. The blade continues its descent, a trail of destruction left in its wake. The hooded figure is shocked, realizing Isaac hasn't eaten or drank in days, making his resilience seem impossible. The skeleton soldier looks on, equally stunned by the unfolding events. The warrior's blade crashes down, the force of the blow immense. But with a surge of power, Isaac meets the attack head-on, their blades locked in a fierce struggle. The hooded figure can only watch in disbelief, muttering that this is crazy. He is sent hurtling backwards, a cloud of shattered ice erupting around him. The king of the undead's expression is cold, his gaze unwavering as he watches the aftermath of his attack. The air crackles with anticipation as Jean-Georges prepares his next move. With a resounding crash, the king of the undead plunges his blade into the frozen earth. In the distance, Isaac stands with two armored figures, a strange core resting on the ground before them. That's a human-faced turtle's core? The king of the undead's eyes narrow, his thoughts swirling with dark intent. He muses that Isaac's stamina is fine, but he could go crazy at any time due to his hunger and thirst. The king of the undead holds his blade, his eyes glowing with power. Did you think that we would all die here? Perched on a cliff, the king of the undead taunts his opponent. Then why are you hesitating? Come closer. I'll cut your life thread personally. Two figures stand side by side, their expressions unreadable as they observe the unfolding battle. A sinister smile spreads across Jean-Georges' face. There's no reason for me to go forward since Isaac is here. The king of the undead's words hang in the air, a chilling promise of what's to come. Isaac stands firm, his sword at the ready. Sorry, but you're the only one that's finished here. I have no. The king of the undead smirks, declaring that his opponent has lost his way. He continues, stating that Isaac should go alone, as vertical beams of energy surround him. The king of the undead's eyes widen in surprise as something approaches. The energy disperses as Johann George is sent flying backwards. A blade cuts through the energy, revealing Isaac's face in the background. The king of the undead grits his teeth, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. As he plummets, Johann George realizes that he has no comrades to rely on. His eyes glow with purple energy as he continues to fall. The man with the fur collar exclaims that he was relieving himself when he was attacked. The king of the undead asks if Isaac knows how painful this is, calling him a rude bastard. The sword continues to cut through the energy, the knight's armor visible. Johann George clutches at his neck, surprised that he was sliced. He grins, teeth bared, as he speaks. Kyuk. Your last effort is quite good. From the ground, John George looks up at Isaac Ivanov and the man with the fur collar. I truly didn't expect the human-faced turtle's core. Still prone, the king of the undead continues to address his opponents. But what will you do with that? Isaac Ivanov's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. When you haven't even truly faced US, he says then adds, that truly was an impressive reversal. Isaac Nim, now let's go get that Sphinx. The knight in white armor stares down at the fallen king, his gaze unwavering. The man with the fur collar watches as well, commenting, oh my, how sneaky of you. From his position on the ground, John George looks up, pleading, why? Do you think if you bow your head like that will spare your life? Isaac's foot comes down, energy coalescing around it. The knight swings his sword downward, a blue energy trail following its path. Isaac Ivanov's face is set with determination, while the man with the fur collar watches intently. Silhouetted against a red backdrop, Isaac's sword descends, a beam of light cutting through the darkness. The sword continues its descent, the outcome of the strike still unseen. He hangs suspended in the air, as Isaac and the man with the fur collar look on. The king of the undead's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as the man with the fur collar looks up at him. The man with the fur collar stares up at John George, exclaiming, Isaac Nim. His eyes widen in disbelief. John George's eyes glow with an eerie light as he gazes down, his face contorted in a silent scream. Sweat beads on the king of the undead's brow, his teeth gritted in pain or fury, or perhaps both. Looking up, John George shouts, you bastard! You tricked me! His voice echoes with rage and betrayal. With a resounding crash, John George is sent hurtling towards the ground, impacting the surface with brutal force. Nearby, the man with the fur collar lies prone, his face contorted in a grimace as he hits the ground. The ground is marred with streaks of crimson, a testament to the recent struggle. Isaac Ivanov, injured and prone, spits out a curse, his face contorted in pain and fury. His life flashing before his eyes, Isaac lies defeated as a figure looms over him. The long, white-haired man exhales, acknowledging his miscalculation with a hint of regret. The king of the undead stands over Isaac, addressing his subordinates with a dismissive tone. The king of the undead's eyes glow with power as he reminds the others of their failure. The long white-haired man glances sideways, while the king of the undead continues to survey the scene below. The king of the undead, teeth bared, warns against any sanctimonious preaching. The king of the undead declares that a pitiful end awaits the remaining two as well. The king of the undead asserts that only the two of them remain in the dungeon now. The king of the undead mocks the idea that Isaac could defeat the Sphinx alone. He gazes down at the fallen knight, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The king of the undead stands tall, his armor gleaming in the dim light. Yeah, you're right. Johann George's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. You don't know how foolish I am. A memory surfaces, a lone figure atop a rocky peak, sword raised high. The king of the undead recalls his past ideals. And I thought that my fellow comrades who fought alongside me all wanted the same thing. Around a crackling fire, comrades stand together, their faces grim. Johann George admits, since I have forgotten. The king of the undead looks down at Isaac, his expression unreadable. Then what about you? You know it's foolish. Johann George's face contorts with a mixture of amusement and disdain. A sinister grin spreads across his face, even if it's just once. His eyes gleam with dark amusement as he mocks the knight. Save the world? What kind of bullshit are you sprouting now? The king of the undead's grin widens, revealing sharp teeth. Do you really think that, even after all the dungeons are cleared and this game ends, Johann George leans in, his voice dripping with scorn, that this rotten world deserves to be saved? Even passing dogs would laugh at that. He stands over Isaac, who lies prone on the cracked, blue ground. The king of the undead seems unfazed by the current situation. His words echo in the empty space. The king of the undead stating that Isaac knows the current world is strictly being dominated by players with power. The king of the undead continues, postulating what will happen to the world, stating it will be in chaos. He believes the world they are reigning over is better. A hand grips the hilt of a glowing, purple sword. The king of the undead declares he doesn't want to hear any more, yet Isaac's tongue is still going. The king of the undead stares down, saying if Isaac had the chance to go back and start all over again, things would be different. The purple sword slashes through the air, leaving trails of light in its wake. The sound of the blade echoes. Jagged shadows loom against a blood-red sky, the landscape distorted and menacing. The king of the undead hopes Isaac becomes someone worthy of being called a swordmaster. Isaac lies below, unmoving. The king of the undead gazes down, his expression unreadable from this angle, as Isaac remains prone below. The king of the undead wonders what kind of awful run-in Isaac had with the Messiah Guild, his brow furrowed in thought. A close-up reveals the king of the undead's narrowed eyes and a hint of a smirk, his thoughts swirling. Isaac utters a confused, huh, as a system message declares the activation of the emissary of the underworld, S skill, Vampire. He stands amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The skill, Vampire, activates, promising increased stamina and speed. Someone gasps, taken aback by the sudden transformation. He realizes there's no need to hide anymore. The king of the undead's eyes glow with determination. Let's go before the night ends. A hand reaches for a door handle, ready to enter. The woman in the dark suit stands framed in the doorway, ready to step through. The office is tidy, a desk piled high with papers. Her expression is unreadable, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Elsewhere, a man's lips part, uttering a name, Jisoo. The older man sits at his dinner table, a look of confusion on his face. Is today my birthday? He asks before answering his own question. No. Then is it your birthday? She asks, standing at the kitchen sink. The old man sits at the table, a melancholy expression on his face. He confirms that it is not his birthday, wondering aloud who his daughter resembles to be so upstanding in the morning. Jisoo stands near the sink, her expression unreadable. She reminds him of his upcoming business trip overseas, her tone neutral. The old man, spoon halfway to his mouth, looks up with a pained expression. Jisoo tells him to leave everything on the table, promising to clean it when she returns from school. The old man thinks of Jisoo, lamenting how quickly she has grown up. He wishes he could hug her just once. He reaches out to Jisoo, but she dodges his embrace. The moment is awkward and strained. Jisoo heads for the door, prompting the old man to ask if she's leaving already and what about breakfast. The old man smiles faintly, a hint of sadness in his eyes as he watches her leave. Jisoo's hand grips the door handle, her expression hidden from view. She seems to hesitate for a moment. The old man smiles warmly, telling her to be healthy while he is away. Jisoo states that she ate while she prepared, her expression hardening. Jisoo and the old man walk together down the street. He reminds her to be careful of cars and to remember the safety zones in case of a dungeon break, also asking her to treat her friends a little better. The elevator descends, carrying the old man away. He hopes his daughter will listen to her teachers. He also hopes Jisoo will use the pocket money he left for her. The old man waves goodbye, thinking of his daughter. Jisoo, with her long orange hair and school uniform, states that she will be off to school now. The crosswalk signal glows red, preventing pedestrians from crossing the street. A crowd of people waits patiently at the crosswalk, anticipating the signal to change. A student mentions that the Hansung group is on the news. Another wonders if their stocks didn't go up recently. Jisoo's eyes narrow as she hears the name Hansung. In the background, a billboard displays news about the Hansung group. The crowd continues to look at the building, and someone calls out Jisoo's name, drawing her attention. Turning her head, Jisoo hears someone calling out, "Hey, Lee Jisoo," from across the street. The person questions why she is standing in the middle of the street like an idiot, concern etched on their face. Jisoo recognizes the voice, realizing it's Shinhai. She has long red hair and is blowing a bubble with gum. Two girls in school uniforms walk side by side, their conversation unheard until now. Shinhai asks if Jisoo was looking at something, and Jisoo confirms with a simple yeah. Jisoo declares that she is not going to school today. The billboard displays an advertisement for Hansung Group, restructuring to assist the future of players. Shinhai responds with a questioning yeah, her expression unreadable. Jisoo's words hang in the air, leaving Shinhai in stunned silence. Shinhai, leaning in close, asks Jisoo what she thinks is really cool. Jisoo reveals that a gate opened in her company's basement, adding that this is still a secret. The red-haired girl, Shinhai, stares intently, her eyes wide with concern as Jisoo states she's going there right now. Shinhai asks what Jisoo will do if her dad finds out, but Jisoo dismisses her concerns, saying that Boomer is always worried about nothing. Shinhai expresses her frustration, reminding Jisoo that she's a player too and that her dad said he'd help her grow as a player, so why is he always leaving her out? She clenches her fist, a fire in her eyes, as Jisoo declares she'll prove herself. Shinhai's expression is serious as she tells Jisoo not to look at her like that and to come with her. The two girls rush toward a photo booth, Shinhai exclaiming that Jisoo will be immortalized as a player today, so they should take a picture. The resulting photo captures the pair smiling, Jisoo holding up a peace sign. The snapshot is now pinned to a bulletin board, a small orange tack holding in place. A close-up reveals Shinhai's profile, her expression unreadable as she stares intently forward. The bulletin board is covered with photos, documents, and notes, hinting at a complex investigation or plan. Her eyes glow with an unnatural light, piercing through the shadows. The woman's face is cast in shadow, her expression hidden from view. The title card appears, Kill the Hero. Online comments buzz with excitement and speculation about Lee Se-jun's achievements and future plans, while others question the lack of news about Isaac and Yohan. A comment appears on a screen, seemingly unprompted and out of context. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman sits in a chair, a silhouetted figure standing nearby. The woman's expression is one of concern as she whispers a name, Isaac. Her eyes widen, and she wonders aloud what he has done. Far away, a colossal stone creature looms, dwarfing a distant figure. A monstrous figure with the head of a jackal roars, another dark figure behind it. A figure pierces the jackal-headed monster with a spear, blue energy crackling. The man with the fur collar leaps, spear in hand, declaring his success. He continues his assault, driving the spear deeper into the monster. A surge of red energy emanates from the point of impact. The system announces the activation of Emissary of the Underworld skill, Bloodsucking, combined with Vampire. The Bloodsucking skill stamina recovery is enhanced by 100%. A sinister grin spreads across a face, teeth bared in anticipation. From above, the jackal-headed monster looms, wreathed in ominous shadows. A system message announces the activation of the Bloodsucking skill. The man with fur collar looks shocked. The jackal-headed monster stands tall, a terrifying figure of immense power. Dark energy swirls and writhes, a vortex of unknown power gathering. A figure of pure red energy manifests, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A system message declares that a blood golem has been summoned. The message mentions Isaac, Yohan, and the Swordmaster. The red-haired woman sits at her desk, reporting that they are on the A+ dungeon floor in Egypt. In a grand room, a man demands to know who authorized a certain action. Another man urges God Archer to calm down, his expression strained. A fist slams down on a table with a resounding crash, demanding attention to the current situation. A figure lies in bed, gazing up at an unknown source of light. The red-haired woman's expression is cold as she declares her decision arbitrary. The red-haired woman sits, hands clasped, reassuring someone that they need not worry so much. A figure lies prone, preparations having been made, including Hades' helm and Hermes' shoes. The fallen figure was sent to the Swordmaster, though they were sent as bait. A hooded figure looms over the prone form, declaring that Yohan isn't as weak as they think. The red-haired woman leans forward, stating that even as strong as Isaac is, the probability of him making it. A slight smile plays on the red-haired woman's lips as she considers the situation. A man with a stern expression observes, his gaze unwavering and intense. Another man, his eyes glowing with power, contemplates with a dark intensity. Standing beside a silhouetted figure, the red-haired woman scoffs at what she perceives as incredible arrogance. The red-haired woman's smile deepens, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. A glowing blue portal hums with energy, a gateway to an unknown destination. A faint smile plays across his lips, barely perceptible in the shadows. Sunlight bathes the building's exterior, casting long shadows across the manicured grounds. A sleek, dark red car sits parked in front of the building, its polished surface gleaming. The man with fur collar steps out of the vehicle, his expression unreadable. The rhythmic clicking of heels echoes as a woman approaches with urgency. The woman runs towards the man with fur collar, her face etched with worry. "We have a big problem," she exclaims. The man with fur collar inclines his head, his brow furrowed. "What is it?" he asks, his voice low. His composure shatters, face contorted with rage. "What? That bastard?" he roars. The man with fur collar and the woman walk towards the building, their pace quickening. A hand clenches into a tight fist, knuckles white with suppressed anger. Inside a dimly lit office, two figures are visible, one seated and the other standing guard. The man with fur collar strides purposefully through a doorway, his expression grim. A sinister grin stretches across a face, teeth bared. A figure lies still, bathed in an unnatural light. A colossal foot descends, ready to crush what lies beneath. Golden energy crackles around a shadowed form. Blinding light pierces through the darkened woods. The skill, Return of the Dead, is being invoked, promising resurrection. A hooded figure stands in a pool of ethereal blue light. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness beneath the hood. A figure emerges, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. A hand taps impatiently on a dark wooden surface, the sound echoing in the room. The man seems perplexed by the unexpected nature of the visit. Two smooth, brown stones are held aloft, as the man questions the need for further deliberation. He seems to be growing impatient. A long conference table sits in a brightly lit room, surrounded by several figures. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension. The man in the suit rests his chin on his hand, his expression unreadable. He wonders aloud why he should accept the proposal. The scene shifts to a room where a figure lies prone on the floor. The voice suggests that Lee Se-jun is running wild and asks if that is something the listener wants to see. The man asks if they want to join forces, but the other retorts, suggesting they are merely splitting hairs. The man holding the stones smiles thinly, suggesting that it would be him joining the dungeon. He declares that Isaac and he will clear it. A close-up reveals the man's intense gaze, his brow furrowed with barely contained anger. The tension is palpable. The man in the military uniform smiles, agreeing that they are joining. His expression is unsettling. The hand taps again, this time with more force, as the man asks if he's being provoked in his own place. A dark energy seems to emanate from below. He grits his teeth, his eyes burning with a crimson rage. A figure is engulfed in a torrent of dark, red energy. Coughing, the woman with glasses thinks, what tremendous bloodlust. To think that Park Yeon-won is this calm. The man asks, oh my, what do you mean by provoking? A fist clenches, crackling with violet energy. The man smiles, his body radiating with the same electric power. The man stands amidst a storm of violet lightning. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by the same electric discharge. The red energy intensifies, consuming the figure within. A clash of wills, red versus violet, rage against control. The man's gaze is intense, focused on the battle. A large hand firmly sets down a paper cup, its phoenix emblem prominent. The president, John George, leans back, a wide smile spreading across his face. Phew, instant coffee is the best, after all. From above, the red-haired woman types at her computer. She thinks it's the instant coffee and the paper cup he brought from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild. The president's name is spoken, but it is unclear who is speaking. Secretary Lee continues to type, her expression neutral as she focuses on her work. Come in contact. John George's smile widens, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Oh, finally, a big match is building. The president rises from his seat, his movements suggesting a sudden burst of energy. Secretary Lee is suddenly sent flying backwards, a look of confusion on her face. Secretary Lee walks away from her desk, stating, I'm going to see a friend for a while. The president's face contorts in shock, sweat beading on his forehead. A friend? You, Secretary Lee? Secretary Lee stands at her computer, a puzzled expression on her face. What's with that reaction? John George waves his hands frantically, a nervous smile plastered on his face. No, go ahead, hurry. A knock echoes as the man turns, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The unseen visitor speaks, and the man considers the words, a friend, huh? Meanwhile, in the labyrinthine alleys of Cairo's black market, deals are struck under the cloak of night. A neon sign flickers, casting an orange glow on the grimy buildings nearby. Inside a dimly lit establishment, 3 figures huddle around a small table, their faces obscured by shadows. With a swift motion, a hand pulls away a cloth, revealing a gleaming weapon beneath. The hooded figure speaks, expressing gratitude that a promise was kept. A sinister grin spreads across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. The hooded figure holds aloft a glowing, otherworldly artifact. The figure reaffirms the importance of promises, their glowing eyes fixed on some unseen target. A figure stands amidst swirling blue energy, channeling arcane power. The face contorts in rage, a silent scream of fury. He pauses, looking down at the horned helmet with a puzzled expression. Attached to the helmet, a note with a strange request, return it after using it. If he left this behind, that meant he already knew that he had the skill return dead. The hooded figure thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Isaac Ivanov speaks, admitting that he cannot beat someone, even before returning. Around a table, one of the men wonders how Isaac found it out. Because of that skill, he had to kill Johann twice. Isaac stands victorious over a fallen foe, his sword gleaming in the red light. One of the men around the table expresses his frustration, saying that Isaac should have just let him die there. Another man responds defensively, stating that where he got the information is none of their business. Someone spits out their drink in disgust. One of the men around the table says that Isaac is so cool after all, as he slurps his drink. He sits at the table, head in his hand, clearly burdened by the weight of recent events. These guys, neither of them are normal, he thinks. A small object is passed from one hand to another. The man in the white robe declares, anyway, with this, you're officially dead. The man with the dark scarf around his neck narrows his eyes, his expression hardening. So, from now on, don't do then, I'll get going, he warns. A stern warning hangs in the air. Anything stupid, live in deathly silence. Otherwise, the Messiah Guild will find you. Under the warm light, 3 figures sit together at a table, glasses in hand. The atmosphere is tense, despite the casual setting. The man in the white robe's face is etched with worry, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with a deep concern. Standing at the table, the man's expression is a mask of barely contained anger, his jaw tight and his gaze intense. A desperate plea breaks the silence. Please wait a minute, Isaac Nim. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. His voice cracking with desperation, the man begs, me with you, please. His eyes are wide with fear and hope. The man's face contorts in anger, his teeth gritted. Below, the scene unfolds with the three figures still gathered at the table. Isaac's gaze is unwavering, his expression unreadable. He seems determined, his eyes focused on an unseen point. Meanwhile, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, a woman stands alone, lost in thought by the window. She stands in a brightly lit office, her gaze fixed on the computer screen before her. The monitor glows, displaying a complex interface, its details obscured by the bright light. The screen displays news headlines. Isaac's party cleared the sixth-floor dungeon in Egypt, but no other survivors were found. A headline blares the death of Johann George as a knock echoes through the room. Come in, she says. The door swings inward, revealing a figure standing just outside the frame. A man in a dark suit gestures into the room, his expression unreadable. Well then, this way, he says. The camera shifts to an overhead view, showing the man and the woman in the office, the door now fully open. Red-haired woman's eyes glow with an unnatural light, her expression thoughtful. Her gaze is intense, her features sharp and focused as she considers the situation. A hand steadies a steaming mug, the speaker confessing worry over someone's sudden disappearance. Red-haired woman smiles faintly, admitting, I was surprised when... A woman sits, hands clasped, as red-haired woman says, you suddenly contacted me. Red-haired woman's expression shifts to one of surprise, her eyes widening slightly. She leans forward, a question hanging in the air. Ask me? The red-haired woman continues, wondering if the other woman has questions. A wave of disappointment washes over her. You haven't asked how I'm doing even once. Red-haired woman sits back, her expression a mix of sadness and resignation. You haven't. The woman's gaze softens, a hint of vulnerability in her eyes as she whispers, my father. The camera focuses on the red-haired woman's hair. A hand clenches, knuckles white, the tension palpable. She lies on the ground, two figures sprawled out before her. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, illuminated by the harsh light. The tear swells, reflecting the intensity of her emotion. A looming figure watches, its eyes burning with an eerie light. Red-haired woman kneels, her hands clasped tightly together, a picture of distress. A hand glows with an unnatural energy, crackling with power. The eye reflects the same otherworldly light, a window to something beyond. Her eyes, wide and bloodshot, betray a deep-seated fear. A forced smile plays on her lips, a mask for the turmoil within. What in? A voice booms, demanding answers. The world are you talking about? After appearing so suddenly. Is that the question you want to ask? She raises a hand to her face, her expression a mixture of grief and disbelief. The disembodied voice continues, revealing a painful truth. Your father passed away in an accident because of a dungeon break. I don't know what kind of information you heard to ask me this, but... A hand presses down on a sealed envelope, the message clear, misinformed. The unseen speaker's words cut through the air, declaring that you haven't changed at all, either. Across the table, red-haired woman's eyes widen, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief as she exclaims, What? Her gaze falls upon a document, the words Hansung Group Dungeon Break Accident List of Victims leaping out at her. She wonders, this is? The sealed envelope sits innocently on the wooden surface, hiding the truth within. Red-haired woman clutches the envelope, her mind racing with the implications of what she's about to learn. The words echo in her mind, a painful revelation. The reason my dad passed away. Her expression hardens, a steely resolve replacing the initial shock. She thinks, I know it wasn't because of a monster or an accidental explosion. Standing outside with a suitcase, she confronts the man with fur collar, her voice laced with accusation. I believe that you'd have something to tell me. She seems to reconsider her approach, perhaps thinking she was mistaken. The sound of her heels echoes through the room as she approaches. The man with the fur collar looks up, startled by her sudden outburst. Wait a minute, so what are you trying to say? Her voice rises, accusing him of something. You show up after disappearing for 3 years. She demands to know if he thinks she came just to ask if he killed her father. The man clutches the papers in his hand, his expression unreadable. Gotten into you? Are those I'm in? Her eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. She questions if he truly thinks she believes he killed her father. A fiery aura begins to emanate from her hand. Are you going to get revenge on me, or what? Flames engulf her as she challenges him. She demands he know his place. The papers he holds burst into flames, consumed by the intense heat. She turns her back, walking away as the flames continue to burn. The woman, parked shin high, acknowledges her identity and position, wondering what she can do. A disembodied voice declares that the listener will soon understand. A lone figure stands on the balcony of a modern building at night. Someone taps their fingers on a railing, musing about a will. Red cables snake around a room filled with crackling blue energy. The camera pans out to show the building from the outside. One man suggests they stop fighting and not waste each other's time. He continues, stating he wants an agreement before they proceed with business. In a room with a long table, the man proposes they write a will. Another man questions the sudden talk of a will, calling it nonsense. The first man clarifies that it will be a simple will, but necessary. He explains that in a 7th-floor dungeon, they can't guarantee survival. The man suggests making arrangements for their guild members in advance. A woman with short blonde hair demands to know what he's doing. Since the Messiah Guild cleared the 4th-floor dungeon, the world will revolve around them. The problem, however, is that they can't just sit back and watch. Attempting the 4th floor with their current power is suicide. He suggests joining forces with someone else. He proposes they put aside pretense and be honest with each other, admitting he is a greedy person. He has no intention of sharing the honor and rewards after clearing the 4th floor dungeon. He asks if the other person isn't the same. The man states he came knowing the other would stab a knife in his back on the 4th floor, asking if he's wrong. He says they should write a will before entering the dungeon. The man in the white suit stands on a balcony, looking out. A close-up shows the man's eye widening in shock. Footsteps echo as someone approaches. The man in the white suit lies on the ground, blood pooling around him. Someone wonders aloud if they couldn't even feel his presence. He is met with a stern gaze and a pointed question. "Since when did you get here?" the man asks, his expression unreadable. A figure in a crimson suit responds, the words appearing in a speech bubble. "I just arrived."